looking to claim the Stage 1 crown, you guys can actually still contribute to this massive prize pool here for OWCS Champions Clash with the Ember Juno bundle. This has been such like a hype skin that we're seeing coming in. You guys still have up until April 22nd to grab it.
Yeah, it's an awesome looking skin. A Juno also pretty nicely how it works out, where she's played a lot in the meta, so you obviously want to end up getting
up until this point, she hasn't had like a ton of skins except for like the My Hero crossover one.
Yeah.
So if you're the kind of person who likes to hoard skins for maybe the favorite hero of yours, definitely check this one out. It's well worth it. I know I snapped it up straight away. Infinite money glitch, you know, I mean, putting money back in my pocket in theory. Like, I'm sure they get crowdfunding for us too, right?
Yeah, it's super sick, super sick. It's gonna be a really awesome show, and while we're breaking things down here in LA, we've got not only the one and only, I should say actually, Danny Lim on site in China. Let's check out what he has to say.
Sir.
Hey guys, I'm here at the Hangzhou Esports Center. It's Grand Finals Day, baby. I want to hear from the fans. Who do they think is going to win it all today? Let's start with NA number 1, Nightmare.
Some people think.
How about Crazy Raccoon? Who's rooting for Team Falcons? Ooh, I think it's pretty close. I think the fans are kind of liking more of, leaning towards more Crazy Raccoon. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Thank you so much, Danny. I love hearing from the fans and the excitement. So let's talk about what's in store for today. The Champions Clash bracket really shook things up yesterday, to be honest. Matt, this upper bracket was crazy.
I mean, yeah, just
Yesterday's
out of
games were
control,
fucking nuts.
right? That Falcons once again game was really strong. You know, that 3-2 goes all the way down to the wire. And our boys, Nightmare, taking care of business there, beating Crazy Raccoon 3-1. That match against Falcons will be really competitive, I think, as well. And then, but
you ready? Are you ready for the Kaffa versus Hanbin matchup in the tank role? My boy from down under taught him everything he knows, of course. That is going to be crazy.
The one thing, Ash, as well, I know we get really excited about what happened in that upper bracket. Crazy Raccoon, as soon as they lost, just absolutely rinsed everybody else.
Oh, that was gross.
What a way to show how mad you are than by torching the home favorite team, just lighting them up there in straight games. That was punish. Bro, we got on the cast, we got some bangers and like 3-1, 3-0. I'm like, oh my goodness.
Jake had more energy than the once again spot.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very high octane game and one of the most incredible individual performances on Ana we've ever seen, I think. And Shu's already been credited with like some of the most iconic moments in Overwatch esports history. So it's great to see that he is still at that level. Can he run it back today, though?
What up?
Yeah, that's the big question. That's the big question. And refocusing, I guess, back onto that upper bracket, right? The fact that we do have Nightmare.
So you're gonna watch you some games, eh?
Team Falcons going forward. There's a lot of pressure.
If you beat Crazy Raccoon, though, you
This
feel
shit
like
been
you
last
can probably get
last 2
through
days been
anybody.
pretty crazy.
And I think
shit been going on till like 8 in the
really
fucking morning though.
Problem for teams, right, is they play a little bit of a different type of style than I would say some others. But to slow down
staying up late as shit to watch
is
these.
going to be tough.
It's in China.
I do think for Nightmare though, like you probably look with how good Falcons and Crazy Raccoon go back and forth throughout all their series. If you're able to beat CR, you feel like there's a pathway to beat Falcons.
I mean, we're looking here at footage, of course, of that Falcons once
I've
again
been
game. That
staying up watching them, and
incredible game
then
that had, once again,
Shanna's been
up
putting
only
them
just short.
on
And then, of course,
YouTube.
Crazy Raccoon versus Nightmare. It's just not a game that we expect to go this way, but
just
something
the
about this
reaction or
hazard
whatever.
it's just very difficult for Crazy Raccoon to deal with. And
I'm
that's
switched
something
to
that we
in-ear
saw develop in
headphones.
NA, but a lot of regions were picking that look up for
Got
a
the
while.
big-
But then Kaffa
ain't got the
gets
biggins on the head
Winston
near me.
and just beats Junbin. Like, just
like
gaps
it
the
more
guy.
or
It was a
less?
ridiculous
Well,
performance
we'll
and
find
a
out.
lifetime game.
So
for
far, I
Zero
mean,
in
it's
that
kind of nice
series.
because it's not.
I would say it was
I don't know, I'm not gonna worry about fucking my hair up, and then
Ash, we've been
they'll
kind
start
of following
squeezing
this
these damn
Nightmare team throughout
glasses
their
against
season
my
in North
head, you know?
America,
Yeah, that's true.
and like they have said
got,
this
like,
is the trajectory they are
just
on,
some
and they have kind of
iPhone
every
ones,
hurdle or
or, yeah,
so
like
that they
Yeah,
knew
they're
was coming.
iPhone
they have been
ones.
able
They
to
were like 20
overcome.
bucks at Best Buy.
Everyone says that in NA as well.
I
don't
it's
think they're
strange
shitty, though.
enough
They
that
sound
Every
good.
interview is the same
Oh,
thing.
yeah,
We
whatever.
at some point we're like, oh yeah, good on you guys. Like, let's get you
Like,
paid
throw 'em
now.
up on the
But
camera.
these guys
Standard.
genuinely have delivered on that
Yeah.
promise.
Yeah,
And at the
I
end,
didn't
as
get
the
no,
team
like,
that were the
expensive ass
leftovers
crazy
from
ones.
the partner teams in NA,
I'll show you on
right?
the
These are
camera.
players that were not looked at by SSG
JBL
or by
ones.
Liquid formed, together as a group with some pretty young and untested.
Sometimes you ask them if they have a chance against the Korean teams, some of the NA teams, and they're like, "Oh yeah, sure." They say it with like a smile. Like these guys have been deadpan serious the entire time.
Oh yeah.
And then I bought a
Zero is even saying like
I bought like an
he
extender
had a
or
good
whatever.
feeling about yesterday, right? But
Like
before you even
extender cord.
get into all
It was
of
an open
that,
box,
we
so it
also
was
gotta
$2 off.
Take a revisit back
cost me
into that
$5.
lower bracket, how things went. We were talking about how Virtus
Yeah, they sound
Pro
good. They feel good in my ear
dropped
too. I don't
down.
really even feel like I have
They
anything in.
smashed Alcatia out of the competition, but when it came down to that Crazy Raccoons matchup,
Like the
it
ones
was
they
tough.
used to have, like they were the
Tough
JBL
weekend
ones.
for EMEA.
Yeah.
I know
build them up like
Alcatia,
nuts.
right? They take a map off of Falcons,
like,
and then
$80
after that, they
there,
lose
but
obviously at the
they
hands of
felt like
VP. But
nothing in my ear.
VP,
The sound
it
quality
seems
was
like a
fucking
lot of
amazing.
the worries
My
that we
Yeah, I
had
have-
about Virtus
I have
Pro
some
kind of came to light
wireless
this
skull
event,
candy
right?
ones
With
Shannon
some of their
gave me.
flexibility and not being able to go
And
into
I use those at
some
the
of
gym and
different
stuff. Those are
dive
nice too.
compositions, which is something I think
that
they
could be
will
good, too.
most certainly need to
I don't want to
address
try and use
going into
wireless
stage
ones
2
on
and
here,
beyond.
here
It's fun to
because
have like a
Yeah,
regional
no, that'd
style,
be
and we definitely felt that
mismatch
Virtus
if I
Pro
could
originally
I'd have to have
wanted
like
to play
four
more
different.
static
I'd have to have like
stable
four different
Overwatch,
pair I
and
could
an event
cycle
like this
through
on the
because
international
they
stage,
die after like
Nice.
have to have the ability to pivot.
2-3
These
hours or
tournaments
something
are
like
their own
that.
minutes, right? As these teams come together, they scrim a lot. They
And then
form a
I tried
consensus
using
about what the
wireless
best way to
ones
play is.
Yeah.
And
like
Virtus
long ass
Pro
time ago back when I
really
lived in
had the right- I mean,
NC,
they are the NA
and they were
from
like
Dallas
they had like a
last year.
delay to
and then
them.
for Crazy Raccoon there against
But
once again,
the technology is
if
probably
she
better
was going to
nowadays.
play like that, who cares
Yeah.
who the opponent is on the
Doesn't
other
matter.
side? They're going to win.
It's like it gives Jaehong from like 2018, 2019.
Yeah.
It's like one player can take
Turn
over
it
the
up a little
game.
bit. Yeah, I used,
perks that she has.
I tried
the
using
skill
some wireless ones
expression
like
gives you a way
2016 or
higher
something with the
skill ceiling.
Bluetooth
It's
on the
like she was
computer,
going to take advantage of that.
Yes.
and
Oh, absolutely.
they
Well,
like
we
had a
talked
delay,
lot
so
about the past.
couldn't use them.
Let's look a little bit towards the future, though.
I'm
because
sipping
it
on
is
that
time
G
again for
Fuel.
tomorrow's news today. The three of us, if you're new,
It's kind of nice because I can
come
like
up with our three
kind of
little
hear myself like if I was
articles
just talking
predicting how
normally. Like
today is gonna go.
when you have those over
We've
headphones
got
on, you don't
some
even like
pretty
hear yourself
wild ones on
talking.
how we think we're gonna shake things up
feel
today.
like you're screaming.
I think we got a lot of good ones here.
Oh yeah, we do.
This
Because the don't
Yeah,
stop
they
the
feel nice.
party,
I'm
guys.
gonna
Upset
game with them
after
too.
upset. Nightmare put the Korean
Not just like
Giants to
listen and
bed,
do shit like
and
this.
it's
I'm
time to
gonna
start
actually like
calling Zara
play video
Mr.
games with them too.
Worldwide with how they secured the NA region another ticket to the mid-season championships.
Yeah, the games
instead of
yesterday
the
were
nearest
fucking
airport home.
nuts.
Oh,
Real
into the
good games.
centerfold? Yeah, it's your boy. Apex Predators
Ain't
out
seen no Reaper
Strauss
yet.
Trust Pandas. It
Did see a little
assured us
Baptiste.
Mr. X becoming Limbo World Champion for the 5th consecutive year. Team Falcons descend upon a hapless Crazy Raccoon in a proper display of straight-set savagery, showing that if the shoe fits, you simply
There was like a
stick it
big
where the sun
upset.
don't shine.
I like how you had to throw
The
my
NA
name in
team
there to
beat,
get people to
like, the
actually
best
read it, but
fucking
don't
Korean
wake
team.
us up, USA.
Knocked them to the
We
lower
are
bracket.
Coming, shocking nobody. To be expected coming into this event, North America
Yes,
reigns supreme as the dominant
pretty crazy
region
that they
in
took a Beachy
Overwatch
off him.
Esports. Nightmare, they steal Champions Clash. Zera is the MVP. How everyone thought it would go?
Hey, okay, hold on.
You guys think that's mad NA code, right?
That is a lot of NA Cup right now. I wasn't expecting the three of us to go in this direction.
I said Falcons will get a 4-0 in the final.
We
I-
don't have
turn
many
this shit to a cold.
times where we can cope this hard for NA.
It's true.
Why
On
are you
the
saying
final
we?
day.
Oh, okay, right.
On the final day. Typically, we can do this on day one. We never have an opportunity to do it past them
There you
because
go.
we're most likely
There we go.
out.
The
Oh,
bravado
no,
runs
it's in
out
the
by
brain.
that first day.
Or we're on the fast pathway to running.
You still
out,
see me on the
where
camera and
now,
shit
I mean,
alright?
we have an opportunity, out of the winter
we can
turn it up a
bracket to
little
hit that
brighter.
grand final.
You are
We're
making hay
good.
while the sun
Nah, you got it.
shines,
We're so
bro.
good, yeah.
This is we, man. It's crazy.
Hey, it's a lot of fun stuff on the desk, right? But there's also more fun to come because
You caught up to where you were
Well,
before they deleted your
facts
shit?
For you guys, if you're not familiar with the game, we polled 500 OWCS fans on various Overwatch themed prompts. And
Trying to think of the last
our
boss I
analysts
seen you
are,
beat.
Of course, gonna have
There was,
opportunities to take
There was some big
guesses.
motherfucker and he kept
There are five
kept
right
sniping her in the
answers.
head
You
and
guys
your
get three
had your
lives,
ninja
three
slicing his ass
opportunities
up
to get it
too.
wrong. If you get all three,
I think it was
you're
a
out.
spider.
When we do this
It's
at
like
home,
entrance, like
he is
Yeah.
the
hospital
worst.
and, like,
Like,
Well,
you see the
I'm actually
hospital
really
there.
good.
you better not get a
somebody
single
who
one
like,
wrong.
this is so disconnected.
After you're saying that, you better not get a single one wrong because you
Yeah,
guys are
no,
gonna
I
have
see.
to
I
name-
think I seen you beat the spider.
Listen. You guys are gonna have
I think
to
you did
name
one
the
more after
DPS
that. It was
player
like
most likely
maybe it
to
was a
hit the
spider.
Widow
I
headshot
can't remember.
out of spot.
I remember you were
Before that,
sniping her.
Okay,
Yeah, it was a tree.
Channel. Okay. Lip.
Yep.
Yeah, I
big
remember
old
you did
tree
the
boy.
big tree, and then I
That's a
seen you
top
do the one
answer,
after. Maybe it
too.
was a
I know.
spider.
Mitch might just be carrying.
I know.
Matt, you
I
gotta
don't
follow
know.
up strong here.
Can't
I know
remember.
you're on the
It's
same
good.
team.
You started playing it, so.
Okay. Let's see.
Check
Another
this
one.
out.
Another. You guys just went
Partied
through
up.
this game pretty quick.
Yeah.
Maybe a
These are the
brief
options,
just
by the way. We are not.
basically
Yeah, we have some options here.
Hasn't really been killed
Let's
yet.
go with
Field down.
I've
Lambda.
been playing a little here and there.
Lambda. Okay.
I just beat like the first boss
Two
like,
lives left. 2 lives left, guys. 2 lives left.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
10 times. I bet.
How many damn
I'll
bosses
go
and
with-
shit is there?
Shockwave.
There's.
Okay.
I mean, you've got like
No,
the main,
you guys
like
have
big ass
one more. You
bosses
guys
that
have one more.
you were watching
Don't
me
forget-
play, but there's also
Channel
like
what the
dungeons.
people
And
at
there's also
home are
apparently
thinking.
raids that I didn't know about.
Well, that's difficult to do.
And raids are probably crazy.
Sometimes
I
people
might have to
don't
watch
know
you do
that.
them.
Well, you would
I
know.
did, yeah, like this
Super
random
plugged
event.
in. Let's go with.
I don't know if it's a random event, but something popped up. And I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna do it. Run up
I
there,
know,
and
look,
there's just like
Lethal, I
1,000
love you,
walls
but
placed
I
out
didn't
in
think
the
there was a
middle
way
of
that
nowhere,
the
and I find like this group of people. All of a sudden, like this boss spawns.
We
He's
had
level
soccer.
45.
He's
I'm
saying
a
probably on there.
25 at the time.
Proper. And
They were
Caesar.
45?
Okay. It was lethal season for me.
Yeah, the boss is 45. I'm 25. He just starts
Probably
like
fucking
raining.
one-shot you.
If he hit me, yeah, he starts raining down hell, and all of a sudden, like, you get him down to like the third phase, I guess. Then he shoots this giant fucking rocket out. You have to fucking focus the rocket in the sky, or else I guess it kills you. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I just
You guys still
showed up, and all of a sudden, all hell broke loose. And I was like, ugh.
I mean, that's just your opinion that we lost.
This is a raid, you said?
Kind of. We did win
No,
in
it's just
some
in the world. Like, you
Oh,
just,
shit.
it pops up like on the map. It's like a little area
Fucking
you just
world
go
boss.
into, and yeah, you're inside the little instance dungeon thing, I guess. Like,
You're so
zone.
humble, so humble. But
It's not
we
normally
have
there. I guess it's
something
like a time thing,
schedule
yeah.
For the matches that we're going to be seeing, because
Then all of a
although we
sudden, like-
have some heaters coming
I don't know what this
up
first
in our
game is. It
regular
says show
bracket,
match.
we're gonna
It's
kick
egg
that
versus
off with
barbecue.
A little show match for you guys.
Barbecue
And
eggs.
if you guys don't know, we're going to be
Smoked snakes.
introducing the new stadium game mode here in Overwatch.
Oh, is
We
it
already
in the
thought,
new
we're
stadium
adding
mode?
layers with hero bands, we're adding layers with perks.
This
We're
comes
not
out
even
comes
gonna
out in
play
like
It just adds
3
a
days,
whole nother
on
level
the
of
22nd.
depth to the game that I think fans
2 days.
really wanted, because
So, what
obviously
is
you
it
live out
exactly?
hero
Do you
fantasy
know,
for a
or?
game of Overwatch, but
I
I think
seen
this
someone
takes
playing it on
to
YouTube that had like
crazy
early
level,
access.
right? So,
5v5
You can play in
gameplay,
third
or
person,
you
and
play
you like
it
pick different abilities and shit. Like between rounds, you can pick different abilities and
best of
stuff.
7 rounds. Okay.
Yeah, they're like shorter. I guess they're gonna play it, so you'll get to see it.
It ends up becoming crazy.
So take the idea of perks that gives you that extra level to
Yeah,
sort
you
of
like between
specialize
rounds, you
your
like buy
healing
different
throughout the course
shit.
of
You
the
like
game.
earn
And
money
then
into
multiply
the
that
spin
by
during the next
10,
rounds and
50.
stuff.
You can really drive in a particular direction in terms of your
bring
build.
it
You
up.
can respond to maybe what you're seeing from your opponents. Try and counter that out, like we saw obviously Jack try to do in that little explainer video.
That way I don't
so
have
it's
you, like,
definitely
double
the
up.
deepest experience for competitive Overwatch that is available right now, and it's going to give us like so much more to dive into, so much more to sink.
They got it on YouTube and Twitch, whichever one you want to watch it on.
And just trying to find the most fun way to win.
Just on
Yeah,
Twitch.
super exciting things. And you're talking about those builds, we got to get into
You get drops
heroes,
on
because
Twitch.
To kick off Stadium, we've actually only got
Man, I'm watching
17
you, and I've got him
heroes
pulled up,
in the
so.
pool. Which one are you looking at, Matt?
So, Zarya's a ton of fun in the tank role.
They got
right? There's a
Reaper,
lot of
so
different
you might
Yeah,
like it.
so
abilities that
he
can
just said
automate,
he
like,
had the
bubbles
ability
and
to
do
fly.
Really interesting things. Reaper
can
being
fly?
able to fly, getting some kind of like long
Oh,
range
yeah.
capabilities as well. And then there was one in for Cassidy. I believe it is gone now.
Cassidy
because,
can get up to
it was so
300
strong.
HP.
It was like every time he would roll, he gets like auto headshot, and that is gone. But still, you can get your Cassidy up to like 300 something HP.
You're
and,
ahead of
like,
me, 'cause
20,
he just
30
now
shots.
said
It can
that.
get wild.
So like, there's obviously common, rare,
It's weird
and
since I'm
epic,
watching you stream
sort
and
of things
stoking
in the
this,
armory to
too.
pick up, and a lot of them just like increase your numerical output. It's like, hey,
Mm-hmm.
now you do more healing, you have more of a clip size, you have faster reload speed. And
Yeah,
then it
see,
just
like
starts to get
in
into
in
the rare
between,
and
you like
epic.
can buy different
The
shit
way
and
your
stuff.
character plays is quite different. You become really augmented, like that.
Like, now I
one-
can fly.
Yeah, or Anna's nano boost perk when
Yo,
you know, if
what
you
up,
see
Shannon?
people
Yeah,
who are in your
Sean's
line
on
of
here
sight on your
watching.
team, they get 50% of the benefit of
beats.
nano. Or when Reaper,
Up, boy.
Shadow steps forward, he actually comes out and does a mini death blossom. So it gives
We're
you
rocking
like
these
a
new
burst
headphones.
damage component on top of that mobility. So
So far, pretty nice.
completely changes the way you even look at most of these
They
heroes.
feel comfortable in the
It's really
ear.
a decent number in the game. I'd also suggest that being able to play Overwatch in third
And the
person
sound
is a
quality
really
good.
different experience.
Oh yeah.
It's definitely different because like
Playing heroes
I can
with
hear
close
myself
together
talking like with the other headphones. I
for
just like
example,
don't even hear
because
myself
sometimes, like,
talking
understanding
basically.
how like the depth perception of your defense matrix, for example, or just what is around you, being able to be in third person constantly as opposed to just like if you're Ryan shielding gives you way greater awareness of what's happening around you. So it's a really different take, and it really opened up, I think, a lot of avenues of play that I didn't even consider.
Oh, for sure. Massive field of view change, right? But we talked about the heroes, we talked about the trees, we got to talk about the battlegrounds that they're going to be duking.
Yeah, you're somehow ahead of
As you
me.
look over towards the stadium
I just now
maps
can see
here,
the
we
maps.
have to keep in mind that these
I'm
are
in the
kind of
future
condensed
'cause I'm
versions
1
of
hour
each map as
ahead.
well.
And a lot of them use like art
You're
from
gonna
like
keep
a
talking about
Colosseo
shit I ain't
or
even
different
seen
things,
yet.
but they play out completely different. Some maps in here that are just like
Maybe I should try and
completely
refresh
brand
to see if it
new
can
to
be ahead of.
Overwatch in general, and like you mentioned, Ash, they
Nah,
play in
I
a
don't
very
think
like
it's changing. Oh shit.
best of 7.
I actually
So in
clicked the
eventually
fucking-
you're playing an entire
I actually
push
clicked
map,
a-
then an
a
entire
shorter
control
one.
Yes,
map.
Maximus.
It's a lot more sped up, I think, and a lot shorter in terms of the match, which is fun because it forces engagement.
Yeah, and you also, you know, you are not maybe locked into a situation that's like tough to win from, right? It's kind of over pretty quickly, and you have a chance to regroup.
You
come
might
back,
gotta
and,
watch it on
you
YouTube
can
also. You can
catch
keep the
modes
Twitch
by
tab up,
supposed to
but
5 anymore,
just mute it and
so
watch it on
it's
YouTube. That way
much
we're on the
harder
same
hitting,
time.
Faster paced gameplay.
I
with
guess I could go to
opportunities
Twitch and
really
watch it
change your
there, but
trajectory from game type to game type.
on YouTube you can watch it in higher
And,
quality because it's got
you know, I think it's
1440.
really exciting that it's a competitive only game mode here as well.
True.
And the
Yeah, let's do
leagues
that.
are built a little bit
Leave it up in the
differently
back on
going
Twitch
into
to get your
Stadia.
drops.
I know you're competitive, Matt.
No,
I got it
you
up.
This is not
Twitch.
set up as
Yeah, but it has
quick
different
play,
drops
everybody jump
on
in,
the actual like
flying
Twitch. I have it up on
around,
my
and I know
iPad.
everybody go,
I didn't know it had
"Oh,
different
this is
drops every day
competitive,"
though,
right?
so I
You're
didn't bring it
making
up
these builds
yesterday, but
to
I did it
try
the
to
first
get
day and I
through
got it
these
up today.
stadium leagues, rank up because everything
Yeah, there's like
in this
the
is
stadium mode's got their
considered
own
competitive,
ranks.
right? There's some awesome rewards on the line, and those
So,
icons look actually
could be
super
fun.
nasty. I mean, they look awesome, right?
Yeah.
To be able to kind of climb.
I'm
through the
definitely gonna
ranks
try it out.
of
I think the third
stadium,
person's gonna be
and
kind of fun.
It's great, actually. There is like a rank system for
I
this.
think I'm gonna
It
be
is
better in
entirely
third
from the
person.
start because it really is a completely
Yeah, I mean,
different
half the
game
games
than
I've
kind of
played
where we
these
are
days
with
are all
5-on-5.
third
It has
person.
its own set of
I think it's
rewards
easier to
for
keep
that
track of your
rank section as
positioning
well,
and-
like,
and stuff, and,
avoid
like, peeking
kind
around
of getting
corners and
sort
stuff.
of, you know,
But,
other parts of the game. So I think it's like really. I
You
feel
can
we're
also,
gonna
like, switch it
test
to
I feel
first
quite
person if you like
rewarded for
first
spending
person
my
better.
time there. It didn't
You don't
feel like
have to
it
do
was
third
drawn out
person.
or a drudge, even if it is like a,
I wonder if they're gonna put third person in like the
Even if he's
actual
gonna be in Rookie forever, it's-
game
he's still
modes and
fine.
stuff like the ability to.
You love a little bit of smack talk, guys, but we've had our chance to give our opinions on
I could
this.
see them
We
doing it in
actually
quick
got
play.
the
I don't know if they'll
opportunity
do
to
it
chat with a few
for
of the
competitively.
Overwatch devs about Stadium. Let's see what they have to say.
Stadium.
Hey everybody, it's Jack, or you might know me as Jaws from OWCS. I'm with Dylan, Dion, and Aaron from the Overwatch team, and we're here to discuss Stadium. So Spotlight was a little while ago in the gaming
Yeah,
world. It was
now
like a
it's
millennia ago.
behind for
so there's
me.
going to be a lot of changes that have
Is it?
headed to the game that we
Yeah, on
haven't seen
YouTube.
yet. What are those changes looking like?
Yeah, so actually
There's just no
the
winning.
biggest one is
Damn.
pretty huge is that instead of launching with 14 heroes, which is initially what we thought we'd be delivering, we're actually launching with 17.
Oh, wow.
So we have an extra hero in each of the 3 roles.
We could try and refresh it at the same time and see if
the
it-
team has really kind of found their stride with
see
the
if it
workflow
links
and
up.
the pipeline.
You ready?
We just have so many ideas flowing constantly
On
for
YouTube?
all the heroes.
Yeah,
on the
we'll try and
roster that
refresh it at the
it
same
felt like
time.
a shame to hold some of those
Sure,
back and
it's-
work on too much more. So we wanted to bring all of that.
Is there anything that you
All
guys
right,
were
one,
like, super looking
two,
forward to in
3.
were like super looking forward to in playing? Like, what has been your highlight?
Mine's like I
actually
think exactly the
working
same
on
as it
Stadium?
was.
There's so much more that's gone into the build since we announced it. And
I
think
mean,
what
it
a lot of
says
people
live down
don't
here, so
really
I can't
recognize
really
in
change
game
it.
development
think
is
we're
that
close,
a lot of times
yeah.
it's those little finishing touches that really make a game.
Yeah, I
or
think
part
I
of the
might
game
be like a
sing.
fucking
So
millisecond ahead of you
the new
watching your
announcer
stream.
voice lines that we have in, there's a
Which
whole
means
new
we should be good.
score that
Yeah,
that-
we're probably
that we
linked in
composed for
because
Stadium and all these new
you're watching on my
screens.
chip. It has a bit
when
of
it all
delay.
comes together, the experience of it, I think, is what really feels great. It feels different
Yeah.
from the rest of Overwatch. Also, there's just
Just
some
showed the fucking
builds in there.
soldier
that
Yeah,
are,
thing.
like, a
I'll say the
ton
same.
of
Yeah,
fun
I'll say
that
the
you
same
wouldn't
thing as you see in
expect.
here.
I'd imagine that, like,
Yeah, I like
have
get so many like fond memories of where.
the tank on the other team
It's hard to
It's
actually.
too hard to do that,
as
yeah.
Reinhardt, and so I
I
just
was trying to
decided
read it at the
put
bottom.
everything into my barrier. So like
Anytime
anytime
my barrier was up,
I
I'm
was
moving faster. I tuned
I
into
turned
the
it into a
backfield.
Yeah, I think we're linked up.
It
Yeah.
healed my team when it was up, and it had a ton of health.
I
so
see
I was
Reaper up
able
there
to
hitting the
position
elbow on him.
anywhere
position
I
anywhere I
wanted
wanted
to.
to get it in between my
team
team
and the
and the
enemy
enemy
team.
team.
I wonder if
And
these
you know what,
dude, that shield looks crazy.
I could
I wonder if these guys guys are any good at I know Jaws is. I know he actually plays.
So
I wonder if like these dudes play.
Back in the day, they were probably god tier, but now they're, you know, they don't get about it. They just don't talk about it.
Most looking forward to when it comes
Now
to
they're
Stadium?
washed.
What's actually been your highlight too?
Hey, if you're an announcer, you're good. You're just making boo-boo
Well,
money.
these are like this guy was like the art director or something, and then I think this is like boss dude or whatever. He's like the head of the shit or something.
My dad owns Blizzard.
Oh, so you are just spamming.
He's gonna get your account banned.
Healing your team, damaging the enemy. So this is super fun.
When you went into developing that and like concepting that idea, did you expect it to be that fun in third person? Like, how was your initial perception of playing that way?
The first time we did third person, it was sometime last year. I think the team kind of immediately recognized that there was like something to the mode, and also our characters look.
Of course, they're gonna mention how they had the third person before Marvel Rivals did.
Skins are great, and it would help with your teammates, because I would love if Azaria bubbled me, even though I'm behind her, maybe she could actually see me now. So it is a very quick.
Every game's a
kind of
fucking copy
because you are
anyway.
in smaller maps, small confines.
I mean,
it's
Marvel's definitely
over
ripped
the
off
course of 7
Overwatch.
rounds. When it comes to competitive, how do you
But,
expect
I mean, I don't think it really matters.
shaping up? Because
They're both their own game
Overwatch
and
esports in
different.
general, it's never looked as good in
I mean, even
5v5.
that, you've got
But like
what's it
Psylocke
called?
is Genji, like so many of the characters
How
are like
quickly do you
exactly the
expect someone to
same.
pick this up,
Well, even before Rivals came out, you had that
Well,
other
we're,
fucking
like,
one that was
really excited
basically
to
like
see
this.
what
I think there was like what was like Paladins and
Stadium. There's something,
Yeah,
there's
well,
something,
Paladins
like,
was
really
more.
cool
Was
about,
that
about, like, just
this or was
witnessing
Is that the one I'm
I wouldn't
thinking of?
emphatically say that
I think
there
Paladins
is
was
or
more like
isn't a-
League,
a
like
future
League of
Oh,
Legends.
in
what's the one I'm
esports
thinking
for
of then?
Stadium, but I think it's something that we're just gonna
It
have
might
to
have been
take a wait and
Paladins, but
see
I'm not
approach.
positive.
It does feel like there's
I
endless
don't even think it
possibilities
exists
with
anymore though.
the different characters too. Like you said, 17.
I downloaded and
I
played
think
it
we
like once or
played it,
twice.
yeah.
Yeah, I've downloaded and played it like once or
Fuck
twice.
Expect that to go down.
Like I said, we have a ton of
I can't
ideas.
remember what the fuck it was
we're
called.
constantly kind of implementing.
I can't remember if it was
things.
Paladins or something
And
else.
we have quite the list of characters ahead that we're like most
There's so
interested
many.
in bringing to the field.
Yeah.
We are going to be bringing new heroes, some amount of new heroes. We're not 100% locked in on the number.
Paladins, yeah, it said
but it's something like
Paladins,
hopefully around
Battleborn.
like 3 or so a season.
Nah,
I
that
do
can't be
one of
right.
the. Oh my, it still gives me
I never even
nightmares.
heard of that one,
The
so.
mini Bob. Just
Bob
my,
Jr., yeah.
Bob Jr. coming out. My word.
Yeah, well, it was
You just
Paladins.
out of
Yeah, that's
nowhere, You
right.
see this tiny Bob running in like that.
Yeah, I don't even think it's a game anymore. I think they like took it down or something.
Popped you in the head. Oh,
Yeah.
God, it feels.
He's small, but he's mighty.
Yeah, exactly.
We have some
He done got rid of it.
mini Bob
Pretty
for the
sure
team.
anyway.
Leave him alone.
It's like a house
I
rule.
think Overwatch
Nobody
took
can
like
hit
some of the
him.
ideas from there because I think they had perks and shit in there.
Finally, is there anything else you want the player base to know about?
I found with Stadium, I explore other characters that I normally don't play. You know, I find I can create a build that actually makes me competitive with a hero that. Generally,
Stadium
maybe
will be
in a
kind of
live
fun to fuck
game,
around in,
the
I
current
think.
Game,
Something different.
Not as competitive as I'd like to be.
Okay, yeah.
I
But
am
Stadium
down with
allows me to adjust a hero in a way that I
You see
feel
what you
like,
can do on that
I
Reap.
can actually contribute.
Yeah, I mean, I think kind of going off of that, try different things.
Be something
Don't
different.
be afraid to change
Add a little
things
spice
up.
up to it.
Crucial element is with items, you can sell them back at the full price that you paid for them because we really wanted to encourage that sort of experimentation, that responding in kinds to choices
You can
your
sell your
opponents
shit
make.
back for the
So
same
I would
price
just say,
you done
yeah,
paid.
Be open to changing things up on the fly and see what you can come up with, and it'll lead you right most of the time.
Yeah, so Overwatch, it's a hero-based shooter. This is a game about its characters and all of the amazing abilities and things that they can do.
Probably play a little
And
Cassidy
we
or
really believe that they can do
something in
more
there.
than what we've allowed them to.
Maybe
in
I'll
the
try out
game.
Gengu.
Stadium is this mode, it's this expression about all of the different possibilities of what our heroes
do
are
it.
actually
Just so trash at
capable
that.
of doing. So for the audience,
You're gonna
for
be
the
reaping
players,
reap only, ain't you?
go wild, have fun, and explore
I mean-
everything that our heroes can do.
Well, Stadium is just
Trying
around the
to play
corner.
a
In
little
fact,
more.
it's only a couple of days
Different
away,
people.
so I'm sure you guys are super excited.
Yeah, they don't got that many
Jump
choices
on
though
in.
in there.
Thank you so much for watching, and thank
They
you.
have Ashe. I'll
Dylan,
play
Dion,
Ashe probably,
and Aaron
actually.
for joining me and giving us a whole bunch of wisdom on Stadium.
Ash Cast, little
We'll see you all
Soldier.
very soon.
Little Genji.
So much creativity being added to Overwatch as Stadium hits the game for Season 16. Mitch, you know the content creators are gonna be cooking.
Can you imagine? I mean, like every video is gonna be like, here's this crazy build for Cassidy, or
CPM
I have the the permanent mini bob build.
Here's
for
the
Ash or
broken
whatever,
meta.
which is ton of fun because I love
team up.
going to that stuff. I love,
Yeah,
like,
here's the
picking up
strongest
builds
shit.
that
Everyone's
people
gonna
kind of
pick this
already
every
crafted and
time.
then tweaking them a little bit later. So the content space is gonna blow up. The possibilities are genuinely endless here, and the fact that you can resell everything for the same price and pick them up means that even in between rounds, you can just completely change your build.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. It's
That's
like
busted.
really
I mean,
different than like some other.
I
I think once you pick, what's up?
You would
Go
sell
ahead.
it at,
It
like,
should
a
have
loss.
diminishing
But here you
diminishing
can sell it
returns. You know
back,
what I
right?
mean?
So
Like,
maybe
okay,
have a
if you
build
buy
that
this
kind of, like,
thing
leads you
and you
up,
sell
like, a
it,
really
it
early
shouldn't
game into a
sell
completely
for what you
different
bought
build
it
for
for.
mid,
You
and
should
late
get
game. Really
less.
interesting.
I think it's cool that it does.
Depending on
Because between rounds, you're gonna want to switch shit up. I don't think you can change your character like during the game. Either you have to switch heroes between rounds.
I love the logos first off,
Okay.
but it's gonna be
Yeah.
Team
Schmeg Plant versus Kebab.
Team Grill, and
I thought that was just Matt holding his breath, bro.
I just thought it was a grape. He thought it was a grape.
I didn't say that. He just made that up, bro.
Yeah, I think you're
Schmegma
lying.
Plant
I think you might
versus
be lying there.
fucking
All I'm saying though
Kabubi.
is that
But there has to be some consequences to choices. Like, if you get
Yeah, I'm
fucked,
That
you
is
know.
facts. That is
I don't know.
that is
I think
not-
it's cool you can sell it back because if you get stomped on the first round and then you can't even fucking
That
buy
is
shit,
true.
no, he's usually smiling.
then they're just gonna have a huge advantage
He's
on you.
smirking. He's smirking. But
So
let's
I don't know.
introduce the
I think you
teams
should be
and
able
check
to.
out Team
It's in between
Eggplant
rounds,
to
so I don't
kick
see
things
why it
off here,
matters.
Matt.
Yeah,
that's
Team
true.
Schmegma Plant. Oh, checkmate set there.
As well. Excited to see how
That's my
this
boy.
team kind of meshes.
Yeah,
Yeah, this
Sam.
team, I don't know who
Short period of time,
Keezy
gets out there on
is,
the battlefield.
but
I mean,
yeah, pretty good
I'm kinda
team.
here for
Oh,
this.
it's
Like,
the
Kellen is the
bottom. Okay,
ultimate,
left.
like, kind of jack of all trades.
Checkmate's my favorite player,
That's been in the
so.
past. CJ's
And he
also
can't-
great.
CJ's insane on
Checkmate,
Ana.
I think he's gonna get out there and take
Faraway
it.
19, yeah, Faraway 1987.
Okay, well, we gotta see who
Who
their
did him
mighty
dirty with the
opponents are
fucking
gonna
white
be
shirt
here
and
in
the
Team
text?
Grill here. Do you guys still feel the same way?
Shockwave, Seeker, Guzwe. I don't know who Lady Lou is. Surmajed. Okay, this will be kind of fun because it's actually like a bunch of pro players. I thought it was gonna be just like random people.
I remember hearing Shockwave and Seeker, but the other guys.
Seeker's on Space Station Gaming.
I'm excited to see which
This is
player
G.
He's
in this
fucking
server
beast.
inevitably finds out
They
like,
got
how
beat
to
yesterday,
create
but
something that's just
he's damn
demonic
good.
that the other team can't deal with. If
So they're gonna be
Checkmate
playing the
might be able to do
stadium?
it.
I'm sorry,
Stadium
but
shit?
like, you know, we have a
I wish
rival
Tracer
player
was on
with
there.
a
Third
loaded
person Tracer would be
potential,
cool.
on this side of Team Grill. I'm very excited to see how that plays
He was
out.
banned.
It is going to be really
sad.
exciting, but we're going to take a quick
Well, it says
break
they're
while
gonna
the teams get ready
bring more
for our
heroes
show.
out
Yeah.
as it progresses. Like every season, they'll probably bring out like 3 more heroes or something.
Little 5-minute break ski.
Yep. Who you got? Schmegma Plan or Kebab? Kacham.
Well, it's 420, so BBQ, so I can be roasted today.
All right, well, I'll go with Eggplant then. But I think I don't know. I think BBQ probably.
Because that's your
wins.
boy anyway, ain't it? On Eggplant.
Yeah. I think I'd be close actually. I think it's actually pretty balanced maybe.
Yeah, I mean, there's both, like, on both teams.
I think there's one dude on each team.
Before, so
There's one team on each dude I don't know. All the other
one
players.
team on
I've
each
seen.
dude.
There's a dude on each team.
You got one team on each dude. Well, none of them are winning. They're both getting fucked.
So that'll actually be pretty cool. The stadium is gonna be fun to see actually. You think anyone's gonna go Reap?
Doubt it.
I could see it on.
I mean, I don't know with the
maybe.
new, if this is like the new ability showcase.
Yeah, I think it's the stadium mode. I think they're playing each other in the stadium.
Probably.
I think we'll see them.
Yeah. I'm gonna go take a quick little leak.
I.
Let RuneScape keep catching some lobsters.
You got RuneScape up, man. One's human up.
Nah, I ain't playing Once Human no more.
Oh, thought she was dual
just
boxing or something.
Nah, I got fucking RuneScape in the tiniest window possible. Just catching some lobsters while I got your stream up, YouTube up.
Some rock lobsters.
I need a lot of fishing so I can continue on my next quest to unlock better gear.
Is there?
It's only taken, like 70-something hours.
70-something hours just to catch your fish. That game's a grind, isn't it? Oh, they changed it. It's first to 4. Earlier it said first to 3, I'm pretty sure. Nice. They should make the grand final like first to 7 or something fucking crazy. First to 5 would have been cool. Just a little bit extra. They changed it. They made the grand final first to 4. When I saw it yesterday, it said first to 3, and I was like, man, that's some bullshit. But now it's gonna be first to 4. I think they should do more. Like the grand final ultimate ass game, it should be like first to 5 or first to 7 or something crazy. But still, at least it's more than 3.
Yeah, you need to have that final showdown. Like, you can't just have it 3-3 like the rest of the competition.
Yeah, because first to 3 can go quick.
Best out of 5 would be good. And then,
Well, best out of 5 is first to 3.
you know what I mean? Like 2-5. First
Yeah,
team,
first
2-5.
2-5. Yeah, that's what I think it should be.
Or 6 games total. And then, if each team wins, then the final, sudden death. Like, whoever wins it all.
Yeah, they could go. Well, that's the same kind of as this, because if it went like 4-2 or whatever, it'd be. If it's 6 games, then whoever gets past 3 first wins, right?
The match is about to start.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Yeah, but I'm saying if like, oh yeah. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Because if it ever gets to like 4-1 or whatever, there's no chance for them to come back because there's only 6 games.
Yeah.
But if I don't know. I think first to 5 would be good. That'd be a long series, and it'd be a lot of chance to reverse sweep and come back. And
Let's try something new.
I hope the games today are like real close. They should be. I mean,
Yeah, I'd like a
I want them gourd series. I don't want no stomps. I don't
play
like
2
Frio
games.
stomps.
Play 2 games back to back. Get a little 10, 15-minute break. Let them recoup. Re-strategize.
They kept it
Another
rolling
2.
yesterday. I felt bad for the Chinese team once again. That's who I kind of wanted to win the whole thing. They had to play 3 series yesterday, and they had to play 2 of them. They had to play 2 of them back to back.
But
they should have done that last game for the first game today, I think.
But I mean, their placements, like, the lower you are, maybe they just barely snuck in and kept going. So it's still props to them for playing.
They won. They won. They won a game the first day, and then the second day they got beat, and then they had to play another team, and they beat them, and then they had to go play another game, and that's where they got beat. But they had to play those last 2 series back to back. There was no break in between.
It's been a lot of fun checking out the action for
So I felt kind of bad for them because that's like a lot of mental focus you got to keep for a long time. They didn't, and the other teams had like a break, and they were all fresh and ready. Like,
That's what I'm saying. They proved their worth at least.
Yeah,
But let's get into
they
our
popped
show
off.
match for today. Team Eggplant versus Team Grill.
Eggplant versus Grillski. The stage is dope. I don't know if you've seen any of it yet. The first day they had like a opening ceremony thing, and they had this fucking like hologram shit going crazy in the middle of the arena and stuff. It was awesome.
Nah, I ain't watched none of it.
Yeah, it's been pretty sick.
Like I said, I'd worked the last 2 days, like you said when it started, and I couldn't be up this late to watch any of it.
Yeah, I've had to fuck my sleep schedule up to watch it. That trophy's pretty dope.
As you've just seen, Overwatch is introducing one of its biggest updates ever, the all-new game mode Stadium.
Looks like some epic racer you find in the game. I feel like I saw the two of them on my arms and be beast mode.
In Hangzhou, we're bringing the world its very first official Stadium show match.
Or like a shin guard or something. Here comes Schmigma Plant.
Character enhancement.
Yeah,
character fucking
player. Here on the game, ready to rock the stage. Who's on the team? Checkmate. Kellen. Far away. They are leading this squad to victory.
That dude, I don't know who that is.
I believe in
team
the
coach.
power of the eggplant.
I bet each team has a popular like Chinese streamer or something. Like that's probably who the one people on each team I don't know.
Yeah, I mean everyone's in a jersey and he's just in a t-shirt, you know. Like,
yeah. So they're
maybe
probably he's probably like a Chinese streamer.
Too, last second too.
And this guy I don't know. He's probably they're probably both like popular Chinese streamers.
Some well-known names in the Overwatch esports world. Ready to show us exactly what you can do with Stadium. I need to see Winston from Goochway. I need to see him push that build all the way. And your boy Marchand on the stage.
好的，那也是请我们的其他选手到座位上去调试自己的电脑。两位队长，请留下。
Captains, now that we've seen all these Stadium trailers, I guess we'll ask this question now.
Okay, what?
I mean, I'm gonna go first. Captains, now that we've seen
No,
all
the
the
other
Stadium
captains.
trailers, what are your first impressions of this brand new mode?
所以我们现在刚刚
Yeah, I wonder who they are though. I think they're probably like Chinese streamers that are popular or
现在对于
something.
我们这个新模式，你们有什么第一印象吗？先从我们的茄子老师开始吧。
我觉得它这个新模式，它有第一人称以及第三人称嘛。第三人称的话，会让我们玩起来看起来会更全面一些。因为玩守望先锋的话，它这个是比较更准星嘛，然后第三人称会更全面。
So this new mode, we got different sides to play. We got first-person sides and the third-person sides. And I think third-person sides is great because we play Overwatch. We need to see so many details on the screen. And third-person sides, we just need to do this by easy.
Okay, good answer by your boy.
I think it definitely brings a new
Let's see what your
flavor
boy's got
to
to say.
Overwatch as well.
I'm
How about
worried.
you?
He's got the do-rag on, so.
这个模式让我从
Lady Lou. Why is his name Lady?
我感觉到了
Lady Lou.
也注入到了我的身体里
I don't
面
know.
这个模式让我的青
I feel like he's talking shit.
He's got the confidence, so.
Makes me as a 30 years old man into the 20 years old man. And the new blood just
De-aged him by 10 years.
And I feel that I get my youth age right now.
All right, I mean, I feel like
He's reverse aged 10 years and ready to be back in his prime.
Since this is your first time teaming up with the Overwatch top tier pros, what would you like to say to them?
所以这是你们要和我们的职业选手，尤其是我们第一梯队的职业选手。
You wonder the fuck the name? Yeah, no, it seems kind of weird. His name would be Lady Lou, right?
现在心情怎么样呢？先从茄子老师开始。
Probably got lost in translation.
Yeah, I could see it.
Like, I mean,
Yeah, Shanna said it. I wonder if he fucked his. He wonders if they fucked his name up on there.
We're gonna handle this and get a win.
Ooh,
I like her
over here on the
dress.
opposite side, Team BBQ side.
just fly.
It's like that traditional like style, you know? I like that shit.
现在的
Looks
我
dope.
已经没有什么能够阻挡的了。
I'm unstoppable.
Lady Lou is unstoppable.
Unstoppable. Everyone unstoppable.
He speaks English.
I love it.
I heard him say yeah.
He was like, well, perfectly.
Stadium. We need some spice. We need some trash talk.
Oh,
Give us some
spice.
good trash talk.
来到了非常非常紧张刺激的垃圾话环节，茄子老师准备好了吗？
它不叫烧烤对吗？我拿它们做烧烤。
Their name is barbecue, so I need to use them to cook the barbecue.
Ooh, all right. What do you have to say to that?
That's his trash talk.
Barbecue some eggplant.
Let's go.
Yeah, you guys were confident.
我们现在的话也是放我们的两个队长去调试他们的电脑。接下来比赛马上就要开始了，让我们要来看看其他的队员们都准备。
Your guy had good drip though. The jeans, the t-shirt.
Yeah.
Just chilling. Just like itching to play. Like, you see him he's ready.
He's a quiet, silent killer.
Yeah.
He's locked in. He doesn't even see me.
Surmajed. Surmajed, though, he won the last World Cup. He was on Kingdom of Saudi Arabia team that won.
Damn.
Dude's beast. He's on Team Falcons, but I haven't seen him play. I was talking about the last World Cup they had, which was in 2023.
All right, well, I guess the players are ready. How about you guys?
I mean, Falcons, that was Apex. That's what Hal and Jen Burton and the fucking top tier ones went to. Created like super team.
Yeah, that's basically the Team Falcons here is like the super team, Korean super team. Them and Crazy Raccoons are like the two fucking.
Crazy Raccoons, yeah. They were at Apex too.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that they were like orgs. I thought it was just like a team name they picked.
They didn't do hot, but I haven't watched since a year or two ago. I can't remember when, but Crazy Raccoons was in there. They were popping off in some games. Like they were like dominating.
Yeah, I've hardly watched any Apex esports. Even when I played Apex, I didn't really follow the esport.
It's going to be a good time stadium. The brand new mode coming out in the next season, which is, by the way,
just
like the only esport I ever really got into was when I was younger. I liked Halo a lot. I used to watch Halo 2 and Halo 3, and then not anything until Overwatch, pretty much. I haven't really watched any other esports.
I mean, Apex, I think, was like the first real thing I followed.
I watched a couple games of it and stuff here and there, but I never like really got into it. Like last year, Overwatch League, I watched every single game. I didn't miss a single weekend of it.
Yeah, I'm just not great at it. So,
I mean, it's just a sandbox.
I think it's like a fun esport to follow. Like even if you don't really play it, you can kind of follow with their abilities and stuff.
I mean, I got pretty damn decent in Apex, and that's why I kept up with them.
Actually, I used to watch a lot of World of Warcraft Arena too, but that's like that's pretty niche.
Unlike you two,
that doesn't really have like a huge viewership really.
I'm just excited to see everything.
But yeah, I used to watch that quite a bit.
We'll take a look at the
viewer predictions though. 57% going with
Oh,
Team
I'm the
Bark.
underdog.
I'm not gonna lie, it's probably due to the hype speech to Trash Talk.
Okay,
Barbecuing some eggplants.
I actually think that Leilu is like my favorite player.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
That was crazy.
This dude's tall as fuck.
Aura, right?
It feels
Again,
10
right?
years younger.
Yeah, he's tall as shit.
We could reverse that.
No, they could be short.
Yeah, it's probably a bit of both.
Johnny's a pro again. No way. Of course,
Mathematics,
that
alright.
is Team Eggplant, Faraway CK.
The guy on the left, that's who was on the stage talking. He looks nothing like that. This guy's like half his size.
Said, maybe Checkmate's gonna really try hardcore. I don't know. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Those lights, the
regardless.
bottom
I'm
left
curious on
corner,
how much,
they're only
how much Checkmate
14.5
and Helen and the rest
centimeters
of the gang
tall.
have
Which
played.
means
Have they
they're
found the broken builds yet?
You know, those
it'll be
dudes
really
that do
interesting
that
Yeah,
shit.
fucking
explore, right?
super autistic math motherfuckers online.
Yeah, it's just like those YouTube shorts and TikTok videos.
They measure like the door handle.
But this screw is only this big, and it takes 475 screws, which means he's this. Plus his socks, plus his shoes, plus his...
Both of you were like, Gushway #1. Surmajed, Lady Lu, Gushway, Seeker, and Shockwave.
Yeah, I guess his name is Lady Lu. That seems like a weird name to.
For this team in particular is that
I don't know. We are in 2025, so.
competitive Overwatch experience, and they've already taken to perks super well. Can they show us
That's my
some
boy,
really
Doug,
amazing
usually.
things on the fly in terms of the critical thinking to actually put this stadium game mode to test?
You think they're all going to be playing in third person? I feel like they're all going to be in first person. I think the
I feel like there might be swaps between, like...
You know what? Actually, I bet they told them they have to play it in. I bet they told them they have to play it in third person. Because they're trying to showcase that. You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah. If you die, you gotta come out of spawn.
Obviously, with these builds,
you can come out of spawn like in first, but
I think they're gonna want them to showcase the third person mode and stuff. So they probably told them before they go out, like, don't turn that shit in first person. And I guess I could see that being disorienting too, because if they have the observation thing going to their POVs and it's going from first person to third person, like it's gonna be kind of jarring. I feel like. Yeah, I think it'd be kind of jarring. So.
We did end up playing the other day. I was playing Zarya
Oops, overnight.
I would just unbind my key.
Full damage Zarya. No extra,
I think you gotta like go in your settings to change it.
Nah, I would just go in the third person, unbind my key. Never, just by accident. Just
wow, you're such a
that way it's off.
Well, that's what I mean. I don't think you can even change it unless you go in your settings and like where you would change like your sensitivity and FOV and stuff. It's like in there.
Gotcha.
Helix rockets, but you can rocket jump, and you go super high. So basically, you just sprint round on a flank. You right-click the ground, and if you
This will be kind of cool, actually.
as well,
when
you use the Helix rockets, you get 0.75 seconds of tac.
He got that nice
so you're
pink mouse
in the
pad.
skies, tac vising for a little
He
bit.
got that crazy ass one.
Everybody's like, wait, where are those bullets come from?
I'm just hearing.
Look how small that dude's mouse pad is. Lady Lou must play on. Yeah, he's got the high sensitivity like you.
My sensitive.
I
picked right.
Yeah, he's on 16 fucking thousand DPI or whatever. He got that fucking that Windows XP mouse pad.
It's going to be crazy.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
1600 DPI.
Here we go.
5 cents.
Oh, Cassidy Genji versus May Soldier.
Yes, Reinhardt, this is what I'm talking about. Ana 2 is just so much fun in that mode. The multi-nano.
Okay, guys, you got to explain to me, what's the number underneath each hero right now? We've started with 3,500.
That is the cash. That is the cash that you
That's your
have to
dash.
purchase these items. And so, you know, in the first round, there are going to be some very basic items. You can see those are the green ones on your screen. And they're going to be very simple. It's like +5 damage, for example, +5 weapon lifesteal. You can also
I think your
offer
team's about to
ability
fucking
damage
pop
or
off.
just stack into the survival. You'll
Seeker,
also see that there is a
Shockwave,
larger
Gujoy,
icon on the screen.
yeah. I
There's
think your
4
team's gonna fucking
different
go
kind of
crazy.
slots there. Those are going to be more ability
Seeker,
changing
Shockwave,
kind
DPS
of
duo is
items
pretty
there.
crazy.
Yeah, big power-ups, yeah. And they don't cost anything, so you get them every 2 rounds, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You get them in round number 1, so you start with 1, then round 3, and hopefully you survive longer than that, and then hopefully you fill out the entire
By
thing
round
and go to
7, it's just mayhem.
By round 7, everybody's health bars are the size of your screen, and yeah, there's a lot of things happening.
Well, geez, like Reinhardt's
I seen one ability with May where you like, you know her ice block or whatever. You can turn into like a ball and roll around while you're in your ice block. Oh, they got Gujoy on heals. He's a tank player.
Said, if you look at the bars at the bottom as well, so you have damage, then ability power, attack speed, and there's cooldowns as well. So cooldown reduction, which is very good on things like Reaper, by the way, where you can just.
But your DPS duo is crazy, so I think you're gonna fucking your team gonna pop off.
We see,
trust me, Ana 1 with CD, with Nade, it's very good.
What about Sleep Dart, though? Just sleep everybody.
Exactly.
There is an item in there that, you know, Sleep Dart explodes and sleeps everyone
Yeah,
within a radius.
Gujoy is a
So you
tank
can
player,
AoE
so they
sleep.
put him on
There is
heals.
that potential, of course, you can go a full sleep. Generally here, I would say for each hero, you can
Here we go.
build
What?
entirely around a single ability. So
There's
just
for Ana, there's
charge
a
or
sleep
Fire
dart.
and that goes for every single hero. So if you
It has
really
an
like the
AoE
ability,
that sleeps
you can just
anyone
spec
in the
into that and buy those
vicinity of
items.
it.
That's crazy. I know Kiriko can get a second Suzu. She can Suzu twice, which is fucking crazy.
Keep in mind, you can walk around those corners. It is really nice. Team Eggplant, though, taking the high ground pretty early on. And oh, there's the first blood. Oh, Sermashen goes down to Kellen CJ, picking up a couple. Seeker finds a nice little double on the Genji. Another very good character with that third person. You can just see so much of the battlefield.
Yeah, that Genji was actually what got me really excited about Stadium when we first saw a couple of those highlights to introduce the game.
Look, why my
mode. I
team
feel
getting that
like
first
with
cap?
the Dragon Blades especially gives such a good field of vision.
Yeah, so of course you can change between first person and third person, but it is in the options though. It's not a toggle in the game right now, so
be a
you
silent killer.
can't mid-match just like go back and forth all the time. You do actually have to like pick
Yeah,
one of them and
checkmate's
then
crazy.
kind of semi-committed to it
Lady
throughout
Lou's
the
on.
match. But
Oh, you're
for
talking
some
about
heroes,
Queasy.
it's incredibly useful, and then for others, of course, you might prefer the
I just
first
said your
person.
team in general.
Seeker, okay.
Lady
Seeker's picking
Lou's
up a
on
kill.
right.
Oh, make that a double, actually.
Your team's got to get the point because they killed
Oh,
3
he's
now.
trying to run away. Not sure Seeker's going to let him live, though, however. And goodbye. Far way down. Points should get capped.
Hit the flip ski.
And like I said, these points are
This map's kind of cool.
relatively quick, of course, a little bit faster than normal control, and we will be progressing over the 7 rounds.
Kind of looks like a
Got that gladiator feel to it.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
A little quicker than
Ancient
normal
Rome.
control, feels like.
And you can of course see under the hero portraits as well, these heroes, they're racking up cash depending on their
Let's see a little bit of this
performance
Cassie.
so far this round. Bit of a Deadeye flank going through here.
Yeah, you see that just there. Third person, perfect for that kind of thing.
Oh, these guys slicing and dicing. Ooh, Queasy down.
Uh-oh, I mean, look, Team Barbecue kind of
Checkmate got
running over
Sermon Jed,
Team
though.
Eggplant right now. Shockwave finds another.
Oh shit, we're
Holding
down
off the
tank
off
though.
angle, but of course, Checkmate playing the main.
Yeah. And of course, because you're getting used to this third person,
Why
there's
are
a
they just
bit of
showing
an
this guy?
alternate perspective, right? So some of these players, they might need some time to get used to aiming in third person because it is going to be a little bit different compared to first person. So you're kind of seeing that throughout this match. But this is about as basic as what you'll see in Stadium, of course. We got very minimal items in play right now, so.
But I heard a
on the
good ult
basics.
combo. I heard like a nano boost going on to the Mei, and then you got a chance to, I think, hear a
Nano
blizzard.
May, that's kind of
Rose,
not
you
good, I
just
don't
wait
think.
until hopefully Checkmate gets the snowball.
Why won't you Nano Soldier?
Into a giant ice block and roll around. You don't do too much damage, but you do a lot of mayhem. Nice kill from Seeker. Good shatter comes back. Kellen.
Damn, Lady Lou with the fat
unfortunately
ass
for
shadow.
Kellen, there was a nano in his way. A whole lot of damage being slung out there by Team Eggplant. Barbecue will end up getting the cap. 90% to 67 though. There's wait, who is this, CJ? where is blood going?
So you can actually see now under the Juno portrait on the blue side, there is a 750 orange little icon right there. That is the bounty, of course, on Gushue.
Good old Rhine duel.
So if
Nah.
you take down Gushue, there is going to be an extra 750 cash for the red team, whoever gets
They're
the
swinging.
You really want to aim for those bounties, especially if you're a support and you want to boost your team up a little bit. Checkmate finds the first kill onto Gushue. Nice little nade there onto Lady Lou, and Farway's able
Oh
to run
shit,
them
you're 2 down.
This is OT situation now. Checkmate. Only one really alive for the team in the front line, but Seeker's going to be able to come back to the play, but Checkmate from the skies. No grin on Seeker's face there as Checkmate just dominates that last fight. And Eggplant will end up winning the first round safe from the Barbecue for now.
Got the first round, beat you.
Look at the smiles on these faces.
Guys
Oh,
got
so
the
fun.
silent killer.
I'm now excited to see what happens in between these rounds, though, because we had.
Looks like May's pretty good in this shit.
Yeah,
Team Eggplant, yeah.
It's kind of hard to follow along with. I don't know, just because I guess because it's.
A whole lot extra
It's just the
money.
constant
And
switching
this is where
between
it starts
cameras,
getting a
like
Yeah.
fights to high
And
to back to
for
a
every
fight to
single
high
hero,
to.
there is a baseline of ability.
It's easier for me to follow on first person. That's probably because I'm used to seeing Overwatch in first person.
Damage, ability power, etc.
Oh.
But then in each of the
I hate this like
categories,
game mode where you push
they
the
have their own unique ones. So the soldier rocket jump,
push
like
the
I was speaking
captures or
before,
whatever.
That's an epic perk. So you can, sorry, that's an epic item. So you can pick that up, and it's only available
Turn this up a
for
little bit.
soldier. And every character has their own little perks.
So is
or
the
items, sorry.
blue? It kind of seems like that might be the next
What, the
level.
payload?
Right, that's a
of-
rare one.
That's right, that's right. So blue is going to be the
No,
upgrade
it's
once
like
they
where
cross
you
the
capture the
round,
point,
like,
and
let's say
if you capture it, then you push it
4,000,
forward to their
4,500,
more towards
and
their
then
base
later
to
on,
capture the
you
next
get
one.
the epic
And you
items,
get a
and they're
fight,
about,
fight,
you know,
fight, time goes
10,000
lower
And if-
and lower,
around
depending
there,
on how
right?
far you
It's,
get.
it's a bit, it
Yeah, it's like
varies
the
a
first
little
one to
bit
get
around
5
that
caps
part,
or whatever.
for the most
But if you
part.
cap
But
it
yeah,
all the
we
way
did
to their
see some
base,
blue items picked up.
like the
I
one
also
that's
think
all the
we
way
saw,
at their spawn,
an
then you
epic
get
Reinhardt
the win.
item actually
Yeah.
picked up. So already they're getting kind of crazy with it.
Yeah, like they were saying on the desk, and how
Lady
we explained
Bird.
during the trailer too, you can sell back
That
the
push
items
the
at
robot?
full
Yes.
cost. So there's no detriment.
No,
You
it's the
can't
it's
sell
the
out
one
some
where
of your
you
power-ups
capture
that,
the.
like, you're locked
payload.
into those.
It's
But
not a payload.
if you win
No,
first
it's
round,
not
you dominate.
a payload.
You can sell
There's
all of
like
it
a central
incidentally.
point. Whoever
Like,
captures that
when
point,
can you
it
sell?
pushes
Is
it towards the
always
enemy's
in
base.
between every single
And then you got
match?
to capture that
That
next
is correct.
point. You
Yeah,
capture that
there's
one, then it
armor
goes to the
phase.
third one.
And so now we're kind of waiting for
You'll
the
see when
armor
it goes.
phase.
You've
About,
played
you know,
it.
a minute 15.
It's a newer
I think,
game mode, though.
yeah,
It's
It
not
does
like
speed up.
it's not
Once
one of the
everybody's
old
kind of
ones.
finished their builds, it speeds up, so you're not waiting around always for that time.
Yeah.
It's a mix between the two. Where
Recognize
it's
this
like
map a little bit.
This
shitty
it looks like in this though. It's just the
It's only
first to
over
capture
2
2 points,
Like I mentioned, a little bit
Yeah, it
more
looks
not 5 like in
smaller.
the.
Most crucially, of course, you can see in the middle of your screen, it's the first to 2 here on Clash. So we're not going back and forth.
They should at least done
too much.
3.
We're sticking on the
2 is
3 points in
nothing.
the middle.
Look at this. CJ's actually already starting out the game with a bounty, as is Chietsu. So I think the red team is kind of starting
Damn,
to run
red
away
team
with
rolling.
things a little bit. And we're going to have to see
Yeah, 2
Gorilla
points is like
fire
nothing
up
because
a
these
little
capture
bit.
quick.
Yeah, that's the problem too.
Like they're already about to capture it.
Down with bounties, they will continue to grow the more destruction and damage they do. So you getting a
See, now it'll push
push
forward, so we got to try to capture the one that's closer to your team's base. But if we would have lost, it would have went the other way.
I don't think Checkmate's going to go the fun snowball build. I think he's just going to go full serious, like Mitch was saying.
I want to see primary fire damage. Yeah. Give us that fan service.
Yeah, exactly.
Shatter.
CJ down though.
Easy push though for Team Eggplant there. Look at that nade too.
So this is already about to be over because this is a.
Whoever the Ana is on blue.
Spawns are going to be pretty decent. CJ is down. So there's only 4 players on Team Eggplant side on the point right now, but Shockwave on the high side.
Right where they all came through.
All right, we'll have to see how the rest
I don't know
of
if he was trying to get a fat nade in her back or something.
Gonna tick up quite like what we've seen for other Clash maps and on this
Damn,
final one.
He was in like this doorway.
I mean, blood is so windy.
Like basically.
My guy going Deadeye here. Deadeye on the high ground. Shockwave doesn't manage to secure the kill, but my
Someone's
boy
got the
Moshed
Rhino.
coming up with the kill onto Callan. And now here comes the spawn advantage. So Barbecue should
Because it's closer to your team's base, they can get back quicker.
No, that doorway where we're focusing, like right there where the box
right there, and as you can see,
Yeah.
third and final point here.
And they all came through and he just died.
And this is where it gets kind of tricky because
And now it's back to this
ultimates
point.
are hard to come by when the rounds are this short. So blue team, you know, don't have the tracking right in front of me right here, but
Well, it's whoever captures this one wins because it's the first of 2 captures.
on that previous point, and red might have an advantage. Go see here, Orbital Ray comes out.
That's why they should have at least made this 3. 2 is nothing.
There's a blizzard available from Checkmate as well. Close to this visor too, but all straight into the face.
I think your team won.
Team Barbecue, a Seeker just sliced him a new
Seeker
one there.
slicing
Nice
and
kill
dicing.
onto Kellen. Double kill for the Genji, and looking for another CJ down.
Yeah, I think your team got this one.
Well, obviously we know he's a beast, but I didn't know him like this. Okay, little Genji under your belt as well, Seeker.
Oh, and the ice block getting forced out by Checkmate. Actually kind of walls himself off.
They ain't gonna be able to touch.
So yeah.
All right,
One
1-1.
apiece now, Team Eggplant and Team Barbecue, and now we're on round 3. So another big unlock here, another large power-up item. So I want to see where the players are going to go, because they, when you get to this phase, it's going to get a little wacky.
This is where you should see some item builds come in, where you can see that some of these players are prioritizing
All right,
one
so
ability
now some of these
that they
perks are
like
gonna
to
get
build
crazy, they're
around, for
saying.
example. So we'll see if we can get a look at the armory here and see what the players are prioritizing.
So let me get this straight. When you're buying some of these items, you are making a specific hero ability stronger.
Or sometimes the general character, like you're seeing in the bottom.
I
of your
saw
screen
one
here,
on
you
a
know,
YouTube
20%
video, like,
weapon damage
if
here
Soldier hit a
for the
Helix
soldier,
rocket, he
10%
gets like
ability power.
a second of
That can
visor,
be, you know,
like his
more
ultimate.
Helix rocket damage, but it can also be more healing.
So you get like
damage,
aimbot for like
you
half a
know,
second
character
or
to
something.
character. You're seeing
Like
some
hit
of these
a
abilities come through
Helix
here,
rocket, then you get
power-ups.
like half a second, and like your
The Soldier here
aimbot
has actually
ultimate.
picked up the tac visor one I was speaking about earlier. So when you use
Oh,
those
he's talking
Helix
about it.
rockets, that big power up, you can see the second one. That is the 0.75 seconds of tac visor, which is it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
You get a little aimbot if you hit your
Some of these are
Rakitos.
fun.
Damage.
What about the Surmajed item?
I was going to say, he might be trying to go for nade build. He's building a
I think you can go like full damage build or full mobility build or mix of both. Or
And if you're seeing on the left-hand side for
I mean, it's gonna be a lot to read and learn all these, because you got to know what they are for each character. Because if you're playing against it, you want to know what they
like
could
Aaron
have.
actually mentioned in the interview you had, Jaws, that it can turn into an application matrix. 15% extra damage to Protocols that goes through it. Yep, that is absolutely the case. I believe as well they're having a Fire Strike, a rare item, the blue one there as well.
Match cash.
We'll see what they kind of got going on here for their individual abilities.
Ooh, we're on Busan.
This is a fast soldier now.
I really want to see the Soldier rocket jump on. It is so funny. All right, they're going to roll out the gates. Yeah,
Oh my god, he's so speedy.
he is very quick.
We're team hauling ass with that Lucio boost.
I'm expecting some mayhem here.
Mayhem.
I'm expecting pretty
May?
crazy.
What
Okay,
was
no
May?
checkmate is on the team here, Jack, but
See, he gets like a second for the visor. That's pretty cool.
All good though. We're all chilling.
We're learning.
I believe one of their Rhinos has like a wider Fire Strike as well. So you just hit way more targets with the Fire Strike.
Oh, Checkmate. I mean, Checkmate is just quite literally cheesing him right now. But
Oh, here we go. There's absolutely
guys. Okay, almost landed the pin. They were close. They were close. Checkmate trying to cheese on the mace still. Point's going to get a cap by Team Barbecue. And you saw there as well, Johnny. Reinhardt was charging, still had the shield up. So You don't have to fear the sleep darts anymore.
Oh, that's crazy. Reinhardt actually just got playable.
Yo, Rose! Come on!
That's fired.
She's playing my favorite video game. Chill.
Oh
Oh, the flying Reinhardt's crazy.
Oh, crazy with it.
Oh, Farway takes Lady
Where was the team? We're diving, bro.
We're diving. Nice nano boost. See the nano boost
Man
as
of
well.
the Soldier.
If Machete ends up picking up that perk,
Soldier.
or any of the Anas, a group nano. Slightly reduced effectiveness, but come on, it's still nano boost.
Wow.
No longer do I have to argue in comps. Who's getting the nano? We're all getting it.
I love that. I'd say sharing. Sharing is caring, right?
Exactly. Now no one can be
visor.
Free visor.
Oh my gosh.
30% and ticking for each team here.
And this will
I
just
mean,
be
this is going to get quite crazy here because Lady Lu can just out of nowhere just go for the pin.
It's new. I mean, it's gonna be. It's not limited time. It's just gonna be like that. Oh, he flew out. That's pretty cool. And it's gonna have like its own rank system, I think. So.
Seeker's got the blade, and when Seeker's got blade, anything is possible. Lady Lu ends up getting slept. No shield for you, and nowhere to get out. CJ. Goodbye, sir. Oh,
no way.
Surely Seeker kills CJ here.
No way, bro.
Surely
He's
Seeker
not
kills
free.
CJ here.
Okay.
Oh, dude was letting him get the clip for Twitter. It's all good.
Crazy.
It's all good.
Checkmate's still around here.
Oh, checkmate. Seeker does dash out of the way. All good.
Is there more than? I guess it's just at 1 point on this one.
He is getting slowed up. Oh, nice nade from Surmashed. Shatter hits the ground as well. Oh, Team Eggplant are in trouble. They do end up killing Surmashed, but how long do they stay
They're trying to
alive
make
at
it
the
like
point?
rivals now. Which,
Well,
I hate this
Checkmate
fucking
actually just got his
fast-paced up,
bounty
down, left,
taken,
right,
so
behind.
it looks like we are gonna see Team Grill keep control of this
Do what?
point. We're getting close here, Johnny.
Like it's like
Getting real close.
in a sense,
85%
it's like
here.
rivals because now you gotta
Get
watch
attack
above,
visor.
behind.
See what can do that.
Yeah.
I believe also they've
Yeah, pretty much.
attack visor.
But I guess they've been working on this for a long time, so I don't know.
Right here. Oh my God! Seek with the defense
Oh, there goes the visor, but he got wrecked.
The Pulsar torpedoes.
Pulsar torpedo shut down the visor over time.
Yeah, I guess this is. I guess they were working on it before Rivals, but I guess it's kind of like they're trying to try and get some of that player base back, maybe.
So now I gotta worry about
There's still a
bulldozers
few more
becoming
rounds,
Farahs.
so
Like
they
a
do
Farah just
get a chance
fucking
to come
drills
back.
on the
It's fun
ground,
too in
fucking
the way
pops
that
up.
it's almost a miniature
Well, there's only
series, obviously,
certain
with OWCS
characters that are even in it
esports.
right now,
We do
so
play
I don't think.
first to threes, first to twos.
I don't
In
think
this, it's like
Drildozer or
a very
Farah's in it.
miniature first to four. So
I can't remember what all heroes there
of
was.
course, if the team is beating you a little too hard, so
You're
you
just
get
gonna
your
be like
chance
that.
to,
Like all of a sudden,
you
a
mentioned,
Farah's gonna
Rose,
fucking
when we go
TP
back to the
behind
Armament
you and
Armory, we
fucking
can just celebrate
barrage.
and
And you're
find
like,
Yeah,
yourself
that's what I was saying. So there's some crazy abilities, and you kind of have to know everyone's
How do you come back?
abilities because if you're
We've
playing
got a
against them,
team
you want to
that
be able to
has
know
a
what the hell they
small
can
lead
do.
right now. So what do you feel like is sort of the way
That
to
just throws all
get
that out the
yourself in
window.
the winning position if you're
I mean,
behind?
yeah, it's
So
limited,
I feel,
it'll
Jack,
be
like
easy to
in
win.
this game mode, in particular,
God, it's gonna
it's
be a
way more
fucking
like ups
pain.
and downs depending on what the power
Yeah, because the
spikes
late
are
rounds get
and
crazy
the
because there's so many
individual
abilities
heroes.
that
So you can start
everyone
off
has.
in like
Like
a
fucking
O2
Reinhardt
and hole
flying
in
and shit.
stadium, but then you start ramping up towards the abilities that you like to build around.
Plus,
And
you know,
like they
health
covered on the
bars
Dust as
going
well
up,
going
like,
into
you
it.
just be a
The fact
fucking
that you can sell some of
hella
these, right?
tank.
Here we actually get
I
to take a
mean,
look at the
yeah.
powers. You can see.
I guess there's so many different ways you can make your build or whatever.
Deploy barrier field here. We're selling the items. Fly during charge. Restore 3% of your life every 1 second. And you can see you get some passive
I mean,
benefits
just
as
imagine
well.
a
10%
Tracer with
cooldown
fucking
reduction.
700
So
health.
we're selling some
Like-
of these items. We're
Yeah,
building some
Tracer's
new
not in it
builds
right now,
depending on
but
what we're
I don't know if
facing.
like you can get like that
Just
much
trying to
health and
adapt
stuff.
to
Like
what's
I don't know
going on.
how.
Yeah, it's a really nice
These
one for
just give
soldiers,
a little bit
actually,
of
the
attack
max
speed,
ammo,
ability
'cause, like, during
power,
visor, there's only a small
extra
downtime during
ammo.
visor, but ideally there's
So there's
zero,
nothing that
right?
gives them
And
like
the
a shit ton
attack
of
speed as
health. I
well.
don't
Attack
think.
speed visor, it's pretty good when it's on a Kiriko Rush, but you've kind of got that yourself now.
See
'cause
that
you've got an
the
extra
supervisor after
10%
using
or
Helix
15,
rocket activate tactical
including
visor
the,
for 0.75 seconds.
Also have the man on the run power
so
up,
you
which
just got
you
unrelated
gain
for
max ammo the more you run around. Blood was running.
All right, so now
Quarters of a
we're
second.
pretty familiar
Helix
now.
rocket shoot, Helix rocket shoot.
Colosseo.
Mini
It's a very
Colosseo.
Yeah, you gotta hit it though. I think.
Yeah, so it's we all love
Let's get some.
mid-fights in Colosseo,
This is
but
some
they don't
free.
last as long as they used to.
Wait,
Free
the
damage.
heroes are on the banners. That's so cool.
If we actually, come on, someone show us
Look,
in
the
first
heroes
person.
are on the banners.
We're seeing a lot of
There you
Rose
go,
Sprint
there's Juno.
on. There we go. Yeah, so you can just
That's
see. So
neat.
it's very much like the announcers calling all the action as well as the time goes past.
Yeah. I guess we didn't cover that actually, but We are essentially in a
Oh, he's
stadium,
purpled.
so at some points throughout the map, you'll see that there are weird like spaceships and stuff like that.
Oh,
There's
nano.
video screens of
So she
people
nanos the
watching
whole
you filming
team
it out in stadium
if
as
she
well.
uses
So it's
nano.
a bit of different environment from
guess
BM
that's
from
the new
Checkmate
thing.
there. Okay.
A little bit of
Back in
BM right
Surmajet.
there.
I see you.
see.
Leave my man's alone. Oh, what a stop. Wow. Okay,
Yeah, Checkmate popping off.
Jeez, Seeker got one shot.
Yeah, Checkmate turns out pretty good at Mech. Who knew?
Checkmate's
Well,
in
look,
championship form
Surmajet
here.
got some revenge, okay?
So this is a mini checkpoint here as well, you can see. We're about 20 meters through here, and this is where the updated checkpoint is for the bot as well. We'll take some time here, and then the final cap is slightly before the bridge.
It's so weird seeing Overwatch in third person. It's kind of disorienting. It's hard to like.
Yeah, 1 minute 40 seconds to go. Nice pin. Oh, the counter pin.
But I think these maps are like the same, but I think their size different because doesn't it seem like the map is like smaller a little bit? Or am I tripping?
Oh, he doesn't connect it though. Gouchway saves the day. Seeker thanking Mr. Gouchway on stage, I'm sure. Nice kill on Farway too.
So one of my favorite Reinhardt power-ups that we saw.
I guess because you're not as
last
zoomed
year,
in, you know, like in first person, you're like.
That, and, like following them in first person compared to like following them
it's a Susu effect that comes
from
through.
like a
So if you're a
commentator's
Reinhardt
perspective, like
and
from
you're
a,
anti-nated, for example, you can charge.
Is this observed thing? Is this exactly how they're seeing it when they're playing? Or is this like an observation camera's different?
You can time the charge
Could be that too.
so that it cleanses when you charge each
Because it feels
other.
like
So it just
see how
adds
it's
a
like
completely different
I don't know.
kinda like interaction in
Like
the
it looks like
Reinhardt
he's
view.
aiming a different way than like we see it.
I'm having so much fun watching these Reinhardts also earn these.
Like it looks like he's looking straight, but then the shield's like over to the left and stuff.
Yeah, it's probably got some weird,
lot
like,
of bounties on Team
visual
Barbecue
issues
right
with it.
now.
I
Look
mean,
at that.
you know, it's new.
Come on,
Yeah.
Lady Lou's got a
I guess we'll see in a couple
1,050
days when we can
bounty,
actually
like,
play it.
That's a lot of free money. Checkmate's still has Blizzard, by the way.
There's
Oh,
the
charge.
Blizz. Oh, but he got smashed.
Lady Lou dunks on the pro Checkmate. Okay, yeah. He was saying I feel 10 years younger.
Oh, there's the whole
Feel
team
like a
nano,
spry
which is
20-year-old.
fucking crazy.
Maybe
I
better
think it's
than
the
you,
whole
Johnny, in
team.
2016.
Oh, come on, brother. Come on. 10 years younger, Lady Lou. Popping off. You love to see it.
No lead actually getting taken yet, but it looks like
Oh,
we're about to
Flying
enter into
around.
Yeah,
overtime.
that might be me, actually. For real.
Nice blade though from Seeker.
Oh,
Surely
here
this is
goes
the
the
clean
blade.
up now. Yeah.
He's slicing and dicing everybody.
Third person blading on Genji. You just have so much perception, like awareness around you. It's really good.
It's very clean.
I think really.
Yeah, the blade is definitely probably a lot stronger in third
It's
person
probably my
because
favorite third-person hero, actually, is Genji. And, you know, I'm not a
Oh,
Genji
they
pro
got
by
the
any
BG.
means. So yes, you get
The
perhaps
BBQ
slightly
BG.
reduced accuracy.
Yep, was
but
that the
I find
last
you get
game?
So much more like peripheral
Or was it
vision
first to
when you're
5 or
training.
That
It's such an
was
additive
3
when you're playing
games
some of these
played.
heroes. Juno is another one. I love playing Juno with the third-person perspective.
think that was the
as well.
fourth game.
Get some more visuals when you're trying to use the torpedoes, for example.
Yeah, I was checking out Gushui's POV, and it was so
Well,
nice
third
to be able to
mode,
see
I
around the
should say.
corners. You can see the
You
flanks
won,
really
we
well,
won,
and I
we
feel like
just
that's
I think
so
you guys
great
won
for
twice
Juno.
though.
It's just kind of
And then you
squishy.
won. I think you
Yeah,
won
but
3
you
times.
won
You're in
Right?
the sky too. You can,
But I think you
can
won the
just see
last
so
3,
much
right?
more.
Or
There's heroes I definitely prefer.
you won
first
Throne of
person
Anubis, and then that
Even
last
King
one
Scan I
was
found, like
I don't know what
Cassidy,
map. It was some new
Ashe
map,
especially.
and then you just
Ana
won this
is
one. So
really nice still
I think it's
in
3-1.
first person. It's nice to be able to peek around the corners, but it feels a little bit more comfortable when you're using the scopes. Let's have a look at some of the
Here we
builds
go.
We'll see in
here
a minute.
for Gouchway. Okay, so
So
what
this is some
Gouchway has
Juno
done is
perks.
built only damage with pulsar torpedoes. If you look at the
Torpedo
right-hand side of the
cooldowns reduced
screen,
by 1 second for
ability
each
power,
targeted
obviously
hits,
powering up your abilities,
and
pulsar
gains 1
torpedo,
additional charge.
95%. That's a little good. That's
And
and
40%
one additional
ability
charge, pulsar
power.
torpedoes,
That's crazy.
And cooldown is reduced by 1 second for each
Does that
target
like
hits.
one shot?
So this is what Dion was speaking about in the interview.
He's
the
trying to get them
spam
fucking
build.
huge pedos.
And as well, you got on the bottom right-hand side of the screen, you can see shady spectacles as
Fucking
well.
girthy
Ability life steal.
torpedo.
So not only is Gouchway dealing out the damage,
What's
Gouchway's
that
actually
stinger do?
getting
Medi
healed
Blaster deals an
based on the
additional
damage
10
from the
damage to
torpedoes.
enemies over 1 second. Does
Yeah,
not stack.
what you were saying, like you were asking, Rose, does that one shot? Yes.
Oh,
if
here's
you can
the
build some
Ana
flexibility.
ones. Nano
And
Boost
that's the
also
big
affects
thing.
other
If
allies in your
something's
line
kind
of sight, but it has a
irritating
50%
you
reduced
and you're getting owned by the
duration.
Juno,
Tactical
Select
rifle
the
will
right
scope.
to
Biotic
suffice
rifle will
to
lock onto
your
allies
health,
for
shield,
guaranteed
armor
hits.
to stop Gouchway just clapping you, basically.
Tactical rifle. This one's crazy. Well, scope
40%
biotic
ability
rifle will
power,
lock onto
50%.
allies for guaranteed hits.
When you take more than
Long
100
gone are
damage
the
at once,
days of
restore
just
15% of
whiffing.
damage taken and start
Trying to keep your
regenerating your
teammate down,
shield.
80 strafing, and you're like, oh, I gotta keep them up.
Melee damage grants
Can you
10%
imagine,
movement
though,
speed and
if you-
restores
well, I guess
5%
you
of
don't
max
need
life
the
over
perk
actually.
for it.
But you get 50
bad.
armor.
That's
You also
cool.
get
I
50
like it.
armor
But what if
and
you get
15% melee
But it
damage.
was like a perma headshot.
God.
And you could do increased
After
crit
you
damage.
spend your ultimate charge, you gain 25 armor and 10% ability power.
Excellent.
Okay,
I'll
with
send
the
that
introduction of
to
Purge,
Red
Yeah, see,
we're
it's
just
3 to
giving
1.
all the support players more ways to headshot.
Yeah, pretty much.
So I guess it's
my
first to
goodness.
4.
Wow, those bounties have gotten even bigger for Lady Lu and Seeker.
Yeah, this shit does look confusing, and then you're gonna have to like learn the abilities for every character because you gotta need to know like what you're playing up against and what they're capable of and stuff. But I mean, the more you play it, the more you figure it out.
Oh, there. Well, there they go.
Look at that fucking. That's crazy looking.
Reinhardt taking high ground is crazy.
A little ridiculous. Nice little anti though.
Oh shit!
Bye, May.
He threw him way the hell up there. He should have smashed his ass. So.
Yeah, he's in Lijiang Tower now, I think.
The Checkmate is just stuck back there.
I think that might be, he's not dead. Point's been taken here by Team Barbecue. Gushway has built almost no survivability, of course, and yeah, just damage. Just all damage to the pulsar torpedoes.
So only Reinhardt can actually
Badass
get up
torpedo.
there to deal with Gushway.
Lady Lu is everywhere.
They are
866
touching
health.
spawn.
Yeah.
Oh
I mean,
my god.
Everyone just, because you get these items as well that boost your abilities, most of them have some kind of like passive boost as well. So you get more armor, for example, you get more shields, more damage.
Is that sound barrier?
No, that was with his crossfade. You get a little bit of extra healing, a little bit extra speed. Surmajed just kind of dominating the kill feed right now. The FOV as well. This is a really nice FOV actually from Surmajed. Cranked up, Quake Pro style.
Oh yeah, he has it zoomed out more. I didn't notice till he said something, but that's how I would do mine. I'm just zooming that shit all the fucking out.
No way.
Has he died?
No. Now he will. Oh, never
Good
mind. Never mind.
ball.
May will.
I mean, we could speculate on why Team Red is losing here, but...
Oh,
Ooh.
Shockwave is in their spawn with 500 HP on Cassidy.
He just slept, but someone's gonna go touch point.
Yeah, they do have hella health
Wait, well, Checkmate's
at this
still
point.
alive.
Checkmate has 497 health,
That's probably
446 now.
Seeker in the periphery, 1 HP, manages to get the mega health back, but only half the health had been healed, and that's the kill for Checkmate. Okay.
I guess it'll kind of make the fights like maybe last, but everyone's getting more damage too, so like you need more health to survive. Because everyone's fucking pick perks at crazy ass damage.
Coming back, but I think the grill is nice and hot now.
Oh, good block on the shatter.
Out
Block the shatter.
that didn't hit
Cancels the charge though. He's now in the back
I think he shielded it. I wasn't watching that close, but. Ooh, smashed his ass though.
floor being kept alive for a brief moment. Oh, there's no
Missed.
touch. And that will
Damn,
be it.
your team
Grill
popped
is
off.
hot. Eggplants are cooking as Team Barbecue end up winning this first stadium showman.
Alright, now you gotta buy me 10 keys.
As Reinhardt
so
was
you
making
can
space.
races.
Lady Lu just all over the place.
How many damn boxes did you
You
get?
could actually, I
100.
wonder if you could have
100
like,
boxes?
Spidey Reinhardt. Maybe if you fly up, you can cling
Something gotta
to
be
a
in there.
pillar, and then like Earth
250
Shatter from the
bucks
top,
keys.
and the higher
Boxes
you
cost
are, the more
$40.
damage you do.
You're cooking here.
Yeah, it's crazy that the keys are so damn expensive.
Into the death
You're
room.
on Team Grill right now.
Sure
Staying out of
am.
it for now.
There's your first look at
Oh, that's so
Stadium
fun.
played by the
Some of them
Pros.
good cases,
And
something's
honestly,
got to be in
Lady
it. You
Lu
got 100
honestly
cases, there's got to be
checkmate a
something in it.
couple of them. Probably the MVP.
Just
Lady
those
was
gold
going pro
cases.
after that one.
You think in all 100 cases ain't gonna be shit in there? There's got to at least be one good pull on 100 cases, right? If not, that's shit ass odds.
There's a ton of stuff coming.
Oh.
New mythics, new Doki
It's
Watch
like
as well.
500 cases for a
Stadium
gold.
is premiering, and yeah, so make sure you jump.
You don't think you'll even get a
into game
pink or
mode
anything, though?
When it gets launched in the next couple of days. I know
I mean,
we'll
yeah,
be
but the
playing.
pinks are
I will
fucking like
still be,
worthless.
I can't wait.
So it's gold or
Season
bust.
16 is gonna be crazy. There's so much stuff coming to the game. Hero
Pretty
bounce.
much.
Yeah, Hero Bands
Damn.
are
You're
ranked as
at
well.
ranked. Oh my god.
One tricks beware.
See
Beware.
what
But yeah, Stadium, it looks so much fun. And like they were
one's
saying in
actually
the
fun.
interview as well, they're still going to be releasing heroes. And they said roughly about 3 a season. I think Dylan mentioned there as well. So
Yeah,
even
Stadium
your
looks a little
favorite
too
hero
chaotic. I
is
think some of
Stadium
them
right
perks are
now.
just
It
too
will only be
crazy.
Right around the corner. Yeah, exactly that. What was the number 1 hero that isn't on the list right now that you would
Yo,
wanna see?
Born, what's up, man?
Ooh, that's tough. I don't know. Everything's
We're
kind of
back
fun.
again.
Freya?
About to be up all night watching
Wow,
shit.
there you go.
Yeah, newest hero as well.
We didn't mention the new hero coming because there's so much stuff coming to
Yeah,
season
right.
16.
So
yeah.
Freya, yeah.
Oh, yeah,
There is,
Freya's coming
Jungle
out.
Queen is in Stadium. And I love playing Junker Queen. Junker Queen has been a ton of fun because Junker Queen already in the 5 versus 5 normal setting, quick play, competitive, whatever you want to play. Junker Queen already is like very adrenaline, shouts, movement speed. You get in there, drop a Carnage, Rampage. In Stadium, that just gets crazy.
Don't send any money to Nigerian princes or anything.
You can have like double Carnage, and you're just throwing access.
My God.
Like it just gets absolutely ridiculous as Junker Queen. So
What's
that's
up?
one of the fast-paced tank heroes in the game. So I'm gonna be queuing some Junker Queen. Watch out.
Yeah, Prince of
I would love
Persia.
to see Alari and Zenyatta as well. I want to see what Zen's items and power-ups would be. They probably just.
They're gonna make him walk. I bet. He's gonna actually like have legs and he can like run right at you.
He can run. Zen just run. That's the power up. Zen doesn't hover anymore.
You about to open some?
Runs at you. Yeah.
No, I'm just saying what levels they were. I bet a bunch of stick
we talked about
capsules too.
Cassidy, the fact that you can have like 30 ammo. As
You ain't
Cassidy,
opening those jokers
sort
though.
of like a Zenyatta right click with like 30 ammo.
Man,
Just throwing 30 orbs. I don't know how that would look on your screen because usually the orbs cover the screen when you charge them up. So there'd just be 30
I just gonna look
orbs.
crazy. You
How
just
about
can't
this?
see
Instead-
because there has to be a drawback, right?
Wonder how long till the
So you just,
actual
like,
game
can't
start
see.
now.
No, it doesn't have to be a
There's no
drawback. It's
drawback.
Stadium.
No, there's no drawback.
Fair enough.
There's no drawback. This is Reinhardt flying.
Yeah. Either that or he does the Kamehameha with the orbs, and it just
It's just a giant
it's
power
just
beam.
a laser beam, and it just
my, please.
kills people. It's
Hey,
like it's like
Hey, we Discord.
All right, we're going to jump down over to the stage though. I think we got Danny actually with a little interview.
Let's go! Fantastic job. I mean, it was such a fun match to watch. I think all of the fans at home are super excited to get their hands on the stadium mode as well. It'll be released on season 16, so it's coming very soon for everyone out there. But for now, quick interview. I want to ask you guys, because this was the first official show match of Stadium, how was it? How was the game? Did you guys enjoy it? Did you have fun?
这其实是我们决斗领域的第一
But what if
次
they're like,
公
that
开
shit
场
was
合的
fucking
正式
ass?
的娱乐赛，那你觉得整场体验下来感觉怎么样呢？先从茄子老师开始吧。
我觉得这个新模式非常好，就是有些英雄他平时的伤害并不是这么高，就是你在利用的技能上面，就刚才孤雪一枪300滴血，我这76总共就300滴血加了技能，一枪死。
So I think this mode is great because usually we got so heroes do not have so many damage, right? But with the skills, with the skills, yes, actually the skills, we can get the more high damage than the usual. So Gushe got the 300
We're gonna do big ass damage.
with one shot.
Yeah.
And the Soldier 76, he got the 300 life.
Big damage enjoyer.
So I think those skills, those perks are really interesting. Also, because we saw Lady Lu flying Ryan.
Yeah, 我们看到了陆夫人在飞，对不对？那陆夫人，你的这个初印象觉得怎么样呢？你的初印象？
没什么印象，我是打莱茵哈特的，没什么印象。我们的战术就是我一个人飞过去，他们所有人看我，然后我剩下的队友带着我打，就这么简单。
Okay, so actually I have nothing to say. I
Sounds good, Born. Yeah, this is the last day. I'm gotta stay up late. I'm gonna try and get my sleep schedule back on. Hopefully, I won't be up till 8 in the morning again streaming, but we'll see. There's less games today, so I don't think I will be.
What was the strategy behind
But night, man. Thanks for stopping by.
你们也是获得了这场比赛的胜利。那你们获得胜利的小秘密到底是什么呢？有没有什么小 tips？
I don't know. I play Reinhardt, just fly, and they attack me, and I died, and
Speaking English.
died. Just that.
So you sacrifice, they sacrifice you. 他们牺牲了你，然后获得本场比赛胜利。
Yeah, sounds good, Born. I think I'm gonna probably be up till at least like 5 in the morning though, so I don't know. But I mean, maybe tomorrow night. I don't have any plans or anything, so.
为两位老师送上掌声。
All right, that's it from us. Back to you over at the desk.
What a fun way to kick off the introduction of this new game mode here for Overwatch with Stadia. Lady Lu flying on the Rhine. You had Gushui going for like a full AP build, playing
Definitely
like
later in the week.
missiles.
We'll see about tomorrow, but definitely later in the week.
That's true.
I mean, kind of dominating there.
Also, just kind of trolling because he can actually speak English apparently. Just repeating what he said in Chinese and English. I mean, I was getting a little bit hyped up for Gushui on the Winston here, but you know, you got to make way for Lady Lu. I respect it. I thought the Juno build was really interesting. I could see what Seeker can do on Genji, especially in that third-person perspective.
And the first couple of rounds, everybody's just investing in just their raw potency, right? Clip size, damage output. And then we start to get pretty funky. That third round comes in, all of a sudden we're hanging off the walls, we're upside down, we're flying through the air, checkmates tactical crouching.
Yeah, this shit looks like it gets chaotic as hell in the later rounds.
This is raw.
It starts to snowball very quickly into chaos, right?
Oh,
The initial round or two feels like a game of traditional Overwatch, and then as you unlock more of those like big traits,
Yeah, that blade in third person is crazy.
Yeah, it's like if you took perks and then combined them with like the April Fool's patches that come through and like kind of stirred them up in a pot, you kind of get some of the stuff that happens here in Stadium.
It's definitely a lot of fun, but you know, Team Grill ended up taking that one. Who doesn't love a little bit of eggplant parm, right? But
Were you eggplant parm on the grill?
well, not on the grill. I'm just saying they're cooking.
Oh,
I'm saying they're cooking some
You're getting your
eggplant.
cooking metaphors mixed though.
You're right.
Because he really picks up on this stuff. Like
sorry.
when it comes to food, like
I don't.
Eggplant parm. I mean, that's sacred.
Yeah.
I don't know about making it on the grill. I'm just saying cooking, okay? I haven't made eggplant parm.
They always make this shit so awkward. Like,
I'm learning. It's okay.
just let her have it, bro. Like, you don't gotta try and
losing, little learning.
Yeah. I mean, I found out that was Mitch.
just let her have the pun joke or whatever. You don't have to like try and fucking say it wasn't a good one or so whatever. Like,
honest on the desk right now, but as a reminder, Stadium does launch with Season 16 on April 22nd, just a few days away, guys. And you guys can also look forward to the Overwatch Stadium Showdown happening live on May 24th at DreamHack Dallas. It'll feature some of your favorite co-streamers and content creators battling it out in the new game mode, so you
Stadium
won't want
tournament
to
in
miss
May.
it. You guys can visit dhk.gg/stadium to buy your tickets to the event today. Sounds like a hype one, guys.
That'll be awesome. I know I went to DreamHack Dallas the last 2 years, and it's been awesome every single time. Some Overwatch Stadium there, some other games there as well, so that'll be fun.
Yeah, hopefully I get a chance for like people to build more of an insight into what Stadium kind of offers and what can be produced at the top level. So I can't wait to see who we gather up for that event.
Well, there's still more to come here for OWCS Champions Clash. We've got the upper bracket finals coming in next with Nightmare versus Team Falcons. You guys stay tuned.
this should be pretty good because Nightmare somehow beat Crazy Raccoons. See if they can beat the other Korean team. Quick 5-minute break though. Excuse me.
Unexcused.
Fucky. Too bad we didn't get to see any Reap. What's up? Yeah, I wonder what kind of crazy ass perks Reaper gets. Or crazy ass abilities.
Apparently he can fly too.
That'd be pretty crazy. Just flying around shooting my butt.
Flame eat bugs. Nice. Got 2 things from watching Wish.
Yeah, I didn't know it had different drops for every day, so I didn't even bring it up yesterday on Twitch because I figured I thought I got them all the first day, so I didn't even know. Didn't know it was different every day, but I got it up now on my iPad upstairs, so I'll get them drops. Wonder if when it comes back, if they're gonna jump right into the games, or if there's gonna be some more bullshitting, more yapping.
assume where he happened.
Yeah, probably. Almost done with this G Fuel. This one's alright. I probably would never get it again. I like the other flavors better.
Yeah, I still have that Dragon Ball one in the fridge from like a year ago.
Yeah, I have 2 Dragon Balls, but I don't plan on opening them. I just got them because the cans are cool.
Yeah, they're just sitting there.
Maybe one day you'll need some of that energy and you can bust it out.
Absolutely not. I'll vomit.
Why are you gonna vomit?
That's gonna be grody. Sat there for like 2
A
years.
year ain't,
drinking that
I
thing.
mean, that ain't that long. It's in a can. I mean, it can't. When's the expiration on this Joker? I wonder. I think it's probably fine for a while. I can't see nothing on this damn thing. It's too fucking dark in here.
You'll find out real quick. We'll get time.
Right. All right. I'm just gonna show this bullshit again. All right, well, I'll be right back.
Not right here.
What's going on out there, guys? We just gave them that one. It was pity.
What can we do better?
Okay, the Zarya is frying us.
I could build Beam Flexion for Zarya. Let me sell something real quick and buy that one.
Good idea. I'm basically just spected to Nano Boost. If we group as 5, I hit somebody and it hits everybody around us, and then everybody gets a taste. I'm just gonna heavily invest all into my weaponry. Every single power, I'm just gonna be a DPS machine.
I think what we need is more orbs.
Make sure they're healing orbs, though.
Definitely not.
All right, let's do it.
That's what I'm talking about!
Push fast right side, push fast right side.
I'm on Zarya.
Get Zarya! Go!
Me and you. Oh.
I've got you in my sights.
Big slam!
Oh, I got the point.
Right side.
Kill Juno.
Nice, good stuff. Oh, Reaper behind.
Box out. We died by mini bomb.
Okay, reset.
We have Nano Blade for next fight. 3, 2, 1, go!
There we go.
Yeah, we got it.
Walk forward. I'm ulting. This fun's on land.
The goddess is here.
Hello and welcome back. So we're here joined by Ash, Matt and Mitch and Stadium with Zara Moose Boosh. Now it's time for some real feasting, all right? We have 3 great courses ahead of us. You were wondering, I heard you guys were making
You just had the eggplant and the barbecue. You're coming late.
I'm just rolling along with it. Yeah, that's what we do.
I was going to say, I did the motion capture for Tiny Bob. They used my... Yeah, I was the motion capture artist for Tiny Bob.
Yes, why doesn't Tiny Bob barrage the ground then?
We couldn't get it in. We couldn't. Get it in.
There's some lore. If someone wants the clip, I will share it later on Twitter. Don't worry about it. I got you.
It's a future update.
Yeah.
Next
Yes.
patch.
Or downgrade, if you would.
Either way, we're going to take a look at some people who do not do any of that. No,
But they could.
no.
They just
We're going
choose
to
not
look
to.
at upper bracket finalists. We're going to have Team Falcons going up against Nightmare. Nightmare obviously coming into this entire tournament as an underdog. Alas, no more eyes on them. But let's discuss Team Falcons first here. They came with their own flavor. They've not been only playing Winston Dive. We saw a lot of Maga from them. We saw a lot of, Diva. So, they're coming with their own style.
Despite cutting their tank core in half at the start of this year and in theory giving them less options in that role, Harbin has stepped up and has filled a whole host of different spots on this team. You've also got Proper on this roster. Marjet obviously is there just in case needed, but in general, this team likes to go for more of the static and stable look that we sometimes observe in EMEA and a lot of that Malga look, but if it has to be Han Binston, they can deliver in that role as well. I think getting that close win against once again is a huge boost for these guys, and they've got to be believing that these world champions can remain world beaters.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a tall order, of course, for the opposition to go up against this team because you just on every single role, you got some absolute superstars. In my opinion, Chio Fielder, that might be the strongest support lineup we have in all of Overwatch.
Yeah, extremely good, right? Historically, very strong as well. I think probably the strength, though, with this team actually happens with Proper and Stalker. I mean, such a nasty combination. Proper able to play just about everything. Stalker as well, extremely flexible and seemed to come into his own right.
Yeah, Proper's on the Pharah in this game.
Yeah.
And Stalker's the one that they usually try and ban Pharah against in map 1. If you play against Falcons, you've got to watch out for it.
Yeah, you haven't even seen him on the tour, but that's when he really pops off.
Yes.
Speaking of popping off, loving the face cards right here from Nightmare. I mean, they were extremely emotional after the victory over, I'm going to say it, and I mean it,
All right, I'm back.
Raccoon.
Yeah.
They beat Crazy Raccoon. What a timeline to live in. That's unheard of. Yeah, and it was a confident and competent 3-1. It wasn't scrappy.
No, not at all. It's insane. And there's a reason why
Yeah,
Zara
they beat
has
Crazy
earned
Raccoon,
that
which is
team
pretty
MVP,
fucking crazy.
Twice so far within that upper bracket. He had insane moments on that Tracer, going head to head up against a team like Crazy Raccoons, and being able to play at that tempo and find so much value is insane.
What excites me the most about this
Yeah, it
match
is 420.
is for this team and
I
this
ain't
group
smoking.
of players, this is completely uncharted territory, right? When we have North American players that typically attend some of these events and they go far, it's the same kind of group that we've had over the last few years. This is a completely different, new, upcoming team from North America. Really kind of Ultraviolet is the kind of mainstay in terms of veteran presence. But that's what I love about this. This is uncharted territory for them.
You have more than one day off in a row?
In the biggest match they've ever been a part of.
They got overlooked by the partner teams in NA. They are literally the leftovers, the undesirables in terms of the top teams with the big
It's crazy your
money
schedule is
racks.
never the same. You work the same days every week or whatever.
We've seen their quality. They've maintained the core of this Nightmare team, from previously. But as young players that we kind of didn't really have on our radar as top individuals. No one.
Yeah, I would rather have that than every week I gotta check what days I gotta work. I'd rather know I work Monday through Friday or something, got the weekend off, or work Monday through Thursday, and I got, I don't know, you know what I mean.
That's the thing, right? They don't have the same support structure as a lot of those teams which have a whole org and some money behind them, right? So they made it kind of by their own bootstraps. They got themselves here.
Good old American success story.
Yeah, that's right. That's a real American success story right there for Nightmare. But here they are. They're going to face off against Team Falcons, another Korean team. Now, of course, if we're looking at our predictions, will we take that Crazy Raccoon game and now just, escalate that and saying, well, clearly if they can beat Raccoons, they can beat Falcons?
We will.
No, we will not. I will not do that. I
mean, if they can beat Raccoons, they can beat Falcons. I don't think it's going to happen either, but I didn't think they were going to beat Falcons, or Crazy Raccoon at all, but I thought they were going to get stomped, and somehow they won.
Just for the individual players, especially if I'm looking at the why are you shaking your head? This is my prediction.
If you got thoughts, you save them, bro.
That's right. Use your words, man. Use your words.
I don't have many.
Well, anyway, like that's a 3-0.
What day you work next?
I think just individual, they have a higher skill level.
Okay, completely valid. I'm gonna say I'm huffing a lot of copium when I come into my prediction, but I put through a nightmare.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's gonna agree with
Back
me on
to
this.
Twitter
But
Sunday.
I want to keep things a little spicy on the desk, and I think that for the likes of Nightmare, they did a really good job at their ban strategy up against Crazy
So you
Raccoon,
get 2 days off then?
who had Zera having an insane game. He said in his interview he had a good feeling about
Tuesday and
yesterday.
Friday?
If you can
Or
carry
Thursday and
that energy
Friday, I mean?
over today, it's gonna be an insanely difficult.
Work Saturday, off Sunday, so it's a break.
replicate, but I feel like there is a world where they could do the bunny hop.
So you're having a good
They're
feeling.
trying to
today.
make you make up for that vacation time.
Manifesting that energy for Zera.
I'm here for it. Manifestation all the way. What do you
I went 3-2 Nightmare, and I think there is a path. I agree with you. I agree with you in the aspect of like I think this team, like Falcons, like player for player, is stronger.
Yeah.
You
Get
could
some of
also
them
say
dogs
the
up
same
out of
thing about
there.
the Crazy Raccoon match. I think they actually did a
No,
really
but Crazy
good job.
Raccoons were like, I don't want to say the soundbag, but like, they were playing some weird stuff, my guy.
But Nightmare does play a really bizarre kind of style. They play like a lot of Hazard. They play different things like that. And I also
Damn, so
think
both of
they
them
do
are
a
saying
really
Nightmare.
Good job of utilizing probably the best in the
I think
West of
Falcons will win,
utilizing
but
the bands to their
I don't think it'll be 3-0.
like, I think if you can get with the way Shu is playing, like I think if you get past them, you can get past just about anybody. It will not be easy if they do.
Falcons is Korean team, Nightmare's the U.S. team, and somehow they beat the fucking other Korean beast mode Korean team. So, which nobody thought was gonna happen. Which so it was like a big upset. So now they're about to play the other beast mode Korean team. So it's like, can they beat them too?
I mean,
you know?
I think I had Falcons pretty comfortable winning this kind of game. 3-1 for me. I do give a map. I do think band strategy is important.
I'm on this. I think Falcons will win, but I do think it'll be 3-1. I think Nightmare can get a match. No, Falcons is a Korean team. Nightmare's the U.S. team.
And I don't know if Zera can produce another life game for us today.
Yeah, Nightmare beat the other good ass Korean team.
I think Falcons you never know. You never know.
Yeah, that's I think the Korean team's gonna win.
For it because they want to grab
But I think they're good at map.
final spot.
I don't think it'll be a 3-0.
They can still fight their way through the lower bracket, of course.
Yeah, I think it'll be
Not
more
all
of a
hope
fight,
is lost for either of those teams. Team Falcons will go up
Hopefully it's
against
back and
Nightmare in
forth. I like a
upper
good
bracket
long
final, so
series.
it's time
I want to
to
see that shit go
meet
to a game
our
5.
teams.
And that, is this back to normal game or the?
Yeah, it's back to just
yeah.
that stadium. The one we just watched was just like a showcase of the stadium coming out. This is back to the actual games, the actual fucking tournament going on. Here comes the Korean boys.
Falcons typically runs through everybody with Proper and Stalker leading the way. That Chio Fielder backline, the Hanbin, Winston potentially on the cards in this match. They are so
These
strong
jokers
player
are
for
insane.
player, but Nightmare's a tough opponent.
And on the other side of the battlefield, let's welcome
How much longer can this Cinderella run extend? Nightmare proving
Yep,
that
finally
sticking
getting to it.
together as a core and working hard can allow you to achieve your goals. This team wanted to pedal out a lot of these Ramatra comps at the start of the year, but they've shown a great deal of
Let's see if they can run it back, man. They beat the other Korean team.
On the
It'd be
Winston.
crazy if they beat this one too.
The question lingers, can they hang with the literal world champions on the biggest stage they've ever really played on?
Well, let's see who's going to come out on top of this one. For all the action, we're going to send it over to Joss and Necro.
18th sub-anniversary.
Thank you very much, Zoe. Yes, here it is. Upper bracket finals. Team Falcons. The first is Nightmare. They're just
who?
taking to the stage, sitting their bums in the seats rows, and we're getting ready
Oh
for
shit!
some
I didn't have
action.
nothing pop
Oh,
up.
The desk is completely split here.
You might have to like refresh it or whatever if you hit it.
Ooh, so then where are you and I gonna land on this?
Well, I want you to go first.
Okay, I guess I'll go first. I think it is entirely possible that Nightmare can win this. I think logically, I have to
Chomster
give it
with
to
the
Team
big
Falcons,
sub.
but
Thanks, dude.
I want Nightmare to
Prime
win
sub
this
for 19 months.
badly, so badly.
Your head says Falcons,
That's crazy.
your heart says Nightmare. Let's have a look at the community.
You're definitely like by far the oldest one. I only have like 3 subs right now, I think, but
Yeah, mad respect
nobody
to
else
those
is
Nightmare
that old. I
voters.
don't think.
49% of
Appreciate you, man.
for Falcons. Look, honestly, like Mitch was saying though, I got to agree with him. they got to have another life.
Yeah, if you stop streaming, you're still just going for like 4 or 5, 6 months.
Was some of the best I think we've ever seen.
$25 a month.
Destroying Heesang in that
Oh
1v1
shit! If you want it back, I'll send it to you.
And Crazy Raccoon,
like shit.
we expected them coming in to go
I appreciate the sub, man. The Prime sub. I gave my Prime to well, Bree gave me her Prime thing because she has Prime. I don't have it anymore, so she linked her account on my thing, and then I gave it to Pat. Yeah, did that like a couple days ago.
In his entire history as a player, this is going to be potentially the series that can cement himself into history in competitive Overwatch, and so I'm pumped to see if Zera can continue to put up those numbers and prove to us it wasn't just another day.
Yeah, 'cause you got that first badge. That's like the founder one or whatever.
Now you're going against 2 Tracer gods on Team Falcons. The flexibility in this DPS line for Falcons.
You gotta
Proper and Stalker can just play whatever.
like if you go to hit the sub or whatever, there should be like a spot that shows like Prime or whatever, and then you can like link your Prime to it or whatever.
The Zera signs in the audience and the Nightmare signs too. Yesterday, everybody was going crazy every single.
I forgot you had Prime.
You gotta link your Prime to your Twitch first.
Well, that's what I mean. But I think if you go to like where the sub is, it'll show Prime, and then there'll be a spot that says like link your account or whatever.
New era in Overwatch. It's not just about the Korean dominance anymore, but it's about leveling the playing field, and I really think that that's happened.
And they got the trading cards.
God, I got some of those cards as well, man.
I mean, like speaking of
I
Korean
appreciate you, man. Thank you.
I actually, there was an interview filmed with Danny and Sarah from earlier on this morning. We're going to quickly jump into that before we get into this game.
I don't know if it'll let you though, Shannon, right now, because I don't know if your other sub that I gifted you is ran out yet.
Talk to you. I mean, this is the upper bracket final, Zero. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling confident as always. I think it'll be a great match. I think it'll be, you know, both teams are very strong, so I'm hoping for a very competitive match versus Falcons.
I totally agree as well, because I talked to Proper yesterday actually, and he also said that this matchup isn't going to be an easy win for the Falcons, and he specifically said that Zero, you're a really, really good DPS, and he said he called you quote-unquote the next generation of DPS players in the OWCS.
Yeah, you can't. I don't even think you can link your Prime through mobile. Yeah, I forgot. You're probably watching on your phone, Chance, so I don't even think you can do it on your phone.
That shit's so.
And for whatever reason, if you like sub to somebody off of mobile or whatever, it's more expensive. Yeah, I don't even think you can do it off the phone. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, it's bass average. Like it's so fucky.
But
And I mean, it is happening.
Amazon like owns Twitch or whatever, so that's how you can do it.
That you're sort of going up against your idol, I guess.
Never nervous, always confident.
All right, Zero. Well, I'm gonna let you go because you have to get ready for the match.
He got the Apple Watch on.
Great job. Thanks for the interview, and back to you guys.
Turning from an idol to a rival there. I mean, Proper is even waving at Zera from the crowd yesterday too. After that, just
you got them peach teas, don't you?
And what a come up for Zera here as well. You just heard it there.
When I got home,
getting
I cut myself
praise from someone like Proper, from Proper himself,
Ah,
is
shit.
a pretty
Well, I can tell you how to do it. Get you a wet paper towel, wrap it around that Joker, and slap it in the freezer for a little bit. In the freezer. That shit'll get cold in like fucking like 5-10 minutes. That Joker will be cold as hell.
So now he's
I do that shit all the time. I ain't never tried it with the salt up in there, but
I mean, I assume it's the same as like Mega Nation back in the day in
Let's talk about their matchup, especially on something like a control map.
You know,
where do we
ice and
expect to
salt.
go here?
So
We do see a Ramattra and a
yeah,
Lucio
I bet it will work.
Falcons and Nightmare respectively.
I just usually, I'll just wrap a paper towel around it, run under the sink real quick, slap that bitch in the fucking freezer. That shit'll be ice cold in fucking 5-10 minutes.
That this Heesang Pharah could potentially, like, you know, it's going to be a problem, I think, to be able to see Pharah come out at all from this Falcons roster, because Heesang was just such a big deal in a lot of these matchups.
I still think it'll work fine.
I think when you take
All right, here we go.
Pharah isn't necessarily
Nightmare's coming out on Spiky Boy. They got Cassidy, which yesterday I saw a couple teams trying to run Cassidy. It fucking did not work a single time at all. So I don't have any faith in the Cassidy pick here.
wanting to try to just kind of bully their way through this Nightmare team.
I mean, this is how they became champs.
Yeah, some teams were running Maga yesterday. Yeah, he got a big nerf, and I guess he's still good because, yep, there goes the Cassidy.
Should be pretty easy to deal with the judo, just body blocking the doorway as well. Yeah,
I guess he's still good because teams are still running him, which shows how fucking much he needed that nerf.
We are already going to see Lethal actually swap off of the Cassidy and try to match
Proper on Genji
Stalker
is
in this
insane as
Sojourn
fuck.
duel. Being able to have that one-shot potential, I'm actually very interested to see if Kuffa is going to make that swap as well to maybe go over to the Mauga, but it doesn't look like it. Just going to go ahead and stick to
This
that
point, man, this map too, like if you lose that first fight, I hate it too. It's so fucking hard to get in here and get this shit.
outside area and
Lethal, maybe even try to go after Fielder and Chio. Very important
Yeah,
for Kuffa to be able to
they made it back in all right. Sometimes the teams will just hold that choke up there. And Zera down already.
little area right there. Come
being a
around.
factor in this fight for a brief moment in time. Stalker taking a heap of damage though, but Team Falcons just very patient.
We
They're
got
gonna lose the
Fielder.
player and actually just going to give up the point.
Yeah, they're gonna let it flip so you can
With that pick from Lethal, we're actually going to
regroup
take a
with the
look
support.
at Lethal, maybe even getting this overclock up.
Chio's about to have orbital
After he
ray.
swapped off the hero, Stalker actually
Lethal's coming up on overclock pretty soon.
So I think that really speaks volumes to how
So he's
much
ahead of
damage
Stalker.
Lethal is actually putting into these team fights. It's just about Nightmare being able to capitalize on that. And so now that they've got control of this point,
They
Lethal
pop that
is
shit
just
instant.
They're
Ooh.
not expecting this.
From across the map. Orbital Ray's going to come through onto the point, but
Spiky
Chio's
boy
down.
got him on.
Both supports now dead for Team Falcons. There was a server room push there from Harmbit, but Lethal sniped proper out
Turn
the
this shit up a
side.
little bit.
There's the quick flip to Nightmare.
Yeah, even though Team Falcons actually did sneak away a couple of percent, Nightmare were always going to win out that fight at the end of the
What's
day.
up?
And the fact that they did that versus an Orbital Ray, I think is amazing.
Nah, I didn't hear anything.
Nightmare only invests the overclock into this
I just
thing
had that
to hold
game
on
turned
to
down
both
from
these
earlier
support
when
ultimates that are gonna be
it was just on
coming
that dumb
up pretty
shit.
shortly. And so Orbital Ray advantage for
Alright,
them.
Zera's about to
I
have
think that
Blade.
fights
Proper's
a
about to have
lot better
Blade.
into the Kitsune rush
Ultraviolet about to have
than kind of the
Orbital
vice
Ray. They're
versa
about to have
of
Downpour
this
soon. Rally
So
soon.
Nightmare look like they're gonna have a bit of an advantage, but double Blade.
Nope, Zera picked Chio, but Admiral down, both down to support.
Falcons have backed up again. A small trade here. Every single fight has been a back and forth
About
so
to dive
far
in with
as
Spiky
Cover
boy.
finds Proper, maybe lacking a little bit. Has to dash away.
They got him, but Stalker gets lethal. So, big downpour. Oh, good. There's a cage.
But look at Copper trying to stay alive. Spike Guard end up running out of ammunition, unfortunately.
Oh, they used a rally too late.
To actually save the tank in the front line.
I don't think he had it yet.
Bashed, but Nightmare, now they're fleeing.
But the rally is actually good enough to be able to provide enough sustain for Nightmare to actually get 75%. And
Yeah,
this
75%
composition
pretty
has
good.
been enough of a problem. We're actually going to see Stalker switch over to the
Oh,
Sombra.
yeah, he's on Sombra.
I mean, giving
The
up
Proper
this
has a
Soldier
blade,
duel
so as soon as they come in,
completely,
they're just gonna get
Stalker,
sliced.
With this amount of time that's left in the bank, hopefully he's going to be able to build up to the
Fucking
EMP, because
diced
that's
up.
really what the Sombra is trying to accomplish here, outside of just being able to shut down Kuffa going after these backline supports.
Blade for Proper. Maybe he can show Zera how it's done. Zera
There it
currently
goes.
back there to Blade, popped into the back line. Nice little
Slice.
slash and a dash. Oh, and that's a double for Proper. Make that a triple.
Ooh, he's dirty with it.
Got them all.
He fucking
Huge
sliced
numbers
all
for
them
Proper
jokers
to be
up.
able to put up, and unfortunately Kuffa denies him of potentially being able to get that ace. But let's watch this Dragon Blade back
They got
again.
how they get these replays so quick?
Though
That
we
shit's
saw
crazy.
the power slide away from Lethal, Proper
Yeah, he
timed his
fucking
dash back there perfectly.
Slice them all, and that's without nano or anything too. That's just a raw blade.
With Team
They
Falcons
could
approaching 90% now and counting.
They're gonna have to get in there and touch
Orbital
soon.
Ray,
It's already
I mean, This could be
93%.
good. Nightmare's hopes for this round fall
Lethal's got overclock.
Proper's
That's
completely caught.
oh, they got okay. That's good for them. Someone was able to get a touch. They got the overtime.
The Orbital Ray
Need a
is gonna
big
be so
overclock
hard to
here.
play
Oh, he
into.
needs to not die on it.
Lethal doesn't get
Oh
slammed down
no.
onto the ground. Just 99% for Team Falcons. Requires Nightmare to go for a touch.
That's GG right there.
They are unable to do so.
They put up a good little fight though.
5% on the board though for Nightmare. You got to be feeling
That map is
confident,
fucking rough.
considering Falcons here in the upper bracket. We know how far they
This
can
boy
go.
got the
They
tattoos
always
on his
go.
face.
World champions from last year here to make, well, just get another
flag.
trophy under their belt, it feels like.
He had like
That's why
stickers
you
or
logically
like
think
temporary
that Team
tattoos on his
Falcons might be
cheeks.
the one to be able
They did in
to
the crowd.
actually win out this match.
I saw
But
the
that
flag.
was
It looked
such
like
a
he had
close
signatures
affair on
on
that
it
first
already.
round. You absolutely have to look at Nightmare as a true threat. And for
I think they
Team
got a good
Falcons,
chance on like the
this
payload
tournament
map,
has actually
Shannon.
kind of been
Because that's where they like really beat
unexpected for them.
Raccoons
We do
yesterday.
normally see them with just full
Because remember, they
confidence
lost the
running
first
through
control
the
map
entire
against them
bracket,
too.
but they lost a
I
match
think these
to
Korean teams are
Alcazia.
really strong on
They
these damn control
also
maps.
had a close 5-map series.
They popped off on the
Clinton on the
fucking
way
on the
up
payload
once again.
maps. So
And now Nightmare. What if they're the ones that actually send Team Falcons down to the lower bracket? Falcons gotten close.
Zera's on the
It's
Pharah
gonna
here,
be
which is
Nightmare that can dish
pretty good.
that loss out to them.
Pharah seems really strong
You picked it up at the very start. Like,
in this tournament because last 2 days a lot of teams been running them.
It would be
Been running her.
Yeah, Pharah not getting banned out. Zera's actually going to be the one that's going to lock into that choice. And I think
Yeah, I didn't even notice the bans.
Team
Ramatra and
Falcons
Lucio.
really play positionally around this Pharah. There's a couple of good points for you to take these team fights.
Ooh, Lethal's down already though.
Completely.
That's exactly what they've done. Nice little charge there onto the front line. Points not capped just yet, even though they've got the player advantage. Pharah can be such a deadly tool in these fights here too, being able to poke through these small windows. But Admiral dead.
I think they just need to back out
With
and
the fishes now.
try and regroup.
Proper gets out as well. Nice little cap from Team Falcons. We'll see if how much they want to pressure them now.
But you can see that's exactly the Falcons' game plan. Even though Zera is on this Pharah, completely ignore it. Try to be able to win out that frontline duel versus Kuffa as well as Admiral. And Team Falcons also can play this where the Pharah is going to struggle to actually get an angle on top of the team. Pharah's entire purpose in this matchup is to make sure you can get this enormous splash damage onto Hanbin, force out this cardiac overdrive early, and
Ooh,
actually
they had
force him
him
away.
low. Oh, they got him.
Nice wall there from Kuffa. Sets up Zera with the easiest rocket of his life. Like you said, that cardiac overdrive, they forced it out. Rose forcing him to back
Ooh,
off.
nice.
Nice headshot from Lethal, and there's the flip for Nightmare. Prob is going to make it a little bit more painful, or at least try to. He's still alive, but not
All
for
right, well
long.
they got the flip.
There you go. Now Nightmare is going to be able to get themselves on the board in this round, and this is where we're going to start to see these ultimates peek their heads up. Fielder with a Kitsune Rush is going to be good for Team Falcons to actually get through this
Yeah, a
choke.
lot of ults about to come up.
Nightmare's
Nightmare's got Rally coming up, Orbital Ray. They better have Overclock, getting close to Barrage.
To take this flank up to the high ground, maybe catch Zera off guard.
See a proper king. He's got a blade coming out. Let's see if he can pull another fat ass 4K with it.
Rush for Fielder. Ideally here, you wrap to the point, right? Use the rush or use the rush in the mid to cut Nightmare in half. This barrage from Zera is going to be scary. Already got that first minor perk on Lime Rose, so it's going to be able to move inside the barrage.
But you got to make sure that
Ooh,
proper
Zera
doesn't
gotta
have
be
that
careful.
deflect.
Oh, he's stuck.
He messed up the comp. Stalker takes the kill. There's the rush on the point. Going to get matched with the Ray here, but Falcons are in a nice position.
Oh, Lethal got Hanbin though with the Overclock.
Same for him, however. The rally, the
There
blade
goes that
from
fucking
Proper is
blade
gonna be
though.
nice, but the Orbital Race healing everybody up. He manages to secure one kill, but can he get more? A nice bash from Admiral.
That
Shut
brig.
Proper down.
That was a huge
Zera's back, too.
investment of a fight, and it's going to go the way of Nightmare. More
That's crazy they won that
economically
because they
as
got
well.
that
You
early
still get
pick.
Downpour as well as that
But it,
barrage that Zera had
Lethal was
earned
fucking
previous
chunking
to this
Hanbin's
fight.
ass.
This map just went
That
horribly
Overclock, you could just
for
chunk the
Falcons.
tanks with
Even
that shit.
Stalker's gonna go switch over to the Sombra because they know they've really got to get in there without.
I mean, they should win this round because Falcons has no ults.
Barrage and Downpour. Oh,
And they're already at 85. Oh, Zera again goes down though. How the fuck is he up that damn high?
He doesn't move himself far enough away and he gets taken out first. A manual hack onto Kuffa and Falcons descend on their prey. He manages to get out, but Falcons have the positioning and they might just get the point. A nice
Downpour, but you can
reflect
deflect the
there from Popper.
downpour.
Doesn't find all too much, but they got to stay alive now. With the cage
Oh, he's got
coming
the
up,
cage, but I don't think he got nobody.
Zera with a 2K with the barrage. He finds another one off the back of that too as Chio falls down. Team Falcons only have Hanbin left now on the
Beat his
point
ass.
versus 3. And not even a god Mauga like Hanbin can stay alive here. There's the
Damn, I think they did it.
Nightmare and a delayed touch from Falcons, but the inevitable is drawing close.
Really good here for Nightmare
Oh,
to
Papa
be
gets the
able
touch,
to
though.
keep themselves in this
Zera
map,
down
but
again.
Stalker finds Zera again.
Third time in a row here, Zera has fallen first. They managed to get a miracle touch, and Proper has all CDs available to him, so he can stay alive. The solo kill, a double kill.
Oh, Proper popping off.
Double for Proper. Championship winning play.
Damn, if they lose this map, that's gonna be crazy. Cause
How does he keep doing this? How does he keep impressing? 58%
Zera was crazy yesterday. He's kind of. They must be focusing him hard though, or I don't know. Maybe he got a little too confident. He's gonna go over to the Genji now.
Get to this third round of Lishi Tower, but now even Zera's gonna be making a pivot, going over
They
to
got
the Genji.
Rally.
The bar's been caught out just a couple too many times, and so Nightmare, at least with this Genji, can actually play together as a team a little bit more around this rally. And so Nightmare gotta go in and they gotta go quick, but Soccer's got the EMP
Yeah,
now.
that's crazy that they didn't win there.
Rose, they're all splitting up right now. You can see Cuffer also on an off angle.
They can't get caught by this.
It's about to be last. This is probably last fight right here because
But Cuffa is actually going to get hacked here.
there's the
Admiral
rally.
goes for the rally, and that's where we might be able to see the showdown.
Rally to touch.
Oh, the EMP.
hits too, but where's the follow-up?
Here's an orbital ray.
Now on the point, and Falcons have to fight through it. Proper's got the blade. He's landed a slash already onto Lethal. Gets the reset straight back into the fray of the fights. The break, though, is just too
Oh, I think they did it.
Ultraviolet takes him down with pulsar torpedoes, and Admiral finds another. The supportive backbone of Nightmare have done it. An overtime, it ticks
Nice.
through, and that's 1-1 now.
They almost fumbled that shit.
Yeah, that was impressive.
Everyone talks about that supportive backbone of Team Falcons, but let's gas up this Nightmare backline. I think you just saw it in spades.
All right, we got a
how
game
much
on our
improvement
hands.
Admiral has made as a competitive Overwatch player. When we last saw Admiral, the highlight of him really was that Lucio being able to play for the Overwatch League team, London Spitfire, but quickly found himself on the outs of that team and really running the gauntlet here in North America. And now that Brigitte, immaculate. Admiral was
They all
such
want
a
that trophy
huge
right now.
piece of
The shin
success
guards of
for
destiny.
that Nightmare round. Just all of those rallies, making sure that Inspire Healing was going to really give that survivability for Cuffa and Ultraviolet. So Ultraviolet as well just can't get caught out. Actually
They're
can
stuck on
keep
Pharah this
on
time.
extending these fights with all of that support healing.
Stalker Reaper.
Now Stalker.
I'll be surprised if we see any Reaper.
Yeah, we're never gonna.
Different looks from both sides, both
like
sets of DPS.
I think last year Reaper was meta up. Reaper and Echo and Maga. So I went back and like watched the like championships from last year or whatever, and every team played Reaper every game.
But just because Zera is down doesn't mean that Nightmare are completely out of the fight.
I think Reaper's
We've
good
seen
as
this a
fuck
couple of
still.
times, even though Zera was the first pick in a lot of market, Nightmare were still able to win out those fights at the end of the day. As Zera also sees the Stalker Pharah pick and goes, guess what? Well then, if you're going to play Pharah, why do I not just give this another shot as well? And take a look at the angle that he's taking. Zera is already going to be able to lock down a lot of his fights. The force Team Falcons actually play versus Nightmare in the mid.
Oh, there he goes. Taking down the
Gotta be careful not to get booped off the bridge by the Pharah.
Nice little slam to the back line though. Harbin doesn't want to make this that close, but Lethal finds a kill.
I don't even know if he was shooting that.
Harbin there. A rather burly man.
I think he was turning it on. Maybe, I don't know.
Hamid's okay overextending here because the name of the game in this
Ooh, hit him with the
situation
direct.
is you
They're
know
both
that
on
you're
Pharah
already
now.
down a player. You may as well just go ahead and throw your body at the spawn and see if you can extend your control at this point just a little bit longer. Team Falcons are able to walk away with 41% as Nightmare. Now they start their own control. And let's take a look at this ultimate make.
Admiral's got the rally.
Let's see this rally. It's been such a big difference maker.
They're coming up on overclock too, and orbital ray's not far away.
It could be a fight win again for Nightmare to extend their lead.
I mean, UV also has got 5% towards his, and
They
Geo's
sucked them.
15% away. They could go fast if they wanted. Lethal, overclock, Zera in the front line, Harm being the main focus, Cardiac Overdrive already used, Proper in the sidelines, and Lethal
Did he
right
get
now.
Proper? He's one. Oh, nice shot.
All deflects, all dash is gone from Proper.
Lethal's got some crazy aim.
Win that fight.
Off the back of just the overclock as well as the rally.
Lethal goes
yes,
down,
okay,
but I don't
Lethal's
think it's
gonna
gonna
get
matter.
caught out here, but it doesn't really matter too much when Lethal's got the power slide to come back into these fights, and you're still gonna be playing around this midpoint. Team
Falcons has like every fucking ultimate though, so they should be able to.
Nightmare to be wary of. They don't want to get caught by this.
There's
That
Cage.
needs to connect. That has to help Cuffer in there, but nope. Cage, Blade, Ray, everything basically
So
thrown in by
I knew they were gonna get that back. They literally had every ult. They got Barrage and they got Barrage and Kasune still, and Nightmare has Barrage, and they're about to have Downpour.
As well as this rush, but I think Nightmare are very excited to be able to have this wombo combo of this Downpour as well as the Barrage. There's a couple of ways to be able to pincer Team Falcons on this point, and you can already see Cuffa.
I don't think so. I think the Kasune rush is better than Downpour.
Just gonna fly away. Yeah, see you later. And now Cuffer's just not in the fight.
Oh.
Barrage is connecting from Proper though. Distraction technique, but Stalker's
Oh
gonna do it
shit!
one
Stalker
better.
got two though.
A double kill for the Pharah. And overtime is swiftly approaching Rose. We're 75%. Stalker 30 HP in the
Hit him with
sky.
that second
But
fuck.
Gio's there. Same with Fielder to back him up. Heal him all the way back up to full.
I mean, Stalker's backed off though, and this is actually going to give Nightmare a little bit more space to work with. Kuffa still hasn't used that downpour, so that's going to be a great way to be able to lock down somebody like Hanbin or even Fielder. And Lethal, let's not count him out
That's
as
the only
just
ult.
a raw overclock kill.
Oh, they got proper.
He got whip-shotted into the wall there. Admiral finds an amazing initial pick. That wall is also kind of annoying for Hanbin, in all honesty. Downpour, does it connect? It connected with Fielder by the looks of things.
Yeah, they should get the flip here. Nice.
Or Falcons even happy to lose this fight. They've got 99 on the board, and they've got a couple more
They got
chances
Rally. They're pretty close to Orbital Ray and Overclock.
Right now, so it really is
And
going
Falcons
to be
ain't got
on
shit.
the bonus of Nightmare to set the pace of this next fight. With Rally,
So they should win this
have
next
great
fight.
advantage because Ultraviolet is so close. Homer pulls our torpedoes, and that's going to be Nightmare.
So we're probably gonna get a
Able to
crazy.
send
They'll
that
probably
ray
win this
down
fight, and then we'll
lane.
probably get a
And
crazy
Lethal
overtime
also
fight or
another
something again.
overclock. Nightmare have the ultimate economy, and we're in last fight. I think Nightmare could do this.
What a pick. Ultraviolet dies. Matt Admiral with the emergency
that's
kill.
bad.
And he
Ooh.
instantly gets destroyed. Kuffa's traded one, but Proper's already capping the point. Team Falcons,
Yeah,
just
that's
wait,
GG.
almost
They
a
had those
War
ulti-
Dogs from Nightmare. They've just gone and won it. An overtime touch
Yeah, they
here
had
for
the ults
Kuffa
there. I
does
don't know how they
trigger it,
lose.
but it's not really going to matter. Proper's also just holding the door.
Damn.
100 to almost 99 there. Nightmare. They're
Pretty
looking good,
crazy
but
first game. No back to back, or back and
Almost
forth.
felt
I
like
mean.
Nightmare just needed a couple more seconds.
Oh, it's the
But
first
Team
game
Falcons
still,
being
but
able to get
it
that
went to a
first
round
pick in
three.
that last fight just pushed them into panic mode. You already
No, it's
called
just
that
1 to
out. It was like
0.
panic
That was
ultimate
all one
coming
game.
through, but when you
Yeah,
aren't able to get that
that's
setup
fine
to be able to
earlier,
utilize
like
those 3 ults coming
one,
online,
and then so it's
that's
2-1.
just a loss. And so
So-and-so takes
I think
50.
Nightmare probably
exactly.
not too happy about how that map played out because there was a clear win condition on the board and it got taken away from them.
Yeah, you hit the rally there.
First round.
As soon as Ultraviolet
I don't
goes
think they
down,
should have
you're
lost
gonna
that
have
last
to,
fight.
And then you get
No,
punished for it.
I thought
Hanbin
they
jumps
had it.
straight on top of you. That
They had
initial pick on
ultimates and shit,
Ultraviolet,
so.
like you said, that's crucial. If you go
They
down
were
there-
so close to Ray.
Exactly. You go down there with 5% away, like the game's pretty much over. And the ultimate economy game just slipped through their
Nightmare could've
fingers.
played that a
Falcons off to a
little
good
better,
start
but
though,
in the moment,
winning
you
that
know.
first map.
Oh,
but
yeah,
they're
I'm
making
sure
it
it's
pretty damn
fucking-
close.
It happens.
And that gives me so
Everything
much hope
else.
for this series because I think Nightmare, they just have to
The
make sure that
crowd
their
in your
mental
ear,
is going
even
to
though you
be
got the fucking big-ass
iron
headphones.
steady
Yeah, I couldn't
for
imagine the
rest of
fucking
series. And they absolutely do. You're
how it feels to
right.
have to go and
Let's
play
talk about
on
the crowd
stage in front of all these
behind
people. Like,
The
I'd be
crowd
so
was cheering for them
fucking
so
jittery
loud. I
and
feel
like
they can
nervous and
still
shit.
feel that
doesn't
coming
matter if you
through
can't
for
hear it,
this
just
series.
you
We
could
could already
hear
hear
that
with like,
everyone like,
you know,
"Ah,"
Zera,
like, you
Lethal
can
getting
feel
these
that in the
picks.
stands, I'm
See, this
sure.
proper blade was
Yeah.
disgusting.
Well,
though,
you
and
know,
I
like
think,
there's a
at
ton
the
of people
end of the day,
watching on
proper
fucking
blade
line
numbers
too. Like
like that,
every
it's
your every
still gonna
move
keep
is
the
like.
series very competitive.
Later on as well, I'm sure we got.
I don't know. It'd be hard to like not get.
Everything's just fucking.
Getting this double kill, look at this
It'd be
dash.
hard not to be like fucking anxious and nervous and shit,
Edge dashing
and not
like
let it
that,
affect your
turning
aim and
point,
shit.
Right clicking through the head, like, oh, gross stuff.
But I think that was also an example of Nightmare almost fumbling the bag a
But at
little
the same
bit
time, you
because
just can't give a
in
shit.
that
You're just gonna
moment you could
play
see
like you're gonna
Nightmare,
play.
they have control. They've got
Yeah.
99%. The overtime is starting to expire and then Proper comes in with a
Who gives a shit?
massive hero play. And that
It's
is
easier
ultimately,
said than done, that's for
you
sure.
know, it's just kind of, it's tough in those moments because, like, yes, Nightmare still come back and we go to that third round, but
I'm shit at the game.
you
but
could have won sooner,
Me
you
too.
know?
Can you call it hero?
I wish I was this damn good.
Yeah.
Ooh.
It's a
All right,
heroic
there. We're
effect.
probably gonna go
He saves the
to
point, but that,
Kings Row.
I feel like it's just an everyday proper occurrence. In all honesty, he's just that good.
That's
An
what I
idol
think.
to many, a
Because they won on
rival
that
to
map
few.
yesterday.
Nightmare now, chance to pick a map. Now,
gonna be
obviously,
around 66.
the other day when we saw Falcons, we
They
actually
won
saw
on
them
that one too
lose
yesterday,
this,
so
this
it could be either of those. Honestly, that's what. If I had to pick a second one, that's what I would have picked. I want to see Blizzard World. Haven't seen a single Blizzard World yet.
Blizzard World. Where do you expect we go? A push map perhaps, and then maybe ban something like a Malga, or do you want to maybe match them in this kind of dive? Because Hazard is
They're going
also
Kings
probably
Row
going to
or
be on the cards for a ban
66 for
on
sure.
Team Falcon side.
That's true.
Because they played on that map yesterday and they won both of those maps,
That's talked
and
about
they looked
this
good
a
on it
lot
too.
already, but Nightmare have been really good at being able to identify the key heroes that are going to be the most impactful
What
from
you
their
sipping on.
and finding a way to not just shut those down, but also protect their own strategies. I think for Kuffa, this hazard is certainly going to be on the table for the rest of the series. Whether or not you actually want to try your chances.
You see them 2 tequilas I got?
I mean, it went fine.
They're like a deal.
Like seconds away away
get
from
$8
seeing
off.
a
So
Nightmare victory.
it's basically
And so
$4 off a
seeing this
bottle. It's
King's
pretty damn
Row, I
good.
think
So
you could still lean into the hazard
went ahead and
here,
grabbed 2.
but we'll see whether or not they actually want to ban out this Malga.
You got a $100 tip?
You can play Rush here if you really want to. You can play a little bit more dive oriented.
Damn, somebody's balling.
Motherfucker. Yeah.
For Nightmare.
Dude, that's. I wish I had money like that.
This one up. Pretty annoying versus the hazard.
How many people were working?
As well, to be fair.
But I kind of
Like,
wonder
how many
then
people
if
got
Falcons
$100?
actually
In
respond.
the back,
okay,
5,
they
but
actually
I'm sure
responded
there's
to
still
Fire
another
Bear.
fucking
Interesting.
$700
Maybe
up front for the people
just
who weren't there.
seeing how much impact
Yeah,
Zera
bro
had
just went and
actually
dropped
had
like
on that
$1,200
Far
bucks
in
on
that first
tipping
map,
people.
because you could
Yeah,
feel it.
but
And yes,
fuck
despite
that
the
thing
fact
was
that
like-
Zera actually got
The
picked
owner was in the
off
hospital for like
first quite
2 weeks.
often,
That's why the dog was
it
boarding.
didn't matter because the rest of Nightmare had his back, and I think that's something that's
So
been
on
very
top of that,
impressive
like,
about this Nightmare
yeah,
roster in
hot dog.
particular.
Oh, here's, you know,
Kappa sometimes
$100 for
out of the
everybody.
equation because he's diving
That's
onto the
insane.
back line, but it's because he
If I was
trusts
rich
the
as shit, I
rest
would
of
do
his
stuff like
team
that though.
to be able
Yeah,
to follow
I mean, I
up,
like
even
that
though
dog.
Zera might
He's
be
cool.
taking it
He's
off
annoying.
angle
He
and
barks.
sacrifices his own life.
Like, he
Not
wants
so
to
that
Shit,
his
I'll listen
back
to him
can
bark
be there
for
with the
$100
rest of
bucks.
that 4-player squad
But
can
he
get the
doesn't
job
cause
done
any
in these
problems.
fights.
Saw Sparkle there.
So we went to Kings Row, so I was right. I knew they were gonna go there. Next time it's their map pick though, they're gonna go Route 66. So, pretty sure. What did they ban? I think I saw Farah.
Picked up by an OWL team. Like the bids were going through the roof for Sparkle. Just
Yeah, $100 tip. That's pretty nice.
Lived up to it in his moments.
Especially because I'm sure you didn't
now he's
expect that.
taking a back room staff role.
Yeah, like
Nico, you
$40
can see
the
him
other day
sitting
too.
behind the rest of
My luck is I wouldn't have been working that day. I would have that would have been on my day off.
Farah ban, yeah. I
Well,
think
they
that
save
Zera
it
had
for
a
everybody.
decent
Like,
impact
Oh,
on the
okay.
Farah. Very
I thought it was just whoever was working that
first being
day.
able to Joshua
So
Rabbit
we
is
banned
quite nice. We've
Farah
seen
and we
a ton of
banned
Farah on
Ana.
this map. She's just very, very good right now with the perks.
So
The
I think we're gonna see
barrage
Ash.
and the
I think
concussive
Lethal will be on
implosion.
Ash.
You've seen many highlights over the weekend.
Probably gonna see
of how
Spiky Boy
deadly that
again.
is, coupled with a barrage.
Yeah, I mean, you just bring everybody together and absolutely smash them.
It's a Holt. Holt
It's
was
so
one of the most
good.
broken abilities in the game when Orisa had Holt.
I wonder what headphones are. They're wearing like earbuds, and then they wear headphones over the earbuds.
Farah really can't
I'm guessing
operate as
one's
that
like the
solo agent,
comms and
so
one is
instead
for
of
game
actually
sounds.
Combining the barrage with something like the downpour or like a terror surge from an Orisa nowadays,
That or
but
just
Farah can do
cancel
it
out
all
some
by
noise.
herself.
You have the earbuds
And
in,
so
bad
the
noise over,
Farah ban makes a lot of
make it
sense.
seem a little better.
Maybe that means
Maybe.
we're going to
Don't
see
hear
a
the
little
crowd
bit
noise as
more
much.
Genji and Sojourn? Or do we finally get a chance to actually see this Tracer play and see the Tracer duel come out of these teams?
I would love to see some Tracer.
I think we're gonna see Ash
this
for sure.
Tracer versus Proper, in all honesty. Or Stalker, to be fair. Either one of them. Tracer's beast. So.
Because I think they played Ash
Shoe Love in the crowd
yesterday
as well, of
on
course. Crazy Raccoon currently waiting down in that lower
Ash on this map
bracket.
yesterday.
Can Nightmare be?
I think they when they were on attack, they played Symmetra on
Can they
attack,
stand up now against
and
Team
it like worked
Falcons
out really good
and
actually.
knock them down to face Crazy Raccoon?
They like
and
teleported
guarantee
up to
themselves
high
a spot in
ground.
finals?
I mean, that first map indicates yes. The potential is there. The team has it in them. They just have to draw on all of that power and individual star level to actually take
Alright, here we
the
go.
victory. And so as we load into King's Row, we can actually start to get a little bit of a feel of where these teams
Stalker's on
want to
Ash.
start to push their compositions. Team Falcons on the defense first. We're going to see Hanbin
Falcons on defense. They're doing Diva
as we
and
see
Zenyatta.
Fielder Zen.
A Fielder Zen.
Crazy. They're not actually gonna play Hanzo and Widow. They're just gonna try and get a quick shot off the
very
rip.
punishing for the hazard. Obviously, right now, Cuffet is hovering.
I wonder if they're going Winston.
And something we did see a little bit early yesterday was
I figured they'd go
this.
Spiky Boy again because they're.
Hanzo from Lethal. Crazy Raccoon was not expecting, Lip especially, was not expecting the Hanzo to come out, and he got insta-logged by the Hanzo. So
Yeah,
I
he
would
did
see
get
if
a pick
Lethal
with
does
Hanzo
stick on
yesterday.
this unless it's just like a Sonic out of the game.
How do you like the Zenyatta though into this
they're
Ramattra?
going
Nightmare
Ramattra.
already see the combination that Team Falcons have on this defense.
Stalker's
and,
like, nope.
Yeah.
I saw what happened to Lip yesterday. Get me on
Saw
high
the
ground,
Sonic
please.
Arrow fly by you and absolutely pieces out of there.
Yep, see ya. Yeah, I don't mind it at all.
He's
right?
staying on the
This is-
Hanzo. Oh!
Okay, Lethal. He does
Fucking
it
domed
again.
his
Oh,
ass.
Get the memo.
This is his point, man. I don't know what to say. Fielder down, no more worry now about the Discord orb, so Cuppa has a lot more.
I love seeing
freedom.
some Hanzo.
Oh, come on. Zara's got. Oh.
Oh, nice.
Maybe first game jitters or first.
Yeah, they're good on this map, dude. They fucking popped off on it yesterday too. At least on the first 2 points, they popped up yesterday, and then they got the third cap in overtime.
Collapsed on again as well, and I actually kind of wouldn't be surprised to
Yeah,
see
Lethal got.
consider a different hero choice.
Yeah, he got
there.
off the Zenyatta. He's getting fucking domed.
Now come out from him as well as the Mauga
Go to
from
Brig,
Hanbin.
put that shield up.
I mean, this has been a very classic choice for
I wonder if he's
Team
gonna
Valve.
stay on the
It worked out for
Hanzo.
them great on Lijiang Tower, and has in the previous series that they've already played in the Champions Clash tournament. But Mauga versus Ramattra, this can be tough. The Ramattra could just go in and punch you to death.
I think the new hero Freya will be good on maps like this with these long hallway sight lines and shit. I wonder if they're changing anything about her, if she's just going to drop in the same state she was in the playtest.
I mean, the longer these fights go, though,
She's got a ton of burst.
Lethal has to get a headshot
I
and
don't
an
know.
elimination.
They'll probably just release her in the same state and then go from there. Like go from there, go from there.
I mean, needs one more arrow here or a little bit of time, and he's got the dragon.
She's about to have the dragon. He just sent it down that fucking hallway.
Place to play against it in this small street, but they got to be
There it
expecting
goes.
it. Dragon strike through the walls, gonna split the team, but Proper's happy with that. Proper finds two. Oh, the deflected arrow to the
deflect
face
kill.
as Proper hunts for a third kill. 4.5 minutes to go.
He's gonna
Orbital
switch out
Raid,
to Hanzo for
sent
sure,
out by
probably.
Chio
They're staggering
to aid in that
Cuppa.
victory in that fight. They're gonna try and stagger Cuppa here.
Run that clock down. Name of the game.
Hanzo was a great point A hero pick,
All right,
but
now
now
he went to
goes over to
Soj.
the Sojourn to be able to match Stalker. And I think it's also better on some of these.
It's a mirror
straightaways
besides
that you have
Ramattra
on the
and
second point in
Maga.
King's Row, and also just considering where we're going to go for the third point as well.
everyone's just stuck in this
But
midway
yeah,
choke.
I mean, Orbital Ray committed there. I think you had to. Just knowing that the Dragon Strike split up the team, you needed to have
Falcons
an
only has
additional healing
Blade, but
investment,
they're popping it
but
right
Proper
now.
has
There's the
the
rally.
Blade already too.
He saved it. Oh, he doesn't quite get to lethal though. Nice little slide away and a headshot style.
We'll try to go make
lethal.
something happen, but
The Nemesis form and the annihilation being pulled by Cover 2 should be a fairly easy cleanup for the gang. And there it is, payload.
they should be able to
through
contest
the
again before the
Falcons,
cap.
they still have one more touch here for this point to cap though.
Yeah, but they're going to have to play into this Orbital Ray and Blade combo. And it's going to be very difficult to
Yeah,
keep
Orbital
down
Ray Blade's
Zera
gonna go
unless maybe you
crazy.
get a big deflect
They have
kill
rally, though.
or something like that. But look at how far forward Nightmare are playing because
they're
they know
trying
they
to
have
claim
that
as much
Orbital Ray
space as
ready
they
to go in
can.
their sails. And Cuppa already spots out Proper, has to send him running.
Maybe a little bit pissed about that one.
All right, they contested.
Like it, trapped Proper on the floor.
They pop the rally. Here comes the Orbital Ray. Here comes the Blade. Oh! Got shut down on the Blade.
Proper find himself in the backline once again with a solo kill onto Lethal. Big trade though in the front line as Cuppa's Nemesis
Oh,
Form
they used
doesn't
the
have running
cage.
out. A Ravenous Vortex and a shield dance there to try and dish as much damage out as possible to harm him with
They
his
still
cage.
might
It's
get it,
gonna
though.
prove quite
Oh, no, Cuppa down.
cumbersome to deal with. The Mauga is just running over this front line now. And they managed to hold this payload.
I mean, even with the healing investment that came through from Admiral, that cage on top of the fact that Hanbin had that cardiac overdrive, it was just taking too
Oh, yeah, they're gonna
long
hold
for
him up
Cuppa to
here
actually
again.
finish up on the softened up HP pool.
And the
So
whole time that
unfortunately,
payload's coming
Nightmare
backwards.
gets stopped in their tracks, just shy of capturing the second objective. And so now they've got to look
close.
at another
I
ultimate
know.
rotation. Overclock is
I think
almost
yesterday
in
there
the
was a
legal,
contest that was
so
like
maybe that can help
0.1 something
here,
or 0.2 something.
Stalker being
I'm
able to shut
surprised.
down that Dragon Blade was pivotal in that last fight.
Yeah, that was the win con. Like you pointed out, the Raid
All right, they're
Blade
getting some
should be
space
super
back, though.
easy. There's the push from Falcons. Ray deployed, Proper finds
Soldier's
Lethal yet
Genji.
again. Deflects, no dash. Has to finish off the good old-fashioned way.
Ooh.
And his blade
They're
is as sharp as ever.
1v1. Can't be losing
And
them.
that means that Lethal can't invest the overclock here, but they're investing the rally?
Nice bash.
Yeah, they used rally even though Lethal is down. But they got killed her, so. Proper down.
Launched into the backline with a rally, and in a 4v5, Nightmare clutched this fight out. And that good Vortex too. And
Nice.
being pulled to the floor, ends Stalker's life. 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Trying to get that
Extra
last kill on Chia,
little
but
bit of
can't
time
get it.
here added. Almost 3 minutes to push into the
They got
So
the cap,
annoying
though.
shooting there.
amazing rally bash there from Admiral.
It was so good. I think Nightmare
try
have
to shoot
identified
her
a really
in the air, her
important
movement.
Yeah,
win
she's small,
condition
too.
against Team Falcons.
Yeah.
Similarly to how Proper is going after
Some small
Ultraviolet
hitbox or
Admiral.
whatever.
What if Nightmare just try to go
They got
against
overclock and
Healer
annihilation.
Shield? Just walk onto the back
Stalker's
line
about to have
and just
overclock
completely
and
take
Proper's
them
about to
out
have
of the
blade.
equation. And now Nightmare, they've got
There they go,
annihilation
popping them
here. The
ults.
overclock from Lethal can get ripped.
Oh, they got the Juno.
Just too far forward.
Kuffa's low as hell, though.
His own critical health bar,
Oh, no,
marked
not anymore.
ultraviolet, and Amber will keep him alive.
Stalker popped the overclock.
Thanks to it.
I don't think he got shit with it, man.
Proper though could be deadly. He's waiting for his chance to go in. The orbital ray is
Ooh,
not a
he's
good
better.
chance for Proper just yet,
Trying
so
to
he
get
manages to scurry to the
help.
high ground. A blade pulled by
Zera
Zera,
pulled the
however.
blade.
Proper dashes straight into him, thinking he can get the
Hanben's about to have cage, and Proper has his blade. He's holding on to it, man.
fear rooted in Falcons there.
That's pretty crazy. He held his blade. He knew he didn't need it, I guess.
Falcons too also have a cage, so this ult dump
If
from
I was
Nightmare
Proper, I would
is
have pulled that shit.
No, and they've got to back up because Kuffa's still coming back from spawn. But you have some time to work with here. Minute 40, that should be about 2 more attempts from Nightmare, and a good opportunity for you to get out this cage blade combination.
Minute and a half. What do you think? They can get it or no?
Or maybe you can go in with an overclock rally of your own.
It's gonna be tough because Falcons got 2 ults. There's the cage and blade.
So in the back line, yeah, there's the blade. Proper just,
Ooh,
he's just
man.
dirty with it. Hasn't got an extra dash, but it doesn't matter. Kuffa's down, Abra in the front line. Without that Juno, there's no chance for you to survive. There's a minute in a
Yoda's
little
going
bit
over to
to
that.
go.
Oh no, he switched back.
Regroup here from Nightmare.
C9.
But this is
Yeah,
exactly
they
what they
got a
wanted to play for.
minute
No
left.
cage,
Yeah.
no blade.
Pretty
an
much
orbital
one last
ray
fight
Shio's
here.
name, but that's kind of it. So Nightmare
And no
actually
ult.
do
Well,
have the
they're about to have
time
rally,
to be able to push
but
past
Chio's about to have
with
orbital
this
ray,
minute
so
and maybe even capture this 3rd point because Admiral's got another rally, and you know what big things he's been able to do with this ult.
Looked like he
Oh,
wanted to go in
they
there.
got Proper
He's Harvey
low,
back
but
in the
yeah.
back line again, but the orbital
There's
ray
the orbital
very,
ray.
very
That's,
early.
that's a
And
strong
Zera
ult.
booped
Oh,
into the
Zera's
wall.
down.
That perk helping Fielder
I
secure
think they're gonna try
that
and.
kill. Admiral falls, and that was the rally gone. A big trade with
They're gonna try and just die and get one more fight real
30
quick.
seconds to go, and Falcons trying to stagger as many members of Nightmare as humanly possible.
Still time to work with though, because this is going to
He's
be
almost got
another
overclock.
full
Lethal almost got
live
overclock.
attempt. But it is a close
If
hold
they can
coming
get the
from Team Falcons.
they can get the
know
touch
they
and
can
get
try to
something with
stop
that
them in their
overclock,
tracks here, so they can stop
they're
them
gonna
from
try and
getting to the
fight him
car.
up at spawn.
Zera almost got caught out there.
Oh,
There's
Fielder
actually
goes down
Field
though.
that goes down. They're still on the high ground.
He's got the
with,
silver clock. I don't know if he's gonna
Nightmare
use it
still
yet though.
having to touch, remember. Proper's in the back line, find himself on an island, and he's cut to smithereens by Zera.
Can anyone
Lethal
touch?
Still trying to help the high grounder.
Yeah.
Peeps out, but the payload is moving away
Can they
from
get the
them.
overtime? Yeah, they got the
Payload
overtime.
moving, Stalker, overclock, Kuffa kind of by himself, but you could hear
Oh, Kuffa just got his annihilation. They're about to have orbital ray. I think they can get it.
Overclock annihilation on the point. Proper
Oh
pulls
shit,
the
Proper got the blade though.
Stalker 2 ripping his own OC. Can they actually find these kills though? Zera, oh, he gets stooped by Stalker. Stalker is so low.
Stalker's
Can
one as
still
fuck.
maybe survive and get back to the rest of his
Oh,
team
he
as
got
Zera
him.
finishes him off with just a plain shuriken. Overtime ticking down. And so with the health bars
I think they
Team
got it.
Falcons.
Nice, dude.
That is the completion for Nightmare.
Damn, that was fucking intense.
it was a hard battle.
I wasn't
but
sure if they were even
to
gonna be able to
the
get
end
to
of
the
day,
touch
to be able to
because
secure all
they
3
were
points
fucking
on
up in their
King's Row,
spawn.
I think
Roger was just sitting on that shit.
I don't know how the fuck he even got
really
over there.
smart play though to be able to just kind of
They're just
macro
chilling.
go for forcing out those ultimates from Team Falcons, understanding that they still had enough time.
Got
if
the
they took
cap.
those
It
fights
wasn't
early to get
overtime, but they
third
got that
test,
shit.
and with ults to spare of their own.
So even if Falcons get the, cap it, at least you got a chance
Zera
to.
being able to secure the kill onto Stalker, that was just so pivotal.
They all using them green
Stalker
earbuds.
getting the kill onto Zera just nets him a high ground advantage or even
Everyone's
a background
probably gonna
advantage.
use the
and
same
that's a
thing, so
very
it's all fair.
different
Nah,
fight.
you can use whatever peripherals you want, I
See what
think.
Nightmare want to do on their defense.
Besides the
Rock out
monitor,
the
because the
same
monitor's over there.
Now this is where I'm
They're
curious.
earbuds,
How do
like-
Falcons now approach this?
No,
They didn't start with the Malcolm.
some of
They do have a
some
chance
of them
to
are
change.
different, but
I wonder if Fielder is
it showed
actually gonna go
Proper
to
and
the
Stalker, and
Zen.
they both had those
Didn't
green
stay on
ones.
it for too long after getting logged.
What about like
by,
keyboard,
Lethal.
mouse, like
But
Yeah, you can use your own keyboard, mouse
I don't
pads.
know. I feel like the
Just gotta
Zenyatta
use
is
their
just
PC
so
monitor.
exploitable.
Yeah, their PC
It's
monitor.
so squishy. You can see how.
But
Kuffa
Shannon and I
with
were
this
talking about it yesterday. I bet they all play at home on that
so
same monitor
comfortable being
anyway.
able to walk back there, and
same
if you do have
monitor,
the
same
Zenyatta
rig, same
alongside
specs,
Chio,
same everything.
that's easy pickings. That is
Just,
simply easy pickings.
try and keep it as
Either for
consistent as you
Ramonda or
can.
even this Genji that
If
Zera
I
has
play,
locked
if,
into
if
for
I knew I
this
was gonna be playing on a
defense,
certain
but as
monitor
we
on
see, Team
the LAN
Falcons
events,
leads
I would use
on.
that monitor too.
Okay, we do have the Zenyatta, which will help
Stalker's
out
on
with
the
this
Hanzo this
duel as
time.
Hanben starts on that hero, but eventually
Just gotta hit
decides
one shot
maybe
on
I
some
can
of
go
these
for something something that's going to be a bit faster paced as we see the D.Va lock.
Yeah, D.Va, very easy to get to the high ground. This is
Careful
becoming a
getting low.
tradition at this point with Hanzo on point A attack. Oh, and there's the first kill, and it's Hanzo again. Admiral taken down by those storm arrows. And Cup are dead
Well,
too, okay.
that's a quick first point.
Hanzo apparently just the most broken character on point A, King's Row.
Well, it's so good because you have such easy
see if he stays
access
on
to
the
high ground,
Hanzo.
being able to wall climb with the Hanzo. So I feel like not only do you get the intel from being able to use the Sonic Arrow, but you also just have the ability to really force Nightmare into the position where you can win out that frontline duel at the end of the day. And immediately after they capture that first point,
he went
all
on
of
and
that
switched
first
to
damage is
Sojourn.
gone. Team Falcons make a full pivot of their composition to have
And
the
they switched
Sojourn, Mauga,
Diva
and
to
Rig
Mauga.
as the backbone of this team.
They're just running straight in. I mean, this is Harmin's specialty here, just dashing to the back and then hoping Proper can follow up with a couple of kills. Any of those resets is pretty
Harmin and
easy
Voda are
whenever
low,
he's
though.
down on the ground, but Harmin taking too much damage. No initial kill, so they can't stay in the fight too long. Remember, just cycling those cardiac overdrives is how they end up doing this.
Gotta hold this shit as long as possible.
But here's Harmin once again with his support duo this time, picking up Admiral.
Now that Admiral's down, this should be a big team fight win here for Falcons, unless we see a play come through from the DPS of Nightmare.
Sarah and cupping it. Yep.
Oh, this is a steamroll.
They're gonna get the pushing.
This light at the end of the tunnel for Nightmare looking more like a truck at this point.
Proper's got the
Team
blade. They're
Falcons,
about to
they've got
have
Blade, they've
Orbital
got
Ray
Rally,
and
they've got
Rally.
Ray. If they pull these ultimates early, Rose, it's going to be almost impossible for Nightmare to cap second.
And that's why
Or
you
defend
see
second.
Proper actually already pushing towards the spawn of Nightmare. just
Lethal's
getting
about to have
a
that
little bit of
overclock,
poke
though.
damage, making sure that when Nightmare actually approach, maybe
Needs to hit some fat
we're going to see
rails.
Stalker just have a really big charged railgun shot. But yeah, here, maybe Lethal with an overclock at least can match that and start to force out some ults, but it's a tough road for Nightmare.
Cuffer is so far up, ends up getting
Rally,
crashed.
Orbital
Harmin
Ray.
gets the follow-up
He
stun.
didn't pull the blade, though.
Oh, a Rally array. They're going to save the blade, and Lethal, he's just all on his little lonesome,
That's gonna
sadly.
be second point cap.
There is an orbital ray from Apple, though. They really think they can win this fight, but they've got no damage.
Yeah, why did he shouldn't have used that Orbital Ray?
Proper ends up pulling blade to guarantee them the fight, but you really want that ray back if you're Nightmare.
Yeah, they shouldn't have used that Ray. Unless he's about to switch,
You
but
want to have it absolutely in this fight, but you're already so far behind.
they got
that
Rally,
Orbital
Annihilation,
Ray
and a
will be able
blade.
to actually give you
Fielder switched
that
over to
hero play
Zenyatta now.
Dig your heels into the sand and actually stop this payload in its tracks. Because see, Falcons are beating you right now in terms of the ultimate economy, in terms of just being able to muscle their way through.
Oh, there's
and they still
Overclock.
have this
There's the
overclock
Rally.
to play with.
They're getting aggressive with the Rally.
Misses the bash. Stalker
Ooh,
sidesteps
Zera
it.
down, though.
Zera dead already and a beautiful
Ooh,
shot.
Lethal down.
My word, he weaved it. Fielder back on the Zen as well. Such an annoyance for Cuffer to deal with. And right now, Rose, Nightmare living their worst nightmare. Falcons are just
Lethal's trying to switch to
steamrolling them.
Widow.
This is
I
4.5
don't know.
minutes and they're on the final push.
And look, Nightmare, like Hail Mary play here, putting Lethal on this
They got
Widowmaker.
4.5 minutes to try.
Taking a little bit better of it as Kappa goes over to the
Yeah, they
Hazard
gotta
now,
hold
so
for
you're going to
that
play a
long.
little bit more of a
Yeah,
standard
that's
comp, but
rough.
you can
This
kind
is
of
their
look
map
at
pick,
it extended
too.
for
Oh, they got
Nightmare.
a Spiky
Even with
Boy.
the
I'm
Widowmaker
surprised they haven't been
gone,
playing
you're just
Spiky Boy, because
hoping
that's who
that
they
you
were
can
running
stop this
yesterday.
momentum that has snowballed for Team Falcons, and they still have the
There's a
cage.
cage fight.
Wrong place, wrong time.
Ooh, Zera down again, and he has the blade.
They really needed that
Ooh.
in this fight, in this defense.
That's
Proper
twice
just
now he died with
soloing the
blade.
backline. He just does it again and again and again. There is nothing stopping Proper.
That's
There is
Jover.
nothing stopping Team Falcons.
Zera had that
3
blade,
minute
died
52
twice
second
with
time
it.
bank, and they're going to get a free attack.
Yeah,
They
with
got
no
a
time
big
left in the bank
time
here for
bank.
Nightmare. It's only going to be Falcons that get a chance at winning out this map. So Nightmare could only hope for a tie at this
They
point.
steamrolled
It is
them.
all smiles for this Falcons squad. They are so happy with
Did
how
Nightmare
fast
win
they
any
were able to
fights?
take that King's Row. That attack was not competitive. And I know we were talking a
like
little
they
bit
won a
about the
few,
Zenyatta choice
but-
at the beginning, but the fact that they went back
I
to
don't even know
it,
if they
that's how
won.
much confidence
Well, no, I think
you
they
can
stalled,
feel,
like delayed
because there was
them
no
a bit, but I
stopping
don't
that
even know if they
payload or
wiped them
that
one
push,
at all.
And so, amazing amount of space for this Zenyatta to work in.
All right, this comp is like what I think.
No.
I think they were running this yesterday when they were
I'm like, I'm getting excited, but no.
Nightmare,
We
Lethal
have
on
to
the
focus on
Ash
this Nightmare
and
defense
Cuffer on the
because
Hazard.
they've got to lock into this for 4 minutes.
Bastion and Baptiste.
They don't get a chance to have a mistake. They
Might
don't get
run
a chance to
Bulldozer.
go back to spawn and change up their plan. They've got to really lock in to this Hazard, Ash, and Genji.
They're trolling.
One of Lethal's best heroes in the Ash. Also extremely good on the Widowmaker, any kind of long range to medium hit scan. The ability to stay on the high ground is very important too, so We'll see how long he can survive.
He's just going to come out on the bulldozer.
Venture, of all things. We'll see if he ends up... Okay, he's going back.
Nah,
Yeah,
he's
deciding
into the
against the
switch.
Venture. Although I would have loved to see it. In fact,
Are you
Sorga's
sure?
just going back.
Oh, I was gonna say
Stalker and
we
Bastion
drop
is
one
good.
silly
Oh
hero,
yeah,
we
it's
get
overtime.
another
You get the
one.
perks.
Stalker with the
You
Bastion.
start with both perks
This
in
is
overtime.
gonna make Nightmare's job very difficult.
Getting that
Especially when he
fucking
gets set up in turret form.
that
This
artillery
is
round
explosive.
form or
That is
whatever.
a lot of amplified damage.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. And he's taking the perk as well. That turns his
Cup is
cannons into
Oh,
rockets.
spiky boy
Cup's been
down.
pushed
No.
out already. Zera is left alone in this little choke point here. Stalker may be dead, but the rest of the team is gonna follow. And that's it. That's just Falcons taking that one. Right underneath their noses. Team Falcons now on a match point against Nightmare. Another day in the books. World champions from last year. Fist bumps all round to Sparkle. With a big smile on his face, knowing that
I forgot that if
placement here
they had
is
captain
almost
overtime or whatever, if the other team just didn't get overtime cap on the third one, all they have to do is capture the first one.
If you were Nightmare.
I thought they still got a chance to
just to get a third of the pie on that
push it
first
to
point.
or to get it to.
It almost feels inevitable, especially at this level of Overwatch. Just with so
But I guess
much
if they
time in the
capped in
bank, you're
overtime and
able
you
to work up
didn't,
to
then
ultimates, and then
all you have to do is
just
cap the
make
first
sure
one.
you've got the economy to win. So I think Nightmare they gotta again kind of brush their shoulders off, kind of dust themselves off, and focus up.
Whoa, it ain't looking good for him.
Yeah, third
That was their map
choice
pick too.
of map and their choice of ban first
I
as
gotta
well.
hit the hay.
Nightmare
I'm
and even
tired
Zera
as
coming
hell.
into this, you know, it's
All right, man.
not every day you play
Thanks for hanging out.
against
Thanks for
an
the
idol
sub.
of yours, and he was rather chuffed that Proper.
Next time you got day off or
He
something,
might
we'll have to
just
try and
be the
play something.
future of Overwatch esports.
And he still is. I think you have to take
Yeah,
a
probably not
look
long.
at how Nightmare
I'll probably be
performing outside
sleeping and
of
getting
just
until like
this
3, 4
individual
p.m.
lens of
That's
this
what I did
match.
today.
And even if just you look at that first map, actually, like it's quite close. It's coming down to these very
Yeah.
small margins
But
of error.
you got Thursday and Friday
in
off
how
this head,
these
so we
teams
can
are
probably get
matching up
something in.
against each other. Lethal getting a pick,
Plan
really
for
opening
Thursday.
things up for
Right.
Nightmare. And Kind.
Sounds good to
Stalker
me,
being able
man.
to shut down an ultimate
Later.
is a huge win
Peace.
condition that we've seen from Team Falcons too.
I mean, Nightmare, you look at that game against Crazy Raccoon, right? People were saying, is this one of the greatest upsets in Overwatch esports
It
history?
feels like it.
It definitely felt like it. It's up there, for sure. Like Crazy Raccoon, a team that even in
Yeah,
their
they
region,
beat Crazy Raccoons, and
there's
they're
a
kind of
positive
getting
win rate
stomped
against
by
Team
Falcons.
No one
So
expected Crazy Raccoon to get knocked down like that. Everybody was expecting 3-1, 3-0 kind of deal, and that
it
was
kind of
not
bodes
what we
well
were
for
given.
Falcons to
Zera
kind of win
had
this whole
a
thing.
life game on the Tracer. Now I wonder where we pivot to. We still have Push to potentially be played. Of course, can't play any kind of hybrid map. at
I
this
think they're
point.
gonna go
Maybe Push
Route
is gonna be
66.
where they pivot to, and they still have this Mauga ban in the back pocket for Harmbin, which is very good on a push or even a flashpoint as well, to be fair.
I think this is exactly where they're saving that Malga ban for. Kind of
Sure.
wait for the word down 0-2.
Yeah, that's true. They could go
and now
push
we
and
really
ban-
have to win a
ban
map in
Malga.
the series. So I'm with you. I think we could see an Esperanza and actually see that Malga ban come through. So either Kuffa can really focus on being able to play the Hazard or the Winston, because his Winston is great and we haven't really seen that come out in the series yet. And it's because that Malga has been such a problem. It would be really difficult for Kuffa to execute on a Winston dive here.
Yeah, and then what does the backline do there for Falcons? Because they could again go very greedy. Ideally, you don't have the Zen on a push map, but hear me out, you could. It does
I'm
make
gonna
life a
assume they're
little
gonna go
hell,
Route
on the
66,
tank.
so.
We of course can play Escort 2. Route 66 is where really Zera stamped his name. That map yesterday, if you want to watch world-class Tracer play, watch yesterday's game with Nightmare on Route 66. Look at Zera, look at the kill feed, look at his first-person POV. It was gross. I'm sure Obsojin is going to have the first-person POVs at some point as
Absolutely.
well up on YouTube. So, yeah, it was disgusting. And it might require them to go to Route 66 again. It's definitely going to be a map that, in their minds, is going to feel very comfortable.
It's so tough because I think with this map choice as well, you have to consider we want to win this next map, and then we want to make sure we win the next one.
Sure.
And so you have to maybe think, okay, well, if we're thinking about a map 4, then we also need to see if we can actually
Oh, they're gonna go
protect
fucking push.
some of our map choices, and maybe you're okay
And ban
kind
the
of seeing
Maga,
any
yep.
sort of escort come through. But
Pretty
even
smart
though it's
move.
not Esperanza, it's Runasapi, and that was a very, very quick ban decision.
Yeah, get Mauga out of here, man. Reminds me of last patch, like, please, no more Mauga. Look, now how do Falcons respond, Rose?
Well, you can't ban out the Pharah, and so I think it's very interesting that they're going to ban out
Sojourn
the Sojourn.
ban.
You can play Pharah on this map, but you can also play Tracer Genji.
Yep, you could.
So, no Sojourn. Lethal can pivot, of course, to something like an Ashe, but if Falcons see that the Ashe, Tracer Genji is going to, unfortunately, eat her alive.
Absolutely. I think that is a really good call out for what the DPS lineup could go for, but I'm
I'm pretty sure we'll probably see.
Not really sure
Probably
where this
Tracer
is going to go
Genji.
because a lot of these teams have actually opted to stay away from a Sojourn ban because it hurts their own DPS lineup. And so what a rare occurrence.
Maybe Cassidy. We saw that
see
yesterday.
Sojourn, yeah, exactly.
When Sojourn was
Falcons is
banned,
maybe
both teams
one of
played
the only
Cass.
teams that would be able to actually ban out the Sojourn without fear of it being a detriment to their own DPS line.
Yeah, we'll see where they want to end up pivoting. I love the Mauga ban. I think it's great. Now, where does Harmon go? I think a Winston is perfectly viable here. I think that's completely fine. Or even D.Va.
Yep. For the most part from Hanbin, we have seen him lock into either the Winston or the D.Va if he's unable to play the Mauga, or he sees that maybe the Winston or the D.Va is a bit more favorable into the composition that the opposition is running. So I think D.Va makes a lot of sense here, but you have to assume that Kuppa might actually consider still playing the Hazard here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe like Hazard with a Tracer Genji.
Absolutely. Very well adept on the Hazard. Even a ramp. I think this is fine for Nightmare in terms of their hero pool. Like, they want to get this Mauga out, and like you said, at some point in the series, they have to pull the trigger. They have to click the emergency Mauga ban button. This is, and it might be the only opportunity they get to do it. So picking this one up and going to Runa Sabi seems like the perfect pick for me. I just saw over the shoulder there, a couple was hovering Ram, but let's see if he really locks that one in. Let's go. Let's load into the third map. Team Falcons
All right,
on
here we go.
match point. A place in the grand finals awaits them. A pretty usual spot for Team Falcons to be in. Nightmare, they're the one to find the upset, but it requires a reverse
Yep, it
sweep
could be
from here on
Cassidy.
out.
But if there is a team that can do it, I believe Nightmare is going to be that bastion of hope. The last team standing of these Western teams.
Orisa versus
so
Ram.
You've got to
And,
think
Genji
Nightmare
versus Tracer.
could get the job done, and especially knowing that the rest of the world is behind them in this moment. But as we see these teams lock in and those gates open, Nightmare are going to be relying once again on this Ramatra composition. And for Falcons, a rare Orisa
Yeah,
pick
Cassidy seems to
coming
be
up
the
from
go-to
Hanbin. We have
if you
not
ban
seen him
Sojourn.
do this at all in this tournament. But now it's the time. Orisa has a pretty good matchup into this Ram.
Like that Lethal's playing the Cassidy too. Cassidy versus Cassidy here. Stalker also picking
Yeah,
that
the
one up.
Cassidy mirror is going to be fun.
Alright, point unlocked now. Harmon slowly moving on. And this is the thing that Harmon needs to do. He just needs to put himself in between Kuppa and the rest of his team. Orisa very well adept at doing that. And Stalker's on a really nice angle too. And
Yeah,
there's the
much
first
Violet
blood.
goes
And of
down.
course, it's at the hands of Proper. He ends up getting taken down, but from the high ground, Stalker.
I haven't really
is
seen like Ultraviolet on Ana at all, and that's like his
Look
best.
at that though. Zera's actually going
best
to
hero.
equalize this team fight as Hanbin is going to be the next
I guess
to
the
fall.
Juno Brig is just
Fielder
better.
as well. I think you just saw Tiny Overwatch and what Admiral is capable of in there.
Goodbye, Stalker. Yeah, goodbye, team. Okay,
Nice.
Zera. All right, equalizing that fight there on the Tracer.
But this is the hero that we've wanted to be able to actually
Gonna
see
get that first fight
Zera
one.
perform on.
Let's see if they can
It
get
was
any
a huge staple in that
meterage
Crazy
though.
Raccoon game, and now it's going to end up being a big difference maker in this map as well. As we see Nightmare keep
there's the
control
lead.
of this push bot and start to gain that lead, that pulse ball. Let's see where Zera is going to be able to throw it. His sticks have been amazing so far this tournament.
Just unbelievable sticks. Speaking of which, oh, Fielder a little bit too sharp.
Unfortunate.
Shield turn, hits it, and yeah, pulse
easy.
bomb
Put it in.
denied.
But there's still a lot more that Nightmare can work with here. They're going to be able to utilize this High Noon from Lethal, even if it's just going to be to reload. But I'm really looking at the fact that Admiral is going to have this rally in a couple of
I
percent.
knew it's
It's a
worthless.
big old dump fight here.
Oh, Stalker switched over to
Sides, you've got to
Pharah. I
imagine.
just
High
noticed.
noon for Lethal spots Fielder. Another swift shield there saves Fielder's life. Kuppa, unfortunately, on the wrong end of Proper's shurikens. That rally coming through from Fielder. Just gonna let them a fight win.
Yeah, but this lead probably isn't going to get captured here by Team Falcons. Nightmare can come back in as a full team of 5 with an annihilation, as well as being able to hold on to that rally. It's going to be tough, though. I mean, the fact that Chio has that orbital ray and Proper's going to have this Genji, it's great ways for them to be able to lock down in place. And it looks like they are going to stop this push bot from being able to get that lead for Falcons.
I was wrong. I didn't think they could contest before they got the lead.
Well, he has Terror Surge.
Both orbital rays going. There's rally though for Nightmare.
The Terror Surge on top as well, making it oh so easy for Proper. The bot has been stolen away, however. Currently running up that hill, up and resetting back to the midpoint, but Cuffer is in trouble. Has got the annihilation and
Lethal's gonna go over to Ash.
But it looks like the rest of Falcons are able to dodge out of the way. It's taking a little bit too much for them though, as Proper ends up going down to the flail of Admiral.
But look at this, with another pick on the Hanbin, Nightmare just get a chance to extend their lead. And if they can take down the rest of this backline from Team Falcons, they can take this checkpoint too.
Oh, the barrage. Oh,
there's
it's
a barrage, and he's gonna get
Good
two.
luck hitting that one. There is a Lethal off onto the sidelines here, but I
Admiral.
think he's arrived a little bit too late.
Popping off with the Pharah.
Yeah, I mean, now Nightmare have lost those player advantages,
Don't get
so
picked.
it's Proper being able to take that too. Ultraviolet has no choice except to go for
It's been
the
pretty
reset.
back and forth so far.
But still, good percentage on the board here in the first 4 minutes of this map, and another chance to come back in and stop Team Falcons from taking the lead. Kuffa's already getting prepared for what Team Falcons are going to throw at them next. But it's a pretty even fight in the neutral, no ultimates. Comes down to Zera and Lethal.
Secured there by Team Falcons.
But
checkpoint. On this high ground, just being a menace. Cuffer getting spear spun away so they can get the checkpoint, but not quite. Rose.
Very close.
Very, very close. I'd say like a 0.1 meter or something silly.
Yeah, but at least they were able to stop that and can actually hold this corner.
Yeah, I haven't seen anybody running Ash on this map.
You can already see him checking for a flank though, coming through from Proper or Stalker. As now
This
it's gonna
dude's
be
aim
time
is
to
crazy
focus
good.
up as Fielder hits the rally.
Yeah, Fielder hitting the rally and just
Oh,
a stun
Lethal
bash
goes
forward.
down
Lethal
now.
already dead actually to Proper, who dashed towards him. That's going to be checkpoint, you've got to say, for Team Falcons. Nightmare's chances here of staying in the upper bracket are dwindling with every death. A nice little spear spin to push the Ramatra away, and they're going to have to respond with an orbital ray. But Chio's going to unleash the same thing as Admiral ends up going down. Proper with the blade still as well. A spear skewers Cuffer, puts him on the barbecue, and they have him for dinner. A high ground advantage now for Proper as well. Oh, they are just playing with their food now as Falcons extend the lead.
And it looks like they're going to be starting to barrel towards a full cap if Nightmare are not careful. This annihilation from
Proper
Kuffa
Genji,
and
that
this
seems
bot are
hard as
going
fuck
to
to
have
deal
to
with.
do work, as Nightmare need to make sure that they can keep themselves in this series. But with a Terror Surge on top of the fact that you've got this barrage, I think Team Falcons can actually
it's not looking
play
good for
a little
him.
bit far back.
Blade, Terror Surge
That's
as
the
well.
Bob.
Oh, that's just the perfect combo.
Dude, Proper
you
is
can't
just
run, you
going
can't
insane.
hide, and no
Look at this
sound
shit.
barrier either for Admiral to try and keep them in the
Oh,
fight.
he reflected the
Proper,
Bob into
deflect kill
Lethal.
from the Bob, right
That's
back.
just
Lethal.
dirty, dude.
Bob playing for Team
Oh my
Falcons
God.
right now, and this might just be a full cap, Rose.
I mean, look at this. Kuffa feels forced to actually utilize the annihilation despite the fact that they're still down players.
There's the barrage. You didn't get anybody with it,
Across the
but
map, Stalker's going to unleash this barrage to just keep the pressure
Lethal's
on
back over on the
Nightmare.
Cassidy.
112 meters, 4 minutes to go. Nightmare need to find a miracle. The blade
Man,
might be what
Proper
does
is
it for
just
them,
going
though.
fucking crazy, dude.
Zera has been able to put up those numbers, but on
Nice
the
vortex.
Genji, you've got to be able to deal with Proper.
Nice vortex, there's the blade, they're gonna pop it. He's up on the high ground right now,
You
he's
got
just getting
Stalkers
taken
there
out by
down,
Proper.
though.
He just chases him in the neutral. Proper takes down Zera, who was blading, and now Nightmare, they're scattered. Falcons have a rally as
Yeah,
well,
this shit is
and they
over.
control the bot on Nightmare's side of the map.
3.5 minutes to go as Team Falcons keep pushing that bot further into enemy territory. A Nightmare with the sound barrier. Do you have a chance to come back into this one? But Team Falcons have been the one to pull the trigger first. Even if it hasn't been with an ultimate, it's just being able to get that first kill that has really opened up these fights. And Proper is playing up like a tank right now. Full confidence behind these swings as he now starts to take that flank behind the team.
Yeah, disrespecting Nightmare, it's got to be
Fielder
said.
with the
Sound
rally.
barrier
Admiral
popped
with the
to Team
beat.
Falcons. Falcons get out of there. They do end up using a rally, though. You can see Fielder trying to find a bash kill onto Aberrant, and Harbin actually is the one
Well, they finally killed Proper, so that's like his fucking first death in forever.
Cannot land the shots on the Juno. The low health bars are taken for Falcons right now as Lethal finds a double kill. But there's 2.5 minutes to go. And they need to get a whole lot more meterage, and Harbin's making it difficult.
But this is a good start for Nightmare
Right,
to
well, they
come
gotta
back
fight win.
in. It was expensive, but
Proper's
you
about to have
still
Blade again.
the
Harbin's about to
ability
have
be
Terror
able to
Surge.
put up those DPS plays
Nightmare's
that
only got High
Nightmare
Noon, which
has
is fucking worthless.
cemented their history with. Starts with taking out Stalker.
Look how shitty
and
that
also
range
making
is,
sure
dude.
that
You
you
just
don't get
fucking
caught by the
tickle him.
blade, and that's a good pick.
Yeah.
Zera's gonna be able to shut that
Nice,
down
they got
before
Proper now, which
actually
is-
lets it rip.
To Blade is gone. They've got the combo, though.
This is a huge fucking.
Yep, High Noon to try and guarantee it. Oh, what a spear. There's the Terror Surge. Oh, wrong place, wrong time, Avril. Terror Surge.
Even though Proper was down, didn't really matter. It
There's
was
2
like,
minutes to go. Cover trade, same with Zera. Proper chasing Ultraviolet off the map. What, you want to try?
Oh,
You
he's
really want to
right
try
back in
this? Oh, Proper.
Oh.
Oh, Ultraviolet falls off the map anyway.
But he actually
That's funny.
accomplished what he wanted to, and this bot gets to stay in control of Nightmare.
yeah,
and the
but
comeback is real. It is so comebackable, Jaws. They are looking at this first checkpoint. They just have to be able to get
Proper
through
still got
Harbin,
Blade. This
but
barrage
Nightmare
is probably
could
gonna
do
get.
it.
He's been getting
Another
like
blade
2
in
or
the
3 with
pocket of
every
Zera. The
barrage.
last one fell a little flat, but he
Not
has
every,
the
but damn
potential
near.
to really stick the Falcons right now. But it's going to be a close call. We're now getting down to the wire. 1
They have no
minute
support
remaining.
ultimates.
Zera pops the
Oh,
blade.
here's Zera
same with
Blade.
Proper.
Oh,
He's already
nice.
found Fielder. Proper.
Oh.
Ends up getting taken down mid-blade by Zera. The apprentice trying to become the master. 1 minute to go. And it is very doable, Rose. They've still got to deal with Harbin, though. They've still got to
They
deal
still
with
gotta deal with that
Stalker.
barrage.
The
There it
barrage from
goes.
the high ground.
Oh,
And Copper
man,
pulls
told
him
ya.
straight to him. And he pulls him straight to his demise. Harbin on the point, just trying to juggle it at
Harbin's
this
gonna
point.
be
And
impossible
Rose,
to
the
kill on
problem
this
is
damn Orisa.
They're not making these fights clean. And they've only got the orbital rate and maybe the annihilation left.
But that's still good ultimates, and they're close enough that they could still be factors in this next fight. But with 30 seconds to go,
That charged up
and Team
spear is pretty
Falcons
cool.
starting to move that bomb past that midway point. It's
I
gonna
took
be a
shield
tough
when I
fight
played
for
her.
Nightmare. They've got to win 3 team
But I
fights
didn't play
in
her on
a
a map
row
like
to
this.
stand a chance to extend this series. So
Fielder's
if
about
they
to
can
have
grab them,
Rally.
Nightmare could do it. They
Ultraviolet's
just
about to
gotta play
have
smart, and they can't get picked
Orbital
off
Ray.
before they take this 5v5.
Proper looking for a flank with Stalker there, but decides better of it. Just goes back to the mid. The entirety
Yeah,
of
they got
Nightmare.
Orbital Ray and they're about to have
Maybe deal with
Annihilation.
Fielder, who's
There's the Orbital Ray.
overextended and then some.
Oh, Fielder
Good
down.
solo kill by Zera.
Nice. They didn't have to use the Annihilation
The
either.
orbital ray used. Okay, not the most expensive fight, and now overtime is here, and the perfection is required from Nightmare.
All if they die one time, it's
just got to
over.
withstand this orbital ray from Chio.
Very good start here from
And,
Nightmare. But you're right.
Rally.
It's the orbital ray on top of the fact that Fielder's going to have this rally. A lot of
And they
sustain
might have Terror
on the side of
Surge, too.
Falcons. So Nightmare got to go first, and they got to go fast.
Spear spin.
What a work
from
to
the
do.
high
High
ground
Noon
there.
sucks.
Stalker trying to lay waste to the front line. Cover going incredibly low. Terror Surge is going to get popped. Annihilation 2. They're taking people down. Fielder Proper dead.
Nice, dude, they're doing it.
In the sights of Nightmare. Harbin all on his lonesome.
They didn't lose anybody either.
And that's a good start.
I mean, they still got a long fucking way to go, though.
Like a long, long journey.
2 more team fights Nightmare are going to have to win in order to
They have
win this
Falcons
map
have
and
both
extend
fucking
the
support
series.
ults, too.
But it's in overtime. Nobody can step off now, and there's no ultimates on the side of Nightmare. Zera's going to be the first one to potentially even get it. So it's about the raw kills from Nightmare if they want to keep this dream
He gotta
alive.
try and build this
divide
blade
it into double
quick.
support ultimates. You're asking an
Zera needs
impossible
heroics.
feat.
He needs
Oh, man.
heroics. There's a rally.
There's a
there's
rally and the
ray.
orbital ray.
Everybody from Falcons descending on
That's
cover.
it.
An easy kill to be said, and that's it. Team Falcons
3-0,
in the final
GG.
seconds, and 3-0 Nightmare, sending them down to the lower bracket. But for Nightmare, there's
GG.
tragedy and success. feels
Beat Raccoons and they get
insignificant
3-0'd by
without it.
Falcons.
They've still got a chance. They've just got to beat
Dude,
Crazy
Proper
Raccoon
looked
again.
insane
But a
on Vegeta.
placement in the finals now for Falcons.
At least the first half of
with
the
a swift
game. That shit
3-0.
was insane.
It was a 3-0, but I feel like there were still some incredibly bright moments for Nightmare that give me a lot of hope that they could potentially repeat the insane success that we already saw so far in the tournament. And so hopefully they can keep their heads held high as they get prepared for what is going to be another incredible test of strength. but congratulations Team Falcons. They came in as the first seed in Asia Pacific, and they're going to be our first finalists here at the Champions Clash.
What felt like a small hiccup against Alcatia, I think that was actually Alcatia punching up a little bit. It's been almost perfection from Falcons in that upper
Yeah, he definitely didn't pop off like he did yesterday.
We're going to jump over to the desk. They can break down that series.
Dude, Proper looked insane though on Genji. That was
we'd be
fucking
delighted
nuts.
to. Thank you so much, guys. Hi. Hi. I think we should.
And the Pharaoh was just too much to deal. I don't know. Cassidy just seems like such a trash pick in this.
I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. Okay, I'm not afraid. I know that
You're going to defend this.
I'm going to defend this. I'm going to defend this.
I respect the.
You can't defend it. The game's over.
I know.
They lost.
I know.
It's all about perspective.
It is.
Well, he tried Ashe at one point too, and he fucking got shit on also. They probably just needed to go Pharah themselves.
What's heartbreaking is the fact that I feel like Nightmare should have been able to take our first map. It was doable on Lijiang. I feel like they're going to be kicking themselves to not be able to at least like get that one with the momentum. But overall, I feel like it just doesn't.
I don't know. Yeah, they tried Ashe and Cassie. It didn't work out for either of them. And Sojourn was banned.
On
So.
Lijiang, I think there were great moments coming from Admiral. He had a lot of impact with that brig, with the rally coming in. But yeah.
Why are we letting you guys speak at all?
They should have won Lijiang. They should have won Lijiang. Kings Row, all right, not
Man,
the
that
best.
getting 3-0'd, that sucks.
But this series was all about downloading info, right?
What are you saying?
Rematch them.
What are you saying?
After they beat Crazy Raccoon.
I agree. The talent is clearly there.
This is like downloading the info. It's a text document that just says the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. That's all it says.
They're warming up for lower bracket.
Lorem ipsum. All is on this data, bro.
No, we're good. We're good. No panic.
So we're gonna get a rematch, I think, in the lower bracket.
Actually,
Nightmare and Crazy Raccoon.
Played a
So.
really good series, I thought. Zero played actually really good. We were like, oh, does he have another life game? Like, I think he's proven at least through these.
You know why it's called a life game?
He is. Well, I mean, it gonna happens only once in a while.
Right.
But he still played extremely well
once in
this series.
While being alive.
Yeah.
Now, Proper seems to have a bajillion lives because every game is a life game for this.
Yeah, if they beat him again, that's gonna be crazy.
He literally is.
I think it'll look a lot different this time.
And to be able to play each and every single hero that he
Yeah,
plays on such a
I
high
don't
level
think.
is
I think they
just-
underestimated
that's
him last
outrageous.
time, and
That's
then I think they
criminal.
were, like you said before, they were trying to
he's
ego pick him.
extremely.
Shit.
I mean, we know how good Proper is. I'm surprised that we didn't.
Yeah, Proper
see
definitely was
them
popping the fuck
attack
off.
some of these Maga comps a little bit more because, like, it's clear that this is the type of style that Falcons wants to play.
Dude, he
Wanting
he
to
deflected the
Ramatra
bob
into
into
it, I
the
think, is
Ashe
a
to kill
choice,
him.
right? I think we
That
can
shit was
debate
crazy.
that.
Is it controversial to wonder why they don't
I
try
hope they
and
show
work
it.
Ana into those anti-Malga comps? I think like having something to answer
they
like
didn't show
Cardiac
it.
Overdrive is decent, even though Malga's perk does obviously.
But he like
give you
got
a
he
bit
got
of
like
extra
2 or 3, and
overall
then
from
the
that
bob
comes
was
down.
shit
I
him. He
feel
just
like
deflected it and
you've gotta
angled
try
it
and deal with that inherent durability
into the Ashe
in
or
the
whatever.
clutch in those team fights.
This shit was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, nobody stands there toe-to-toe with Maga in just like a tank battle and wins, other than another Maga. So, like...
But we moved on.
Maga team Falcon.
Yeah, we moved on from that. Don't even speak that one back into existence. Like, we're good. Everyone's good.
Yeah, you can deflect, I think, pretty much anything.
Less good after this loss. However, they're
Like you can
still
deflect
alive in
like a
that
Hanzo
bracket.
Dragon
This
era,
double
like his
elimination
ultimate
bracket.
and shit, and
They
like
won
send
their
it back.
first match in the upper bracket,
If you gotta
so
time
they
it
can
right,
still
obviously.
Make that lower bracket run. It's right there.
Oh, yep.
Ta-da.
Crazy Raccoon and Nightmare. There's the rematch.
But I feel like
Winner of that, and then it's
Crazy
grand
Raccoon,
finals.
they're out for revenge. This is not gonna go well. This is gonna be a roughie.
If Crazy Raccoon plays like they did yesterday in the lower bracket, it will be a tough game for Nightmare, and then it will be a tough game for Falcons. Like, they looked so good yesterday.
I mean, Nightmare's just got 3-0'd, so they're gonna be fucking probably feeling like shit, like in their head and stuff.
I think if that's the same lineup, you know, the way they play yesterday as they do today, I think they can.
There's probably gonna be a
win the whole
I want to say
thing.
something a little
little
controversial.
break
I
here
think
before
Crazy
the
Raccoon
next
have been the
one,
most
because-
streaky team at this entire tournament. Because the game
Are they gonna,
played
you know,
last
make
time,
'em immediately
against
play
this Vigo
again?
Team, like Chorong is setting the phases to warp feed in some of those fights. Right? Like some really questionable decisions there. It looks like they're playing really loose, really aggressive. They just seem to be overconfident. I think they've dialed that back.
Yeah, you can
now
like
and they're
deflect
locked in.
Zarya's grab
Another player
ultimate.
that
You
was
can
very
deflect like a
confident,
bunch of
even in
shit.
the loss is Zero. You touch on him as well, and then we have Danny standing by. Let's hear what he has to say.
Guys, I'm so sorry. I know you guys are suffering a tough loss right now, 0-3, but hey, things are not over. You guys have one more match, rematches against Crazy Raccoons. How are you guys going to prepare?
We'll just play our game, you know. I think they play completely differently to Falcons, so I don't think it should be like too difficult. We beat them yesterday, so hopefully we can do the same.
Vito, are you confident going into the rematch against Crazy Raccoons?
We're just gonna repeat what we did, to be honest.
All right. Well, good luck, guys. Thank
These
you so
boys
much.
do not want to talk right now.
Danny out there hustling. He's tried his best.
They're locked in.
Yeah, they're locked in. They're going to play their game, I heard. Unlike most other teams.
Apparently repeat what they did yesterday, too, which was kind of missing.
The good news for anyone.
Hopefully they at least put up a better fight.
Raccoon will not play the same way they did yesterday.
I think we can actually expect
I hope it's at least close. I don't want to keep seeing 3-0s.
Crazy Raccoon performance. What should Nightmare be taken away from it other than them having to play their own game?
I feel like a broken record here, but you know they had to really watch out for their first map. They're the high seed coming into that game, which means they have first ban. We're banning Wrecking Ball on that first map. Try and set yourself up at least to get a 1-map buffer, because that means obviously you have to win less of their map picks in order to win this series. I like the flexibility that Nightmare offer. They can go to those Ramatra style comps. I think Kappa can literally hang with Junbin in a Winston mirror. I'd kind of like to see them go back for that again, but who steps up if Zero doesn't have a blinder of a game? I think they've got the quality on this team. I think UV's the kind of player that can stand up here, but you know, we need to see a better performance than the last time they beat Crazy
We need to put UV on Ana.
You look like you have an aneurysm. Are you okay?
It's tough.
Bro, I listen to your justification of the pred. Don't
Also, you have to think about it. So, like, in the back, I was talking to Johnny and Jake. I was like, man, this is insane because for Nightmare to win the event, you'd be like, okay, they beat Crazy Raccoon and Falcon 3 times in 24 hours. Yeah. Like, that's just like an insane statement, just in general.
That's what it means to drop to the lower bracket in this upper final.
But even getting a win here would feel like a little bit of a victory just overall for Nightmare, but it's not going to be the same Crazy Raccoon as yesterday, I promise.
They're in the top 3, man. I feel like they're already playing with house money at this point, so Nightmare is so much to be proud of already. You know what we are proud of here? Battle of the Bots, which have been implemented in this very season of OWCS, and we're not done. No, we got it ready for you as well here, of course, on our grand
they're about to take a little break here.
This one is a good one. It's going to be 1 big Symmetra versus 10 tiny Junkrats. What are we thinking? I give it to Symmetra. She's going to laser them
I am also feeling the Symmetra.
The Junkrats, because they can all knock her around the remote mines.
Okay, but like it's 1 big Symmetra.
But they just knock the laser.
They're going to be big.
But she's going to just chunk through the Junkrats
That's what I'm thinking.
fast.
Yeah.
They're just going to keep coming off. I think just...
Well, this is what we're thinking. Let us know, vote in chat who you think is going to come out on top of this one.
How big is she?
We will answer more questions
How small are
on
they?
the real bracket here at the Champions Clash in Hangzhou. So stick around, and we're going to see you after a short break.
All right, 5-minute break. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get a drink and stuff.
안녕하세요. 팀 팔콘입니다. 지금 2025 챔피언스 클래시를 시청하고 계십니다.
But I'm back. About to throw some eye drops in real quick.
Welcome back, everyone. We're about to dive into our lower bracket final. It's going to be a rematch between Nightmare and Crazy Raccoon. And who better to bring you the action than the people who were there when it happened?
So true.
What's up? Jaws, Nick, are you going to curse it again for us? Do you have any plans?
I'm not even on the cast this time, so I feel like I can't.
Oh yeah.
Is that how it
Curse
works?
is also very powerful. Like we're not even there. Like teleported.
The aura radiates throughout the studio.
She has insane aura.
This is true.
Yeah,
C9
it's
aura,
factual.
sadly, is not,
It just
not the
doesn't
best.
look like the worst aura to have, isn't it? Like
That depends.
Or the best if you're a viewer.
Exactly.
I guess.
I think for the views, mwah, chef's kiss, no notes. We have a few notes though that we want to share before we dive into all the action, and those notes are always somehow related to drops and rewards. All you have to do is enter the Championships Clash giveaway. I can read this off, don't worry about it. To earn a Black Hat bundle, Lifeguard bundle, or 1,000 coins. All you have to do is sign up at bit.ly/OWCS. CC giveaway! Exclamation.
Link it in the chat.
Is it a mark or a point? Where are we falling on this one?
What,
Exclamation mark or exclamation point? Because
Exclamation mark.
Because it's a question mark, not a question point.
Who is Mark?
So it should be a mark. But who is Mark?
Who is Mark?
Who's
Yeah.
Mark? Yeah.
Bob's cousin.
Sick. Well, I hope that would leave this conversation with more answers than questions.
Dude, they're
So
always
that
just
is
so
not
fucking like
sorry. I
awkward.
know
Just
maybe grammar is
saying
not our strong
stupid-ass
suit,
shit.
but I know talking about these teams definitely is, because we know everything there is to know. And if you missed the first time those two teams faced off against each other just how many days ago? What is
Watch
time?
the VOD.
You watched the VOD actually yesterday. I know that's a while ago, or it feels like a while ago. Alas, we're back again. So therefore, we will discuss what happened the first time around. Quite frankly, it was not the Crazy Raccoon that we're used to. It's not the team that has just been so dominant. Whereas Nightmare, I think they played as good as ever, but they just like somehow managed to step it up a notch. What did they change in their approach in order to come out on top? Like just completely ignoring the fact that Crazy Raccoon played some odd composition.
Yeah. Oh,
we ignored that for now.
Soldier? Yeah, I think, look, honestly, Zera just had the life game. We've been saying it all day already. His Tracer play in that series was just ridiculous. Like, if you want to watch world-class Tracer play, watch his POV. That was an unbelievable amount of pulse bombs. Like, success rate on the pulse bombs were absurd, and he was getting doubles. Like, the efficiency there is definitely over 1 in terms of pulse bomb attaches to kills.
But I think a lot of this was also just the confidence from the entirety of the team. Of course, when you have a DPS that's popping off like that, it does give you a lot more.
We haven't seen that one dude, Vision.
Confidence to make some big plays. Like Kafo was going in and isolating a backline player, or you even
Or who
saw
else? I didn't even
Admiral
see
and
all their names.
Ultraviolet taking duels that they were
They got a couple
winning.
people
And that's what you get when
sitting
you
on the
have
bench, I
DPS
guess.
like Zera and Lethal constantly getting those eliminations first.
Yeah, because after they won that matchup, he talked about how he had a good feeling on the day, and that was really important, maintaining that kind of energy for the team. And you saw that come out in how he was popping off through his gameplay, right? Even moments where he's saying, I feel like was giving him a lot of respect when they were going on some of those 1v1 duels. But that's also a situation that I can't imagine he's saying will be kind of putting himself in this matchup.
I mean, we'll even take a look at
I
where
think
Crazy
Crazy
Raccoon
Raccoons is
went
gonna
at the end of the day yesterday.
probably 3-0 him this time.
Was so pissed. Like, he had some of the
Especially because
best
Nightmare's
games
coming
that
off
we've
that
ever seen from
3-0
him.
just now, so they're
He
probably
was
fucking mentally
completely
boomed already.
by himself the opposition. And I think that you have to look at that game yesterday where Crazy Raccoon finished and go, okay, yeah, like they slept on it. They're awake.
How rare is that though? Like, how rare is it that we literally can say like the support player carried this team?
When you're shooting, when you play on the Ana.
Yeah, I mean, Shu on the Ana, that's just masterclass. Like, that was a TED talk in moving pictures.
Shu has been playing the game since its inception. He has been on almost every really good, successful team. Like, this guy is just a beast. He actually used to flex to Widow, like back in the day when
it shows.
Like it shows.
He plays his Ana like the Widow.
Yeah,
so like,
no, seriously, it shows in the game. Like, the raw skill from Shu cannot be understated. Yesterday was definitely a little bit of a fluke,
insane,
I
dude.
think.
He fucking
today,
went off yesterday.
I don't know. After a loss, can Nightmare come back? It doesn't feel like it because, like you said, Rose, they're probably pretty mad about that.
We saw it in
Yeah, I
Shu.
think
we
just getting
also
3-0'd
saw it
like
in
that,
Lip.
they're gonna be
I mean,
fucking mentally
Lip
boomed.
was just getting over clock
Confidence
kills
down.
and these big charged railgun shots that you weren't expecting. Like, they're halfway across the map.
Oh, shit, that's
and
weird.
We're still seeing Lip be able to get those.
I mean, if I had to make a guess here, Ash, their coaching staff must have given them.
You think Nightmare can beat Raccoons again, or you think it's
This is not an
Raccoons?
acceptable result for Crazy Raccoon, and also not for those.
Nightmare just got
individual players.
fucking wrecked, so
I don't think have ever had to
I think they're
claw their way back through the lower bracket from that far gone. Like, yes, they
even if
dropped
they
the upper
win though,
bracket
they're gonna have
finals
to play
match
the
and
team that just
quickly
fucking
made
3-0'd
dip
them.
their toes into a lower bracket. They never
So
had
I don't
their full
know.
feet in there. Like this time, they were up there to the
I think
waist,
Raccoons will
to
win,
the
honestly.
neck even.
Nightmare's just coming off that fucking loss like that.
Sure, exactly.
They're gonna be
not
like
happy about that, and
fucking
they want to make a statement.
confidence
out of the rematch.
down, mentally
course.
boomed.
And you can only imagine how much of a statement is going to come from, you know, the rest overnight into today.
Yeah.
When they're already able to
I think it'd be
make such a
better,
strong pivot up against a
finale
once
as
again
well.
that looked
Because I mean, even if they beat Raccoons here again and they go
earlier
back and just
on,
get
you know, during
fucking, they
Champions
get
Clash.
4-0'd this time.
So I feel like these Raccoons have got to be rabid going into this next matchup.
Yeah, I mean 1,000%. Yeah, they're not going to let
And I think it was I kind of think it was a fluke that Raccoons lost. I think it's gonna look completely different this time.
There's no shot Zera's getting away with that again.
Yeah, now Crazy Raccoon, they're obviously fueled by revenge. They're frothing at their mouths.
I wish once again would have made it
On
though.
the other side, we did just see
Nightmare
walking off of the stage.
Falcons,
after
and
this
once
loss.
again,
Danny tried to
grand
pry
finale
some
would have
words
been
out of
sick.
them. They looked shattered. Like, the spirits were not high. Like, this is a tough one to recover, especially if you consider that these are younger players. Like, this is not like an org with that much support. We touched on that already previously. What can you do as a player in that situation?
I think the result is even more heartbreaking though, because we saw those moments, especially on the first map of that series, where it looked like Nightmare could have won easily. And it's that last.
They might play with a different kind of confidence though, because since they know that they can beat them since they did. So
individual moments
I
where
don't know.
they can't follow up on
I think it's gonna
kills,
be
or
tough coming off
Zera's
that
getting
loss
picked
like
off
that, though.
first. And that is uncharacteristic. And I think you're right, Zoe. Like, it's really hard to repair the mental after you walked into that series probably confident through the roof, to the moon, like whatever it was, and then you fall short in that first map, and you could really start to see how that was affecting them throughout the rest of the series.
I think they need a complete reset here, because quite frankly, we said it already. Nightmare
but I do think you play with a
house
different kind of
money here.
confidence when you know you can beat them because you
By,
already
like,
have beat them.
In every single scenario this
Maybe they're gonna
entire
come in-
season, if you're going
come in
up as
swinging.
any team against Crazy Raccoon or Falcons, you expect to be outclassed.
Yep.
So you have to come in and have fun. Gotta play your
Hopefully
game.
it ain't a
gotta play to
3-0
your
though.
strength,
I want to
not
see at least a
think too
close
much
series.
about, like,
The opponent,
the
turn
opponent
off
here, like-
nameplates. Do
No,
not see
literally.
name on other teams.
Have fun. Like, have fun with it. Like, you have to throw something into the works here.
I think that you're talking about the fact that these are younger players on the side of Nightmare, and how that inexperience can factor.
Yeah, he was
into the
playing
fact that
fucking
it might
insane
be a bit more
yesterday.
difficult for them to bounce back. I want to give them the
He's been
silver
kinda
lining
quiet today,
of that
though.
young Zoomer energy. Okay, the young Zoomer energy might actually be the difference maker there as well.
It's the Zoomer energy now.
I'm talking
Yeah,
about
he was going crazy on Tracer.
I'm talking about the mental game, though.
Especially because he was going against Heesang Tracer, and that dude's fucking like the best Tracer.
After that
So
loss, I think that's maybe where they can draw from.
I can confidently say that this is the first time in 21 years of hosting this that was the silver lining. It's the Zoomer energy. Can bring that one to the. Hey, you know what? If it works, you coined it.
They're a vibes-based.
yeah, I think his
team.
Genji's
Get
good,
those
but I think
vibes
Proper was just
flying, and we're
fucking
good
insane.
to go. Get in there, but what's the pred? That's the real thing.
This is
That was like the best Genji gameplay I've ever seen, probably. He was going
What
crazy.
stood out to you guys?
Well, first of all, outside of the C9 on New Queens.
No.
Okay, we're looking at the maps. We're not looking at the what happened. We're not looking at what happened.
Yeah, but I think it says something that Crazy Raccoon even went for a hazard ban on New Queen Street, and we still saw Nightmare take it. This is a comfort hero for Kappa, but he was still able to show up on a different comp.
I wonder if they ban Winston again. Going straight in, because we know Jimbin's just going to play Wrecking Ball.
No, you have to. You had a Pharah.
Yeah, when they started that series, like, you're like, okay, where do we go from here? We know Jimbin's going to play some sort of dive tank. Do we ban the ball, or do we ban the Winston? He's going to play either one. It doesn't really matter. I think, yeah, maybe pivoting towards a DPS ban.
Yeah, I think you want to take that head-to-head with the Winston up against Junbin, right? And then there's also the fact that they did a really good job at
Watching
targeting
Junbin
the
on
back
ball
line,
is
and
fun
that's,
as
I
fuck.
think, why we saw Shu so pissed.
I bet that shit is so annoying to play against.
And having such a stand-up. I can finally play again. Oh my goodness. I'm alive.
Oh man, I mean, this is going to be an uphill battle. Like, no matter what picks and bans we're going to see coming out of that, no matter what maps we're going to see, literally all year long, every single team going up against Crazy Raccoon was the underdog.
Yeah, like
he knows like all the spots too. Like he was like
they only lose
on top of this one on
there's no one else they lose to. I mean, you look at
Ilios with the big hole in the middle. He was just like balanced on top of the building, like out of bounds or whatever that slides you off. He was somehow just like stuck up there.
Against them, so that's uncharted territory for us as well. So Nightmare already breaking records.
They broke the mold. Like it's like, okay, let's go to the upper finals, guys. Who's it going to be? Falcons and Raccoon. One of them will eventually go down to losers, and then they'll meet each other again in the grand finals. That has been all throughout last year, and it feels like it could potentially continue here. But Nightmares, they are the upset team. Can they do it again?
Well, we'll find out very soon. We're heading into a small break, and afterwards we should be back with our lower bracket final. You don't want to miss it.
Yeah, I guess they want to give him a little break since they just played that last series. I'm glad the grand finals at least first to 4. I wish it would have been like first to 5 or something, but if this next one, the 3-0 though, I'm definitely getting to bed earlier than the last couple of days. Which I'm not mad about. When I'm done today, do you want me to put the SSD somewhere where you can get it, or are you just gonna do it? Want to do it another day? Alright, sounds good, man. I appreciate you doing it.
Welcome back, one and all. Zoe here, joined by Ash, Jack, and Necra. We're here for the rematch between Crazy Raccoon and Nightmare. This is going to be Zoomer Energy going up.
I'm going to try and play tomorrow. Hopefully I get some
revenge. Who's going to come out
some
on
good
top?
games.
We're going to find out very
I want to try and do that drive event thing that's going on.
To take to the stage in Hangzhou. As I said, they met very previously, literally just a day ago, and Nightmare, the big surprise, came out on top. Of course, the big question is, can they do it again?
Zoomer Energy. That's the title of the VOD. Zoomer Energy game.
Ash is never getting away from this one.
It's too late.
Ash's legacy
But imagine if they do it, though. Imagine if she's going to look like a genius.
True.
Well, let's see. Can they get it done? Let's send it back to our stage once again.
And now,
all right, here we go.
to the battlefield. Let's hear it for
Nightmare.
They didn't even have to take their keyboard and mouse and shit off. They just left it out there probably.
They successfully did it. However, beating them again after Shu, Lip, and in fact the entire roster looked pretty glum, pretty angry and annoyed on the stage yesterday after walking off.
All right, well, they don't look.
They're gonna need some big.
They look like they're coming back with some energy.
Win at this series.
I thought they were going to be mentally boomed after getting 3-0'd like that. And then it's got to be like in your mind, you know, like even if we win this game, we got to play them again, and we just got shit on by them. Like, I think that would affect me.
They have something to prove, and that is to stick it to the final Western team. That is
He's saying
left
putting
in
like
this
thumbs down, and
to
he's going like this when he walks out.
against Team Falcons.
Man, yeah, pride on the line here, definitely for Crazy Raccoon.
It's funny because they're both their
one a
DPS.
statement
One's
piece.
giant as
I'm
fuck and
relieved
one's
to see
tiny.
smiles on the other side of Nightmare. Let's just have fun with this. Can they repeat it? We'll find out in just a second as we're sending it over to our casters for this one. It's Johnny and Jake.
Thank you so much, Zoe. We're really excited to be casting this one. It's an incredible opportunity here today for both of these teams. You know, we've seen Nightmare, they have the vision, the strategic intelligence to take this win. They have the hands, they have the skill to do it. But now I think what's really being tested is the heart.
Yeah, because they can type in the match chat. Because I've been seeing like after the game, you'll see like GG's, GG's, like in the match chat or whatever.
A Crazy Raccoon that are coming with a vengeance. This is a scary
I would just start talking shit in the
I mean,
match
the good thing
chat.
for Nightmare is that they've done it once before in the upper bracket, and that inspires confidence going up against Crazy Raccoon here in the lower bracket again. Now, Crazy Raccoon yesterday,
Try and get in their head a little
bit
bit, you know?
dominant showing up against once again where they just completely swept the hometown heroes. But if you're Nightmare, you can't overanalyze that too much. That was a different matchup, different kind of compositions. You gotta focus on what you did great yesterday and build on that. And as we take a look at the map set here, Jake, I think one crucial detail starting off on this series, because Nightmare dropping from the winner's bracket, they get the first map pick and they're going to Lijiang Tower.
Let's see what they
Crucially,
ban.
you dodge Ilios.
Yeah, this is does it really improve your odds, I think, going on to Ilios.
Wow.
They're going to ban the Wrecking Ball
Off
as the
the
opener.
rip.
Interesting, surprising. I don't know that I would have thought it as that likely, but maybe they're just using this as a tank protect to ensure that you get exactly what you want for Kuffa on this map. The Brig responsive ban from CR is going to prevent that Brig Juno setup that we've seen be really dominant. I think that's not a support backline that Crazy Raccoon wants to play that favors them, and so this ban makes a lot of sense to me. Have to see what it comes out to. I kind of like this, though, for Nightmare. I think that if they make this game a rush game, a battle of team play, that's where they're strong. That's where they have the chance to take it to Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, we kind of talked about it yesterday.
Wrecking
but
Ball
I
is such
think
like a
Nightmare,
funny
they're really
character.
built on the concept of speed,
It's like a
right?
fucking
Like
hamster
doubling
in
down
his
on
big
speed
ass
heroes. So
neck
yes,
that rolls around
Brig
and
is out
shit.
of the pool here. You cannot play that Juno Brig kind of composition.
Spider
but
mech with
that
guns
gives
and
you
shit on it.
more access to speed heroes that potentially could challenge someone like Shu in the backline. You could get to that backline of Crazy Raccoon. Typically, when we've seen teams go head-to-head against Crazy Raccoon, they've actually banned the Lucio themselves because they want to get Chorong off that Lucio. Crazy Raccoon, they like to play this signature kind of composition with Chorong on the Lucio and Shu on the Ana. And then they just poke you down, the Wrecking Ball, the Pharah, etc. It's just too overwhelming. We haven't really had someone find an answer to this Crazy Raccoon composition, so now banning the Wrecking Ball, Nightmare are definitely cooking going into this one. Can't wait to see what they got in order. I'm kind of feeling the speed here, Jake.
Yeah, definitely some source of speed here, very likely to come out, maybe two. Lethal, I think there's a lot of pressure on him to deliver a big game. Zera came up so massive in that previous series against Crazy Raccoon, putting on a generational performance, frankly. Now, I think it's up to the rest of the team to step up to the plate. For Zera, it's too much to ask for to get that same level of peak again. I think he needs to have that inspiration come from elsewhere in the server, that he can follow up, that they can build that together. They've got to start off with something in this series. They've got to start to believe again that they can really win. We've talked about this, oh, top 3 for NA, that's so great. But look, these guys, they talked about wanting to be the best in the world. Johnny, this is where that happens. This is where you make that real.
And this is also a great opportunity
All right,
for
here
them.
we go.
Considering
Yeah, he's saying he's
get
gonna be
that
on this
first
fucking
map
Pharah,
pick,
just
get the
shitting on
first
him the whole
ban
game.
as
I
well.
already
They've
know it.
earned themselves this advantage going into this lower bracket
Shu on
matchup.
Ana, which is crazy.
Nightmare now. You gotta give them a lot of credit. Their
That's like
play has been
he's insane
superb.
on Ana.
They've been playing with
You
precision.
should have seen
They
that
haven't
last
made
game
a lot of
yesterday, dude.
mistakes. They've
She
been
was
punishing
going
their
crazy.
opponents, punishing Crazy Raccoon
He was hitting
yesterday.
fat ass nades and
Now,
sleeps
like
and
you said,
shit.
they
It was
just need
crazy.
a few of their players to pop off.
Heesang's Pharah has been an absolute weapon on this map. Liv's gonna TP him out. Bridge cross,
All right, they're both
scary.
going Pharah.
Lethal takes a conk, now under a bit of spam pressure. Nightmare may have evaded the worst of it, but Shu's Ana is also on the
Raccoon's
field.
on the Ana
That's so
and
costly.
Nightmare
The amount
on
of spam that
the
can come down.
Field
Liv
Kill.
on the Tracer.
And
Looking
Tracer
deadly
and
here,
Sojourn
diving in, big
difference.
damage onto Lethal, being flanked, cleaned up by Heesang's rocket. Kuffa forced back, Zera falls now, and Raccoon have
Well,
full
they're already
control
down
of this
two.
first midpoint.
And this is where it gets scary for Nightmare. Playing
They're
that
gonna just
Lucio
play
Kiriko
aggressive. Look at this.
composition, so
Ooh, nice right
oh,
click.
Lethal swaps over to the Widowmaker here. Can he find something, perhaps?
Just clearing out the spawn camp, threatening Heesang from any kind of over-aggressive forward spam.
But Shu on the Ana,
yeah, I think
seizing the tempo here.
after losing to them yesterday or whatever, I think they're
in this tournament, in this composition, but Shu says
I think
no.
they're coming in with something to prove this time.
Pass me the ball.
They're trying to make a
I got this
statement.
one. And honestly, you'd be hard pressed to ignore him the way he's been playing this tournament yesterday. Nice call.
Oh, he just got booped off the map, dude.
Nightmare reeling, Crazy Raccoon taking everything. They will be merciless. Make no mistake, Johnny. They did not come here for a competitive game. They came here for domination.
I talked about how Nightmare, they haven't committed a lot of mistakes. And
yeah, I think they're going to show out this
like
fucking series.
That is stuff that just cannot happen. Zero and Admiral, they're taking this little off angle here. Kuffa now, contesting for the point. Besides, things better of it, but then Paul
stuck him.
Shu, low. Nightmare, need to find a counter kill here if they want to make this one winnable. Zero force to recall already. Crazy Raccoon regrouping well, taking a bit of spam pressure on the backline, but they're so difficult to fight. And Junmin zapping away at the backline. The cleanup, of course, it's Shu.
Crazy Raccoon now with
he would have died anyway, I think.
Shu has that nano, could apply it onto Junmin. Heesang as well. Opportunity for a barrage here.
He's saying a barrage, jumping about to have primal. Shu's got the nano. Nightmare, all I got is rush. Coming up on beat.
Because you'll get punished, of course. But they're working the bridge here, so I might just go for it.
My eyes are on Shu, man. What can he do with this nano, with the Ana toolkit? Has the space to work with. They're trying to clear.
Yeah, I don't even. Yeah, you might be right. I don't even think they've gotten a single kill yet.
Stepping up to the plate. Early B from Admiral. Under pressure, counter dive from Heesang, but finding no
He
kills.
lived through that. He lived through that barrage.
With the primal.
Hey, they got a kill.
Player advantage for Crazy Raccoon. Nightmare have to fight this one out. Here's the rush from UV. Zera fighting against the world. Surely too much to do. Junbin still healthy on the point. First round slipping out of their grasp. Look, Heesang snatch any shred of hope away from Nightmare.
100-0.
Beatdown.
I think they lost the control map last time though too. So.
They got nothing.
I think Crazy Raccoons won the first game last time.
A little bit of hope for you though, Jake. I'd say out of the three stages, I'd say this is probably the strongest one for Crazy Raccoon here on Lijiang Tower.
Pharah looks so dominant. Honestly, I really just always favor the team playing Pharah on Garden, especially in this meta. Just
yeah,
so
Pharah seems really strong. Every time a team's played Pharah, they've been fucking
knocking people off the map. Just
with it.
Puts a lot of pressure. And Nightmare, they need to start fighting back. They cannot give up maps in this series. They cannot allow Crazy Raccoon to build up ahead of steam. We've seen what the Raccoons will do when they have the opportunity to get aggressive, to stay aggressive, to put you on your back foot.
They're playing Spiky Boy this time.
Coming out into the mid-fight, it's a fresh round, an opportunity for Kuffa on the comfort hazard.
So look to Zero here now on the Tracer, not taking the Pharah duel with Heesang like we've seen Zero do before. Instead opting for the Tracer, more mobility, work these off angles, take these flanks. Capitalize on the railgun shots from Lethal. Admiral can't get caught here.
Low, cleaned up, trying to play the off angle. Shu is low at the same time. Nightmare, maybe they can trade this one back. But Jumpman's Winston, nothing they can do about him. Just holding down this position with the bubble, denying any kind of a walk up. And Nightmare, they're reeling right now, Johnny. They're struggling. And Crazy Raccoon playing with total confidence. Jumpman over the top on the high ground, ready for that dive if you overstep your mark. Lethal, under pressure on the Sojourn. Now it's Kuffa, forced to back jump, forced out. Zero finds
the guy he's saying
that's what they needed. Opening kill. Now here's Admirable. Backflanking on the point, starting to poke from the other sides. Nightmare healthy, Junbin is low. This could be the opportunity for a flip, but Crazy Raccoon give up nothing for free. Nice spike wall by Kuffa, catches lip.
Didn't even have to waste an ultimate.
All right, well, they got the flip. At least they're on the board this time.
And that'll be a crucial tool. Looking forward to the next fight here. Nightmare. Bit of a gift there from Crazy Raccoon. Contest the point there, capture it, and now you're set up.
Nothing given for Tree, Johnny. Nice shot by Lethal. That is a critical pick onto Choron.
Huge, but Admiral down. Both Lucio's down.
Back, though. Crazy Raccoon still want to get into this. They still have something to say. Shu on the high ground, though.
Ultraviolet has the Kasumi rush.
Move forward into this point. It's a scary spot to play Ana. Stepping up is very risky into the pace that Nightmare can bring. Flanks coming in. Pharah spam as well. Kuffa holding the point. Crazy Raccoon have the opportunity to go in, make some kind of a play. Lit. Pulse bomb goes wide. Lethal standing strong. Now, Crazy Raccoon step up, force the cap. Nightmare need to make something happen. Nano onto Shu. Shu's already dead though, and they've kited this Winston Nano. Immaculate play so far from Nightmare. Kuffa low, but the pressure being split perfectly, and it seems like they're not going to give the flip.
Great stall by Kuffa on the point, allows Nightmare to continue capturing percentage here. Crazy Raccoon
he whiffed it too.
Junbin commits to Primal.
Primal is massive here, Johnny. Huge threat. Maybe the cleanup now starting to come in. Shu over to the Kiri. Wants to match the pace of the game. Wants to bring some of that dynamism. Oh, and a nice Goomba from Junbin. Stood on Kumpa's head there to prevent the wall climb up. That's dirty. That is dirty.
He's saying he's about to have that barrage too.
Nightmare with a lot of capture percentage there.
And he's probably got the third perk by now. It sucks him. Lethal's got overclock. Admiral's got the beat.
Admiral can make a huge play here with the sound barrier.
You got to be so careful though. The threat of the Ajax is incredibly real.
They're probably gonna beat and rush in. There it goes.
Looking for the connection. Admiral low. Didn't Ajax though? Didn't force the beat.
Yeah, at least he didn't try and beat.
Trying to stay alive behind. Being hunted now by Chorong, by Lip. Forced into the recall.
He's gonna get chased.
Lethal
with the overclock.
The fight. Wits is extremely low. Needs a connection on a jump, and he
Oh, we got the mega though.
Is there more perfect connections out of Lethal? Shuts down the tank from Crazy Raccoon. Opportunity for
there they go. Now they're showing up a little bit. Oh, Lip recalled off the map.
Mistake from one of the best players in Overwatch, but you need that for Nightmare, and you need to run with it. He's saying as well on the high ground, doesn't want to get cleaned up, but may have no
yeah, he's saying what is fuck just hiding up in that thing.
And the point has been Nightmare's hands this whole time.
Nightmare here actually coming up on double support ultimate themselves in a great position here to close
Right,
out
they're
this
showing
point.
up now.
Lip forced to
with the
recall.
sound barrier.
Both teams have beat.
We're on Ajax watch here.
Oh, it's such a threat from both squads. Bait from Admiral.
Right, both
Same
beats
time for
land.
both teams. They're looking to focus fire kills. Lethal in the crosshairs. Crazy Raccoon. Pulse
With
more
the
attempted.
pulse.
Oh,
He still gets the kill though.
He's saying what a sick combo follow-up.
Oh, he's saying yeah, pulled him off the thing.
Don't think he can pop the Kitsune rush. At the same time, those were some important ults out of Crazy Raccoon. Nightmare have the time for the retake, but they're only going to get one shot.
They have Kitsune rush and a pulse. They can get this.
Potentially being threatened by Crazy Raccoon.
Both teams are gonna have Kitsune rush though, and Junbin's about to have primal.
But so does Shu, and
So it's gonna be
Junbin
tough.
coming close to that primal rage. Junbin is a real playmaker with this primal rage. Could make all the difference here to close out Lijiang Tower.
Primal is a problem. Zera dueling, but under the watchful eye of that enemy Pharah. Such a scary spot to be. Needs a bit of heal to move in on the flank. Junbin inching ever closer to that Primal. And Lethal, he's found opening picks before, but in this moment, surely it's too much. Rushes, now traded on the point.
There we go, both Kitsunes. Oh, Zera down though. Ultraviolet down, Admiral down.
This is Crazy Raccoon
man.
taking map one. Nightmare had a chance in this second round, made it competitive, found a bit of footing in this series, but in the end, it's the Raccoons going up 1-0. And that's the start they were hoping for. This was your map pick, Nightmare. It wasn't enough. These guys are just too good on control.
Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, at least they got on the board and shit there. And they could have won it. That first map, they got fucking wrecked.
And now up against
But I think yesterday when they played, they lost the control map also.
So it's so tough to deal with Crazy Raccoon when they play.
Then they came back and won 3 in a row, I think.
Doing fantastic work. Junbin as well on that Winston. You know, it really is Crazy Raccoon's composition. It's something they brought out last year in 2024. And they really became experts on that composition. No one can really match them when they are on those signature heroes. And again, every time on control, whether it's Ilios, Lijiang Tower, so hard to deal with.
Yeah, I like that Shu went over to the Kiri midway through that second round. I think the Ana was getting targeted. It's a difficult map to play Ana on. Shu was feeling it, but then he makes the swap over to the Kiri. They're able to play more dynamically. And in general, it felt that Nightmare were a little bit passive throughout the map. I mean, I think round one being this dominant, this explosive is just it's a very painful way to start the series. And Pharah, such an impact choice there from Crazy Raccoon. I mean, most teams just could not run this composition. Most teams have a hit scan player who can play Tracer, but it is a world of difference between just a Tracer and Lip.
I mean, Lip is the GOAT. There's very few players, like you said, who can do what Lip does on the Tracer, but also on the hit scan heroes. Okay, yeah, we had to show that right as we hyped up Lip there.
Look at this.
But
the conk into that. Oh, that is so
just insane.
That is
that
is a tip your flex DPS situation.
Incredible play there. Yeah, I mean, for Crazy Raccoon here, Nightmare.
Surely we're going to a King's Row and Ana ban. Surely. I mean,
Yep,
that was a winning
King's
strategy.
Row or
It
Route
was.
66
Why
probably.
change anything? I think that it also takes Suravasa out of the mix, which is a huge threat given how good Crazy Raccoon are on those highly dynamic map types. I feel like that should be the pick, very likely to be the pick, but Crazy Raccoon obviously expect this too. They lost to it yesterday. They have had time to review, to adapt, to make some changes. I think some of the comps they ran yesterday were a little bit wonky. I mean, we were hitting the Soldier on New Queen Street. I think Shu also went San on King's Row. I didn't like that pick. I thought it was a little bit too greedy against a team as good as Nightmares. A star player like Zera on the Genji, that's an opening for him. So I think they might have a different approach this time.
Yeah, and something else we saw on King's Row was that Max came in instead of Junbin and played that hazard as well. And when I saw that match play out, I thought Max at times leapt in on the hazard but got punished for it. You know, in the previous map on Lijiang Tower, we saw Koffa sometimes go for a leap on the Winston, but then Crazy Raccoon, the collapse on the Koffa eliminated him before the series. I feel like Max was kind of the tank player yesterday in that matchup, where Max would go for the hazard leaps and Nightmare would in turn onto Max and pick him out. So as we head to King's Row here, definitely going to be the go-to pick, like you said, after you won this map yesterday. But the real question is, Crazy Raccoon, what changes will they make based on their loss yesterday?
Tank, such a knife's edge role, especially under this kind of pressure.
Whenever they're going to ban Hazard.
You are the one who has to open things up for the team. You are the one who has to create space and opportunities when no one else can get in. You have to put your body on the line. And Crazy Raccoon really punished it aggressively. I love the Genji ban, actually. Respect ban on Zera, but Genji is just so high impact on King's Row in general. The ability to go high to low is just so massive. I mean, it's kind of why we don't see that much Tracer on Kings, is because Genji is just better, even in a classic Winston comp and a Hazard comp. Oh man, it's on another level. I wonder, without this Genji, will Nightmare be able to hit that same level of aggressive tempo? Will they even go with the Hazard?
I mean, Zero was even saying it yesterday in the winner's interview. The question was, how did you bounce back after that loss on Ilios? And Zero said, well, we selected King's Row. It's a comfort map for us, but also crucially, I got to play the Genji, which is my strongest hero. Zero felt really confident on the Genji. So Crazy Raccoon here banned Zero's comfort pick, which, I mean, that's a massive sign of respect. But Crazy Raccoon, we've talked about their flexibility as well. Heesang, so many other heroes that Heesang can play here. You know, you look at towards the Pharah, for example, or other heroes available to him. But Nightmare, how are they going to adapt with this Genji ban in place?
That's going to be the big question. Also curious to see, do we see Max come in again? Or will Crazy Raccoon, will Coach Moon just put the trust in Junbin? They've made that call before. It has looked great for them before. I mean, Junbin is just a monster, honestly. You know, like, we talk about him as a main tank player, but with the level of just raw skill that he has, I feel like there's an argument for just running it with these 5.
Yeah, and I mean, Junbin has shown it before that he's insanely clutch. Thinking back to OWCS Dallas last year, a year ago, Junbin was the Grand Finals MVP because he came out clutch with Rodok swaps, with Wrecking Ball play, which we hadn't seen all tournament long. So when it mattered most,
he's my favorite
Junbin remains in the lineup here for Crazy Raccoon, and now looking to repair the damage that was done yesterday on King's Row.
And Crazy Raccoon sticking with their guns. The Pharah Tracer, you can't really question it. The way that Heesang has been performing on the Pharah has been immaculate.
Yeah, they ain't been able to do shit about the
to a
Pharah.
new level, giving her massive consistency across these
Even
maps.
in the last series with
Team
Falcon.
The threat that it poses coming over those rooftops,
Pharah
the
just
possibility of
crazy.
playmaking with the barrage, massive.
It's just so disruptive getting hit with those fucking rockets and shit. And you gotta look up and try and look at her.
And make adaptations that they
And then
want
that
to.
barrage is really strong.
Zero though going to the Tracer. I mean, on Route 66, I mean, maybe the Genji was a cover pick on King's Row, but come on. Anybody who saw that Route 66 map yesterday has got to put some respect on Zero's Tracer. He may be one of the best in the world right now. Lethal also deadly on that Hanzo, true to his name. And the Break Juno, I love this for Nightmare. This has been another bellwether comp. He's saying he's gonna have his work cut out for him. No conventional hit scam to go up against him, but Hanzo, low skybox on this map can be a real problem.
Lethal on the Hanzo. Can he find the picks required to open up this point?
Instant aggression, Crazy Raccoon swarming over the attackers, not giving them even a moment to breathe to look for picks.
Yeah, I think they're gonna just be super aggressive this whole series. Just try not to let them have any breathing space.
Lethal, instant swap over to the conventional hit stand. Maybe Cassidy will be the way, but Crazy Raccoon, if they continue to play with this pace, with this level of
I don't know about the
aggression,
Cassidy.
Nightmare need to react, and here it is. The Winston swap.
I haven't seen a single team even win like anything with the fucking
I
Cassidy.
think that's a wise call. Trying to survive the onslaught of Crazy Raccoon is an impossible task.
You need to be ready for this aggression now. Crazy Raccoon, they're sitting back, but Junbin
Cassidy just seems like so fucking bad, dude. Oh, nice pick.
Honshu, carry for carry, blow for blow. Nightmare up 1. This is the opportunity, and they need to strike. They need to open up this opportunity, turn a hole. But Lip strikes right back, taking down the opponent main support. Lethal trade, so still player advantage for
Nice
Nightmare,
hit.
closer to their own spawn.
No
Crazy
support
Raccoon,
here.
they're looking for
The
the
Curie
retake.
can get back pretty quick though with
Getting
this
the health
step.
pullback, giving up a bit of cap time. Awkward for Nightmare though, having to come out of the spawn with Crazy Raccoon controlling that area of the map. They're trying to put some pressure on this hotel area. Raccoon going to be back at full strength. Pulse bomb for Lip, very close. Needs to get a connection into the backline. Recalling away for now. Low blinks, low cooldowns. Kuffa, though, also forced out of the fight. Both teams licking their wounds.
Oh, Tracer's got a pulse.
Immense pressure, dropping extremely low. Lethal.
Oh, took Lip down.
And Kuffa, very low pressure. He's stuck here. Needs to carry it, but there's the support. Ultraviolet.
Nice, they should have this cap.
This should be the opening cap here. Does Jumpin want to primal this? Would be an insane play. Shu has found one.
Kitsune rush?
Kitsune from Shu. He gets his one. He says, I'm going to rip this. I'm going for it.
Primal?
Jumpin primal.
Dang.
They're all in now. They have to make this hold. Very expensive situation.
That's going to be crazy if they hold
Fail
this.
here would be very costly for Crazy Raccoon, but I think they're starting to put this together. UV and Admiral have stayed alive, though, but not Zera under pressure. Couldn't get any support under the pressure of that primal.
Damn.
Now Nightmare,
That's
though, want
insane.
to strike.
I thought for sure they had that.
Still playing for the tempo. Barrage with the Kuffa. And every ult is being dumped here from Nightmare. Ray and High Noon. No connections, no kills. Admiral rallying as well. Desperate to stay alive, desperate to keep control of the map. Lethal, dove, bubbled, isolated. Pulse moment of Junman is enough
nice
to
stick,
get it
though.
over the line, though. With no take with Lip.
Oh, but Lip gets one of his own.
Keeping this in contention for Raccoon. They have no business on this point. And yet 3 minutes are already off the clock, Johnny.
Kuffa is going to build this Primal Rage. Now with a couple players out of the fight, Kuffa, could he come up clutch with this Primal Rage and make a play for his team?
Here it is. Shu down. Kuffa looking for more. Surely, finally, this should be enough. Zera trying to zone away those flankers. Junman kills Ultraviolet. This is not supposed to happen, Johnny.
Jumping on the ball.
No ult time for Nightmare.
Oh.
Do they have to finish 99.5%? You cannot step up this point for Crazy Raccoon. They're coming back into this one by one, stabilizing Junman onto the wrecking ball, holding the point for now. He's
going down now.
Traded away.
But he got
we need
he got
opportunity.
Admiral.
Zera, is he going to be the hero for that team? No, Shu immediately bailing out his fellow support. Lethal, though, finds Junman. Bubble on the high ground, standing tall. Opportunity here to continue this cap pressure.
Another Kitsune rush.
Shu is a god, unstoppable. Connection, though, beautiful.
Oh, nice.
Off the blink from Lethal, dumping damage now. The hit scan finally
Oh, the
coming into
Cassidy
effect.
actually working.
But if Crazy Raccoon keep playing this way, Johnny, I am worried for Nightmare. This is a team that has been in this situation a million times before. Crazy Raccoon.
That was a
they're
crazy
playing like
fucking
this a
hold,
ranked
though.
game.
That was
They're playing like
insane.
it's a scrim. They're just running it down on you. Nightmare, do you have what it takes to stay into this?
Incredible comfort on display by Crazy Raccoon.
Shu goes over to the brig.
On the caster here, cleaning up on the point after Shu invested that Kitsune rush.
What he's saying was
Great
just
play
trying
by
to die
both
right here. He
teams.
knew it was
so
fucking
patient,
over.
so comfortable. You know, usually we see some teams prefer to play aggressive, initiate,
Yeah, for real.
commit.
I love Cassidy,
Both
man. I
teams
wish he
here
was
just
better.
trading back and forth.
Big channel in the High Noon.
I used to play him all the time, but I just think he's, and I still been trying to play him, but I just think he's fucking trash.
But Crazy Raccoon coming up on some key ultimates. Pulse Bomb Barrage.
I think they need to give him like a second role or something.
Takes a bit of pressure from the sports, though. Force here. Has some blinks. Pulling attention away. Here's Barrage over the top. Do they see this coming? No.
Oh my god. Four. Holy
Now
shit.
Crazy Raccoon taking full map control. Tracer being hunted down. Surely no escape for him. Surrounded by the rest of Crazy Raccoon. Zera on 1 HP and even gets delayed on the next spawn wave.
Damn, that was a huge fucking
They are being
barrage.
surrounded, punished from all sides. The Pharah Tracer, a signature style for Crazy Raccoon, paying dividends. Nightmare under massive pressure, and they are struggling.
And not bad enough that Heesan gets this 4K
hit him
barrage,
out there with that
but
Joker.
Ultraviolet committed the Kitsune rush. Now swapping over to the Juno. They want this double speed to work out. They want to play with pace, but losing that big ultimate, that could hurt them with only a minute remaining.
So much pressure on Lethal. The onslaught is immense. Chorong has that orbital ray. Kuffa with the primal could be the hero. Maybe it'll be Zero with the pulse bomb. But staying alive itself is a tall task. Torpedoes there over the top. He's saying a Shu. Find their ones. Now pressure on Cart. But no real threat to win the fight here. Once again, Nightmare.
They're gonna come back with Primal, but Jumpin's about to have Primal too.
The team that we saw yesterday,
Oh, they got
Johnny.
Heesang though.
Nowhere to be seen on the server. This is all Crazy Raccoon. They are dominating in the tempo battle.
Crazy Raccoon at their best. Last year, winners of OWCS Dallas and the Esports World Cup. Second place at the OWCS World Finals, and now here on Championship Sunday, they want to make it happen once more. Up here against Nightmare in the lower bracket final. Nightmare fighting for their lives here on Kings Row.
Junman, master in the clutch, has been in these pressure
got-
scenarios
he
before,
popped it-
despite
Kuffa
being a
popped his
good player.
primal.
Here's Kuffa into the backline, getting the pin, breaking the corner. Shu dances his way out of it. Lethal, though, finds Lip in the chaos. No support for the cart. Here's the
There
counter
goes
primal from
Junman.
Junman. Can he bring this
They're
one
just gonna
back
try
under
and knock him
massive
off the
focus line
fucking
pressure?
shit.
That health pool dwindling by the second. second. Lethal getting massive heals. Here's Shu with the round over the top of the barrage.
He sang with another 4K barrage. Holy fuck,
Refusing
dude.
to lose. The Raccoons make the hold on second point. It's only 0, but
2
he's
4K
not
barrages
for
in the
this
same
world.
round. That's
and
insane.
now Nightmare, Kings Row slipping out of their grasp. Feels like they have to make a full hold here.
man.
They have to hold first, but look at the smiles on their faces. Another
That's
day at the
fucking
office
crazy, dude.
for Crazy Raccoons. Another Chorong's just chilling, man. He's relaxed.
They're probably so fucking
He's
mad.
cool. Shu on the brig, immaculate. And just a full court press here from Crazy Raccoon. You're being hit from all sides. Nightmare trying to play this hit scan, trying to keep Lethal alive, trying to get him into the engagements. But the pressure
Barrett just
getting
seems
to them.
too
I mean,
good
they're
to not be
really
playing her.
on the defense. And Crazy Raccoon is taking liberties in this match.
The Genji ban has really set Nightmare back here. Hisang playing the Pharah to perfection, and Zero just can't match that playmaking on the Tracer. Find a couple of picks here and there, but can't deal with Hisang in the sky, and cashes in with 2 4K barrages there on the defense.
Nightmare need a very big hold on first point. The threat of picks is massive. Zira gonna trust in the Pharah here, gonna take a risk.
They're gonna,
play for
yeah.
this heavy
It's been
spam
popular
damage.
to go
Crazy
Hanzo and
Raccoon
try and get a pick off the rip with him.
Could be a difficult walk up for them, could be a difficult point to capture. But with the way Lip and Hisang are playing, when these ultimates come online, it is a scary prospect. Curious to see what Raccoon go with. They're gonna go with just some scouting heroes for now. Seeing what the opponents bring to the defense, making their
They
tactical
might just be
response.
trying to get a
This looks like a
what's
team
it called?
destined to go to the grand finals, Johnny. And Crazy
Oh,
Raccoon
they're
gonna go
running-
out with the Torb
they're
Sim, the
running
classic
fucking
hazard
Torb
counter.
Sim.
Zero on the Pharah though, Lethal on the Soldier. I mean, these DPS are gonna be pretty free here. This is a bit of a risky call for Crazy Raccoon, and Kuffa has played against this before.
Sierra here go for a big rotate.
I mean, this is a gambit, Johnny. This comp has been good in the past. Crazy Raccoon were one of the teams to popularize it. But overall, across the board, I like the comp from Nightmare. They evade the second TP rotate, seeing it coming.
So hard for Nightmare. They're gonna get collapsed on here.
Flanked a bit, but can you actually catch people? Far, no, but it's Shu. Does it himself.
Oh,
Here's
man.
Junmin
They're
finding
already
the
down
second
two.
connection. Zira trades one, but now Kuffa surrounded, hit from all sides. Ultraviolet 1 HP, and the Torb Sim.
Yeah, that's gonna be a cap.
The beam strat comes out in the
And that's how you get
playoffs,
back quick, like
and Nightmare have no answer. They're staying alive
Raccoon
behind,
did.
setting up for a potential recontest, but the cap is being stacked by Crazy Raccoon. He's staying back on the Sombra. Very scary spot. Somebody has to come in for the touch. Admiral booped away. Can't get the connection. Now Ultraviolet hacked, finished off by Shu
There's a
again.
contest.
And Nightmare crumbling, no support. Surely an impossible task
Oh, and
now.
it capped. And Kuffa's
Trying to
already
even
jumped
stay
in and
alive,
shit,
to stay
so
on the map is too much. Lethal kills Led, catches him sleeping a little bit there.
jumped in for the contest, but
Crazy
didn't get
Raccoon,
it.
it
And
seems
just
like they've
fucking-
just done enough. Shu creates picks where there are no opportunities. He makes it happen.
Bit of a pocket strat coming out here from Crazy
He's
Raccoon.
going to the Echo.
This is something that Nightmare haven't practiced against. Rarely in scrims you get the opportunity to
back
practice
to Torb.
the rotations you have to make against an Orisa composition like this, and now Crazy Raccoon.
God, playing against
with
Torb
that quick
Symmetra is
offensive attack on the first point.
I
They
hate
bought
it.
themselves 5
Those
minutes
turrets
there
are annoying as
to
fuck.
cap out on the second point. Nightmare. It's gonna be a momentous task here.
This is a team that's not scared to take risks. Junmin straight to the back line. Shu with the rush. Overwhelming Kuffa. No tank left to make the hold. Nightmare, Zira. Barrage coming soon.
Damn, dude,
Has
they're
to be
just
the one to turn
rolling.
this around. Nobody else has the tools to get it done. The cart barreling toward that golden box victory. Here it's Orisa onto the back line. Zira finds one. Hasn't deployed the barrage yet. Shu is low as well. There's an opportunity for Nightmare to make something happen. But
Zira goes
Zira is down. Shu defeats him in battle. Lethal finds one. Captain contested. Admiral low shield. Punished. Spin on the guard.
There's
You
a
have
chair
to touch into
surge.
this. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. And Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, you have to like try and
Maybe it's
contest
over the
the
line. Kuffa's back,
points,
though.
so you just gotta fucking
Opportunity,
die.
Ultraviolet can heal.
Overclock?
Overclock pop. Lethal wants to get a cleanup, wants to reset the attackers. Just
Oh,
gonna
they might
force them
hold.
off the angles. But man, this map rests on the edge of a knife. In 4 minutes, this feels impossible. Here's the beat from behind. Chorong flanking against Shu again onto Ultraviolet. Caught by the downpour. Zero finds
Nice.
2. Barrage opportunity, but the wall on
The
point.
sim wall.
So difficult to fight into Sim in this spot. And Liv
Oh man, that's over.
cleans it up on the Symmetra. What can't this
They
guy
fucking
do?
rolled him.
Incredible play from Crazy Raccoon here on King's Row. I mean, to bring out the Orisa
Yeah, it ain't looking
Symmetra
nothing
strat
like
here,
yesterday.
These guys are different.
This is not the Crazy Raccoon we saw yesterday when they played Max on the Hazard, New Queen Street. They were messing around with Junden's Wrecking Ball and Lip on the Soldier. This is a Crazy Raccoon squad is coming into the championship Sunday, prepared, ready to go.
They're not fucking around this
rare
time.
compositions in play.
The weight of destiny is bearing down on Nightmare right here, right now. The fact that they were in that upper bracket, the fact that they could upset Crazy Raccoon, they made history yesterday, Johnny. But Crazy Raccoon, they are eager to forget. They are eager to move on and show what they are truly capable of in this grand final. And they are so damn close. Just one map stands in their way from a berth in the grand finals, an opportunity to snatch that crown back from Team Falcons. They lost them in Korea. They weren't able to take that first place slot. They don't forget that either, Johnny, and I don't think they're going to forgive it. Nightmare, I mean, this is a dire place to be. The way Crazy Raccoon are playing the last couple days, good God, I do not want to be in their seats right now.
I mean, even if you do force a map 5 here, Jake, you're going to have to beat Crazy Raccoon on the Ilios as well.
Don't talk about the Ilios, Johnny.
I have to bring it up.
We can't think about that right now.
One map at a time. That's what they say, right? One map at a time?
We cannot think about the fact that we have to play Ilios without any of the most important bands against Crazy Raccoon.
Look, I gotta tell it how it is, Jake, and that was the first thing that come to mind.
Man, that 2 4K barrages in the same
reverse
round.
sweep this, it would be the greatest comeback in Overwatch esports history. Now, a little copium for you. There are some good things to come.
A little is not enough, Johnny.
There
we need
are
a lot.
A few things to take away from that King's Row. I know that first point offense looked dire for Nightmare. It took a long time to cap that first point, but there are some good signs. You're still dueling with Crazy Raccoon, one of the premier
I don't even
teams
know
in the
what the
entire
hell they're
world.
gonna
You're trading
try.
effectively, going back and forth. You just need an extra 10% from your players to win those fights convincingly.
I want to say
Can
Route 66,
one
but
member from Nightmare
since they just
step up
lost that King's
lethal?
Row so bad, they might
Can he
not want
find
to
an
do
extra
payload
pick or
again.
two? Sierra, can he come out on top on that Tracer duel, depending on where we go next here, of course.
I agree with you. I think pound for pound, Nightmare can stand up to Crazy Raccoon when it comes to a one-on-one situation, when it comes to their mechanical skill. But what I'm seeing out of Crazy Raccoon here is a team that is built to be in grand finals, to have their back against the wall in an elimination scenario. It means nothing to them. They have been here so many times. This is clockwork. This is just what they do, is perform under this level of pressure. And Nightmare, I can't say the same. The way they're playing in this match, it's not I mean, when there was less pressure on them, when they were the underdog and no one expected that they could win, they showed that they had that possibility. And I think Crazy Raccoon were caught off guard. But this is a Crazy Raccoon that now is putting full respect into the match, that has prepared for you, that has, I mean, to be honest, if you're Crazy Raccoon, when you come into this tournament, you're looking at Falcons. You're saying, look, we got one real opponent here. Nobody else touches us ever. Now, Nightmare has joined that group. They have, you know, the Eye of Sauron is turned on them. But it's not so good to play the next match after that. When the, you know, with the Eye of Sauron's looking away, you're feeling all right. You're crossing into Mordor, like things are okay. And then it starts, and then Shu starts looking at you.
Who's Frodo and Sam in this? Who is Frodo and Sam here?
He's looking at you
Is
across
Zero
the stage.
Frodo? Where are they going?
Look, don't read too much into the metaphors here. Don't question.
Sorry,
my
I
Tolkien
analyze.
knowledge.
That's what I do, Jake. I analyze.
Curious
I love
to
it
see
though. I love it though.
where Nightmare are going to take us. Where are they going to make their stand? You're right. We can't
It's a
think about
tough
map 5.
task. It's
I
a
keep
tough
thinking
task
about
here for
map 5
Nightmare.
Ilios, Johnny. I was
It
trying
has-
to cope, and you hit me with the map 5 Ilios.
It has been a taste of what it's like. I love the point you're making. It's just a taste of what it's like when a team like Crazy Raccoon actually prepare
They got
for
a
just
huge fucking
you,
mountain to
just to
climb.
take you down. Nightmare here with one
Circuit
map
Royale. Okay.
away from elimination.
Okay.
They're going to Circuit Royale.
I like this because I think what this does is it
They're
tries
gonna
to
sub
get back
Junbin
Max in the
out,
server.
bring Max.
But I don't know
Yep.
if Crazy Raccoon are going to fall for that. Honestly, I think like with the way Junbin is playing, I feel like you just run it again. You could also just think, you know what? Even Max coming in, like this is way beyond what the tank is doing. This is a full team
They're
playing with
gonna ban
massive
Zenyatta.
confidence, with incredible preparation. And the Zen ban is the opener from Nightmare. So
Probably to
mitigating some of
protect,
those really heavy long-range pick strategies. Also
protect the
protecting the rest of the support
supports.
cast. You can play
Yeah.
a fast pace.
I'm gonna ban Winston.
The Winston ban from Crazy Raccoon, interesting. I wonder if Max is going to come into play Sigma, because typically Winston for me is the biggest threat to a Sigma comp. You know, Sigma tends to win all the off-tank trades, just doing the most damage, but the threat of like a Winston Genji
Yeah, bring that boy Max in.
snowballing through your backline, you know, cutting you to pieces,
Let him get a little
getting gas resets,
piece of the
that's what
action,
you're worried
a
about.
little revenge from
So
yesterday.
maybe Crazy Raccoon will say, you know what, call in Max. Let's show that he can also hang
There he
in these
goes.
incredible high-pressure scenarios.
Yeah, I feel like Circuit Real is a map as well.
You gotta bring him in and let him get a little piece of the action.
Max getting set up here, ready to go on Circuit Real. But we have seen a few different kinds of compositions here on Circuit Real. Now Winston getting banned, especially harmful on that third point where Winston is so very good, right? Like you said, this probably sets up that poke duel. But Kaffa though, like, do you want to opt into that? The fact you banned Zenyatta, maybe you want to play some kind of like more brawl heavy composition here. They've done that in the past, and if you're up against a Zenyatta playing one of those kind of compositions, then you're scared that your opponents are going to peel away. They're going to retreat, and over time that Discord damage is going to be overwhelming.
Yeah, I mean, I think also maybe the Zen ban protects your Ramatra look, which is, I think, a very comfortable look for Nightmare. One that Kaffa has played often, has quickly gone to in a lot of these scenarios.
I'm surprised they didn't ban Pharah.
And so
They've
maybe
been getting wrecked by the Pharah.
strat here for Nightmare. Take us to a Ramatra, put Zero on the Genji, and play that fast-paced brawl style that we know North American teams can handle. I think this is a smart pick. I think this is intelligent strategically. I think they've made the right decisions here to set themselves up for a map win. And that's all you can think about right here for Nightmare. Battling back, one map at a time. It has to start somewhere. Why not Circuit Royale?
If nothing else, I'm really confident that Nightmare here, they're going to set themselves up for the best chance possible.
I hope they get a win. I want to see it
get a
keep
map
going
in this series and start a potential comeback. It's going to be a tough task with
I'd like
the
to
way
see it not
Crazy
be a
Raccoon have been
3-0.
playing, but Circuit Real, not a map we saw yesterday between those two teams, so limits the potential for Crazy Raccoon to prepare accordingly for what Nightmare has in store here, and that could be a boon for Nightmare, who are looking for an in here in this series.
And Lethal and Zera, they have been performing in this match. They have been finding their kills, finding opportunities, winning their ones. It's what you need on Circuit Royale. I think a Sojourn Genji look here can be very strong. In general, I think Nightmare is going to get more or less exactly what they want from a matchup perspective. The question is, can they really deliver? Can they turn that into a map win? Building some kind of momentum in the series, and Shu is hovering in Ana. Good Lord, that is scary. I feel like Brig is a way better hero, but this is Shu. All bets are off.
I mean, there's long sight lines on this map. I mean, I don't think Ana's bad.
Especially with these high grounds that the defense can access, going to set up Shu
He's
here
saying
to
on the May,
land some filthy
which I think May is really fucking
Shu's
good on this
access
map
the
too.
Shadow Realm yesterday. Like, this
It
is not
looked
about
really
the
good
high
yesterday.
ground. This guy is a demon. Sent to nade your backline.
Look, I'll say it again, Jake. Final boss aura.
Yes. You load in against Shu yesterday. Once again, why is the boss music playing? Here it comes. Nightmare coming out of spawn. Lethal looking for an opportunity on the Widow. He's saying has elected to the May. It's a bit of an odd comp for Crazy Raccoon. The Ana and the May, a bit of anti-synergy. Nightmare are all in on the brawl. The Genji, the Brig, they are going to take it here, bringing the pace, taking the opportunity. The nade from Shu was good, but not enough to secure kills. Crazy Raccoon are going to settle into a more passive pace here. It's going to be a lot of pressure on Lip to be delivering these big rail connections on the Sojourn. He's got a full charge.
These rails are just
You better believe they know what's coming.
Nice deflect from Zera. Stays
what
alive.
really sets everything up.
This opens a window here for Nightmare, and Kaffa finds the pick on the Shu.
Critical kill now.
Nice.
Crazy Raccoon struggling on the back foot. Without the Ana, they cannot sustain these positions. They're going to try and hold off, going to try and stall for that respawn to come in, but Nightmare stacking the payload, forcing Max's hand. He has to come in and make this hold. Kaffa at the choke point, presses the ice block out of the May. Option to continue to target that, but Shu's back, looking for a nade. Potential to turn this around. These Nightmare players, they know the threat that faces them on the high ground. Max cooldown's running low, and he's saying the headshot out of nowhere on Azira stakes all the wind out of Nightmare's sails.
Icicle headshot.
Under pressure too.
Oh, Waldo's ass off.
In on the Ramatra. He's trying to take as best he can, but Max is cleaning up the backline.
And this is the style that Crazy Raccoon want to play with this May and the Ana. They want to stall out these fights as long as possible to open.
That would have been a really fast cap if they got that.
Biotic grenade or potentially the May ice wall. Nightmare, they get the first pick there on the Shu, but aren't able to capitalize on that. A lot of defensive positioning for Raccoon.
Raccoon has Orbital Ray and they have Blizzard.
Ramatra, of course, one of the more defensive brawl tanks in the game.
Lethal will have Overclock coming up.
Nightmare,
Ultraviolet with the Orbital Ray.
But then capitalize on it and finish out the fight.
Nade on the Kaffa. He's under pressure. Does have that form to stabilize. Speedring has been used by the
coming
defense.
up, and he's gonna pop
Blizzard,
that shit
though,
immediately.
could look for something.
There it goes.
OC, pop by by Lethal. Has it up first. Crazy Raccoon playing in cover, trying to survive this. Here's the Blizzard though. Zones off the attackers. No one, it seems, is frozen for the moment.
Zero
Zero
low.
is so incredibly low on 1 HP.
Lethal gets Heesang though.
Trades it back on
Dude, Zero's
UV.
literally like
It's a
one as
bloodbath
fuck.
here on the point.
Oh,
Combo with the
both back
ultimate.
ones, yeah.
Does he want to rip it? Does he want to try to close this one out? Lip has the OC, and without
Oh,
Zero,
popping off.
surely this is a bridge too far, but
Annihilation?
Compass says no. He's going to rip it. Max forced to trade that back. Ult goes 1 for 1, so not the worst economy trade, but Crazy Raccoon was shooting on the high ground. Capping this first point feels impossible. They did dump all 5 ultimates to make that happen. Nightmare.
Yeah, Zera's gonna have the blade,
This
and
is
there's nothing
very
really to
winnable.
stop it. Oh, Heesang's over on the Pharah
has
now.
been played this tournament. It's very hard to get this point A cap, and even then, point B has been an achievement here at this level of play. Nightmare here.
There
Oh,
goes
it's
the
a violent
blade.
grenade onto
It's a,
Zero
yeah,
and
bio
Admiral.
right off the
He
thing.
can't full commit. Shoot.
Oh,
Misses the
nice.
sleep. Ultraviolet finds Heesang. Cuppa though under pressure trades onto Lip before he goes down.
Nice, I think they can get this cap.
But they're so durable on this point. Lethal needs to find a kill. They need to clean this one up quickly. Jorong knows the
Oh,
pressure's
fuck,
coming
Cuppa's
his way. He
down now.
falls back, being chased now into the back line, but he stays alive.
He just
Max
won't
is
die.
so tanky. He just won't go down. Spawn's
Heesang
coming
on
in
the
for
Symmetra.
Nightmare. Heesang on the sim, forced back fast. But once again, Nightmare have been stalled out, caught in the mud.
Damn,
And the
dude.
threat keeps coming from Crazy Raccoon. No ultimates on the field except for Admiral's Rally. But Shoes Nade feels like an ultimate. Has been deployed already. Admiral Rally on the point. This is a difficult spot for Max now. Under pressure. Has used form. Being
Admiral
attacked,
got the
being
rally
bashed,
going.
being threatened. Zera is low. Cuppa slept.
Lethal's closest to the overclock.
Just can't get it over the line. Come on. Somebody's got to find
10
something. Players
seconds.
low for Raccoon. Low on skills.
Cuppa
But even
inside.
Sim is stepping in to stall the point.
Lethal
Everybody
needs a
trading
play here.
damage.
Can he find it?
Oh, he's
Oh, no, dude.
Crazy Raccoon are holding. It's a nightmare for the North Americans, and they fall at the
Damn,
first
dude.
hurdle. It is so
Full
painful.
held. That's brutal.
How does Max not die there on that defense? It's incredible patient play from Crazy Raccoon. The awareness of the mitigation tools available to them in that kind of composition. And Shu is just, you know, having a field day on that Ana, landing aggressive.
He's
biotic
saying hitting
grenades
that
they can
fucking
capitalize on, but
sim right
also
click when he was
keeping
one shot
Max
is crazy.
alive on the Ramatra. And Nightmare, they just couldn't capitalize on the openings they did find. They're hard to come by at this level of play, but there were a couple of times there you have to ask yourself, what could they have done better?
Now they got a full hold
close out
back
those
or it's
fights and get
fucking
the cap.
over for him.
Just incredible endurance.
You gotta be feeling
Nothing
like
less
shit
than
right now.
perfection required from Nightmare to defend, to make the full hold. Crazy Raccoon can set up themselves perfectly. They're gonna have so many opportunities. Nightmare need heroics right now. Admiral is gonna go over to the Ana, try to replicate what Shu was able to do on that defense. And Crazy Raccoon can taste
Let's see what Crazy
the
Raccoon
opportunity
does.
at a rematch against their nemesis. Falcons await.
I'm
in the
honestly
grand
surprised
final.
they didn't ban the Pharah.
But Crazy Raccoon, they're destined to be there. They're destined to take this matchup. Nightmare interlopers, it seems, only contesting for a mere moment, facing elimination from the tournament. It's been
If
a
they full
massive
full
showing
hold
from
this
them
too,
so
that's
far.
gonna be insane.
But Johnny, it feels like it's about to come to an end. Crazy Raccoon are showing no weaknesses, no openings.
The pressure's got to be
Nightmare,
immense
everything
right
is
now.
so stacked against them.
Oh, it's fucking. Oh my god.
You need to know that the Widowmaker is a
Dude.
possibility, and now Cuppa throws himself on the payload. Stall it out.
Is there a trade? Hold on. Nightmare found life in this
You need
fight.
to retreat. You
Yeah,
need to regroup here.
So far from the spawn, you're exactly right. Cart is gonna roll. Max playing with confidence. Does get slept. Forced back, using form, but I mean, Cart is rolling forward. You're totally happy with this. In
That's
the end,
crazy
I
to
think those
get
counter
picked
kills
by
from
the Widow
Nightmare
like
are gonna
that.
get them the opportunity to defend this corner. That is crucial. That keeps them in this map. That makes it possible. But it's not gonna be easy. They need yet more.
Here's the speed ring.
Zera now being attacked on the flank, being pressured. Heavy resource
Zera's
commitment from
low.
Crazy Raccoon, trying to clean up that flank. Compass left as well, forced back.
Max
Shu is hitting
punching.
everything today. Moment of stabilization, full cooldowns though. For Max, starting to move forward, starting to pressure Zera. Caught in the vortex. Compass still holding incredibly well with
Holy man, Lip is going off, dude.
insane kill. Cuppa naded.
Oh
Headshot.
shit.
And everything's falling apart. Zera, the hero in the moment. The team like the second. Supports him
Yeah,
down.
Zera gets two though.
3v3.
Surely this is too much for him. He's gonna get the bait into the back line. Oh, he goes down. But he's done enough, I think. Those kills.
You can't stall it out here. Admiral's gonna get close to the Nano boost here. Kuffa's alive as well.
If Zera can get back with that blade.
Stall out this card. Crazy Raccoon, they're going to play it slow here and regroup here.
Zera, the hero that the moment required, kills both supports. Denies Crazy Raccoon the easy finish. It's gonna be a fight. Zera has
He's got to do something with that blade, though.
Spot to go aggressive, though.
Nano blade here.
Lip finds one again.
Oh man, Lethal's getting wrecked, dude. There goes the blade.
Into the back line. Looks for more. Sleep threat. Walked away. He can't quite get there. He's saying the same. No, the barrage over the top. Shu stays alive. Lip with another. This man was born to play in the grand finals. Here's Lip now swarmed over by Kuffa.
Kuffa gets two, but
the guard, Johnny. Kuffa just barely makes it back in time. Annihilation from Max. Kuffa.
they both pumped Annihilation, but oh man, he's going down. That's it. GG. Dude, Lethal got shit on that last round, dude.
Nightmare, they came.
They had like a whole different, whole damn different series than last time.
Nothing less than the best. They were beaten once. They go to the lab.
GG's.
And they look unstoppable.
I was hoping it wouldn't be a 3-0,
this is a
but
different team that we saw yesterday.
I think this is gonna make for the best grand finals, though.
Terrifying foe to face at this moment in the tournament.
Crazy Raccoon here. Like a Titan has just awoken from a slumber. Forced awake by Nightmare in the upper bracket and now in the lower bracket. They've taken out all the teams. Virtus Pro once again. And now dashing the hopes of Nightmare in the lower bracket final. Crazy Raccoons, they advance. And we'll get another rematch of Team Falcons against
insanely dominant through the whole entire lower bracket.
Major event, Jake. It's just unending. The Korean dominance.
Look, it's a tale as old as time, Johnny. Crazy Raccoon, they put together this team to beat the world, to take home trophies and championships. You can send them down to the lower bracket, but that's just door-to-door service for every other team. We're going to send you to the airport real quick. No problems. We're going to make it snappy. Crazy Raccoon, an immaculate 3-0 domination of Nightmare, completely flipping the script from what we saw yesterday. We're going to send this one over to the desk and have them break it down.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we said it heading into this one. They're coming in to make a statement. And that statement
they weren't fucking
has
around
been
that time.
received. Nightmare on the receiving end.
Yeah, well, who expected this? We didn't do predictions, but I would assume most people are going to go Crazy Raccoon 3-0 or maybe 3-1. I could definitely understand why someone would pred at least a single map. I'm curious what the audience would have said as well, but this feels like a return to form for Crazy Raccoon, a small blip on the radar yesterday.
I really hope that Nightmare can keep their heads
They
held
look
high,
dominant
though,
as hell.
after this one. I know it has been a very tough day of losses for them, but the fact that they made it and are third place at the Champions Clash, that is such an incredible
Yeah, you can't be too mad about third place, and you did beat Crazy Raccoon. You know you're capable of doing it, so.
Absolutely, and that's something not just them, but all of us should be celebrating. They truly made history by taking down Crazy Raccoon. The only other team which managed to ever take this franchise down was Zeta Division. They are the first Western team to ever make it.
They were the first Western team to ever just even take a map. Right? Like Crazy Raccoon had a flawless record against Western teams until Nightmare shut the door in their face. But they really did get their act together, and it was very clear from the start of this series that Crazy Raccoon did not come to play around. They were locked in and fully focused for every single map of this series.
They absolutely were, and I almost wonder, like, for the side of Nightmare,
Those
they
barrages
kind of
were
came
crazy.
into this competition despite being, you know, the #1 seed coming from NA. The expectations weren't falling on their shoulders for Champions Clash, but after they get that win up against Crazy Raccoons the first time around, I feel like that pressure does start to mount for them. And Crazy Raccoons, they come in with an insane response. It felt like Heesang was just taking over the server.
Man, Lethal getting picked right there.
Back barrages
That was
were
rough.
insane.
And then he got picked again there.
Coming in, he was not giving the
I feel
respect
bad
that
for him.
we
He
saw
got
the first time
he got
they
kind of
saw
shit
it.
on that.
Zera was dominating him on the Tracer in that match yesterday on Route 66. It was disgusting, but Heesang was like, actually, time to play the game of realsies this time.
Lip, of course, the other half of the DPS duo that always shows up. Can Lip have an off game? Is it possible? I don't think so.
Unless it's Fed Soldier. But
who does that? Who would do that?
Definitely not Lip yesterday.
No, it was a bad dream.
But we're living in the future, not in the past. I'm sure we all have learned a lesson. Now Crazy Raccoon will find themselves in the grand finals in Hangzhou. So this is the grand finals that most everyone would have expected. I'm pretty sure that's what the bracket in the end looked like, even though Nightmare kind of burnt the first half of it for, let's be real, all of us, even if you're a super fan. I think having Falcons facing off against Raccoon in the final, that was the grand final all night long.
It really was. It's a tale as old as time between these two teams, right? This is the expectation. The surprise factor was the fact that it wasn't one of these two teams facing up against
each other. And it's going to make a damn good grand finals, though.
Final to then knock each other down and then go for the rematch here. But this is also pressure, I think, back on Crazy Raccoons. Last time these two teams faced off on the international stage, that was Falcons taking them 4-1.
yeah, that wasn't a very different meta though. That was Harbin's meta in the Malga. They've looked dominant, unstoppable during that meta. We've seen a little bit of that come back with Harbin picking up Malga. We've even seen some bans targeted towards him. But now we are here. It feels like a Crazy Raccoon moving on to grab the trophy, especially after their last couple of series.
Yeah.
But in all honesty, I just want to see this go to 7, 8, 9, 10. I want to see this go.
Okay, let's calm down.
I
have a hard out today.
Hey, let's go to Apex. Let's go to 3 BO7s, and let's just keep on going until
Oh
the night.
my God!
I mean,
we're lucky we don't have a bracket.
It wouldn't be surprising if it's a close one though, because they have been playing it close. They have been trading those wins and those losses. Currently, Crazy Raccoon has a 10-win against them, a win record against them, and 7 losses.
Yeah.
So they are up
close.
Which does mean the Falcons have to, bring this one back. But we'll find out who's going to come out on top. We're going to break it all down for you after a quick break.
Yeah, this is about to be a crazy
Once
game.
we're setting up for the grand finals and getting cozy and ready for it, we're also going to have a quick culinary journey from Danny and our on-site producer, Ben. Danny, Ben, we love you. We miss you. Let's see what they were up to over there.
What you snacking on?
This is fresh ingredients, homemade with love. The velvetiness of the coconut mixed with the slight spice of the
I'll
curry.
be right back while this shit's going on.
I don't know how you found this hole in the wall place. And first time in China, this is some amazing food.
We didn't find it, but
it's all right.
Yeah,
I guess
it's good. Yeah.
The fish too, like caught this morning, roasted with mackerel and the handmade boba to go with it.
Bro,
I'm in heaven. This is
I'm
love.
sorry?
It reminds me of childhood.
Childhood?
Childhood.
I'm sorry, but bro, it's just catering, man. Chill.
Welcome to Champions Clash, everybody. My name is Danny Lim,
Hi, I'm Wendy.
and we're here to connect with our favorite teams, quite literally, like this. And for today, we have Crazy Raccoons, everybody. Yeah, make some noise!
안녕하세요. 저는 크레이지 라쿤에서 서빌러를 맡고 있는 슈라고 합니다.
안녕하세요. 크레이지 라쿤에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 리비지온이라고 합니다.
안녕하세요. 크레이지 라쿤에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 이상이라고 합니다.
Welcome.
Let's go Crazy Raccoons, everybody. I mean, yeah, just starting off, how are you guys enjoying Hangzhou? How's China?
Perfect. 저희가 어제 양꼬치를 먹으러 갔는데 되게 맛있게 먹어가지고.
제가 이전에도 항저우에서 제의를 한 경험이 있어서.
Alright, well, I mean, I'm gonna start off. First question, I saw you guys in Korea for the Asia Finals. Great match, by the way. If you guys haven't watched that match, it was really, it's something else. It's really entertaining. But unfortunately, you guys did lose to the Falcons, and you guys are sort of coming right after a loss. So does that sort of hinder your mentality coming into the Champions Clash?
저희가 그래도 뭐 결승전 같은 것도 좀 많이 나가기도 했고, 좀 어떻게 보면 나이가 어린 선수들이 있지만 그래도 경험이 많은 선수들이 많아가지고 딱히 그런 멘탈적인 부분은 없는 것 같아요. 많이 지고 많이 이기기도 했었어가지고.
So my question goes to Shu and Lip. You guys used to play in China, so do you still remember some Chinese words? Can you show us?
저는 중국어를 따로 배우진 못했기 때문에 뭐 생각나는 거는 이제 하워츠, 팀푸동 중국 분들이 저한테 말을 걸면 한걸론
팀푸동. So how about Lee?
상하이에 있었을 때 자기소개를 많이 썼던 뭐 워셔 상하이 롱주도의 뭐 이런 거랑 그다음에 뭐 부지다 약간 이런 거만 기억하고 있어요.
I'm about to cry.
You're about to cry? Don't cry.
I'm a huge fan of Shanghai Dragons. So, Leaf, this is a question for you. Leaf just said he want to meet you at the lower bracket. So, what's your comment on that?
일단 확률적으로 봤을 때는 저희가 이 밑에 있는 조에서 패배조로 갈 확률은 거의 없는 것 같고 만날 거면 승자조 아니면 결승에서 만나야 된다 라고 전해드리고 싶습니다. 제가 리브 선수랑 경기에서 마지막으로 만났던 게 한 뭐 월드컵 때 뭐 기억을 하는데 그때는 제가 졌었어가지고 이번엔 반대로 이기고 웃으면서 귀국하겠습니다.
Okay. All right, everybody. That's it for the question. Crazy Raccoons, thank you so much for your time and good luck in the tournament. I think we definitely connected. 빨리 웃어. 빨리. 그렇지. Okay, now it's time to go. So let's take out the finger traps. 자, 빼면 되십니다. Okay. All right, Crazy Raccoons, everybody. Thank you so much. Bye bye.
Oh, this. This bundle of joy, it brings me right back to my childhood, Danny.
I guess it's all right.
Danny, it tastes like the people, the competition, the beauty in a dumpling.
Ben, it's okay. It's just all right. Nothing to write home about.
Ben. South Valley Poupée.
I love you, Ben. Ben is
No, ça c'est honteux. He's from France. He can't. It's catering, man. That's offensive.
Look, he's got a big heart, all right? He's got a big heart. We love
Or
Ben.
he's just really
We're missing
hungry.
him,
I don't
Ben.
know. We do miss him. I love to see him having a good time. Whatever does the trick. We're not shaming. We're actually shaming. I literally just did that. Anyway.
Speak for yourself. I just love to see the joy. I live
joy.
for
Gotta
Live
love
it vicariously.
passion.
Honestly, though, I've had
That's
good
what's up.
catering in the past. It does exist. No reaction. So I'm the only person who ever had good catering. That's my
I did
takeaway.
go to China once, and I mean, the food there was just like amazing.
The food was amazing,
I
but
dream
not
of like
the-
the soup dumplings like once a week. And I'm
So
like,
does
wow.
Ben apparently.
Actually, that's true.
He will be
Based off
too.
that reaction.
I was in
Nightmare,
China like a
nightmare.
month ago, and the food was fantastic.
Yeah.
So,
I still wish that we got the opportunity to like maybe go to an event back then in the Overwatch League, you know, and
Back then.
go check it out.
What do you mean? You never went to an Overwatch League event?
Well, I mean, like Hangzhou,
We're
Shanghai,
together, like, what's
Chengdu.
happening?
I was like, you know, maybe like, I don't know, like,
He's
let's
manifesting.
invite us, and we can come, you know, hang out.
It's just like, oh, you're hustling on Twitter. I see you out there.
Yeah, I am trying to buddy up with once again, and I had predicted them. I'm pretty sure every time this tournament, which we agreed upon, and in turn I was supposed to get invited. So once again,
transactional.
I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for the invite.
a real fan wouldn't
You
ask for
made it.
anything. in return.
2026.
Yeah.
Where's
Maybe
the airline
next time.
ticket?
Maybe next time. Well, they invited you. They just didn't say that they're going to commit to paying for you. Like, that was not part of the contract. But we can.
All right.
That's the fine print. That's the fine print. The headline here is
Zoom
Grand
it.
Finals. Shush. And that one is about to happen because we got Team Falcons going up against the Raccoon squad. And this is the one we've always seen coming. That's been in the script ever since the beginning of OWCS. So we're very, very excited for our grand final here to see how how the chips will fall this time around. So, of course, once again, we're going to break it all down. Why are you sneaking around? Slinking.
Well,
Good sir.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome.
So, with
Oh, I
every
see
grand
where this is
finals
going.
appearance,
Okay.
what's happening?
No, you go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
I
With every grand
I-
finals appearance, obviously the players and stuff have to get ready. They're going to chill for a little bit, but before that, we're going to play a little game, as we always do, on the desk.
Hold on, I'm new.
No Overwatch time! Woo, do, 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 do. I'm doing my own sound
Air
effects.
horns.
Obviously, Ash,
Yeah.
pretty new, but No Overwatch is a game show that we play. Every
Okay.
finals, We always play this. It's just a test your knowledge, you know, type B. Like it's pretty.
What is this?
Oh yeah,
It's a wheel
Rose,
with
thank you,
animals?
yes. So we've upgraded.
Who's
so we've
Nim?
got a wheel now.
What is Nim?
What?
No,
Don't
it's
worry about
backwards. It's upside down.
Don't worry
It's
about it.
backwards.
Don't worry about it. So we've got this
How can
now.
you win?
But it's just a game show.
show.
No trick questions.
Goes upside down.
that's
Easy
crazy.
answers-ish. But we've updated. We've upgraded. We've got a wheel that we're going
I love wheels.
We spared no cost, I see.
Spared no cost.
Yep.
0 cost. So yeah, make sure you study up. Look at all these pictures. There's Zara there. It's pretty
Okay,
cool.
okay. Sarah,
Bears.
what's with
John,
all the
you'll
bears?
need
I was
this.
gonna ask.
Where
I need
are they
this.
still
You need
there?
this.
Hold on.
Is this a throwback?
Yeah.
Is this a 2019 moment?
I already have this. You just gave me a duplicate. Do you need one?
Give it to Jake. We've got Lenny on there, so yeah, make sure you study up on the wheel.
Wait, why did they get cards?
Yeah, I want a card. Do we get a wheel?
Do you want one?
You guys take one.
You don't want? No, I don't
We'll
want
share.
your filthy card. Have it.
Okay.
I don't know. I'd just be a little dramatic. It's like 3 in the morning.
It's pretty late, but okay, let's get down to it. First question. Don't worry about the wheel for now, but just keep
But why is it?
memorize the.
Don't worry about
who's
it.
on there. Don't worry about it. Just
Don't
memorize
worry
who's on
about it.
there.
Just memorize.
Just memorize it.
Question, bro.
Just calm down, Johnny. This is my game show.
Also, we have time to fill.
Okay, you ready,
Okay.
Johnny?
I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
He's locked in. Locked in.
Whoa.
Yo, let's just.
Disqualified.
We
Mods,
should not have
All
given
right, I'm
him
back.
that energy.
Mods,
drink,
make
bro.
sure every
Like-
time Johnny gets out of the shower, he slips slightly and has a small heart attack, but catches himself. First question. How many Danish players are there at the
Why
Champions
does his
Clash?
mic sound like that?
Put someone put their hand up.
No, no.
That's not how you're supposed to put your hand up if you know the answer.
Oh.
Ash?
Raise your hand. No, that's weird.
It is one.
Yes.
Shockwave?
Yes. Okay. How do you? Hello?
That was great. Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I said
Why
it
do you
first. I
raise
just
your
didn't
hand?
raise my hand.
Okay,
So-
so didn't raise a hand. You're supposed to. Do we not?
I thought we
Guys
just
not
yelling.
know how this
We used to
works.
have
What? You
buzzers.
asked how many players, and I said
Yes,
the
and
number.
it's a game show, and then you're supposed to like. Do
We can share that point, Johnny.
We used to
can
have
share that point.
buzzers.
So you're too
We
chip.
did
Don't
used to
give
have
him a-
buzzers.
Did we trade them for the
I
wheel?
don't play this game so that to try and make him lose. So don't give him a point.
Yeah, we tried.
That's on you.
Okay.
Either way, she gets a point. You don't get one, and I get honorary mention.
Thank you.
because I said it
So
before.
sorry.
Now you're coping.
I agree.
Okay,
You
second
didn't say a word
question.
the whole time.
Good luck with this one. Once again's Mew has gone by a couple of different names. What are they?
Ibalto. Oh, yeah, hands.
Great job,
sure
Zoe.
Okay,
Great
so
job,
Zoe once again blurted
You
out
are
some
so
answer.
good at this.
Ivaltal and Xerneas.
He's too good with it. He's too good with it. I think Rose
Bro
may
changes
have
his name
collaborated on
every
that.
year. You gotta pick
Yeah.
one, dog. You got like just from me, you gotta pick one. And
No, you
It
have
will
to
be
catch
different
them
next year.
all. Do you not understand the rules?
I vote Munchlax for the next one, by the way. Ooh.
Okay, all right.
Now we get to spin the wheel. You ready?
Do I spin?
Okay, I guess,
No,
I
you don't
guess
get to
we
spin.
are.
I get to answer
right.
No.
Wait, you spun twice?
That's a very.
That was a double
I
spin.
really,
Oh,
I really wanted to hit the bear because I
Oh,
wanted
Oh, crazy raccoon.
They are
Okay.
They're like bear adjacent.
Third question. Who is going to win Champions Clash?
What's this?
Zoe?
Razor Raccoon.
Well, no.
But the wheel said yes. Is that not how it works? I don't know.
The wheel has nothing to do with this question. Anybody else?
Yeah, then-
Jake?
The fans, because we were here together.
Oh my god, the real
You actually
winner.
took my answer.
It's the
Oh
Frank
my
Along
God, let's
winner.
go!
That's
Let's go! I knew this was a trick question.
Are you serious?
I knew
You
this was a
actually
trick
got
question.
it?
Easy
I was
dub.
gonna say the same thing.
Easy dub.
Oh.
Should have raised your hand, Johnny. I'm up two.
We need new guests.
Zero.
We need new guests. We
This
need
is the
new
most-
guests.
Because I'm not being awarded points.
You're not. Oh, I'm not being awarded points. Easy to answer the question.
Spin the freaking wheel, bro.
It's not time.
That's
Okay.
so rude.
It's not
Yeah.
time. Spin the
Wait,
wheel.
since when were you in charge?
This is the most 3
I'm in
a.m.
charge of this
segment.
game.
That's what I'm
of
saying. Let's
segments.
just
No, I'm
let's
not
just
gonna
dog
lie.
on Johnny. That's what I'm
Okay,
here for.
fourth
I don't care
question.
about
I'm used to
Okay,
it. That's
lock
what I'm
in.
feeling.
Lock in. Johnny, at least
Okay.
be slightly quicker with the hand raising.
Okay.
What is Coach Smash's favorite food? Zoe.
Pork.
Correct. Correct.
Wait, what?
You guys.
Is
His
this
favorite
why-
food is just pork,
I don't know the man
not a
likes to
certain like
eat.
pork
You guys
dish.
know that?
Like
No.
What?
I know
It's
that.
literally a fun fact on his liquid people.
That's a fun fact.
My bad.
It's a fun fact.
You're not preparing for the event and the players. And
whose
the
favorite
coaches.
food is just pork.
People don't do
Like
their
there's
homework.
no
You know
like
your boy Smash?
you know like a
Seriously?
pulled
That was
pork
not in my
sandwich or
prep.
something. Like
It's literally,
Okay.
literally my
And now, Johnny, did you want to spin the wheel?
Yeah. Can I
Spin the wheel. Yeah, come on, we're spinning the wheel.
Let's go.
Spin the wheel.
Okay.
Spin the wheel. Go on.
It's gonna explode or something.
No, it's not, I
Why
promise.
You
What is
stepped
that? What
away.
is
What is that?
Spin.
Pathetic spin.
Spin it again.
I'm sorry, is there a definition by how many times it needs to spin?
Spin it again. There we go. Thank you. My word.
That was a
You can't
bitch
get the
ass
help
spin.
these days, man.
It's gonna be
And it is a wheel. We got a wheel. We got a wheel, everybody. We got another wheel. We got another wheel. Rose, spin the wheel. Spin the wheel. What is it gonna be?
It's all the same.
Oh, it's a skull. Johnny?
But it's a green
Johnny?
skull.
That's pretty bad for you.
What does the skull mean?
That's pretty bad for you.
Delivering the skull wheel mean?
This is one of the classic errors of Overwatch. You don't get the skull on the second mini.
Why would you initially spin the wheel to get the wheel to then get skull wheel, Johnny?
That's a
Why would
beginner
you
mistake.
why would you even attempt that?
Beginner mistake.
Johnny,
What is gonna happen to me?
there's something hiding in the green room for you. We'll talk about it later.
Oh.
Talk about it later. Fifth question.
Don't worry, audience.
Fifth question.
It will all come together at the end.
You get to wait in suspense now for like the
Fifth
rest
question.
of.
That's worse than the punishment.
Don't check your shoes in the green room. Who is the tallest player on Crazy Raccoon?
I was Lip.
Obviously lit. No trick questions.
It's like
Why
8
would they
feet
even
tall.
put that question on? It's like obvious.
10,
as fuck.
actually, last time I checked. Yeah. He keeps on growing. Wow. Yeah.
Taller
With
than
every
Johnny?
victory. With every kill on the server, he grows an inch. I don't know
Sick
what an
question.
inch is, but that's okay.
This one a little difficult.
Okay.
A little difficult. Checkmate had an interesting start to his pro career. What role did he flex to?
Tank.
I was way quicker.
Dude, Johnny is so bad.
Yeah, because she has less. She's smaller. She has less weight.
I have the momentum. The momentum of putting your head. You just got to jump, Johnny.
You just saw, you're like a giraffe. Like, you
I'm
like
not
moving
arguing.
slow motion.
I'm not arguing
Tank.
anymore. Okay. All right.
Legend.
Who was Checkmate replacing?
Oh.
I didn't answer that question. I didn't ask that question.
I didn't ask the question.
I didn't ask that question.
No, you got a skull. You're out.
You will spin the death wheel again.
Uh-oh.
Don't make him spin the skull.
Look, I'm rioting at this point.
No
You are
dessert for
polluting
him
against me.
either.
I
No
am
dessert.
rioting.
Another skull, Johnny.
Oh,
Another
Johnny.
skull.
The black.
It was OG.
Doesn't
It was
look good for
OG.
you.
No one asked that question.
I did. Points to me.
question.
Are you still
Spin the wheel.
Oh, no. Is that
Johnny
the
is still
question?
pointless for the audience.
Yeah,
He is
just for
pointless.
everyone to know that.
A bear, everybody.
A bear?
The bear. Now, this is a very special one, close to my heart. Would you like to join us, please, Mr. Bear? Who got the last? Well, I think Johnny needs a big hug here. A big welcome, everybody. Our bear.
Is this
Give a round of
punishment? Is
What
this
is
a
this shit,
punishment?
man? Get back. Let's get these fucking grand finals.
Bear hug for Johnny. 0 points for Johnny.
But he gets a
A
hug.
consolation prize. Exactly.
You know what I thought is gonna happen? I thought he has to fight him, and this is a throwback to Golden Boy trying to fight a bear on the Overwatch League stage.
Wait, I get to
ever
fight him?
since.
Unfortunately,
I thought that's where it's
couldn't
going,
cross it
but
through
no.
legal. We were gonna have him like kind of, you know, WWE like wrestle you down on the floor, but
I'd be kind of worried. You're moving slow with like raising your hand and everything. Like I don't know. If you
yeah,
take
there's
the
no
bear.
way this guy's
I
swinging a
pack
punch.
a powerful punch.
Ain't no
Yeah,
way.
in like slow motion.
Surprise! There's a bear in the green room for you.
Okay, question 7. What was Sugar Free's first team? What was it called?
Is it Atlanta Marine Academy?
No, it was not. Anybody else?
I got nothing.
I don't have anything.
I'm
Guessing.
gonna
Get a minus point.
take a wild guess at goats.
Is he right?
What was it?
Well, he was, you know, just trying out
Ash?
defenders.
No anime allowed.
Correct, Ash. No anime allowed.
What?
That was his.
How did you
first
know that?
team.
Lore, again, do
She's the
prep work.
lore
You-
master,
that's-
Johnny.
We're the two with the notes. You guys
Yeah.
have nothing.
Johnny,
Yeah, you guys got the cheat cards
Nothing.
too. You guys got the cheat
I
cards.
gave you those cards to help you
These are
during the
not
quiz.
helpful. These are like the players' names. Like these don't help us at all.
It's
Sugar
all-
Free's name is on that list.
I know
What
this
was I gonna do
already.
with
his name? I know what his name is. Oh my god.
But maybe you can deduct with the help, the visualization.
Look,
of
as long as
the
Johnny
referee.
loses, I win. I don't play to win. I play for him.
Why?
Okay, well, this one should be fairly easy then.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who are you? Okay, well, that was Jake.
I don't know about that.
It's 4 a.m. and I'm in your house with the Riptire.
False. Ash?
Wait.
Who are
so
you?
he's going crazy over there.
I'm that person in school.
Okay, now I'm confused because of Jake's answer.
Don't listen to Jake.
The fact that Jake
Don't worry about the Riptire stuff.
Even
Don't
if
worry
my
about the
answer
Riptire
is your
Ethereum.
answer
Don't worry.
is the right answer.
I'm an Overwatch fan.
That's a good answer. Zoe.
I'm Jake and I'm in your comms. This should have been the answer and you know it.
Who are you, ex-Shanghai Dragons player?
Wait, I'm holding my hand up, bro. I'm not allowed to answer.
Oh, I didn't see.
Okay, but you also held your hand up a whole like 30 seconds after everybody else held their hand up.
Yeah, Jake put his hand up, Ash put her hand up, so...
Your hand was still down when the three of us had our hands up.
I'm not gonna lie, I have not been keeping track of the scores. But I will spin the wheel.
I think I'm winning actually, just throwing it out there.
I'm not so sure about that. We can check the VOD.
Actually, I fight the bear.
Fun fact about Lenny, for a bonus point.
A fun fact about Lenny.
Yeah. Anything, literally anything at this point.
I'm not super familiar with game time.
Bonus point for
Excuse me.
Zoe, and that is the end
That is the
of
fun
No
fact
Watch,
that I don't know,
everybody.
fun facts
Thank you
about-
so much. Woo! I'm
Alright, that's the end of the
yeah,
fucking
thank you so
I'm gonna take us home.
Thanks bullshit.
The
Amazing.
death wheel, don't
A segment of all time, for sure. I'm not sure what the takeaway here is. I think I won.
Johnny lost.
Yeah, that's the
Johnny
most
lost is,
important
I think, the biggest take a point. He didn't take a point.
No, he didn't.
That was a problem.
Too small.
Okay, if you watch that, you might not feel like you're winning anything, but we did stretch some time, and that also means that you got more minutes watched, which means you could have increased your drops for watching the stream. So technically, it is a win-win situation.
Absolutely.
Right?
We want those loot boxes.
The
Johnny,
the
you
players
love
have
the
not been
boxes.
taking any liberties. It's been a quick day so far. This grand finals could be different, though. I mean,
But there's good
Construction
things to
Falcons.
come, and they always come from above. I promise there will be something any moment now. Oh my goodness!
Gundam
Production value. Incredible
well,
stuff.
just a little guy.
Just a little guy. What could it mean? We don't know. Is it a guess? Is it a hint? He's moving. Incredible
Maybe
stuff.
lower him
As we're
down a
trying
little
to
more.
solve the mystery, we're heading into a quick
If
break.
this is
and
not a mercy
afterwards-
skin, I'm gonna lose it.
It's got wings.
It does. I'm so scared it actually drops. Anyway, we'll be dropping out for now into a quick break. And when we're back, we should be ready. Stop it. Finally, with the grand finals. You don't want to miss it. Crazy Raccoon against Team Falcons once again in the grand finals. Let's see how this one is going to pan out after that.
Welcome to the stadium. Let's get a look at our competitors. The first round can't get here quick enough. And we're diving right in. They barely clinched the win this round. This is a round you won't want to miss. Against all odds, they've won it all! You love to see it, folks. Something for my trouble.
The hunt begins. Run or hide, it won't matter in the end. I'll get quite the payout for you. I've always liked a challenge.
Man.
I always deliver.
Yeah, at least I'll definitely be getting to bed a little bit earlier today.
Goodbye.
Cheers, love! The cavalry's here! Nocturna is leading the Hollow Hearts to corrupt the world with woe! Only our combined power can stop her. We are the heroes of heart! Brigitte, the heart of strength!
8 minutes. Damn.
Amelie, the heart of grace! Kiriko, the heart of passion!
run this show.
My spirit grows strong.
The doctor is in.
The lone rose gets plucked. You are under my guard.
Hi everyone, welcome to Champions Clash. I'm Wendy.
I'm Danny, and we're here to connect, quite literally, with Team Falcons, everybody. Let's go! Yeah!
안녕하세요. 팀팔콘에서 서포터를 맡고 있는 필더라고 합니다.
안녕하세요. 팀팔콘에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 상빈이라고 합니다. 안녕하세요. 팀팔콘에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 프로포라고 합니다.
Great to see you guys again. I saw you guys in Korea. Now we're in Hangzhou, China.
좋았어요.
좋았어요? 아, 예. 프로포 선수는요?
그냥 중국에 있는 것 같지 않고 한국에
I guess talking about Hangzhou and China specifically, I want to bring up the Esports World Cup last year, 2024. You guys met against once again, and you know it was a very close fight, but you guys unfortunately did lose. And now you guys are in their home turf, I guess. Going up against Chinese teams. What are your thoughts on that? Do you guys feel like, are you guys confident that you guys can get revenge against once again this time around?
이제 작년 EWC 때는 많이 아쉽게 졌는데 이번에는 이제 저희도 많이 보완을 했고 그래가지고 꼭 이기고 싶어요.
네, 이번에는 그때는 제가 뭐 많이 안 했어가지고 이번에는 제가 다 하는데 재밌을 것 같아요. 저 이번에 메인 탱커를 제가 이번 연도 시작했는데 메인 탱으로 겨루게 되지 않을까. 네, 재밌을 것 같아요. 일단. 예.
일단 여기가 중국 그래도 홈그라운드니까 이해되긴 했는데 너무 쉽게 이기면은 안 될 것 같아가지고 조금 하면서.
Hangmin, you mentioned that you are the only tank for Falcons right now. So it has been a tough year for you to play in the heroes. Sometimes you wouldn't.
힘든 점은 좀 많았고 근데 제가 힘든 점은 되게 많았었는데 처음에 시작하면서 진짜 많이 힘들었는데 하다 보니까 애들이 좀 많이 도와줘가지고 제가 모르는 부분이 되게 많아 거의 진짜 그 프로 처음 하는 수준으로 조금 도전하는 부분이긴 했는데.
So Purple, there's a meme in China that said that Leaf is better than Purple is better than Leap, and if the Leaf's performance declines, it goes to Leap is better than Purple is better than Leaf. So you are always in the middle. What's your rate on this ranking?
일단은 메인 딜러랑 서브 딜러를 둘 다 잘할 수 있는 거는 그 두 명 중에선 제가 유일하기 때문에 아마 그것 때문에 좀 비교가 많이 되는 것도 있고 최근에 제가 연습을 많이 안 했어가지고 좀 예전처럼 좋은 퍼포먼스를 많이 못 보여줬는데 요새 긴장 다시 해야 될 것 같아요.
Well, guys, that's it for the questions. Thank you so much for connecting with us. And I think it's time for me to let you guys go. So let's take out the... Take it out. Don't connect. Okay. 자, 빼세요. 오, 잘 빼네?
이거 안 빡치네.
화이팅!
try.
야, 조심해. 손가락 조심해.
뭐야 이거?
왜 안 퍼져?
그 이렇게 너무 세게 빼려고 하면
네네네네.
Okay. All right, everybody, Team Falcons, thank you so much. Bye bye.
It's time for Stadium 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let the games begin. Coming out of the gates with some new tricks. What a game changer. The dragon becomes me. Hey! Bounty eliminated. That's a massive score for Genji. poison. It's a multi-pull! Oh, massive play! Massive! Close one! Let's see if they can come back next round.
Something's not right here.
What's going on out there, guys?
We just gave them that one. It was pity.
What can we do better?
Okay, the Zarya is frying us.
I could build beam flexion for Zarya. Let me sell something real quick and buy that one.
Good idea. I'm basically just spected to Nano Boost. If we group as 5, I hit somebody and it hits everybody around us, and then everybody gets a taste.
I'm just gonna heavily invest all into my weaponry. Every single power, I'm just gonna be a DPS machine.
I think what we need is more orbs. Make sure they're healing orbs, though.
Definitely not.
All right, let's do it.
Point!
That's what I'm talking about!
Push fast right side, push fast right side.
I'm on Zarya.
Get Zarya! Go! Me and you. Oh.
I've got you in my sights.
Big slam! I got the point. Right side. Kill Juno. Nice, good stuff. Oh, Reaper behind. Box out. We died by mini bomb.
Okay, reset.
We have Nanoblade for next fight. 3, 2, 1,
go.
There
we go.
Yeah, we got it.
Walk forward. I'm ulting. This fun's on land.
The goddess is here.
Right.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the Champions Clash in Hangzhou, China. Zoe here, joined by Ash and by Jake and by Johnny. And we're about to break it all down as we're headed into our grand finals. And to absolutely no one's surprise, we will be seeing Team Falcons taking on Crazy Raccoon. We all saw
I
this
hope it's
one
a close
coming,
series,
but
dude.
we'll never quite knowing the end result here.
I want to see it be like
because
4-3 or something.
They've
you
been
know?
trading those victories.
You know, and despite these two teams being so incredibly skilled and so evenly matched, they're also two very different teams. Their approaches to the game, very opposed. Historically, like the last couple years, you know, Falcons has been the team to want to play rush, want to play deathball, grouped up, stacked, fighting as a unit, where Crazy Raccoon has played
I think I'm gonna make a
very
shit ton of French
individualistic,
fries
very
when I get
high
off.
paced, very mobile, and I think that's going to be
In
a
the air
great clash
fryer.
to watch here in the grand finals.
And usually we see them clash as well in the upper bracket final, but because Nightmare played spoiler, we haven't seen these two teams clash yet, so we don't really know what's in store.
Absolutely. And all these players started somewhere, sometime, and you can too. So make sure to sign up for the Faceit League. Once again, the signups are open. You might be able to play your way right into OWCS as well. And we might be covering you and your team in the grand final. So hit up the URL for more information. And we hope to see you on those servers. Best of luck signing up for that one and making your way up there with your team. You had the pleasure, honor, displeasure. What was it? Displeasure, got it.
I refer all questions to Jack. On the fate of our Faceit team.
It might make if we need to fill some more time, I'm sure he has a lot to say about his team's performance, not his own for sure. Now, if we're speaking performance, though, we do have to talk about what we've seen thus far from these two teams. You just mentioned their style. Their styles are very, very different. Also, of course, the performance has been different, Ash, because Crazy Raccoon, they dropped into the lower bracket, surprisingly to everyone, fairly early in the tournament.
They did. It was pretty insane, the fact that they're only able to take that one map up against Nightmare, but ever since dropping down, they just blew everybody out of the water. Down in that lower bracket, you could see the vengeance that they were coming back with, it feels like, especially in that once again matchup, and then that revenge match up against Nightmare too for the likes of Crazy Raccoon. But now it's a different level of competition, facing back up against Team Falcons. The tale is old this time.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons, they have shown us a lot of brawl composition so far. And I think the question is, how would this fare against a team like Crazy Raccoon? I think it's quite fair, actually, to consider the fact that maybe Falcons, they felt really comfortable playing the Mauga against some of these Western teams, against the Chinese teams, because it's an easy style for them to just play the game their way and they can dispose of the opposition. But Crazy Raccoon, they are so highly skilled when it comes to what they do best. like Jake mentioned, picking them to pieces, playing the Pharah, stuff like that. And so it's going to be a real question for Falcons. How far can these Mauga compositions carry you in this matchup? Historically, Mauga has been a phenomenally strong hero, but recent balance changes have seen a bit of a slight nerf to Mauga as well, reducing some of the damage reduction to teammates during Cardiac Overdrive. So maybe now, considering that fact, this style that Crazy Raccoon are playing might have the upper edge in this matchup. Again, we haven't seen them clash so far this tournament, but I'm kind of leaning Crazy Raccoon here, considering what we've seen from them in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, Crazy Raccoon, they ramped it up as they fought their way through the lower bracket with individuals putting up performances such we never been
Yeah, I'm going to go Crazy Raccoons.
Shu on the Ana is something you highlighted yesterday. It was incredible.
Yeah, CR has just been phenomenal so far. This match against Nightmare has just been incredible. Heesang's getting 4Ks here with the barrage as well. This is a team that looks on point. Like, they're playing their best game here on the final day when it really matters. Yes, they slipped up against Nightmare, but I think you can truly chalk that up to Crazy Raccoon not just playing their own game. We saw Max being subbed in on the Hazard, for example. I doubt we're going to see that today. They're probably not going to pick new Queen Street and bring out Lip on the Soldier at all. Instead, I think it's going to be Crazy Raccoon setting up Shu for those anti-nades. That is Shu playing his signature hero and enabling the rest of his team. It's more of a question for Falcons. How can you shut down Shu on a hero like Diana?
Yeah, I think bans and map picks also, of course, will be playing a really big part in the result of this match, because on paper, it seems straightforward what you have to do, but also, although we do see both of these teams heavily leaning into their comfort picks, we do know that the flexibility is there to pivot and play something else as well. And that's where it gets scrappy, and that's where it gets interesting as well. If we're looking at our predictions for this one, I mean, honestly, you could have tossed a coin and probably been just as wise. I have to go with Crazy Raccoon just based on the fact that they're coming into this with so much anger, probably, with so much hunger, like making that salty lower bracket run. I think that lit a fire in them that we haven't seen from them before. Just given the situation, this situation has never occurred before. They never had to do that. So I think they're really eager to prove a point, to brush off the shame from that lower bracket run.
I've got to agree with you on this. I'm also locking in that 4-1 here for Crazy Raccoon. I think that it will be a heater.
I hope it's 4-3. I want to see a super close series.
But I really look towards the difference in the back lines between both of these teams. It feels like Shu and Charong have just been electric. And when it does come down to the way that Crazy Raccoon are taking the fight to their opponents, it's really that backline that's made the biggest difference and has helped them turn those tides.
I got to be the dissenter here, actually. I kind of like Falcons right now. They came into this tournament refusing to kowtow to the meta. They've been playing their style, and they've been forcing every other team to bend the knee. I think that they're going to be able to get this win. I think, honestly, the back line is going to favor them. I think this is like the Brig Juno, the Lucio Kiri. These have been the more dominant support lines. As fantastic as Shu has been on the Ana hasn't been top of mind. I mean, he's been the one to bring it into the meta, to force it to happen. But a team as good as Falcons, I think they're ready for this matchup. I think they're going to potentially punish. I think if Hanbin finds the way to bring out the Diva throughout this series as a way to attack some of the dive combos, there's some map picks that are going to potentially really shift this in Falcons' favor.
I'm predicting a Crazy Raccoon win here, but in 7 maps. I just hope we go all the way here.
That's
because
what I hope.
These are the two best
4-3.
teams
I don't care
ever
who
assembled
wins.
in
I think
Overwatch
Crazy
history. And
Raccoons
we've
will
been
win,
blessed
but
by this chapter
I don't care
in
who
Overwatch
wins.
Esports, where Crazy Raccoon and Team
want
Falcons, they
some good
go head to
games.
head. These are some of the best players that have ever touched the game, combining efforts and vying for that title. So this is what's on the line. If you combine Crazy Raccoon's record before they were picked up by that organization, dating back to last year, Crazy Raccoon, they have the upper hand 12-8, but just look at some of these bullet points. I mean, Lip seeking his 9th major title, Shu seeking his 7th, and who came up? What is the source on these major titles? Well, okay, I made it up. But if you look at the Overwatch League stage wins, international play at the biggest events, these are some of the finest players. Hanbin, 6th, Fielder, 7th major title. They have been victorious so many times before. You can see so many tournament MVPs available here too. Junbin last year at Dallas. Lip, a 2021 Overwatch League MVP. Proper,
these dudes got some accolades.
2022 Overwatch League MVP. These are some of the finest players we've ever seen touch the game, and now they're again vying for this title here at Champions Clash.
Yeah, it's truly two All-Stars teams facing off against each other. They're very familiar foes, though. They have been playing against each other for
seems so
quite
bright
some
when
time
they're
now.
sitting here at
so
this desk and shit.
I
Like,
do
you
feel
gotta
like
lower my
the weaknesses, if there
monitor
are any,
brightness.
they are exposed to one another.
Yeah, I think, you know, these are the two best teams we've ever had in the history of the game. Very comfortable saying that. I think it's actually pretty straightforwardly true that the level of the game has continued to increase over the years, and they have finally delivered us two incredible superstar squads. Going to go head-to-head for the nth time in this grand finals. It's going to be incredible to watch. They know each other very well. They have very different styles, and so I'm expecting to see an explosive ban phase with both teams really attacking each other's strengths.
Absolutely. I think you also, again, we talk about the energy that Crazy Raccoon are taking from their lower bracket run. It's also that rematch on the international stage from last time around, and that's why I've got to put my money on the Raccoons.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to come down to the wire. Individual pop-up performances is what both of these teams are looking for to be dominant. Let's send it to our stage for our grand finals opening ceremony.
Why do they take so long to switch the fucking shit?
In just a second.
We got a little too excited.
There was no way I could make this one smooth. Yeah, but they need a few more times. But you know what? Good things take some time. That's what it is.
Just in the last moment.
Literally
I
just
got
last
to
second.
notice.
So he nailed it. But you know what? Sometimes they need
The players, they needed a second. They just needed that one last second. That's unfortunate.
And
but
Robert, I'm tempted to just count along with our producers in 3, 2, 1, and really?
There you go. This would have been so cool to go to. Oh shit. Let's fucking go. That shit's cool. Grand finals.
After 2 days of epic battles, only the strongest remain. 经历2天的史诗级鏖战，唯有至强者屹立不倒。Now, these two legendary teams stand on the grandest
The time has
stage
come.
of them all. 此刻，这2支传奇战队已经站上终极舞台。But in the end, there can be only one champion. 但最终，冠军宝座只属于唯一王者。Who will rise? Who will make history? 谁将登顶？谁将铸就传奇 ？The world is watching. Let's find out. 全球瞩目之下，让我们揭晓答案。Now, please welcome today's competitors. 现在，让我们隆重请出今天参赛的战队。First of all, let's hear it for Team Falcons! Damage!
Chopper, the young prodigy, takes the stage. He's no stranger to this kind of pressure. This kind of a moment means very little to him. It's only the trophy lift that he sees, only what he hopes for.
Damage! Stalker!
Followed right behind by the Hyperflex damage player Stalker. I think this guy is the best Tracer in the world, but he's gonna need to show up today. The Raccoons on the other side of the field are on a
Stalker's
heater.
insane.
They need an immaculate performance out of this man to stop them in their tracks.
This is cool. I like how they're doing this.
Hanbin, a legend of the game, has been on top for so many years, and once again he finds himself on that grand final stage. Now, with the complete pressure of the team's tank line on him, only what he can play, what he can deliver for one more championship.
Support! Fielder!
So many major wins for Fielder. He has always been that man behind the curtain, the stable force, keeping the team alive, making plays when they need him most. The rest of the team relies on him for his consistency. He's going to be under massive pressure in this match.
Support! Kiyo!
Bending the bonds of what it means to play main support. This guy is nothing if he is not bloodthirsty, getting on the server, making plays, excited to see what he can bring the leadership for Team Falcons.
And now their opponent, Crazy!
The Crazy Raccoons.
Damage! Sorry. Support! Shoot!
Shu leads the way for Crazy Raccoon here. You've seen his Ana play this tournament lethal.
Say, oops,
Needs to be taken down by Falcons if they are to stand a chance. Signature player on a signature hero. What impact will Shu have on this grand finals?
Support!
Chorong made a name for himself on the
Did he call him
2023
Kilrong?
Overwatch League championed roster of Florida Mayhem. On this Crazy Raccoons roster, he's been so potent for the past year, winning multiple major titles on this team. What can he do here today? And Jonbin, our 2024 OWCS Dallas Grand Finals MVP. That time he brought out the Aces
Yeah, this is
obviously
gonna
the
be a good
Roadhog,
game.
the Wrecking Ball. What heroes
They're
will he
building
play
it up
here
with this
today
too,
against
so like it's gonna really feel like a grand finals to them. You know what I mean? It's not gonna feel like just another game.
And here comes Lip, arguably the greatest Overwatch player of all time, dating back to his Shanghai Dragons days. This guy is on form all the time, delivering highlight after highlight. He will no doubt be an unstoppable force in today's matchup.
Damage!
And finally, Heesang rounds out this Crazy Raccoons roster. A damage player who historically in this matchup has been doubted. And
Heesang's been
potentially a
popping
bit
off.
of the weaker part, but he's been looking hot in the lower bracket. If Heesang can deliver today, victory awaits for Crazy Raccoon.
What teams want that trophy? And that fucking 250,000.
Two teams, one title. Who will be legendary? 两支强队，一座冠军，谁将成为传奇
This shit's fucking hype, dude.
最终对决即将上演。Let's give it to our casters，有请解说接过话筒。
Let's hope for a fucking good ass series, dude. I hope it's back and forth. I hope it goes 3-3 and then down to the final game.
무조건 결승에 올라가서
대전에 올라가 있어서 기분 좋고.
Proper's been looking crazy on the fucking Genji, dude.
But look at that stalker.
오늘도 우승을 해서 라쿤의 명예를 다시 되찾아오겠습니다.
이번에도 다시 이겨가지고 우승하겠습니다.
And so, once again, folks, it comes to this. We seek to answer the question that has dominated competitive Overwatch over the last couple of years.
That was hype.
We're pitting Crazy Raccoon and Falcons head-to-head once more, this time for the title. Champions Clash.
Hey, with the way things have gone, this is a matchup that we will probably see again and again throughout the year, right? I mean, these two teams seem to be just on another level from everybody else across the globe. Nightmare made it a little bit interesting, but this is the match we all thought we would get.
Absolutely. Even though there were some bumps in the road for Crazy Raccoon as they end up in that lower bracket, they sure as heck took their anger out on everybody who stood in their way. And after both Falcons,
honestly, they got a lot more play time too, which could be good.
Summarily ejected the last foreign interloper here. They get the battle that, of course, was.
I think they had to play a lot more games.
The one thing I would be worried about for Falcons is that we've seen them being able to kind of get through this, playing a lot of the Mauga-based compositions, and I don't think Crazy Raccoon is going to let them just do that right throughout this match, especially with how good Shu is on the Ana.
Is she proposing to him or something?
Yeah, and look, and we heard, I think, from Hanbin while I was in the air. Let me just get back to, is that, okay, wow. A proposal on stage. Okay, we've got a little bit of everything here. Well, congratulations to the, I guess, bride and groom.
Congrats to them.
Yeah, give me that close-up.
Yeah, we're getting zoomed in on that.
I mean, hey, what are we
Hey,
missing
that's
now?
cool.
This event's had everything. We got augmented reality.
I guess she proposed to him. Is it different over in China?
Final day. I mean, hey, this was
I know that
This
happens here
championship
too.
Sunday
But
is absolutely delivered, folks, but there's still one final treat that awaits us.
I
Last
don't know if
time
that's
these
like
two teams went
an
head-to-head, of
ordinary
course,
thing there.
was in the Stage 1 finals over in Asia. It's Falcons with a run back from that lower bracket to handle Crazy Raccoon in 6 maps. Of course, as the top seed
all right,
here,
we're going to Oasis.
do have
What's
the privilege
the
of selecting the battleground. And we're going
what's
to get
the
a
first
rare
ban?
Oasis map to start us off with
Orisa.
a Protect ban, most likely here.
Yeah.
We'll see what they decide to do. Okay, so they do, they get rid of the
They wanna protect
Orisa,
the Mauga,
and this
I
is
think.
probably to protect some of the other heroes, right? Maybe there would have been a Mauga ban here potentially, because you think of Oasis, it's a map that we haven't seen really at all
Genji.
here. No. In this tournament, Mauga is actually very strong.
Yeah, Proper's been looking really fucking strong on
trying to
Genji. So.
eliminate a problem for Mauga, or at least something that Hanbin and co have identified as a bit of a challenge for
Double
the fight
tap,
on
what
this
up?
map.
You ready for this
Legendary
grand
map, I think,
final?
for these two teams, because it was the arena in which we saw Crazy Raccoon play Roadhog last year in Dallas, shocking everybody. Not to say that we're going to be heading back to that this time around, but again, curious to see already some of the strategies at play, because
Grand
for
finals
these two
time.
teams it's different. 20
I hope it's a
between
close
these two
series, dude. I hope it
rosters.
goes 4-3.
A wealth of
Like, you know,
history,
3-3 and then down to
experience
the
going up against one
final
another,
game.
and a chance that either or both of these teams have saved something special for this match for all the marbles.
Which is why, I know Falcons has been so good, but for some reason, I just had the feeling here for Crazy Raccoon in the sense that, you know,
Who you
Shu has
got?
been
You got
on
Falcons or you
fire
got
on this
Raccoons?
Ana. If the Mauga is the kind of style that they want to go for on the other side, Crazy Raccoon can get good reads on that, potentially get good ban outs. And I think they could be able
Me
to kind
too.
of run away
I want
with
Crazy
it.
What I
Raccoons.
was looking to touch on before we were interrupted in the best way possible is that Harbin sort of says we're a main tank team now, and I think what he's getting at
More
there
importantly,
is
though,
that
I just
they
want a
have
good
bit of
series. I don't really care that much about who wins. I just want it to be close, you know.
when required. I think
want
like
like a
the last time these two teams played,
real
Gibraltar
good series.
and
They had like
Navani
a
were both in the pool.
grand finals like ceremony and like
for
brought
that
them all
kind
out
of
on
dive
stage
style.
one by
Things are
one
a
and
little
stuff.
bit different now.
That
You
shit
can
was pretty cool.
absolutely cater the battlefield to benefit more of these brawl comps, and I think even
So that
though
probably
Falcons
makes it
say
feel
that
like a
they
little more like
play
a
that
grand finals to
Winston
them, you know.
style, I really think if they can, they want to drag the game down to a Mauga matchup.
I wouldn't say boring, but they were all stomps so far. They're all 3-0s, I think.
Will they want to do that? Probably not. I think there are other strengths.
Yeah, I
for
think they
this
were all
team
3-0s.
They would opt to go to other than that style, and we really haven't seen them be forced by any team thus far to have.
So
to
I just
adopt
want a
that type
good,
of
you know,
style.
back and forth
But
series.
that's why I do think this is such a compelling game, because I don't think that either of these teams, but mostly Falcons are the same roster as what we saw in that OWCS Stage 1 final in Asia.
Nightmare got 3-0'd by Falcons, and then they played Crazy Raccoon again, and they got 3-0'd by them. They got shit on by them this time.
We're heading over to Oasis to kick off this first
The Reaper.
4 series.
Wonder if we'll actually see
Obviously,
Reaper.
a lot of time for teams to make changes before those spawn doors open. Also to point out, we talked about how Falcons using that Orisa ban to potentially protect like a Maga. On the other side, you did have the Genji get banned out there from Crazy Raccoon.
Oh,
So
and a
the
pause.
Genji, a very strong hero in the hands of Proper.
All right, false start, folks. Little pause called here.
We got the crowd is going, the music was going.
Consider that rehearsal.
Yeah.
I'm sure everybody's.
Yeah, I wouldn't say they were boring, but they were definitely
certain that this
more
crowd is gonna be
one-sided, you know.
Extremely loud, extremely involved in this. And let's, taking a look back, Falcons have definitely been tested, been pressured, right? But I would say the team that has done that to the greatest degree.
I kind of hope he does come out on the Reaper.
Is that
Be
once
cool to
again
see.
roster? Yes. A really close game. And I'm sure the Falcons coming out of that are incensed that it was so close, but there are a lot of factors at play there.
gonna grab a drink real
Home
quick while it's
crowd,
paused.
an incredibly aggressive dive-based team that is potentially still the antithesis to the way that Falcons want to play. Crazy Raccoon can be that team. The raw pace that they fought their way through the lower bracket with, that incredible game from Shu, they do have what it takes to topple these Titans.
Falcons also dropped a map to Alcatia, right, in the first round. So it's not like they've kind of just rolled through everybody with relative ease, right? Where Crazy Raccoon, you do have that slip up to Nightmare, as Nightmare actually put together a very strong event overall. But since that slip up, right, they rolled through VP, they rolled through once again, they rolled through Nightmare in a bit of a rematch there. And now they find themselves way back here into that grand final after a run back in the lower bracket.
It looks like Sparkle was the coach that called this brief pause here, and he seems to be indicating that all is well. Harmon, of course, with his signature tilted screen, trying to see into the 21st dimension, I think.
I mean, I can't be comfortable.
For some players like those stranger setups, we've seen like tilted keyboards and stuff like that. It's been because of space restrictions where they normally play. I'm not so sure that like a tilted monitor sort of plays into that, and I'm sure this has been explored and maybe even been explained, but it is an odd. It's like he's trying to position the kill feed as far away from him as possible so he doesn't tunnel in on it. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, that's all I want. I don't.
In Overwatch, throwback to.
Kind of want Crazy Raccoons to win, but I don't care either way. I more importantly want a good series.
When he played, you pine with the
But,
glass mouse pad early on, so we've had some interesting.
Yeah, they had a cool like grand final ceremony, so it probably makes it feel like a little bit more real to them. This whole event's been cool, man. I was excited for weeks for this, and it definitely didn't disappoint.
Of ergonomics and lumbar support on that occasion.
The crowd was so ready. You can hear the crowd.
It's been a cool event.
Ready to pop off. The music, everybody getting excited. The awesome opening ceremony. And then Sparkle's got to call that pause right at the rip. Does it look like potentially we're going to get actually a Maga head-to-head?
I'm gonna be kind of sad when it's over, to be honest.
Interesting, I guess, that Crazy Raccoon would opt into that, because if you go back to the last time these two teams played, we had a control map. It wasn't Oasis, but Crazy Raccoon banned the Diva, and then the very next map, Falcons banned the Winston. So at the time, the teams are like very different styles, and it created a really volatile matchup between these two, because if you remember, in that upper bracket, Falcons got knocked down in a 4-0. You know what I mean? Like, these two teams are always, every time we run it back, and this is good news for fans, I think, of these two teams, or fans of the game, it's always different. There's always something that defines the series. Meta's changed somewhat now, but I think Falcons have had to
I think they're about
adjust.
to pause.
That was like 3 thumbs up, so I think we're getting ready to go soon.
That's good. 3 thumbs up is a great sign, but Harbin has had to, I think he's had to adapt. The kind of, we're talking about a literal champion, multiple times in the past, of course, even, quite recently, last year, but has had to sort of say, we don't need 2 tanks. We shouldn't need 2 tanks. I think the consensus coming into a lot of roster building this year was that you wanted to build with flexibility in the forefront of your mind, and that's something that Crazy Raccoon can offer in the same way that once again did with that second tank sort of rotating in, but Falcons just don't seem the need.
And I'm curious if we see Crazy Raccoon try and play that Maga in the head-to-head early on, and I think it would be such a confidence blow if they were to take the head-to-head
It's first
in
to
the
4.
Maga and Crazy Raccoon comes out on top.
All the other games, they were first to 3, but this was first to 4. I kind of wish it was first to 5.
You don't really have many great
Make it even longer.
options, and I know Crazy Raccoon also has that ball to fall back
But at least
on,
it's
right?
going to be a little bit longer no matter what.
Right, I mean, and We're looking at Oasis, right? It's not unreasonable to expect that, but here we go, folks. Once more, pen to paper in the latest chapter of a rivalry that has
I like 6v6. I've been playing it a little bit.
2 years. It's Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons.
I don't know if they're gonna make like a.
Right here.
If they're gonna change it from 5v5 to 6v6 for the, the esport and stuff, or they're gonna make their own league for it. I guess it depends on the kind of feedback they get on the popularity of it and stuff. But it seems like a lot of people like it.
There aren't that many options. Like, you can't exactly play that Winston go up to the
I like that
high ground,
tanks can actually die in it, and they don't feel like God to.
Not the best spot to play from. So we'll see the Malga here in a head-to-head with Crazy Raccoon.
Proper's been perched up pretty safe. It is going to be a Far Ramiro, which is an exciting prospect indeed. Charge comes in. Harbin's able to deal with Shu at the very least. And somehow it's going to be topped up. Choron with a flyby is not able to get the extra damage to bring the Malga to heal.
The Falcons made the first cap, I think.
Falcons, and now they can assume control of this high ground. Give proper priority now as he can play up towards the skybox. It's a very good opener.
Lucio and Juno is the only difference.
First map pick, you go to a map like Oasis to get this style of play, right? You also end up protecting the Malga, and then the Genji ban on the other side probably doesn't bother you that much, right? Because Proper can pick up that Pharah as well.
All right, here's Stalker. Forced to drop to the low ground now. Does see Junbin
Fielders already getting pretty close to the Casino Rush
gives him a
too.
little bit of space. It's an about face and charge backwards for Junbin though, as Crazy Raccoon aren't quite ready to make a deep foray towards the point. And this is already accounted for 28% for Team Falcons. I talked about priority for Proper. He can sort of float over here and put that pressure down. But a Kunai
He's saying now both Pharahs down.
Surely is able to find him, but both Pharahs here really on the chopping block early in this
Jumping
fight.
gets Fielder.
But Falcons get
And he was just coming up on that Casino Rush too.
Favor them. It's 40% and counting though. Stalker's done well, and with Harbin still standing, they can drag this out.
Yeah, but you do have Chorong and Shu still alive here for Crazy Raccoon. They're with Junbin, so that will be enough to flip the point. Also something to point out,
They're going to come back with Overclock and Rush, though. Both teams got Casino Rush, though. Chorong's getting close to Orbital Ray.
Chio, one of the best Lucios in the world, but a little bit more firepower for Crazy Raccoon.
Right, both Rush.
Double Kitsune Rush coming out, Stalker pops the Overclock, he's saying, just falls right into his waiting arms. Now it's going to be an Orbital Ray, popped in the cage fight, he's deployed. Hanbin low, caught out, but Stalker release is going to find purchase.
Junbin gets two.
Junbin found two though. Nice cage thrown down for Crazy Raccoon, and he's sitting pretty back towards the point. A great opportunity for the Raccoons to even up the game. A stopping pin for Stalker finds its mark, and he's brought down.
And even with the sound barrier there for Falcons, right? It's a cage fight from Junbin, but then they also have
Liv's got Overclock too.
Right? So even though that Falcons like find
Proper's got Barrage. He thinks coming up on Barrage. Chio's switching over to Juno.
Rolling on top of him, the Kitsune Rush as well, and that allows Junbin to put down so
Harbin's
much
got
damage.
the
He
cage.
finds two. That results in a fight win for Crazy Raccoon.
Harbin looks to reposition here, out towards the right. You'll notice Junbin there on the left is sort of pushing up. Crazy Raccoon really want to take this brawl.
And Chio will adjust to match, right? So ditching that Lucio, gonna go without like a true traditional support ultimate match with the Juno.
Right, open up he's saying able to get rid of Stalker, but Harbin at least is able to train it out. Lip, backs up, cage fight gonna be deployed here now for Falcons, and they make great use of it. Barrage here for Proper will be more than enough damage to deal with the bulky body of the Malga, and Choron can only float
get the
around.
flip.
This is tit for tat.
Lip held onto the Overclock.
Get to 77.
Yeah, it's the cage fight barrage there that happens for Falcons, so that allows them to move on in, take the point. And we talked a lot about Lip this weekend, right, in terms of how he will fare head-to-head against some of these other Sojourns in the field. Overclock here with the Kitsune Rush, potential to open this one back up.
Proper has to be sort of aware of this. They're tracking Lip's ultimate now. He's got to be careful. A dive back for Junbin, but Lip gets on the point, front and center, commanding the attention of the entirety of Team Falcons. And it's good damage on Hanbin, but Fielder and Chio have the healing throughput to keep...
They fucking ran into each other.
So Hanbin struggles eventually. That front line buckles here for Team Falcons.
Damn, Hanbin down.
Crazy Raccoon flipped the point behind it. This is now getting a little desperate for Falcons, but Chio has finally built that orbital ray.
Well, the Overclock buys so much space, right? It forces Falcons all the way back.
All right, we're coming down to the last fight. Chio does got the orbital ray, and they're coming up on Kitsune Rush.
Walking into the orbital ray of Choron.
And Stalker's got Overclock.
Oh! Chio now not available. What a pick for Lip. Exactly what you're looking for now.
Huge rail.
Crazy Raccoon. They'll have an orbital ray of their own, and it seems like such an elementary cleanup process for them. Lip into the back line, takes note of Fielder's positioning, does throw down a Kitsune Rush, but it's going to take more than that to handle a Crazy Raccoon at full strength. Hanbin knows he's not long for this world as Crazy Raccoon with a cage fight seal the deal on the first round.
Let's go.
And that's brutal to lose Chio early on there.
That
right?
was a huge
That's
rail.
Your orbital ray, so all you have to work with there is your Kitsune Rush. But when you drop that rush, what do? They just orbital ray right on through it, so you don't even really get much value at all from that Kitsune Rush. You never
was a good first round.
get Chio back in the fight to get that orbital ray off and get value out of it. Brutal way to lose there for Falcons.
Certainly felt like Falcons were playing catch-up. They make that pivot to the Juno midway through the round and then never have a chance to make use of that orbital ray. That Geo did build up. It's clear the Crazy Raccoon really wanted to, just push in and make use of that huge numbers advantage when they had that Juno ult.
This is what's bad for Falcons in the sense that, this is the style, except with maybe proper on the Genji, right? That has been able to kind of carry them through.
Complete mirror again.
And Crazy Raccoon's like, all right, bet we'll just match it and think we can play it better, which if they're able to do.
And Crazy Raccoons winning the Maga mirror is huge because that's like Falcons' best comp. So.
Early on in this first of 4 series. He's Harmon again, just can't hang in the front line. Not able to manage his health pool adequately as the poke continues to come in from Heesang. Lip, and of course, Shu is getting
looking
involved.
good.
A very clean opening here for the Raccoons. Team Falcons now, they're pivoting over to the D.Va.
And we'll see. I know this is if they're able to keep that D.Va alive, right?
He's coming off the Maga on the D.Va.
A lot with the defense matrix, some of that Pharah poke, right?
I'm pretty sure Maga comp is like their best comp. So
in terms of trying to deal with Heesang, putting down that damage at range, but look to see Crazy Raccoon get even more aggressive.
It's still absurd levels of poke, man. I mean, not just between the Sojourn and Pharah, but also Junbin is going to chew through that defense matrix pretty quickly. Harbin can't stick around in the front line for nearly as long as Junbin can. He has to dive in and dive
Shoes
out
is
and
crazy. He was popping off earlier in some of the series earlier.
Awkward spot for him. He's going to try and double back around the corner. I like that he sticks around though, comes back for more.
Dude's just always popping off.
Playing in that side room, knows that the Pharah's going to be on his left. And Junbin will at least be held at bay, but Crazy Raccoon are up to 40%, and that's counting. And they've got to respect the Mauga. At some point, they have to deal with Junbin, who will reassert himself on the point, charging forth. And Harmon has to find a way through this. Here's Kitsune Rush getting thrown down by Shu, but Prop's going to find the barrage and trade him out comfortably. It'll be lit with the railgun, though. Good connection.
They're going to get the flipping.
Heesang couldn't quite float around as much as he would have liked. Harmon gets in there with the boosters. There's the flip now. Team Falcons back in control, but for how much longer? Harmon Chio healthy enough to deal with Lip, and this will get him on the board.
They just try and circumvent that Maga, right? They end up using the Kitsune Rush first, and Crazy Raccoon.
They're gonna come back with Cage and Overclock, and about to have Orbital Ray too. The Falcons also has Overclock and Orbital Ray.
Finish them off, get control of that point.
And the D.Va bomb for the
remake. Are you going to be able to hold it for long, right? Because Crazy Raccoon, you imagine Junbin, even if you just catch the D.Va with that Cage fight, that's going to be good enough.
It's a massive problem for Harbin if you get caught outside that. Prophet tries to open up
There's
the fight with a bit of
Overclock.
poke damage, soften them up somewhat. Lip with a railgun, tries to wrap. Stalker's going to pop his as well as Harbin goes low. That's the cage fight now for Junbin. Orbital Ray going to be in play, and Prophet gets taken down by torpedoes of all things. Chorong having the time of his life inside of his own Orbital Ray. And Harbin now has got to duck down, try and heal back up, get in position. Fielder looking to hit some backliners here, but it's Heesang falling. Lip now knows he's going to be called on to be the lion's share of the damage. And Junbin now sees Harbin come back his way. So slippery, so hard to pin this D.Va down, and Falcons are going to maintain control.
Yeah, the D.Va's a composition that you necessarily wouldn't want to play like a Winston into either, right? So feels like this Maga composition, we have seen Maga win out against D.Va over time. Just feels like Crazy Raccoon just needs to get a fight that kind of works in their favor, but this one might not be it, Mitch, because Fielder's going to get close to this Kitsune Rush, but with the amount of percentage on the point, you're going to get close to potentially sealing this round for Falcons.
77 and counting. Stalker playing his life as Fielder's building towards another Kitsune Rush that'll be up much earlier than Shu's. They're happy to bide their time here. They're still accruing capture percentage as this game goes, and Harbin's done a great job floating back and forth between the epicenters of action here.
Junbin's low.
That Kitsune Rush is now online. Fielder looking to line it up here. Great time to pressure Junbin. He's going to back up. Kitsune Rush here now to augment the offensive capacity of Falcons, and they're going for a trade. Fielder eventually is given up, but Chio's still going to be there for the healing. It's Harbin getting rid of Chorong. Juno down, but Lip does find a big rail here. Shu trying to skitter away, but Harbin will be hot on his heels. What a bounce back for Team Falcons. And it really feels like only someone like Hanbin could get away with this D.Va play.
And I love the decision there from Falcons.
I hate playing D.Va.
Junbin was extremely weak around the
That
corner,
fucking
and
Matrix
instead
is
of letting
annoying as
Crazy
hell.
Raccoon just farm up to their own Kitsune rush, they get aggressive. They use theirs right around the corner, and Junbin doesn't really have a great spot to go. You
She has
actually
hella
see
health and
Hanbin
armor
get
and shit.
in between the supports in the tank. It kind of forces Junbin to go towards that point, go with a slam. He tries to use a cardiac overdrive as well to be able to kind of heal himself up, drop down to that mega health pack, but he's not able to live.
Hanbin sees his team's poke, core, take the enemy Malga quite low. So he uses the defense matrix to soak up a lot of the healing that's naturally going to be going towards him and exploit a window where there's no healing outside of cardiac overdrive available for Junbin. He's over to the Winston now as we head to City Center.
The Pharaoh's got more room to work around in this map, though.
Out with the D.Va, right? In that
Junbin's over on Winston.
Yeah, prolonged engagement. What I will say is, though, keep an eye if Junbin's able to
You
actually
need that verticality to get up
on
top and
of
shit.
Shio, right? I think that would be the target here, where the Kyrie will use the TP to get away, but can you deal with this Juno in the backline?
And this is emblematic of the two different styles that Falcons and Crazy Raccoon bring. In terms of these two tank picks, Junbin there sees Hanbin, says, I can't stick around here, but Stalker elsewhere has already gone to work. Junbin was never able to get out with his life. And it's going to be hard for this Winston to know how long he can stick around, how long he can apply that pressure when there's burst damage coming from every angle.
I mean, he jumps in over the top and he sees Stalker in Shio, but Hanbin has his dash on the D.Va, just gets right in his face, and then there's no way that anybody on Crazy Raccoon
Yeah, D.Va, she just get right in your fucking face. You can't do anything. Oh, damn, Stalker
does
to pick
not
him
make
up.
it, and Stalker kicking things off with another kill in this fight.
Yeah,
And
rough
that's a good
start.
20% right there. Just the one pick was all they needed. Falcons would like to continue to put pressure on Crazy Raccoon as
Lip's going over to Sombra.
Trying to limit just the flexibility, mobility of Hanbin and disrupt them a little bit.
Does it ever feel good, though, when you drop the Sojourn, right? Like, Sojourn seems to be so strong in the meta, almost like a staple as much as Tracer was previously, and if you have to drop it, it feels quite bad.
It is Lip, though, on the Sombra.
True.
Absolutely a quintessential hero for him, but it does reek of a concession. Crazy Raccoon haven't really felt like they could generate any tempo with their comp up to this point. So Lip goes hunting. Can he harass?
Yeah, I agree.
Stalker proper. Can he stop Hanbin from diving his backline?
I feel like I haven't really seen the Sombra work out for any team that's tried to play it.
First here, and there's the hack going down onto Hanbin. Junbin wants to pressure this somewhat, but Defense Matrix comes back online soon enough. But Shu got picked off. Hanbin was clearly chasing the Kiriko, and there wasn't anything Junbin could do.
I don't love this comp from Crazy Raccoon at all.
Yeah, man, the D.Va just seems too strong.
Into the mix. I understand the thought behind it, right? Being able to get these hacks onto Hanbin and then maybe get him down. But a lot of that follow-up damage would have been the Sombra.
Chorog again using that orbital ray offensively. Great damage on the proper. He's already 84% and counting. He's saying has to make this work. It's only a 1-for-1. There might not be enough. Shu has gone down, and Hanbin is literally unkillable here on the point. Junbin trying to double back, Primal in hand. He has no choice but to pop it now. Lip finally is able to drag Fielder off of his high horse, and there's a hunt now for Chio. Junbin should be able to get there, diving deep into spawn. A timely Primal range to keep Crazy Raccoon in this game, but overtime still ticking on the point, and they've lost Lip. Hesak now wants to try and tear strips off of this D.Va, as Stalker's already dealt with Junbin. He can never really get back into the fight and help, so Hisak's going to play his life, stay alive as long as he possibly can. But Stalker's sitting on a railgun here, and Wolf nails Shu with it. Tough to bounce back from that one, indeed. Chorog desperately on the Lucio will also fall to Stalker. And that's all she wrote, folks. What a first map.
Once they switched to the D.Va, I mean, it didn't even seem close anymore.
To their age-old rival.
And they never actually get rid of Hanbin on the point there. Able to stay alive for so long. We're on board with Junbin as he
can ban Sombra.
Pushes on in. What ends up happening is actually he gets taken
D.Va,
out by Stalker in Proper off the respawn. That's Proper's barrage. We hear the call out, but it's Proper just trying to solo barrage that Winston back by the spawn. And I
wonder if they should just try to mirror the D.Va.
There towards the end. Get the idea with the Sombra being able to hack that D.Va, finish the D.Va off.
Yeah, D.Va just feels insane. Every time I play against her, like I don't even feel like you have to be that good to play her either. Like,
it's a great snapshot, though, of what both
she
of these
seems
teams
easy.
are trying to do. And like I mentioned earlier, the last time these two teams played that first
yeah, every time I try and fucking play a good D.Va, it just feels impossible to do anything. She's just flying right in my face and shit, like running me down.
But this is what Team Falcons have been working on, and they've said, you know, Hanbin's sandbagging a little bit. Yeah, we play the
They're always sandbagging.
We're a main tank team. We're all good.
I think you're just gonna have to try and mirror the D.Va maybe, but I don't know if Junbin plays D.Va.
Switching off the Soj, like you said, Matt, and Lip was
I know they have
pretty
Max.
good in this first round. A
Just
big
sub him out maybe,
component
but
of what actually allows Crazy Raccoon to come back from an early disadvantage. Put him on a utility-focused hero, it's rough.
And now you have to deal with Proper's Genji, right? Because you end up using the Genji ban here in map number 1. Genji has a lot of great points here on Oasis, but with the Genji gone, they just go to the far, they match it, and they're able to take you out with it. So now the Genji's going to be back in play for Proper the rest of the series.
yeah, I haven't seen a team try and play Zarya at all.
Crazy Raccoon.
She must not be good at this level.
If you're a Crazy
This high
Raccoon,
level
it's
of
pretty
play.
clear to see that you can win the Malga Mirror. I feel like that's where you're favored, especially if your DPS can compete at that level.
Is that like the game you want to play though?
I don't think you can afford to play it over much of this map pool, is the problem. A lot of these maps are just not really conducive to that. Last time these two teams played, Esperanza and Suravasa were in the map pool. We saw them sort of played out, as well as New Junk City. So a couple of battlefields that are familiar, at least for these two teams in recent memory, but the rest of them, like, you've got Circuit Royal you can throw in here. Like, does Max come in and play like the Ramattra or the Sigma, as we saw? They handle VP pretty comfortably there. A ton of options for you, but you're feeling pretty rough about losing this first map because you definitely pitted your idea.
I wonder if Jungmin should just go ball. They've been doing like great when he runs
I think
balls.
that's a map that everybody feels pretty comfortable on, especially coming right out of control. And then
And they banned the Orisa.
some
The
of
Orisa could have been
hybrid
good.
maps Teams will like to avoid, so potentially we could see Suravasa coming up next. Then also at this
Well, not
event,
that last
both
point,
of these
but
teams have been tremendous on
maybe the
push,
second
right?
one.
Just absolutely just blowing people out on push. So maybe that's another option.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very curious to see where Crazy Raccoon go, because like I mentioned, you just might have a couple of extra ideas to deal with a team like Team Falcons, especially if every interview you've given over the course of this Champions Clash, you've said that you expect to end up playing them in the finals.
What map do you think they're gonna go?
Right, take us there. I mean, that would definitely like open up for the Winston comp, right? You can play Malga on that map. We've definitely seen teams go for it.
Do you ban Malga if you're Crazy Raccoon? I guess then what? That puts you in a world in which you're playing D.Va into Winston potentially, right?
I mean, yeah,
D.Va Winston style.
You're sort of banning the Malga. I think you are concerned about
Ooh,
that. Okay.
Suravasa.
Suravasa very reasonable. There's
Let's
also
go.
this other question. What about Shu? Are you trying to set up a game condition that allows you to have Ana in like a reasonable place and
Let's see what
try
these
and
bans
exercise
are.
an advantage there? Fielder is on the opposite.
I don't think they'll ban D.Va
so
on
it's
this
not as
point.
if you have the Ana goat and there's no opposition for him here.
They're gonna ban
Okay,
Malga.
he's a Malga ban straight off the bat.
Yeah, this is kind of going how
And that might be
I
to protect ball,
originally
I don't know.
mentioned, right? Suravasa, Malga ban, and then let's see what Falcons decide to do. You could get rid of the Ana here if you're Falcons, right? Because Crazy Raccoon would want to play that Winston with the Ana potentially. We'll see what they go with as the ban will come in. It
Torbjorn.
will be Torbjorn. So we have seen Torb like in the past, right? No, Torb can be a little bit of a nuisance when you're like playing like a Hazard or something along
Some
those
teams have
lines,
been
right?
running him
I
on
think
this
it's the most
map.
hostile to Hazard and Tracer compositions.
Yeah.
But Genji's open here. You can't ban that out. And there's a real world where this is
I
just
think Proper ran him earlier,
This
and
also
then
might be one where you don't exactly
earlier
want
today,
to- there's nothing else
when
you
Crazy
really
Raccoon
wanna
was playing
target,
Nightmare on
and
Kings Row, they played
potentially
Torb,
just hit
Symmetra, and
throws,
Orisa.
right?
Honestly, if you're in that position and it's map number 2, you're feeling pretty good. There's
On
nothing that
attack,
sort of
too.
reaches out of the page to you with something that needs to be dealt with or you're trying to avoid. That definitely speaks to a surge of confidence here for Team Falcons. As of course, Crazy Raccoon will be electing to take us over to Suravasa. And like I said before, we did see this. Crazy Raccoon won this in the second map against Falcons. Falcons banned Winston on that particular map, so different approach, different strategy here when it comes to the bans. It'll be Malga and Torb off the table.
So the Malga seemed like one that was definitely going to go at some point during this series from Crazy Raccoon. Potentially early, right? You lose this, you're in some trouble.
I guess they just don't feel like playing the mirror, because in the Malga mirror, I think they looked extremely serviceable. Very reasonable there. Which is odd. We're kind of seeing the two teams' styles cross over
Ooh,
at points.
might get a
but
Winston
we
mirror.
might be in for a treat, folks. A good old-fashioned Kiriko Lucio Winston shell. Tracer Genji mixed in. It'll be nice to see that Sojourn obviously still on the table. Still a very good option to go with here, especially with a perk that gives you those
I
two
think Lip will
slides.
probably
and
go
extra
Sojourn.
escape
I think he's
potential
gonna
should
switch.
Winston come knocking.
And like how you mentioned,
There it
getting
goes.
rid of that Torb opens up some Tracer play, right?
They used the
if you're
teleport
Falcons, you have
and,
proper. Tracer is an amazing pick, especially the
Raccoon
combo
too.
with the Winston.
All right, here we go.
Someone who's been looked at as Johnny sort of talked these teams through the intros as someone that would need to step up.
This is
and
my
need to
favorite comp
raise
to
the
watch. I
level
love Winston,
against
Tracer
opposition
Mirrors.
like Proper and Stalker. Can he do that on this map? It's type of map 2, folks. Also, the early pleasantries being exchanged here already. Lip getting some attention from Harbiners. Falcons are the first team to make a surge forward.
And a lot of these Winston-based compositions with that Tracer in
He's
the mix,
saying
right?
versus
Or how
proper
well
Tracer. That's
can
gonna be
your
good.
Winston and Tracer organize on those dives as Stalker connects with a railgun shot as the player crosses the point.
The Stalker and Lip
Bubble
Sojourn.
down here for Junbin.
It's gonna be
Gotta be
good.
careful. Lip also getting a little bit low now. Bit of buckling happening on the Crazy Raccoon side of things.
I am getting
Falcons
kind of
are in a
bored of
hurry.
Sojourn
They
though.
could Harbin forward, and Junbin is just too low.
Look at the ult charge here between Stalker and Lip. I mean, 54 to 24 there in that first fight, the neutral. Just so much more damage out of the Sojourn on the side of Falcons.
I mean, it paid off there. You saw that Junbin was low. Tries
Falcons
to
are
dive up,
looking
and eventually gets
strong,
taken
man.
Down. Well, definitely getting a lot of stares here from the enemy Sojourn.
We're on with Stalker, and you can see that every time somebody crosses the point, he's connecting with a railgun shot, right? I mean, whether it be Lip, whether it be any of the other players. Lip has his hands full with Stalker on the other side, matching him on the Sojourn, but then also has to worry about Proper coming after him as he deals with Chorong.
Speak the devil's name, and he shall appear. It's going to be Proper dealing with Chorong at the start of this game, so now that flexibility no longer available to Crazy Raccoon will also further delay Chorong building that sound barrier and give Chiyo a chance to catch up and have them mirrored in the next fight. Already 74%. Proper wants to try and chase Zigzag down. That is dirty Chiyo there, flanking him. The Goon Squad just flattens him.
You don't chase like that unless you are absolutely sure you were just going to run through
I don't
the
even
opposing
really
Tracer.
think they can recontest here.
95% looks like Crazy
Where's
Raccoon
everything?
going to set up. They will get a touch. It'll be a Kitsune rush as well.
Drumin dies in, but he has to forsake his barrier now, just chilling from the rafters. Stalker looking to RKO them. Lip finally gets rid of his opposite number, but it's something that comes far too late in the day. A recall there for Heesang, but it's just dragging out the inevitable on this first flashpoint as Falcons look resplendent. What a start!
The first fight, Stalker had about 61% towards overclock, and then we end the entire first point, and Lib's at 74.
God,
so
he never got there.
I am looking at these DPS players for Crazy Raccoon. You need to step up to match the firepower that Proper and Stalker are putting out.
Okay,
There we
a little
go.
bit dicey there for Hanbin. Didn't really have anywhere good to go.
That's what we needed.
She, of course, will chime in when the damage is needed. So a good start here, but
They're gonna have time to come back though before a beat or before the point even unlocks. Falcons got Primal, Beat. Chorong has Beat. They got Primal as well, but they got the Pulse, and they're coming up on overclock.
Disadvantageous position to be able to sit up on some of the high ground.
There's Beat on the Falcons side. Chorong only got 2 with his Beat.
Primal Rage, looking for a good use case. Oh, buddy, that's brutal. And again, the head-to-head of Sojourn is going to be instrumental on this map. Stalker wins it out once again, and the rest of the ultimates, frankly, just don't end up mattering. Hardly back to the point. Team Falcons happy as Larry, Proper stashing a pulse bomb for a later day.
Later beat from Crazy Raccoon does not matter.
Chorong's Beat only got 2. It only got him and Shu, I think.
POV, Junbin is actually primaling Stalker. Stalker just turns to his left and just domes Lip there.
It's almost
with
as
a
if
railgun
Junbin
shot.
delivered Stalker to get in position to kill Lip.
And Falcons is in a 6 spot now, right? I mean, you have this Kitsune rush. You're going to end up with this overclock as well. You can take a little bit more of an aggressive fight if you want.
They're going to try and burst Junbin down with these ultimates, man. I'm
There's
sure of it.
overclock.
Lip with an overclock, but what is he looking at? He's got nothing to see, and he's been zoned out of the fight entirely. He has to spend his time trying to swat at Proper, who is never going to stand still long enough for the Sojourn to find the kill. And there it is. Burst Junbin down. That's the strategy, but finally Lip gets in
nice. I
there.
gotta pick on
And it's on
Stalker.
Stalker of all people. Proper now once again embroiled in a deadly duel with Heesang, but he's always got help. Chiyo always seems to be there. But Heesang's done his job. He's drawn these 2 players away from the main formation, and he does eventually go down. But Crazy Raccoon
They got
returned to the
Hanbin.
roost with their Winston in tow.
Yeah, but is it enough, right? You still have Shield Fielder and Proper alive here, so
All right, they got the
finally
flip.
they are able to flip as Fielder trying to get a TP out, not able to make it. But Falcons
They looked
set up
insane
still
earlier
there,
today,
in a
man.
Fantastic spot. Overclock here for Stalker coming on back.
They looked really
But
strong
double
earlier.
support all for Crazy Raccoon, right? So you're gonna
And they
have a
looked strong
huge
yesterday,
advantage
too.
in that regard.
The beat didn't matter last
Besides the
time.
game they lost to
2024
Nightmare, I mean, they've
World
looked
Finals
good in
MVP
every
made sure
game
of that.
since.
You use Beat and the Kitsune rush here for Crazy Raccoon, and you lose this fight. It is chalk.
Yeah, pretty cooked. Heesang there is forced to respect.
Well, Raccoon has double support
Railgun, but
ultimates.
still one that forces him out of that sideline. Crazy Raccoon here looking for anybody to poke their head up. It's going to be
Stalker with the
going in first.
overclock.
Stalker with the overclock. What an aggressive
Kill his
position.
ass. There we
The guy
go.
is unchained. Jumper's having to deal with him now, and a sound barrier comes too late. Crazy Raccoon
And they
getting a
killed
ton of
Hanbin through
value
the
out of their
sound barrier.
overshield. Choron, of course, gets himself onto the kill feed. And
There we
the
go,
best way
boys.
possible. But a really aggressive thrust there for Falcons.
Falcons, they end up investing their sound barrier and their overclock there. It is the double support they'll use there for Crazy Raccoon. Is they will pick
Nice
up
shoot to pick on
off the
Stalker, too.
respawn. Is it will be one person getting on and touching, but Crazy Raccoon should be able to tie this up.
All right, looking good now. Shu just
Yeah,
delivers
filter
that
down,
Suzu
that's
to
good.
make sure everything's
Hanbin on
hunky-dory.
okay.
He's proper.
Should be 1-1.
A little bit longer. Lip just swats him aside. Young blood.
Okay, now we got a game.
Let me talk.
It's always so dangerous though when Proper's on the Tracer, right? Every time you see them, regardless
Ooh,
if
late
you know
pick on
his
the
team is
Chio.
down, you know, a player or two, there's
Won't really
always
matter
thought
because
that
the
he
point
will
doesn't
now
unlock for 30 seconds left.
He's
Getting in a good
he is just
position to
going
take the fight.
come
Then.
out of nowhere and just kill two players in one clip.
Take stock of things here.
Yeah, that's what we needed.
In the next fight, but Crazy Raccoon have the tools to just burst Hartman down if he gets too cocky. Lip slides in, disrupt the
Lip's
shot.
got the
throw down,
overclock.
protected from a
There he's
dive.
gonna pop it.
That's Fielder getting
Ooh.
picked up. Stalker, though,
Oh,
doesn't want
Choron
better,
goes
gets
down
rid of
now.
the Lucio of all things, but the
Nice, they're down both supports.
It's a messy fight, but Stalker is out of it. Here's Junpin now, swatted away by Hanbin, but is healthy enough at least to retreat into his bubble. Flashpoint only now available. Such an early fight taken by both these sides that they didn't want to wait. Fielder
They
has
didn't get much
Kitsune
value
Rush
from
to
the
bring into the
promos,
next
it's good.
engagement though.
Yeah, and Proper actually
fuck,
stays alive
he's
on the
down.
point, so at that last moment, it's just the Tracers and the Winstons alive for each team, and Proper was on the backside by that point, able to just kind of put a touch on it there, drag Junbin and Heesang back, and then he deals with Heesang, everybody coming off of spawn.
Fielder's
What's
got the
interesting is
Kitsune.
Falcons are pretty fortunate. They end up
Raccoons are
winning
getting
that
pretty
fight.
close to both
And they
support
also end up
ultimates.
holding onto the Kitsune Rush, not of their own doing, right? Fielder gets domed by Lit right off the bat.
It's hard to avoid making a pound-to-pound comparison of these
Damn, Heesang got
DPS
picked
match.
again.
Stalker v Lib, Heesang v Proper. It definitely feels like it favors Falcons across the board. 46% and counting, and a fight won without a singular ultimate to be invested. Very good signs for your team in blue.
It's so dangerous on this point because you see Stalker able to farm these railguns, and you're just kind of walking around the corner
Yeah, both
directly
teams
into them.
rushed.
All right, we're at the crossroads, and I'm not talking
There's
about
beef
both
for
of those
Raccoons.
Jericho ultimates. There's a sound barrier now for Choron, matched by Chio. It's getting hot and heavy in there. Up to the skies, Junbin goes, he goes low, but Lip is the one under real pressure. Hanbin's having to deal with it now, but gives up his life
We
in
got
order to
Hanbin, that's
claim the
good.
Sojourn. Junbin might be next on the chopping block, and Fielder ensures it. Choron, though, absolutely
Damn,
wants
it's
to knock
pretty
heads
even
together in
fight.
this engagement, and there's a flip behind this. Crazy Raccoon back in control, but Stalker's not out of the fight yet. Flanked by Fielder, trying to keep him in the game, but a self-Suzu means that Fielder's effectiveness is limited. Stalker still wants to have a crack at this now, but there's too many bodies to look at. And it feels like this is just biding time for the team to return, and they have.
He feels safe enough, though, to kind of go around this corner, form up a railgun shot, right? That's what he's trying to do. Potentially take one out. Now the rest of the team back in the fight. See if he can set them up.
They're relentless, just relentless. Falcons back for their prey once more. Proper forced
He's
to
saying
recall
his
there as he
pulse,
dives
but
in
he didn't get
Choron's
anything.
direction and is booped back. Lip's got a good off angle here.
Both
and
teams about to have
Falcons
primal
decide
supports.
to regroup
Pretty
for a
even
moment.
on.
You're going to
no,
build up
Lip.
towards a primal.
Lip is about to have
You're also
overclock
going
though.
to maybe take enough damage to end up building up here towards your Kitsune Rush.
Hanbin just controls that Mega, picks it up for himself, sees Junbin there and gives him a bit of a tickle now. Knows the jump is on cooldown.
They gotta win this fight.
Has his jump available. Primal now active, and Lip is getting good damage on him here with those 150 rails.
He's chunking his
Right down
ass.
to Hanbin there, and
There we
Fielder
go.
can't save him. Kitsune Rush still going to be deployed to the point for Team Falcons now. They need to work through Crazy Raccoon, but Choron, I tell you what, these final blows off the Lucio.
Nice, they used rush too.
And a sound barrier, and again, the perfect time. We'll
Let's
give
go,
Crazy
dude.
Raccoon the leg up here. 2-1 in flashpoints. And the Trash Pandas have come alive.
That's crazy because they were down like 95-0 there and came back and got
lot to be
the
desired
point.
there as he jumps in. Just
They
starts
used
flailing his
Kitsune
arms
Rush there too
becomes
and didn't get it. So
pinata there, that
now
lip,
Raccoons
the rest
has
of the
Kitsune
just
Rush and they got
forming up.
Primal.
I mean, that's the risk of diving a Sojourn with that perk.
Falcons does have beat and
It's pretty easy to hit a Winston in your
pulls,
face. And it's
and
pretty
they're
easy to
coming up on
chuck him down
overclock.
quicker
So
than he can be healed. Sound very
there's
good for
Jumbo with the
Falcons. This is
Primal.
really early position, not for the point.
I mean, there's 15 seconds left before the point even unlocks, right? It's just Junbin going on in, popping for
Oh,
Primal,
nice.
and then
Big
getting
pick on
that
Chio.
sound barrier out. That's huge.
That's ugly, man. Pulse bomb there for Proper doesn't quite reach its intended target, and he's saying sees a low health Tracer in his field of view. Fielder falling already, and Crazy Raccoon capitalize.
There
a
we
real
go, dude.
overstep there for Falcons. All the composure they took into the first map, and most of this seems to be gone.
And maybe for Falcons,
That's what
you
I'm
thought
talking
that
about.
there was going to be more follow-up there.
Gotta
when
watch out
Junbin
for
goes on
Stalker's
in,
overclock,
ends
though.
up using that primal, and then you end up using the beat. But as soon as the beat gets dropped, He is
Yeah, they're in a good ass
and
position.
that just sets him up perfectly. They have a Kitsune rush to follow up right after that.
If Soccer doesn't get anything with this overclock,
Crazy Raccoon.
then I think it's pretty good to get it.
Stalker now is looking for an opening. Needs to find a
We'll
window.
go nice bubble.
Thrown right in his way is going to be a problem. Junbin dies. Chorong tries to keep him up, and Elise is able to find the trade. They got rid of Stalker. Sojourn gap being exacerbated, but Falcons still in the mix. Lip goes down. Proper sees a pretty easy target, and Chorong there. And Crazy Raccoon will have to satisfy themselves with about 60% before the flip comes back and Falcons fight for the map.
So it's that overclock that comes
And
through
they have
here
Rush.
from Stalker. They absolutely
Falcons
needed
has
that
Rush.
big burst of damage.
They got 63% though, so
They
that's
a
pretty
lot
good.
to make up here, right? Crazy Raccoon, you're
Chorong's getting pretty close to beat.
Take here, maybe try and get that rush out, then
Yeah,
come back. You're
82%.
still going to be in the lead and have double support.
Lip repositions,
Alright, they
trying
use
to keep an eye
Rush.
on Stalker, but instead turns his attention to Chio for that. Leaves him open to Hanbin. Tickles him down. Lip going low, but the healing's been so good here for Shu.
There's beat.
Soundberry now for Chorong. Chio doesn't have
Junbin's still low. He's in a
right now, and
primal.
Hanbin's looking for a primal rage moment, but Junbin's doing him one better. He's found
Yeah,
Squishy
fucking juggle his
Stalker and
bitch
tears
ass.
him limb from limb. Shu is out of the fight though. Hanbin's able to get one at least as he lands, and Lip desperately tries to reposition.
There we go, dude.
What a rail shot onto Hanbin. The overclock pays dividends, and Team Falcons, for all their bluff and bluster,
Nice.
blindly here as they try and close the point.
So Falcons will end up taking a brief lead. It'll be switched back here to Crazy Raccoon. But the difference here is
Yeah,
Falcons
Proper's been
will
looking
end
good
up
on trade.
having
Dude,
the
he was on
setback.
Genji
No
earlier
overclock on the other
in one of
side
the
line.
games
Chunk
earlier
it down.
today.
You will have that
He looked
Kitsune
fucking
rush, though,
insane,
right?
dude.
Not an
It was like the best
tournament
Genji play I've
sustain, but
ever seen.
You
He was
will be
going
able to
off.
fight a little bit more inside of it.
His Stalker flips around, sees the Kira, or rather, Sojourn, excuse me, just descends upon Lip. He sanks
Oh, he's saying got the pulse on Hanbin though.
Stalker now out of
Stalker
the picture,
down.
and he sanks looking to make this even
Chio's
worse.
going down.
A
Get
quick
his
flip
ass.
on the point there as Raccoon were about to take the map. But still, they've got the numbers now to push the rest of Falcons away. Chio
Nice
down,
right
a nice
click.
little right click there from Junbin. Classy stuff. And now it's about dealing with
Here
the
we go,
dregs.
dude. I think that's
Oh, buddy, it's a good old-fashioned
that's
bar
map.
brawl as Harbin tries to drop on in. Bubble gives him a bit of space to breathe, but the rest of Crazy Raccoon quickly exfil him from the point.
Should
Why
be
you bring
game.
me another?
There
Doesn't
we
get
go.
any better than this.
Okay, now we got a series, man.
So it'll be
That's what I
Crazy
wanted. I
Raccoon
wanted it back and
tying
forth.
This one up. We talked a little bit about it in the pregame.
It
right,
started
where
off
like,
looking
I know
rough for 'em,
Hanbin
but
says they have no problem
they came alive there
playing that Winston. I think there's something
on that second point.
different about saying that and then doing it, right? And I think
Yeah, man,
as
this is what I
as
wanted. I
the
wanted the, you know,
map
good
went on,
back and forth,
Crazy
like close
Raccoon
series.
started to figure it out,
And I
and
love
they
seeing
had
the
a big
dive
advantage
mirror.
over Falcons.
I love seeing the Winston Tracer
Probably any
mirror.
other team at this tournament, I would
totally
believe
fine.
Hanbin,
Yeah,
right?
totally
I think it's the most like exciting to
Here,
watch.
though, if you're in the Thunderdome, if you want to take a dive mirror against Crazy Raccoon, you had best not miss. And still a pretty
That's why I like
competitive
once
game.
again a lot
Yeah,
because
first
that's what
match
they
one, I think,
play.
was
So
very strong. I think we are able to see Falcons DPS players put a lot of pressure down on Junbin early, take him out, start of the fight, snowball from there. That's fine. But as the game starts to settle in a little bit more, we start to see those Winston rotations and just the fact that someone like Lip is being dove frequently and always
I
being
agree,
kept
man.
up. Shu is
It
never
is some
leaving
great
his side,
Overwatch.
really focused on making sure their Sojourn can stay in the fight.
But now the ball goes back into the Falcons' court, right? They can decide where we go. They will get that first ban yet again. To really
yeah, I was
make a
worried
big
for a minute,
impact
man.
as-
I'm not gonna
take a
lie.
look
On
at
this
some of the
first point, I
highlights.
was
It
like,
started
fuck,
really
dude.
good for Falcons, as even in the map loss, Stalker
Lib
has been
popped off,
really
dude. He was
good.
hitting some good rails.
I mean, stunning stuff from him. You saw that sort of first fight as Junbin ends up getting brought down. Chorong is someone who appears in the kill feed probably more frequently than most Lucio players that you see, especially when these fights start to break down. There were many such occasions where we saw that. You mentioned a couple of these primals from Hanbin where he really makes a beeline for Lip. There are options here for
This one.
Sojourns. Yeah, I mean, look at the health. Look at how it drops. There are options now
He
for
was
Sojourns to
chunking
sort of deal
Hanbin
with this,
there
right? You have
with
an
that
extra slide if
overclock.
you're gonna
Even
go
though he's
in the
getting
direction
juggled, he was
curve-wise.
fucking teeing off on
Giving
him.
yourself 150 max charge doing railgun means that you can pepper that Winston down a little bit quicker. Yes, Primal gives you a massive health pool, but when everyone
Yeah,
starts
Lip
to
looks
turn
strong on the
and looks
Sojourn
to
there.
burst that Winston down, Harmon quickly realizes, I've made a big mistake. I've completely overextended.
Yeah, I think they're
So
gonna
your
nerf her
Falcons,
ass, and honestly,
your
she needs it.
options here, at least in
Like I
my
like
opinion,
Sojourn and all, and like, but I'm
you
getting
can
sick of
play
her, honestly.
Runasapi, right? That's a map that doesn't
Like
even
I'm,
really
and I'm
kind
pretty
of
good on
lend
Sojourn.
well
She's one of my
towards, like,
stronger
dive
heroes,
tanks
probably, but
anyway, right? So
I'm getting
you
fucking
can
sick of her,
potentially go
honestly.
there. Obviously, Circuit Royale, a map that doesn't play well for those either, right? You can get, Hanbin, whether it be like on a Diva, a Sigma, something along those lines, or Matra even. And like I mentioned, Runasapi is a map that, even historically, like when there's not been bans or whatever, Winston's not really great Same with like a ball. It's not really awesome on Runesapa. You kind of have to play like Maga or Ramatra types of comps.
Is there a world where, you know, Falcons tries to play a poke comp? You know, like, Hanbin Sigma, pretty legendary.
You'd be like Circuit, right?
They can take a Circuit. They can take like proper Pharah. You know, they stalk her on the Sojourn. They could obviously make that.
I don't want her
switch up
completely
there.
just nerfed into the ground, but she definitely needs some kind of like nerf.
Get that, you know, positioning around the corners and whatnot.
It probably
and
means like a
chase.
max substitution, and probably Crazy Raccoon opt to be the aggressor in that matchup and play Ramatra-based comp. But we've also seen them handle Sigma pretty admirably. This is the thing about these two teams, folks. They're not locked into
Tracer's probably my best hero.
We might see like slight edges game from, you know, one or another.
I love
like we saw in
Tracer.
that previous map with the Winston dive, but these two teams can play it all, and they aren't afraid to dig deep into that strap bag.
Yeah, if you saw like a sub on the stage, I would definitely say.
But I don't try and play her
like
against certain things. Like if they have Torb or something, I just switch instantly. I can't stand trying to play Tracer into Torb.
Bands get underway and the map selection comes in, so we'll see what ends up happening in the end. There's also like if you're okay, so we'll see. Okay, so it is Runesapa.
I just fucking instant switch. I don't even try.
This is a map that does not lend well to dive tanks anyway. So this also gives you an option, right? Do we even ban out like a Winston, right?
We're probably gonna see another Maga mirror.
Them into potentially. This is where you can ban maybe like an Ana, right? Kind of like, you know, secure that anyway. I mean, dude, it's 2 a.m. I'm on fire. This is my prime. This is my prime hours now. So for Crazy Raccoon, this kind of takes like Winston off the board a little bit, right? So you're already in this type of you know, brawl out tank type of scenario. You've already banned the Maga here, so you don't have that available. What could you can have a support available.
Are you trying to play Orisa here at all?
Could you get rid of Pharah potentially?
I mean, Heesang would probably be happy to play.
Yeah, but it's kind of, I don't think it's the greatest Ana map anyway, so I think it's good that it's good for us that they're banning it now and not on like the map where she's better.
Cassidy has pretty good effective range here, especially dealing with, you know, whether it be a Genji or a Pharah in the sky.
Doesn't it make you wonder though about they're trying to take away like an answer to like flanking DPS?
So I think it's better for us that they ban her now.
To bring, you know, Sombra into the game.
Because if we get like you know, a longer payload map with those long sight lines and shit, I think it's better that we have her there.
Sombra, right? I mean, if you're there going to play Maga on the other side, what are you playing the Sombra for, really?
Because obviously, it's not a protect ban. That's the follow-up ban.
Well, also, getting rid of the Ana not only makes it harder to play those Winston comps, also takes like the Bio Grenade option available, right? If you do play that Maga composition.
That might be the plan here. Ana off the board, Shu, without access to his most legendary hero.
Probably just see Brig Juno.
And again, it was mentioned, I think Johnny kind of gave him the moniker. Perhaps one of the greatest players of all time.
I'm thinking Brig, Juno, Maga mirror
in this
again.
era, I definitely think that's a far more contentious title to offer to someone. And I don't think it maybe helps that Crazy Raccoon have asked Lip to sort of get out of the Sojourn mirror and play Sombra on that first map, try and find a way to shut down that Hanbin Diva, excuse me. Falcons here already gearing up for a bit of a Mauga fight, and Proper gets to play that Genji. Arguably one of the strongest looks here for
Yeah,
Team
he was
Falcons
looking
at
really
their
strong
disposal.
on Genji,
Crazy
but
Raccoon
yeah,
might
he's
still be
saying Fair is good.
Winston, with Shooterback Junbin up, which he did an admirable job of on
They're gonna go Winston.
Well, we'll see. It can be difficult to keep that Winston alive, obviously.
I was
against
expecting the
these
Maga mirror,
compositions.
and they're going with Lucio too.
Well, this is going to be, so if you're going to run this, if you're Crazy Raccoon, you are going to play fast, right? You're going to try and collapse
Falcons
maybe
comp is what I
onto
figured they'd
Fielder or
run.
Stalker. It can be hard, man, to play this Winston into that Maga.
Sojourn is the only duplicated
Yeah,
hero on this map. So
they were
very,
winning the
very
Maga mirror
different. These two
earlier
teams
too, so
showing
I don't
their
know why
colours
they
being very different
don't want to try
stylistically.
it. But
We'll have this neutral fight played out where Junbin really wants to establish control there, such that he'll throw a bubble. Harbin's just looking for a bit of a reposition, so Falcons have seen something
I think
they
the
don't
Pharah
love.
is going to be
It might
good.
this Pharah that they've got to answer.
And this isn't the type of composition for Crazy Raccoon where you will really kind of initiate.
Heesang
right?
was
It's about
going
Falcons
crazy
trying
in the
to come
games
there
earlier on
with
Pharah.
Hanbin on that
In
Maga,
one round, he had
get
2
him quite
4Ks
low,
with
and
the
then when he's trying to charge away,
barrage
that's when your Winston jumps in,
against
and that's
Nightmare.
where you try and finish him off.
In the same round, he got a 4K twice with the
Trying to
barrage.
keep that Mauga, you know, health pool as low as possible. And Chio
Ooh, nice
doesn't have the
rail.
ability to avoid that questing rail, and Lip finds yet another one. Here's
Dude,
the
Lip's
issue,
been
I guess,
popping off,
for
man.
Falcons are too slow in achieving their aim, and Lip really had all the room in the world to work in.
So the comp for Falcons, right? you want to go. That's how you get the most value out of the Mauga in the Genji.
All right, let's try and get some good meterage here.
Like, okay, dive, right? Go, you know, use that charge. Come on in. And they have Chorong.
If they can win another fight and get that forward spawn, that's going to be huge.
And the Sojourn, then those players are weak.
What else do we got coming up? Kitsune Rush. Falcons don't got shit, so we could get Kitsune Rush and if Lip and Heesang are getting close-ish.
Crazy Raccoon could sort of pinpoint the weaknesses, like it's Chio left out in the open, for example.
There's Rush.
Team Falcons, those shields up. Of course, they are going to make use of the cardiac overdrive.
He's got the overclock. There it goes.
Harmon has the turntail and run. It's raw aggression from Crazy Raccoon, and Falcons don't know
nice,
how
dude.
to hit them with some stopping power.
Yeah, this has been brutal here for Falcons. Is
one thing about Mauga though is you can just charge that fucking rail like crazy on his fat ass.
On out of the way, but Crazy Raccoon, you still are going to commit to playing this Winston into the Mauga on the other side. Can be so difficult. But making it look easy right now.
Yeah, they're just waiting on that cooldown. The
There's
charge
the
cooldown from
barrage.
Harmon, and he serves himself up as a tasty morsel. Rather probably a full course meal.
Proper gets Lip though.
But Lip is taken down.
And they committed the orbital ray.
Off the Genji, wins his
They're
way
just
into the
gonna back
backline and
out.
takes the Sojourn out of the game, allowing Falcons to assume some degree of priority, at least getting back to parry on the map.
The Tracer can give you a little bit more damage in the neutral, right? As opposed to the Genji is. You actually see Crazy Raccoon get
There's
back to the fight
overclock.
right away. It'll be Stalker using the overclock.
Oh, careful, Chorong. Oh, shit.
Finishes him off, and Chorong had the beat.
Yeah, Junbin here with a Primal Rage now still expiring, and he knows there's just no point trying to make use of it here. Like you said, that beat is down, but Falcons have had to make use of both these support ultimates to get moving.
Yeah, I guess with the positive B for Crazy Raccoon, if you want to look for one, right?
At least he didn't Ajax, I guess.
And they ended up using
Yeah, Chorong can get a little aggressive and shit, and a little too cocky, I think.
The thing you would look at for an
But that's his playstyle, you know. See, like he goes in and got Stalker right there, so.
Crazy Raccoon wastes no time in making use of that sound barrier, and Chio
Oh, they got Lip though. Heesang gets Chio. Builder down. That's both supports down. And that's that was their cage too.
And once again, Crazy Raccoon show why this comp looks so good against
Filter
Falcons.
and Chio are switching.
Might have switched to the Tracer because Falcons don't feel comfortable full committing. Yeah, they're also trying to draw something out of Crazy Raccoon, but Hanbin.
Alright, Proper's got the Pulse Bomb, and over on Raccoon's side, we got Kitsune Rush.
Like, why are you playing Mauga? Yeah. Like, this is also something for Falcons, right? You could definitely play D.Va into, right? Like, we saw them do that with this type of composition.
Oh, fuck, Chorong down again, man.
Again goes down first. Another first pick here on the Lucio.
Well, they got Chio and Filter, though, so it's all good.
Fielder falls. Lip is now hitting these railguns, and it's being felt by the Falcons.
Nice, dodge the stomp. There we go.
Now, of course, we'll have a checkpoint secure.
Looking good, looking good.
Definitely in the lead here on Renaissance.
Yeah, every team that's been running the Pharah has been like just destroying. So I knew Pharah was going to be good as soon as I saw it.
Hanbin, he's going to have to obviously play aggressive, close this
And he's
gap,
got the
maybe
barrage.
end up
Lip's
using the
coming up on
charge,
overclock.
And they're going to end up using the barrage.
And Falcons ain't got shit. This is about.
They've done this like 2 or 3
He's
times.
not on his third perk yet, so he don't got the suck. If he had the suck, it'd be fucking nice.
Harmon at least is getting forward, trying to contest.
They're like concussive that sucks at him. Oh, Soccer gets Lip. Damn, that was Lip's fucking. That's. Lip popped the fucking overclock and got hit. Got reeled.
Credit to him there.
Damn, they see 9.
Meters to go.
Yep. Get those hiking boots on, son.
They found him. Right. So, I mean, I guess benefit there is Proper moves the bot back towards the mid-map. Doesn't allow them to just kind of keep rolling it in to the Falcons base, but it still has looked really ugly.
Yeah, true. His ass can just haul ass back.
Last time we saw Stalker with this rail.
Especially these guys, they probably know like crazy rollouts, you know what I mean?
OC at the ready. Harmon again, been tentative this map. Being on a hero that wants to commit but has just been unsure.
Well, there's no targets for him really.
Junbin's got the prime on shoes, about to have rush. They're getting close to beat. Stalker's got overclock. Fielder and Chio both close to their ults. Oh, nice. That was on his fucking overclock too.
Straight up his nose. And now he's saying
Huge.
gets to apply the thumb screws a little tighter. Now Team Falcons are in disarray. Like
They've got that rail charge.
Forming in different parts of the map. They've got to regroup, and that is going to cost them time and meterage.
And it feels like you should have maybe kind of moved away from this Mauga composition a fight or two.
Both teams got both support ults.
Hey, fully committed
The
to
Jumpin's got
80
that
meters
primal.
and counting here for Crazy Raccoon.
Kitsune Rush now being deployed by Fielder. He knows he's got to get Falcons back into the game somehow. Heesang sees Proper Nip getting his heels and thinks to take the fight, but there's a sound barrier now for both sides.
Oh, the sound barrier didn't hit
He doesn't
Jumpin.
benefit from it whatsoever. A little bit low now, needs to back away. Shield can be deployed, and
Oh,
Harmon is
Harmon
taken
down.
down once more inside his own cage. Lips out of the game. Proper's running roughshod over Crazy Raccoon here, willing his team back into the map. And you better believe for now it's worked.
It is such a huge deficit, though,
Oh
man.
shit.
It is going to be extremely difficult to get back into this one here for Falcons. We are more than halfway through.
It's first to 4.
Runasabi and
I wish it was first to
lead here
5,
for
but
Crazy Raccoon, and
at least it's first to 4.
that first
This is a
fight, this
little bit
about as
longer.
far as Falcons has got that huge pick.
Okay, he's saying actually a little just pressure there in the back line. A bit of a
Oh,
tight
nice
line
cleanse.
by Hanbin. Perfect Susie timing there for Shu. He can dish the deeps, but when he has to be that utility player, he absolutely delivers in moments like that. Still though, Crazy Raccoon are in flux. They don't quite have everybody in position now as Junpin returns to their ranks. So they've got to try and avoid Hanbin, who wants to thrust further at them. This opens up space for Falcons to set up for an assault.
This
on
barrage
their
is gonna be huge. He's got the suck perk.
A barrage going to be lined up here from Heesang. No support ultimates on the opposite side. They've done
There's
a
gonna be a
nice job
fat
of putting that
barrage.
pressure on the Stalker, right? The last time he got that overclock was taken out so fast, got no value from it. Ooh, gets hit with a rocket too.
2 minutes
All right,
30
Shu just got
left
the
to play. Not a lot. Falcons need
got
to
the
be
rush.
picture perfect from
Fielder's
this
about to
point
get
onward.
rushed. Stalker's about to get overclocked.
Heesang keeping tabs there on Proper. Keeping the Tracer honest.
For CR, just force him to come around the corner, right?
Oh,
perfect.
shit.
Heesang had the barrage ready to deploy, and Falcons now going to follow up with this Kitsune Rush. It's classy stuff from Stalker. Mid-air,
Damn.
poetry in motion. The rails keep coming, and Crazy Raccoon have got no choice but to succumb.
Yeah, Crazy
Stalker
Raccoon,
still
they wanna
got his
play around
overclock,
that corner,
too.
right?
And
Force
Chio's got
Falcons
beat.
to engage around it, you know, maybe have Hanbin charge around, try and collapse.
Damn, they're about to get that
Proper,
forward
then you could
spawn,
follow
too.
that up
Yep.
with that barrage as they got aggressive, but Stalker goes inside of that house, takes out Heesang from the
They
side.
still got the barrage. Jumpin's coming
things
up
up
on
for Falcons.
Primal. Chorong's about to have beat.
Heesang still has that
Chio's
barrage now
got
to
his
play with
beat.
it. A Primal is brewing here for Junpin. It's going to be an overclock
There's
to
the
start the fight.
overclock.
No, Stalker again wants to keep Heesang out of the fight. He's got to respect it.
Oh, man, he almost ajaxed.
Chorong was getting a little bit dicey. Here comes Heesang looking for a mobile barrage, but it's a
Oh,
sound
no.
barrier. It stops the ultimate entirely. Falcons now in a position to snap into the lead for the first time this map. Primal for Junpin looks a little bit awkward. He's
Damn,
out
I
of
think they're gonna
position,
get the lead, bro.
Swords out of the game for now. And Falcons are approaching the total of Crazy Raccoon with less than a minute left to play. It's that Crazy Raccoon on the receiving end.
And this would be why you don't see
Damn,
a
it
lot
probably
of
just got
teams
lit,
play
too.
Winston comes into Maga, as eventually it just feels like once the Maga gets rolling, once you start to figure out
Man.
how to play against that Winston-based composition, you have a huge advantage. And now Crazy Raccoon, they will go to a Maga of their own here at the very end. But Falcons, the damage
coming
has
up
been
on an
done. They've
overclock.
taken the lead.
If that isn't admitting defeat, I don't know what is. Hanbin has the cage fight at the ready. Lip here needs to make his way through it. He needs to open his cage up if he possibly can. But Fielder already out of the game. That's been dealt with at least. 3 players out for both sides, and Shu had a Kitsune Rush. He's not going to have a chance to deploy it. Lip might be called on here to save them, but there's just no space,
Damn,
no
Proper's
time.
popping off,
And
too.
Stalker deals in a quantum death blow. Team Falcons now in the dying seconds are even considering a map completion. After having to play so patient, so careful over the course of this map, they finally get their hurrah.
At one point, this was 85 meters to 19, and Falcons have run it down 133 meters. Oh, and now you lose
fuck.
Lip right off the rip.
And he had his overclock,
Joins
too.
the ranks of those.
Yeah,
Others
that's
able to find the challenge
GG.
here on Chorong, and that's it. Done with the crying here for Crazy Raccoon. Team Falcons are back with a vengeance, no longer happy to sit and wait for their opportunities. They go for the jugular at the perfect moments. Stalker, dirty stuff.
Oh my
He's setting
God,
out
dude.
Alpha game. And that's what you get for your map pick. Team Falcons get into the lead.
Shit, dude. I thought they
Crazy
had
Raccoon
that.
ends up losing this series. This may be the map that we look back on. And it is just Stalker, because they're
Push
set
is,
up Crazy
man,
Raccoon
how many
to
times do we
play
see
around
that shit happen? We
Heesang
seen that same
barrage
shit happen
and
yesterday with
let them
Space
come
Station.
around that corner with that Maga, and Stalker comes
Had to
right
win
on
until
through
like the last fucking
with
minute.
a railgun, just takes him out.
Last
on the
minute
side.
and a half or
Never
whatever.
got used to that barrage. Then they just start running it down the map. At that point, they were able to get checkpoint. They come back in the next fight. It's a kill onto Lit early on, and that turns into 2 consecutive fights, which ends up giving them the lead.
And this game is delivering. You can't ask for much more than this
Fuck,
now.
man,
It's a
that's
Falcons
rough.
map pick, and there's some interesting bans, right? Cassidy's taken off the table. Sojin, of course, that was still an entirely viable option.
I will say, the Runasapi map pick is really good, and then you ban the Ana because it also saves
All
the
right, well,
weakness
we get map pick again. I think they're gonna take it to a payload.
In your back pocket, and despite this, Crazy
yeah.
Raccoon still wanted to play the Winston composition.
they might
and
have
it
to. I
makes
actually
sense.
don't
You're
know
trying
how
to
it
exploit
works.
that somewhat lack of mobility that the Malga composition has. But
I don't
if you
know.
can be patient and
They were
stay
doing
on
good
the
with it
front
though.
line,
That's the
you
thing.
saw
They were
Harmony, it
winning.
paid off. They're
I think
in
they
a
should have took the Magamir off the rip though,
shutting down, of course,
which is what I thought they were gonna do because they won the Magamir on the first map. They forced Hanbin to switch Diva.
Thank you so
So
much.
I don't know why they didn't just come out with
Falcons
that. I
now
think that
up
would have been
2-0,
smarter,
winning their
but
map pick after it looked dire, all right, up until 2 minutes.
or hell,
very
even
end
put
there on the
Jumbin on
clock.
ball. You know he's good as
They
fuck
were
on ball.
far behind, and somehow, some way, Maga picking up speed, and then Jumbin is the
At
one
least
who
if
has
you know
to
he could have kept
switch
coming back
over
quick
to
and
match
contesting the
Maga.
point and shit.
Didn't work out for them, a little too late there, unfortunately. How did they find traction?
What's the
with
double
that
heart
Maga?
perk do?
I mean, this is something they've done before, right? Making the comebacks on push, falling behind, where typically on this game mode, I mean, when a team falls behind, they have such a tactical disadvantage. Usually we see them crumble, but Falcons has so much confidence in this comp. Once they mirror this Lucio carry backline, eventually, slowly, they
okay.
work their way into the advantage. I think in large part is Proper's Tracer creating such problems in the backline.
Yeah, I mean, I feel
It's crazy. Maga's still good as fuck, and they just like nerfed him pretty heavy, and he's still like getting play and insane.
You look at the rest of this series.
That just shows how fucking busted his ass was.
Crazy Raccoon here, because Falcons, they're coasting pretty comfortably right now. They have losers pick in this format they can rely on.
Okay, so we have to go to escort map.
They have
What are you
to
thinking?
now, of course, defend and win their own
I think
map
Circuit
pick.
Royale
But for the
probably.
rest of the series, if they
Actually,
want
no,
to
I
win this
might.
grand finals,
I think
they
Route
will ultimately
66,
have to beat Falcons
and
on
she was
one
going to
of
be
their
on
own map picks.
Ana because he looked crazy on that yesterday, right? So.
What Crazy Raccoon
We haven't
wanna
seen
lean into
Junkertown
here.
a
I feel
single
like the Circuit
time.
Royale could be a nice pick going into this next matchup, especially with how well Heesang was performing on that Mei up against Nightmare.
That could be the look they go to. I mean, I think one thing that's worrisome though for CR is if you, assuming you win this map, right? You take us to a map pick, you win it. That also means that Falcons get to avoid Ilios. They get to take us right back to control, play the Zhang Tower right in their comfort zone. I don't think that's unwinnable for Crazy Raccoon, but I think they'd much rather be going to something like the Ilios, playing those heavy.
Yeah, I
dive
think so
comps.
too.
That being said, I think for CR, I feel like
They did look strong on Circuit Royale earlier, but that was against Nightmare. You know, it's a different caliber team.
Max has been solid. However, they
Yeah, Shu
wanted to
looked
play around
insane
Dungeon.
on
That's the
Route
wheelhouse,
66
To go
yesterday.
away from that here is almost like to be the team to blink in the series.
So that's
to
what I think they
go
need to
away
do.
From your strongest look.
Well, let's
But
take a look
Fielder's
at that
also
map
really
set
good
to
on
see
us, so
where the team is
I don't
taking
know.
us for this next
Route
map.
66. Why they got that? Why they got that picture?
Not quite what's displayed. So which one is wrong, the picture or the?
It's definitely the picture.
I don't think it's Busan.
Yeah, it's definitely the picture.
Busan, not in.
Crucially
Okay,
here,
right
though.
map. So Route 66 is the map, but Busan.
They looked good
is
on this
not,
map yesterday, so
yeah,
And
where we're
crucially here,
I'm pretty confident in
Falcons
them.
have
Yeah.
already spent the Ana ban here as well. We
Yes.
saw yesterday what Shu can do on that hero on
Busan
Route
66.
against once again. He was the best player in the server, so Crazy Raccoon
Yeah, so
here
I'm kind of glad they
hoping to
banned
set up
Ana
Shu for
last game
success
because
on
now
this map pick.
they can play him here when
Send
it's
man
got better
mostly used
sight
to
lines
protect
and
there
shit.
for the support, so it would seem. And for Crazy Raccoon, I mean, the interesting thing as we get this deep into the series, especially in the first to four format and grand finals, is we get really deep in the ban phase. At some point, the relevant heroes to ban out, you're kind of running out of them. You know, that you end up more in the free form options now. Everything going to get to be on the table for both teams, and we get to see really pound for pound whose strength is more dominant. These two teams have very different visions of how to play, and they're slowly going to be able to bring more and more of those tools into play on each map.
Yeah, we talked about how familiar these two teams are with each other. So
Hazard
most of
and
the fans and
Zenyatta.
also the map picks and choices and preferences, they know that about each other. So it's not like anything they can do here to really surprise the opponents.
No, not at all. And we even see it when
Ugh.
it comes down to the adaptations that we're seeing mid-map, right? Neither of these teams are afraid to go for those mirrors. They know their strength, they know their opponents, and they know that they can match them head-to-head.
And on a map like Road 66, especially with the Hazard ban here, you know, I wonder, will Shu end up going back to the Ana? Because as good as he's been on it, I think there's also some vulnerability to the Ana pick. We've seen Lucio Carey and Juno Brigg be the more dominant backlines across this tournament because the Ana, as powerful as she is, as much playmaking as she offers, she's also a vulnerability, a liability at times where you don't really have that escape. I mean, heck, even Sojourns have a hard time staying alive with the rate of play that we're seeing in this tournament.
I mean, his Kiriko has looked really good throughout this tournament as well. We saw him just immediately pop off with
Yeah, we gotta win this map,
previously. It could be a strong start to
Get
make
it
that
to 2-2.
Still though, this map pick from Crazy Raccoon, this is a pivotal map in the series that Crazy Raccoon has to defend. If you fall to a 3-1 deficit in this grand finals, it's looking all but secured for Falcons.
Well, it's 2-1, right?
They would have 2 map picks in hand.
Or did because they won
so once again, a
Surabasa.
reminder, as you just mentioned, that we are playing the first to 4 format here in our
Yeah, and it's first to 4,
finals.
so
not all hope lost, but Falcons is putting themselves in a very good
hopefully we'll go
position
2-2. I
there.
wanted
It
to,
almost
I
looks
wanted the
like
series
they're
keep
about
going.
to lose their own map pick, but that just goes to show how close those two teams are matching each other.
That's rough. They lost that last one though because they had to lead the whole
Curious
fucking
to see
game.
how this matchup against Heesang is going to go.
Well, we don't have to wait long
All
as
right,
we're
shoes on
walking
Ana.
into Route 66. So for all the action, I'm going to send it back over to our good friends, Matt and Mitch.
Welcome back
good
to the
friends
booth,
now.
folks. Yeah, we're friends. That's true and factual. Good to have you back, of course, now. And as Johnny mentioned, a pivotal map for Crazy Raccoon to go down 3-1.
Okay, so Falcons is on
first of 4
defense
series
first.
feels almost insurmountable. A superhuman effort to come back.
Lip on the Sombra.
Zenban, Hazard Band here. Looks like we're locked in for a bit of Winston play.
It would be quite brutal to fall down 3-1 as you're just rattling through
Gonna
your
try and
map
get a
picks
snipe
with
here.
no
Yeah,
positive
grip his
results
ass
to show
back.
for it. As Hanbin does get hit with a bio here towards the beginning, but not going to play close up enough to get caught off guard
Right.
with it. As Crazy Raccoon,
We'll see
they
if
will
Shu and
play
Ana
Churro
can pop
on
the
the
fuck
break.
off.
This is to protect Shoot on the Ana. Johnny talked about the Ana being susceptible to some dive, and then for Falcons, he'll have Fielder on that Curie, so going to have that cleanse available.
In theory, got to be the best look for Crazy Raccoon here. Something that they just run roughshod over teams in that lower bracket with the Ana for Shu. Legendary for a good reason. See how on the attack side here, Jumpin already chunked down a little bit.
The
but they
Nano
made some decent
Overclock or
progress.
Nano
Pop was
Monkey
already
could be
looking
really
for a
good
way
too,
to
though.
Find a weak
What
point
kind
here
of
on
pick?
Crazy Raccoon. They're not in a hurry to give up this higher ground. Junbin now wants to try and set up the Big Earls. Will be chased by Hanbin as he will keep tabs.
Even though
on
they
this
haven't got any
number of
picks
a bunch
yet,
of these
they're
early
moving the cards.
stages of the fight.
And for Crazy Raccoon, you're going to end up being able to build up this Nano, right? Shu getting very
There we
close to
go.
it, and I mean, you get Hanbin, so not even really going to have to feel you need to use it here early on. So really nice pick getting
They're
rid
getting
of the
some
weak
late
stick
staggers,
on
too.
the opposing side that allows you to hold that Nano here.
Damn,
for
shooting
what's
the kill
coming
feed
up
on 3 of
soon.
them.
Shu takes out 3.
Yeah, it's beautiful stuff. And you notice we saw Shu's POV earlier. Hanbin is
You think they can
chasing Jumpin around
recontest,
the
or you
map.
think they
Shu
got
is
the
just holding
checkpoint
in
in?
one, pumping damage into that Winston, and becomes not insignificant over a longer period
Looks like
of
they're
time.
going for the recontest.
Nano boost already deployed here as well, Matt. Dangerous stuff as the bio. Or a warning shot.
Oh,
Hanbin gets brought down
he's saying with the
anyway. It's
stick.
gonna be tough for Falcons to keep their frontliner.
Let's go,
in
boys.
these fights.
I mean, Shu's already got his perk 1. He's not even really
Really
worried
fast
about
first cap right
what's
there.
going on here is Crazy Raccoon. They just steamroll through Falcons here.
And look at the ults coming up, dude. We got Overclock, Primal,
Winston
Rally,
really what you
Nano.
want to commit to, right? It feels like you maybe kind of have to here, right? This is a really good Winston.
Yeah,
map.
put Shu on Ana every game,
In the
dude.
scenarios where we've seen this Winston head
Dude's
to head,
looking
that's where
looks
Crazy Raccoon
so
have gotten
insane
the
on
better.
it.
Yeah, it feels like their strength, but Falcons have had to adapt here because they know there's some maps that really still favor
We got a
Crazy
lot of
Raccoon
ults
style.
online.
Here it is again. Shu just pumping Hanbin with shots every time he goes overhead.
Oh fuck,
It is
Junbin down
Junbin,
though.
though, that makes a slight misstep. And awkwardly
I hope they don't try to
lands, but he's
commit
got that
anything. I hope they
primal.
just
Crazy Raccoon, if everything that they need, it's going to be an
hold on
extremely
to the
volatile
ults.
next fight with his war chest of ultimates deployed.
Well, I guess that's where, like, if you're
Man, Falcons got a lot of
you
ults now,
could
too,
have
though.
actually ended up getting rid of the Winston, right? I mean, that could have been an option here, but I guess you feel so confident that you're going to be able to do it. It'll be Kitsune Rush and Rally used here as the payload's actually making pretty good progress.
Yeah, Mano being held in reserve here for Crazy Raccoon. The Rally Bash just staves Hanbin off. Gives some room for Crazy Raccoon to continue to advance with that carpet in the back line.
Stalker's
Dangerous
overclocked.
for Shu.
Oh, fuck.
As good as he is, Stalker, like a
And
house
there's no
Cerberus
supports
let
now.
loose, just rips into him.
You wouldn't be able to tell there, but Chorong ended up having the benefits of the nano as well as
It does get proper. Jumpin popping the primal.
So not completely
I think it's Stalker.
No, that's a big pick off there on Stalker, the instigator in that previous fight. Suzu, Swift Step, all have to be used.
Oh, nice, Honda. Damn, they're somehow going to win this fight still. Even out without both supports.
And have himself brought back down to earth as Crazy Raccoon continue to build ahead of
That gets Chio, nice.
It feels like you're going to stagger out.
Nice stagger on Fielder here.
He's hoping back in the fight.
He's saying with the stick on Stalker. Damn, there we go. Man, they were down both supports and still got that fight. That's crazy.
4 minutes plus to complete.
Decently easy second point too, bro. Looking good. Big time bank.
When they can play this Winston in a head-to-head, they start to dominate.
It's hard to feel like the mood hasn't shifted a little bit now. Team Falcons have to mirror to some degree. But this brig Ana looking for Crazy Raccoons feels like it
We
gives
need a
him
big
such an
overclock
edge
here.
in this head-to-head.
Fielder's about to have his rush. Hanbin's got primal. Proper's got a pulse.
Needs to try and control these flank angles for the attackers, but it's scary. It's not just Heesang is going to worry about it. It's about keeping
Ooh,
Hanbin
nice. They
alive.
forced primal.
Didn't have the throughput. Luckily, Hanbin has primal, but now he's going to try and
Oh,
find
nice
a
sleep.
way to repurpose it offensively.
Stick 'em.
Outside of just staying alive.
Oh, wait,
He's
we don't
left
have pulse.
instantly by the Gochu, of course, and that's now expired. Railgun comes in for Lip now, of course, overclock at the ready. Pulse, though, was a good connection of Junvin. The tip of the spear snapped clean off of Falcons.
Well, that's the rush at least. They got primal and rush.
Yeah, I feel like Hanbin was like below 50% HP for a full minute straight.
Alright, we're gonna have Nano coming up on rally.
Gets
He's
selected,
getting
then gets hit with a
pulse.
bio on the way up. And then he gets hit with some railgun shots with an overclock from
Yeah, I
Lip.
thought he's saying had a pulse, but it was
Falcons
proper.
does a nice job keeping him alive to stay in the fight, and then also proper going huge.
That's such an important stop to get. And the architect of it is proper.
Chio just got his beat though.
Jumper there sees an opportunity to harass Chio, but there's a sound barrier at the ready, and Falcons
There's
can
the
use it
beat.
at their leisure.
Oh,
It's
fuck,
slip out of
Lip's
the
down.
game. Proper.
We used the
circling.
Nano.
Doesn't have to do too much here, but Chio getting picked up
He
by
nanoed
Shu
the
does
brig.
furrow the brow of the defender somewhat. Proper now needs to get his hands a bit dirty, but
Oh, nice stick though.
Dangerous. Chorong here, rally at the ready. No need to make use of it just yet. He'll take the health pack and look to regroup with the rest of his team, but the harassment
Chorong
here
to
from
stay up
Proper is a
here.
problem. Tries to predictably shield bash, but it doesn't
Jump
pay
in,
off.
pops a primal.
Jumping out commits the primal. Can't really catch on the Chio, so it feels a bit awkward.
They're
but
moving the
card is
cards still,
on the
though.
move. It's still careening towards the final checkpoint.
Dude, the survivability
Fielder's
from the
low.
backline on Crazy Raccoon is insane because Shu is able to use the
Ah,
nano on the
fuck.
Chorong there.
Down.
They end up
Proper
both
down.
obviously having the nano in that type of situation, and then if Shu is able to stay alive, Chorong could have actually cycled that into a rally.
We
as
got
well.
rally again, so
you basically
that'll be pretty good
become
against the
an unkillable
overclock.
support line, for 45 seconds or so. Crazy Raccoon ends up falling in the end. They hold on to that rally like I was talking about. But Falcon sets themselves up. Remind you, this was like above 4 minutes on the clock. Now we're below 2 minutes. So Falcon's putting together a pretty respectable hold here towards the end of the map.
2 big stops on this part of the map for Falcons to really
Hopefully we can get
bring
this full
clock
cap.
down a little more. And they're
It's
in a
hard to
favorable
full cap this
position in
map,
terms
though.
of alt economy as well. Sitting on 4 of them, no less. Popping out here's a
There's the
go
rally.
Off. He's going to be wary of the shield bash now, but looks to get past Chorong, and that's a beautiful stick. Chorong just has to play his own life. Shield up to defend himself, but now they've lost the core of their team composition, and Proper is free to have his way with them. Lip at least shuts him down, but the damage has certainly already been done. And that's 3 defensive fight wins for Falcons in the last phase of the map, burning us down to 1 minute and
Falcons has
15
rush and overclock
And
too.
now really nothing for Crazy Raccoon to be able to use. Fielder's going to have this Kitsune rush to use in a wide open choke here.
Yeah, and there's a lot of shit to hide behind too.
Kitsune rush being popped, like you mentioned, Fielder getting at it. Lip just has to get the heck out. The rest of Crazy Raccoon, but that the lion's share
Nice.
of their damage. Again, Proper's kept in check by Lip. And he's still got life
Damn,
for those
Chorong down now.
I'm saying old veins of his. And his Hanbin doubling down. Just a perfect opener there for Falcons. Proper, even getting picked off, still carries that
Nice.
momentum forward, and he's back off spawn to take care of Heesang.
Hey, these series that they play against each other probably age these players years drastically. It's Falcons now. They
All
have
right,
a
we got to make
chance
something
to
happen
be
with this
able to get a
overclock,
hold here
nano,
on this
and
map,
primal.
which just a few minutes ago would have seemed unlikely as Chio's
probably
got this
last
sound
fight
barrier,
right here.
should be able to keep everybody alive. And then also they hold on to this overclock. Stalker and Proper have been nuts. Can Stalker get them home?
That'd be a
with this
crazy
big
last fight,
overclock?
though.
Chio knows he's got to be preemptive, not reactive with the beats, lest he get picked off randomly by Lip.
Nano for Lip.
Okay, overclock. Oh, buddy, it
Oh,
works.
nice.
Ooh, that is a deadly
Oh
spot
fuck,
to
Shu
put
goes
him
down
through.
now.
Stalker headshot.
Nice.
Excessive amounts of damage there from Lip during that overclock now. And they're on the final straight for Crazy Raccoon.
Damn, Hanbin got the primal though. Junbin's got primal though too, so he can stall for a bit.
Ready for the Winston to come calling. Hanbin here tries to clear the room, clears some spaces proper. At least he's able to deal with Chorong. Crazy Raccoon now
there's
at overtime. They're
primal.
going to go for a Junbin here with a primal into the back line. Who's he after? Stalker on the Catholic
got
struggles.
stuck.
Pulse bomb thrown down and Junbin
No
is
mega.
low. He's got to get back. He needs the healing. 10 health and he gets out alive but not for long enough. Chio is hot on his heels.
If that mega
Chio's
was
got
there.
nowhere to go. Falcons turn up the heat defensively there, and Crazy Raccoon break on them like water on rock. Still, Proper's
They're still
got
trying, though.
the card though. Choron could have slept it through. Lift back on the Symmetra, and Chio does fall. It's up to Proper. It always seems to be. He's found his second. The Sims out of the fight. The turrets are going to be an issue. He's got to avoid them to some degree, but eventually he's saying he's going to be out of cooldowns, and Hanbin ensures that is punished back on
Even
the
though they didn't get
ride.
the cap, they pushed that
What a
shit
way to
pretty
do
fucking
it.
far.
It's a brilliant stop here for Falcons, and you can see the frustration.
Man, too bad that mega wasn't there. Junbin jumped over to the mega and it was already taken.
Might come back to bite them.
They had 426 to be able to complete the map, and they
Yeah,
are
not bad.
able
It's
to
really
get
hard to
it
cap that
done.
third point, so
Chorong ends up
they pretty much had it there.
99% to a rally there towards the end as well.
You see, look at his face. Not a happy camper.
Falcons, they have to feel like they are just
Definitely
coming
respectable.
away with highway robbery here, right? Like, the first two parts of the map, it's just all Crazy Raccoon, and then towards the end, it feels like everything breaks
was
right
fucking
for
crazy.
Falcons.
It's tough sometimes because we don't want to oversimplify win conditions to simply Lip, or Stalker, as it were, shooting people in the face, but it ended up really
But
being the
sometimes it
Sojourn's
is that
highlight.
simple.
Yes. Lip
Yeah,
got
for
nanoed.
real.
They sent him in.
But I think they did good. I mean, getting it as far as they got it is really hard to do. So.
Looks like Crazy Raccoon would get there, but Proper is so sticky. So hard to get him off that cart in those final moments.
And they got those first 2 points so quick. If they can even just, burn this clock down a little bit, it's going to make it hard for them to get that far.
Even before then, because she was playing the Ana, he actually jumps
Because even if they make it to the, if they can run the
Shu
clock
and
down on these
Clark,
first 2
so we
points, even
actually
if they
can't
make
really
it
see Junbin and puts his
to
bubble
the
down.
third point,
That's where you
they
actually
won't
see
have as
Fielder
much
CP
time to
them,
work
and then
with.
being able to take that kill down on the Shu and Primal. So some nice Winston play towards the end from Hanbin. Stalker comes out ceremonial Widow shot, and now we go back to the Sojourn.
Now
All right,
Falcons
same
know
comps.
a map completion here puts them 2 maps clear in
They're
this
sticking with
series,
the Ana.
and on the doorstep of taking another major OWCS title. Still, Crazy Raccoon defend a little bit further forward than you would otherwise expect, but Lippers already had to get out. Crazy Raccoon, though, don't want to give up this high ground, not for anything. They need Ana to be set up here to be as devastating as possible, but rails like that from Stalker are going to put the fear of God in Crazy Raccoon, and eventually they're going to fall back to Big Earls.
And it feels like for Crazy Raccoon that if you can keep Shu alive, you're good to go here on the defensive side of things. So many great sight lines for the Ana to be able to
Junbin's
hit
low.
some crazy bio grenades.
Oh,
We've
fuck.
seen Shu do it. Stalker, no fear over the top, just hits Junbin in the head.
One of the most important kills you can take in this situation, especially when Hanbin now is free to just force you out of line of sight. He doesn't even have to get the kill. Just punish the Ana, force it away, and now you can erect a bit of a stagger here. Probably
They need
goes
to try
down,
and
but
get
it's
back and
the least
regroup.
impactful kill really here that Crazy Raccoon
Get
could
a
have
good
found.
recontest.
We'll see if CR can actually come back. Challenge this as Shu is building up towards a nano rather quickly. You see players just coming around the corner here, taking some damage. Shu
Yeah, if we can
able
get
to
the,
farm
if we can
this
just
up.
nano monkey and send them in, that's a
Crazy
good.
Raccoon know they're going to fight in quickly, but it's
Oh,
another
no.
massive pick from Stalker. It's
Just suck
been
his ass.
absolutely supplying from him so
Kill his
far.
bitch ass.
Hanbin gets hit with everything, including the
There's
kitchen
Nano
sink,
Monkey.
and still is going to be kept alive. There's a Suzu there for him by Fielder, but gives up his life in order to do
Nice,
so.
there we go.
Junbin gets nanoed.
Oh,
Stalker
fuck,
still
Jones
makes sure
on.
his team stays in the fight, though. He's looking scary. And an overclock waiting in the wings. A cheeky slink, but is the follow-up going to be there?
Damn, they
Shu
got
is low, but there's so many reinforcements for the Falcons today. Will continue through the map.
And for Falcons, you don't end up using anything there, Mitch. Literally nothing. So now you come in here.
Chorong's got rally
5
coming
ultimates.
up.
We talked about how good
But,
Crazy Raccoon's
yeah,
time
Falcons has
was
pretty much
through these
fucking
first
everything.
2 parts of the map, and then they kind of falter at the end. Falcons in a position to sit just as good of a time.
Crazy Raccoon now perhaps concern, mild desperation even starting to set in. Junbin turns around, see Hanbin there, realizes he just doesn't have the bandwidth
Rush,
to deal with the
rally.
Winston right now. Proper's already going to cause enough problems on his own, and Stalker's holding on to that overclock from Pryor. Proper down though.
Nice,
Heesang
Heesang got
deals with
proper.
it. Is up on this left side flank. Soundberry makes it harder to get these kills, but oh,
Oh, there we go,
doesn't
Heesang.
realize where the pulse is. It's right behind him, but he's trained forward on the rest of Crazy Raccoon. Great tracer sequence here for Heesang. Difference maker indeed.
They can get Fielder here. That'd be
Hanbin ends
nice.
up using the primal here. You still have
There we go.
Fielder alive, and he ends up
Little
falling
late kill
towards
on
the
him.
end. Hanbin makes it out with his life. I was like, if Fielder is able to maybe TP
Okay, now they
out
can get
there to
set up here,
Hanbin,
which
you
is
can
good.
have both DPS coming off of spawn rather quickly with
Get
both
set up here and try and
ultimates.
hold
Maybe
these
you can
fucking
actually
shows.
kind of extend that fight, but once you end
Lip
up
has
losing
overclock.
Fielder, it is
Stalker
now
has
a
overclock
full
as
team
well.
reset.
Jumba's got the primal, and
Into this phase of
Hanbin
the map,
just
that is
used
certainly not the
his,
case
so.
now. Both the support ultimates out of the game. Hanbin, a big blow that he takes as he, before he even lands there on that high ground, means he has to turn around
Ooh,
and get
fat
out.
rail.
That is stunning.
Perfect.
Shio there, just unaware that his demise was looming so close. Lip here can play safely to the edge of the map, and it will be another drawn-out fight for Crazy Raccoon. Now, they've finally been able to suck some of this momentum away from the attackers.
They
There
definitely
we go.
started
This is what we
stabilize
needed.
now, right?
We just
They
gotta
lose
burn this
Jungmin
fucking clock
really
down.
early on their first point defense.
We got a lot of
but
ults,
now
too.
that they've been able to win a fight, control this high ground, now you're starting to see this come. With that Ana starting to get rolling, that time was Hanbin actually hit with a bio grenade. They're able to finish him off, and Crazy Raccoon now has a huge ultimate advantage.
Jungmin here gets out, got his job done, played close, keeps Falcons somewhat contained. Big
Fielder's
rails
held
here
out
for
the
Lip.
rail
At
was
some
fucking
point, Falcons have to get to him, but there's so
close to
many
getting that
layers
kill.
of defense. Blast doors, one after another.
There goes
protect
Stalker's
Lip now.
overclock.
There it
Oh,
is.
nice,
Another
Lip.
nano being given over, which Shu knew Lip would be the target of scrutiny. And he gives him everything he needs to stay
Here we
off
go,
the
dude.
offenders. That is dirty work.
It's like,
Bro, Lip is insane.
Lip is hard enough to kill without the benefits of the nano.
Jesus,
Cleans up
dude.
proper there towards the end is he's starting to heat up now on the soldier.
Suffice to say, those Lip Doubters feeling a little more subdued now. Again, he's got the benefit of being able to play for this high ground, of Shu at his back, Chorong there to protect him as well.
I didn't even know you could stand on this piece. I thought it slid
Falcons
you
have
off.
not figured a way to adequately deal with him without
Jumbo with the
overexposing
primal.
themselves to Junbin and the rest of Crazy Raccoon, who, of course, has a primal. Dare I say, a bit of a Sony ultimate. He makes space, slows Falcons up, gives them pause for thought. Now drops down, now he's getting serious. Stalker barely gets away with
Oh,
it.
huge
Well
biotic,
played.
dude.
In the end, it slipped once more.
There we
On the
fucking
right
go.
side of the kill feed.
I mean, they are just getting farmed coming through the choke where, you know, Shu is able to just throw down the bio that bounces,
There we
connects
fucking
to a
go,
few
dude.
players. Then they're all
Let's tie this
dispersed. They're
series
running
up, man.
into a
I want to see it go
rally as,
2-2.
take a look here.
Look at this
It's a
shit, dude.
replay of Lip with that nano.
And again, it's a sleep there that sets up such an easy pick on Hanbin. The first kill for Lip was massive, and then the rest of it is just theatrics, really. Soundberry here for Falcons. They saw the pulse bomb encroaching, and Stalker has been able to find two, by the way.
Damn, both the
That's
supports
the
down.
backline accounted for with one fell swoop. He's saying at least is elusive and is able to answer field of it with Jumpin out of the game. Falcons at least keep themselves in this. They stay competitive. Remember, a map
They
completion
ran the
is
clock
really
down,
all
and they
they
can get
need.
back and
If they can
reconcile.
build this
They really
momentum
hadn't
a little
pushed the
further,
cart much.
Get a checkpoint here within a reasonable span of time. It's still on the table for them to go 3-1.
So they lose their supports, but they'll
If
end up
Raccoons
getting
can get in
back
here and win a
into the
fight, I mean, it's
as
over, I think.
Turing on the
But
Weaver
Hanbin does
probably
have
just pulls
primal.
somebody a little bit closer, get them
Lip's
out
coming
the
up on
spawn
overclock
as
again, though.
Hanbin
And so is
will be
Stalker.
able to maybe use his primal rage. Block players from
He just,
coming
yeah,
out
he's
of
probably
this
just gonna
choke.
primal and fucking
It'll be
smack
the
him
easy
around in
option
there.
here. He opts to step back here. Wary of
Oh,
the
nice whip
that
shot.
eventually comes in. But Akat's been moving up. See, Heesang tries to waylay it somewhat. Shio will be a nuisance, knocking
We got
aside
Nano.
anybody who tries to jump up here.
They nanoed Lip, try and get this
Stalk's gonna pop his
overclock.
overclock now. Lip gets a nano, doesn't quite have the OC
There it
developed,
is.
but here it comes. Primal rate for Hanbin means he's not really
Oh,
attractive
Hanbin
target.
shut it down,
And he
though.
juggles Lip into oblivion. Here is Falcons now. It will be close to overtime, but they shall have themselves this checkpoint barring anything ridiculous. Stalker, great Suzu comes in there for Fielder. Means that Junbin really can only impotently flail at trying to bring down some
There
of
you
these
go,
players.
Junbin.
Stalker may have gone missing, but now he will be surrounded by the remains of this Falcon lineup. There's enough to work with. Good boot back on Junbin. Will deny him access towards that Lucio, but time has been bought. Is it enough? Doesn't seem that way. As a second
Well, they got it, but they only got a minute and a half, so.
Falcons, 90 seconds to end the map.
It's like
And the only thing they have right now is pulls. They gotta, actually, they have both support ultimates coming out
there's
soon.
no
though.
way they're gonna win this. They got everything to go their way, and they're ending up pulling it out in the end. Okay, so they end up having both support
But it
ultimates
took
here
them
coming around
4.5
this
minutes
corner. Proper
to
with
get
a
as far as
pulse
they
bomb
did in
well.
here, so.
This is definitely
This
doable
fucking
for
points, though.
Falcons.
They've got to be quick about it, though. Like you mentioned, a pulse bomb here in a pinch could be huge.
We need
Heesang
Heesang to hit a fat
Posting one
pulse.
of his, that's right.
There's the pulse.
Malcolm comes out for Falcons. They are dead serious about getting this map done. Will it be enough? Recall here for Heesei now as Harbin comes charging on in, bustling his way through, and Lip just has to give that
They
ground
switched to
up.
Maga.
Now returning
They
to
have
the
both
car,
support
Junpei needs to be
ultimates.
addressed as he dives
This
in, and
rally.
Harbin has to chase him, has to be reactive, but he's a second too
Shu's
late
down,
to save
Chio's down.
Chigo. Shu though was traded out. Stalker's able to find a
Nakasune
massive pick
rush.
across the map, and Promise Pulse Bomb
Oh,
is
fuck.
primed and ready. He sees options here, plenty of them. Chorong's shield brought down, he opts not to go for the kill. He knows he can get it done in theory without
Nice,
the pulse
dude.
bomb, but Chorong will show here.
I don't know why he held that
Heesei
pulse. I
dealing
thought
with
for sure he was
Stalker now
gonna
means the
stick his
Falcons
ass.
are a little bit awkward, a little bit off kilter now with only 3 players up.
All right,
But
18
Falcons end up
seconds
holding
left.
onto their beat. They don't have to beat. They're in there able
We just
to
gotta
keep
kill him one
Harbin
time.
alive. So
Chio did keep
difficult to
beat and
deal
Proper
with
does
this
have pulls.
Maga, as it will be on Shu.
We need to try and farm this fucking
How do
nano.
they access Shu? He's sitting so comfortably in the back line with the shield of Chorong in his face. Lip is also going to be there for deterrence. Like you said, it's a sound
There's only
barrier.
one wipe
The
here.
Falcons are pinning their hopes on Chio. Has to come up with the goods, but Shu is building yet another nano. Lip trying to
Proper
deal with
whip the stick.
pulse of Proper. It goes wayward anyway. And they get
Oh
the
shit,
sleep on
Stalker's got the
Tracer.
overclock
And
going.
Shu
Oh
finding the
fuck.
hit he needs. Lip does go down, and Stalker commands
Oh,
the
thank God he
field
whipped
now
that
in
shot
terms of
right
that
there.
long-range hit scare, but it's just
There we
not
go.
enough. It's
Yeah,
big,
stick his
folks.
fucking bitch
Whichever
ass.
way you slice it, it doesn't get any better than this. Team Falcons now will be reduced to their dregs. The final
Let's go.
numbers. And we've got an even series on our hands.
Yes, dude.
For a second there, man, it looked like
Let's go.
Crazy Raccoon was going to let that one slide through their hands. But they
This
come
is what
out
I
with
wanted,
a
man. I
win
wanted a
in the end.
close
The
series
Maga
like this.
swap
That's
a little
2-2.
cheeky there from Falcons, maybe just trying to get it over the line towards the end, and they never wilted. But Crazy Raccoon, they tie it up.
Decisive. And this is the kind of map where we got to see the very best of Crazy Raccoon, right? It was that Brig Ana composition. Lip was a headliner, though.
Yeah.
Great play with that Sojourn. Of course, it's good to see Junbin on the Winston. And look close at points. The Mauga switch for Falcons to try and secure the end of the map. It's audacious, and frankly, it just didn't work out. Proper got hit with a massive sleep as he tries to go in on that last fight, and from there, it felt like Falcons couldn't get back in.
I mean, Shu being able to control that high ground, that range on the Ana, that is the perfect spot for him to
Yeah, the
be.
Ana's
You
the
could not
difference
ask
maker.
for a better combination for that Ana, have that high ground, so much range.
gonna take a
but
piss real
there's no
quick while he's
Winston
going.
on the other side that's going to be able to dive you. It's really just that Tracer that's a threat. You also end up getting the benefits of a Nano and your Nano Chorong to be able to help you. So, really great advantage there for Crazy Raccoon towards the end.
Here are some of the moments from that previous game. Obviously, Harbin on this Winston, dealing with a pretty fearsome backline in Shu and Chorong, and in this example is able to cut through them pretty comfortably. It was a great stop of Team Falcons. There's a reason to feel confident about their ability to turn around on the attack side and then win things out. And with Junpei being the first casualty in that fight, you can already start to see the wheels turning for this Falcon squad. They had a ton of tempo that just abandoned them in the second phase of the map. So this man on your screen.
The second part of the map, they were getting dominated. Their Lip was able to control that high ground. They were having a difficult time even just getting through the choke. They have a better push here towards the second part of the map. They definitely could have been in a situation where they had a great chance to win it.
Yeah, I mean, they're ultimately, knocking on the door of that second checkpoint with, scant seconds left. They're basically in overtime now. And of course,
we're wide open now.
A full reset of the map pool. So I guess some silver lining there for Falcons, losing that map. They get to peruse the entirety of the map pool and sort of decide where they're going.
You go Lijiang Tower, right? I mean, if you want to play Maga-based compositions and things like that, you go Lijiang Tower.
Absolutely.
So that would be... I mean, you could run it back on like Rune Azabi Surabasa, like one of those.
Oasis
like,
if you
go back to Oasis, right? But for me, Lijiang Tower is the clear option here.
And again, we might end up seeing almost a full reset in this series. I mean, it virtually becomes a best of three now.
Lijiang, you can ban a tank, just play the Winston into your Maga, and you feel like Lijiang has an advantage. That also saves you that ban for potentially down the road.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's huge that you could select.
Yeah, the Ana makes all the difference.
Really
I'm glad they banned Ana earlier. I think that they fucked up doing
going back
that.
to Oasis, though, I mean, the Malcolm Mirror didn't actually favor Falcons. They found their success.
And when you think about it, these teams are super evenly matched. Like Lip's insane. Then on the other hand, Stalker's fucking insane.
concerning sign I guess we saw early in the series is that it was actually Falcons
Like
that
they're
were
so like if you
forced
break
to
down like
move off
each
their preferred
player
comp.
compared to
But
the
straight
other,
away, we saw Crazy
like the
Raccoon
DPS
fan
compared to
up.
the
So it's
DPS,
okay,
like
they were able to,
it's
you know,
so
be
like
successful in that
even.
comp, but they don't trust themselves to be able to do it over a larger sample size.
Like
and
Fielder and
rather
Chio
play
are
to their
both
strengths, which
crazy. Fucking
were definitely displayed here.
Shu and Chorong are both
With
crazy.
the map pool
Like
being completely open and this virtually now being a first to 2 series, it really feels like a full reset. You see how quickly Crazy Raccoon got out of those seats, bro. They're hitting the showers briefly, taking a breather, trying to recollect themselves. And again, in the past, I'll just be straight up. In the past, our finals of our major tournaments have not been particularly close. Like, we've had some pretty big blowouts, but in this era...
I like how you...
They're
like,
Korean, right?
I have to be honest, like, they didn't know the scores of the previous ones.
I mean, like, you
Yeah,
want
they're
to try and
just-
sell it, obviously, because it's a legacy here.
They're just
we've
so,
been
like,
very fortunate to cover so many of those finals, but
ahead
in
of
this
everyone
era
else, it
of
feels
Crazy
like.
Raccoon and Falcons, we feel like we've always given us some magic.
Yeah.
There haven't always been close series, but if you throw it back to last year, on multiple occasions, these two teams.
It's just
gave us
crazy
their
how much
very
like
best.
better
It's
they
really
seem than like
the
anyone
peak of
else.
competition between these two rosters, and there's so much to take away from every single game.
What's wild is in the past as well, like when we've had like teams that consistently make finals, eventually you see them make changes and they're like, we feel like we can get better here or there. I don't know where, unless they're stealing somebody from the other side or something, right?
I mean,
like
Falcons
what are you doing?
Falcons have trimmed down their numbers.
Like, are you just trading players between these two teams just
Well,
for
no.
fun? Like, I mean, yeah. Like, what are you
I'm
doing?
glad it's like 2-2. I wanted a close series like this.
There are players out there, like, this
They're
is
probably in a VIP box watching. Like,
it's a separate conversation, right?
And what's
But,
good is they
you know,
can't ban
we're
Ana
seeing,
again.
10 incredible players here in the
So
service.
if it goes to another like payload
after a
map or
month, then
whatever,
make it 12. But there are incredible
just do that
players
same
out
strat.
there as well in the ecosystem looking for their chance to compete on the stage, just like we saw from Nightmare. We're taking a break here. Chance for you to reset to at home and get excited about the rest of this series because it's going to look a lot like this. Saddle up, don't go too far. We'll be back with what might be the conclusion of this incredible grand final.
Yeah, this whole event has just been awesome. I was excited for like 3 weeks, like a month for this. It's definitely lived up to it. It's been awesome to watch. I'm actually sad it's about over. Yeah, I just started like watching it because I just started playing again myself. The last time I watched it was Overwatch League, so it's been cool getting back into it. But like, shortly after I started watching it here again, every team was like qualifying for this and stuff, and then there was a break from then until now. So I've been like excited for it to like come back and play. But there's probably going to be another break after this is over, I imagine, before the next
it's grand finals. They're all tied up. Crazy
stage
Raccoons
2 or whatever
versus Team
starts.
Falcons. 2-2. I don't know who's going to take it, but one team is going to take the trophy tonight. We'll
The
find
trophy's
out.
cool. It's unique. I like it.
True and factual. One of these teams is going to take that trophy.
The next time we do,
Yeah,
the
the last Overwatch
I think that
League year
we should
2023,
have
I watched
just
every
Danny,
single
like, when
game.
we're off here, we should just have Danny IRL the entire time in between shows.
Absolutely.
Like, just,
I want to see
let him go.
I want to see the chat up on the screen. I want to see him interacting. Folks, great to be back here with you, of course, in a commentary booth down on the ground in Hangzhou. It's been fever pitch action. We are 2-2 in the series, so
I'd love to
with
go
this
to one
current
of
map
these
pool, the
like
way that
in
our first
person and
four
watch it.
works, we sort of reset the map pool entirely. And in many ways, it's a reset.
Yeah, I kind of wish Overwatch League was still a thing. Like, I miss it. I like the way they ran it and like
basically is a first to two, a best of three.
had it said. It was like kind of like a real sport, you know, because they had like the team at like Florida, New York, like they had like
I mean, again, it's a question of
teams like that, which I liked. I like the way they ran it. The production of it was really cool.
I believe this should be Lijiang Tower.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. I still like Overwatch. I played Marvels, and it just made me want to play Overwatch. That's what got me back into Overwatch. Because I just started gaming and stuff again, and I just downloaded Marvel Rivals to try or whatever. And then I was like, this just makes me want to play Overwatch. And then now I've been playing Overwatch again. And now I'm watching this again. So I kind of owe it to Marvel Rivals for getting me back into it.
Seems like a really insignificant, very small advantage, but because these two teams are so
yeah, it just
a small edge like that can
it just made me want to play Overwatch.
No, I think that's a perfect point. I mean, I think Oasis is still an option for them.
It's definitely the better game. It's more polished.
We saw plenty from that map. I think you're probably a little bit concerned if you're Falcons about the fact that your Amalgam era didn't necessarily.
I think it's way more like polished and optimized. And
but you could run that same map 10 times and get a completely different outcome.
I like both. Yeah, I mean, I'll play Marvel Rivals here and there if someone wants to play it, but I'm not gonna go out of the way and play it by myself like I will Overwatch.
There's like I know Falcons ends up winning it in the end, right? But it's
and I played Overwatch 1 and stuff, and I still enjoy this game. It'll make me rage like nothing else will, but
extremely confident.
I still love it.
Potentially an option, right? Circuit would be interesting in the fact that you would eliminate Route 66 from coming back, right?
Yeah, I mean,
so you just kind of pick that to potentially, not have to deal with
so
that.
now at this point, they reset the map pool, I guess.
Saw one that, Crazy Raccoon 1 was very, very close. In fact, even the maps where, like Runasapi could say the same. In fact, it just was a volatile moment there where all of a sudden Falcons were able to generate this momentum after struggling against the Winston comp.
Yeah, I played a bit of Apex too for a while.
You decide to go to Circuit because
I've like played Overwatch and quit playing it for a long time, then come back to it, and quit playing it, and come back to it. I'm gonna try and just stay playing it. I want to get really good at it.
With the idea of trying to eliminate volatility as much as you can in terms of that.
I don't know. I just enjoy it.
What's the worst map they can throw at us? Then choose
and there's no other game out right now that I have any interest at all in playing. The only game I even think about wanting to play is Overwatch.
Look, I mean, if you pick Escort here of your Falcons, then you end up losing it. You get another map pick, so then you have the Lijiang, and then you give them the option of
Eric, what's up, man?
Hybrid, Suravasa, and then push, right? That they wouldn't necessarily pick Runasapi.
I used to
so much of this comes down to
I played like I tried to get back into Call of Duty a little bit like 2 years ago or whatever, but the cheating problem on there is ridiculous too. So
that's crazy. We never really have had to consider margins so slim before. But again, we've never had two teams that are so closely matched.
And to be honest, I just don't like BR's Battle Royales as much. Eric, you too, man. Thanks for stopping by.
Two separate teams with two different styles.
I appreciate you.
Leave it all out there for you at home.
It also goes to show with, this is the 21st matchup between these two teams that we've had. And I believe it's like 13-8 currently.
12-8?
Yeah, 12-8 currently.
Crazy Raccoon's favored.
Yeah, so, but just to show you, these series are so close. It is not, sometimes you have these matchups and they're completely dominated by one team. They kind of run the globe in a game. This is just back and forth.
Yeah, it's like a staggering list of accolades between these two teams. I guess the most pertinent result in recent history was that Falcons are your world champions.
Hope you have a good day too.
Against Crazy Raccoon once more in Stockholm, came away from that series with a big win. So in most
as soon as this is over, I'm gonna eat some food and take a shower and go to sleep.
Stage 1 this year in Asia, as an example, Falcons have won the important games.
Yeah.
And then I gotta try and fix my sleep schedule. I messed it up for this to watch this, but it's worth it.
Falter, right? Because these two teams are so good at this point that anything other than winning is just a colossal failure, right? They believe that they will just run through, their home region and end up here.
Someone we haven't seen yet this series is Max.
Yeah, true.
That's an option, obviously, especially if, like Matt suggests, we see at some point.
So the map pool reset. And Falcons get to pick. They're probably going to pick a control map again.
Come out there and look really, really good. We expected to see him on the Ramattra, but he actually forced Vistola onto the Ramattra with a superior poke composition. So that, again, a reminder should be pretty recent in your memory. The Crazy Raccoon have even more styles that they can pivot to, should be taken to maps that sort of suit them best.
It's proper player of the match. We have seen that one very often in our history here in competitive Overwatch. And as we wait for the map to come on in, I think it's probably for Falcons, you're really kind of deliberating, right? Do you go like an escort, feel like you also have the control to fall back on? Do you pick the control? If you win that, then you give the opportunity for the escort to come on through, right? Because if you, let's say you pick control and you end up losing, if you're Falcons, like, do you go to circuit? Like, is that what you want to do potentially? Like,
it's such a wild card map.
I feel like you would just go to Runasapi, right? And then you give the opportunity for Route 66 to end it out, which is quite brutal.
I mean, first to two, as this series virtually is short and sweet, but there's a lot to look forward to for the rest of this series. There's also a lot to look forward to in the oncoming Season 16. So let's get a refresher on what we can expect coming from Overwatch in that phase.
We go showing this shit again.
Welcome to the stadium. Let's get a look at our competitors. The first round can't get here quick enough.
I think Stadium would be kind of fun to mess around in, but I don't see myself devoting too much time to it. Unless I play it and just have like crazy fun time, but I don't expect I'll be too huge on it. It'll just be fun to goof around on a little bit, and then I'll be over it probably.
This is a round you won't want to miss. Against all odds, they've won it all. You love to see it, folks. Something for my trouble.
The hunt begins. Run or hide, it won't matter in the end. I'll get quite the payout for you. I've always liked a challenge. I always deliver. Goodbye.
Cheers, love! The cavalry's here! Nocturna is leading the Hollow Hearts to corrupt the
Yeah,
world with
I agree.
woe. Only our combined power can stop her. We are the heroes of heart. Brigitte, heart of strength.
I think some of the, like, from what they showed of him stuff, some of the perks are just too crazy. Like, some of the, like, the later perks in the later rounds or whatever. Or whatever they're called. The things, like, you can buy or whatever. They're, like, too insane. Yo, Richard, what up, man? Good morning to you, too.
The heart of hope.
Like, they did a, the very first game today, they, like, had, like, you know, just, like, a for fun match in Stadium with a, some pros against each other and stuff, and it's just, like, chaotic and crazy. Like, Reinhardt can fly and shit, like. And Soldier, like, if you hit a Helix, you get, like, you get 0.75 seconds of visor, like, instantly, and then, Ana can, like, nano boost multiple people. What other ones did they show?
My spirit grows strong.
I don't know, some of it just looks crazy. Like, a little too crazy, you know what I mean? Like, I think they went a little too overboard. I'm trying to remember some of the other ones they showed too. Yeah, I watched who did I watch? I watched Aspen, I think her name was. It just like popped up in my recommended the other day, and I watched her play like a game on it. Like I think it would be funner if it was just like kind of more traditional type Overwatch, not like these crazy ass perks that are just going to be chaotic and ridiculous. But who knows? Maybe I'll think it's super fun when I play it. But just watching it, it looked like a little much to me, but... Like, I haven't seen anyone actually play it, but in the preview it showed Mora throwing like 3 damage orbs out at the same time and shit. Like, I think some of the ones are cool. Like the Mei turn it, like she can roll around while she's like ice blocked or whatever. That's pretty cool. And it's not like super game breaking changing and stuff, you know, like ones like that, a little more tame, but are still cool. That's what they should have more focused on. All right, Richard. I'll check it out later, for sure. Because I am interested to see more of like what perks there is. I've only seen the couple. I mean, it comes out in a couple days now. What? It comes out in 2 days. So, I guess soon we'll get to try this shit out for ourselves. Yeah, I think they just, I don't know. I think they just went a little too overboard. Maybe they'll realize that and dial it back if they get a lot of feedback saying that, but like I think that's going to prevent a lot of people from wanting to actually like play it and grind it for the ranks and stuff. Yeah, I mean, I think it'll be fun still. I'm going to definitely play it and try it out. And like I said, maybe it's more fun to play. It doesn't feel like ridiculous to play against. Maybe when you're actually playing it feels a little better than, you know, when you're watching it. Like I am curious to try the third person. I think it's going to be fun. Look at this multi-ball, like 3 fucking damage orbs. Like, that looks crazy.
Let's see if they can come back next round.
Something's not right here.
What's going on out there, guys?
We just gave them that one. It was pity.
What can we do better?
Okay, the Zarya is frying.
I could build Beam Flexion for Zarya. Let me sell something real quick and buy that one.
Good idea.
I'm basically just spected to that.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Like,
I hit somebody and it hits everybody around us.
Some of these like things give you a bunch more health and stuff, so it probably doesn't feel like as OP as it seems.
I'm just gonna be a DPS machine.
I think what we need is more orbs. Make sure they're healing orbs, though.
Definitely not.
All right, let's do it.
I think it'll be fun. I'm definitely gonna play it and shit.
That's what I'm talking about.
Push fast right side. Push fast right side.
I'm on Zarya.
Get Zarya. Go.
Me and you. Oh.
I've got you in my sights.
Big flag.
I got the point.
Right side. Kill Juno.
I think Genji's gonna be really strong with the third person because you can see where to dash with the blade easier and stuff. Like people in your surroundings. See that multi-nano? That's pretty crazy. And you can beam deflect. Yeah. I think it'll be fun. It'll be something new and fun to mess around. And I don't like really... The tiny bob's funny. I don't know how much like time I'll really dedicate to it, but I think it'll be fun too if you're getting tilted like playing comp or something. Like you can just go over to Stadium and try and, you know, mental reset a little bit and stuff. Yeah, I like the third person too. I kind of want them to make the third person like in any mode, but I don't know how that would if they'll ever do it. At least in quick play, you know. I don't think they'll do it in comp, but third person in quick play would be fun. Yeah, and then we get Freya too.
Freya, at your service. Been a while since
Which I'm curious if they're releasing her in the same state she was in the playtest, or if they buffed or nerfed anything or changed anything. Are her perks gonna be the same?
Nothing personal, kid.
Stadium is only comp. Yeah, but it has like its own comp thing, you know what I mean?
You got in my way.
I think it'll be fun. It'll be a nice like change. Like you still want to, if you want to play Overwatch, but it's like different than Overwatch, you know what I mean? It'll be cool. I'm excited for it. I think some maps Freya is going to be really strong.
Never get tired of this.
I'm no scared of nothing.
I'll get quite the payout for you.
They're buffing her? I thought she was pretty good in the playtest. Like the few times I played her a bit and I was popping off with her. And I've seen other people like Defran play her and was just destroying. Like you can burst like crazy with her because you can shoot like every dash you get your like zoom in shot again. And those like do a lot of damage as they stick and explode or whatever. Like you can burst a tank down quick as hell, like especially after you get the perk where you get the free dash or whatever. So you can like do like 4 of them back to like super quick succession.
Let's try something new.
But she was pretty fun. I'll play her definitely. I like her. I think there'll be a couple maps where she's like really, really good on. Her win rate was low. Yeah, I thought she was pretty damn good, but if she's buffed and compared to what she was then too, she's gonna be really good then. Trying to remember the name of the damn map. I think like King's Row she'll be good on. What's that other damn payload map with the with the buildings you can jump on at the start and stuff? I can't remember the fucking name of it.
Hi everyone, welcome to Champions Clash. I'm Wendy.
I'm Danny, and we're here to connect, quite literally, with Team Falcons, everybody.
Yeah, I thought she was already good. I really don't think they needed to buff her.
안녕하세요. 팀팔콘에서 서포터를 맡고 있는 필더라고 합니다. 안녕하세요. 팀팔콘에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 상빈이라고
She's gonna be fucking. If they buffed her, I guess it depends on how much, but I think she's gonna be really good when she comes out.
Great to see you guys again. I saw you guys in Korea. Now we're in Hangzhou, China. 좋았어요.
I think she'll have a pretty high skill ceiling too, so it's kind of good.
I guess talking about Hangzhou and China specifically, I want to bring up the Esports World Cup last year, 2024. You guys met against once again, and you know it was a very close fight, but you guys unfortunately did lose. And now
If she can build her ult super quick, because if you get like 3 kills or whatever, you get like a big boost in your ult.
What are your thoughts on that? Do you guys feel like, are you guys confident that you guys can get revenge against once again this time around?
이제 작년 EWC 때는 많이 아쉽게 졌는데 이번에는 이제 저희도 많이 보완을 했고 그래가지고 꼭 이기고 싶어요.
이번에는 그때는 제가
Yeah, the movement's pretty crazy, because you can dash like back and forth like every shot. Like
재밌을 것 같아요. 저 이번에 메인 탱커를 제가 이번 정도 시작했는데 메인 탱으로 겨루게 되지 않을까. 네, 재밌을 것 같아요. 일단. 예.
I think she'll have a pretty high skill ceiling.
중국 그래도 홈그라운드니까 이해되긴 했는데 너무 쉽게 이기면은 안 될 것 같아요.
I'm curious if like pros are gonna play her and stuff.
You mentioned that you are the only tank for Falcons right now. So it has been a tough year for you to play in the heroes. Sometimes you wouldn't.
힘든 점은 좀 많았고 근데
I could maybe see it, especially if Sojourn gets nerfed a bit. I could definitely see it.
하다 보니까 애들이 좀 많이 도와줘가지고 제가 모르는 부분이 되게 많아 거의 진짜 그 프로 처음 하는 수준으로 조금 도전하는 부분이긴 했는데.
So Popper, there's a meme in China that said that Leaf is better than Popper is better than Leaf, and if the Leaf's performance declines, it goes to Leaf is better than Popper is better than Leaf. So you are always in the middle. What's your read on this ranking?
일단은 메인 딜러랑 서브 딜러를
Her like projectile or her right click like projectile felt pretty easy to hit too. I felt pretty consistent hitting that thing.
좀 비교가 많이 되는 것도 있고 최근에 제가 연습을 많이 안 했어가지고 좀 예전처럼 좋은 퍼포먼스를 많이 못 보여줬는데 요새 긴장 다시 해야 될 것 같아요.
Well, guys, that's it for the questions. Thank you so much for connecting with us. And I think it's time for me to let you guys go. So let's take out the. Take it out. Don't connect. Okay. 자, 빼세요. 오, 잘 빼네?
이거 안 빡친.
화이팅! 야, 조심해. 손가락 조심해.
뭐야 이거? 몸이 안 퍼져.
I remember those things from when I was a kid. The secret is to push it together, then hold it, and just set it.
Thank you so much. Bye bye.
Because when you pull, it gets like tighter.
Welcome back, folks, to
Oh shit, we're going to Esperanza.
Obviously, we've been in a holding
We have a Brig and Tracer Band.
Occurring down on the stage. We'll deliver you the details about
Let's
that in
turn this
a
back
moment,
up.
but for now, we've got a game to play. So we're going to dive straight in, and we'll give you some clarification as we go along.
All you need to know is we are back. We got a game going on. First ban here is going to be Falcons. That'll be Brig being gone. And then for Crazy Raccoon, it will be Tracer taken out of the game as we move on to Esperanza.
Now this is
No, Tracer's pretty interesting.
Falcons pick is Esperanza map. And will be
Proper was like an insane on Genji earlier though.
Very distinct styles of these rosters will be pitted against each other in what has to
The
feel
Maga
like
versus
an
Winston.
absolutely pivotal map.
I don't know about Winston, man.
Tracer available here for Proper, right? But you'll be able to play that Genji and get aggressive here with Hanbin. It's like the first time in this series we've seen Proper being able to pilot that Genji.
I guess the Winston's good against Genji though. Might force him to switch off to Genji. But this didn't work out on the last push map they played, so I don't know.
It's going to be Crazy Raccoon attempting to punish a misposition of this rather unmaneuverable Mauga. He's saying just cops it there from Proper. Sees Afara fighting a little bit too close to the ground, but Chorong at least is able to take the trade. And if you
Talking about Sombra, Richard?
Crazy Raccoon getting
I hate
off to a great
Sombra.
start, being able to get a big lead and advantage, but in the end it was
Yeah, I don't really think the Winston into Maga is a good pick.
Maga composition to run it down.
Sokka backed up here, takes a pretty big blow, but Crazy Raccoon don't have the extra gas in the tank to reach him, so instantly he's back in the
Ooh,
fight.
man, Lip's gotta be careful.
Head laid low. A good rail though from the direction of Lip. Well, again, keep Stalker honest once more. Really slow start to this game. Both teams really locked in the neutral for the time being, but Proper goes a little bit low, and Falcon's starting to buckle under this pressure. Hanbin, low as he is still trying to
I feel you, Richard. They have that hero ban shit coming up next season too. I'm gonna ban Sombra like every fucking game. I can't stand playing against her. Ooh, filter down, stalker down.
Although Hanbin gets on top of Lip, it will be the rest of
There
Falcons
we go.
falling to the pressure of the Vara.
That's the opening they're looking for. It's off the first pick, of course, that Crazy Raccoon were able
I mean, they did good last push map until the end. They fumbled the end, bro. They had that shit.
might be on virtue of Proper being on the Genji. When it's time to full commit, he can absolutely dive in there with Hanbin, but he's saying it's so favored in these longer, drawn-out engagements in these neutral poke wars. He's developed a barrage already, man.
We'll see if he can get in position to use that barrage as He's going to get over to the high ground. This is going to be the Kitsune
There's the
rush here for
barrage.
Fielder and Co. But the barrage going to get nothing.
He's saying found himself
Stalker
in a
down
pretty
now.
risky position.
Chio
but is
down.
able
There we
just
go.
to clean up Stalker after the fact that
Oh, they get Junbin though.
Farah really changes the complexion of the way these
He
compositions
can get back
interact.
decently quick though.
And that's a second consecutive fight win here, I'd say, for Crazy Raccoon. Shu is able to make sure the plane is landed here, and now they're threatening a checkpoint.
So you're going to be able to use
It's looking
this
good, but they started
overclock
out last push map fucking
here
popping
later
off,
as
and then they
come out
fumbled
of the
that
spawn.
shit.
The
So
Kitsune rush available
please
to
don't
use
let that
here as
happen
well.
again.
Checkpoint would be
All right, we got
massive here. The
Overclock,
one advantage I would say we
Primal,
have here
and Kitsune
for
Rush.
Crazy Raccoon,
Falcons
obviously difficult
has
to play that
Blade,
Winston into the Mog, is there's some
Overclock,
really
and they
nice
got their
natural high
damn
ground that forces the Mog
Orbital
into the
Rush,
open
and they're coming up
space,
on
forces
Cage.
you to use those cooldowns
Cage
early.
Blade is a
Crazy
strong
Raccoon have obviously
combo.
cracked an orbital right here, so Falcons obviously are going to be primed to fight a brawl style here. So Crazy Raccoon want to poke them down, work on the periphery.
There's the
get good
overclocks on
damage,
both
and then
teams.
look to commit. But here's the orbital right coming out. Team Falcons happy now to use this to take control of the bot once more, move the fight back to neutral territory. But his blade
Popper pulled the blade. He didn't wait for the cage, so.
Crazy Raccoon. They're glad to back up, but Junbin snaps back in,
Oh,
and that's
shit.
the maneuverability of this Crazy Raccoon
Nice, Junbin.
composition. But they see an opening.
There we go,
They
Shu.
will take advantage.
Yet even when that
Look at that
orbital
body
ray
blocking
comes
his
on
ass.
through, right from Chia,
It's gonna be a
they
nice
just run away.
stagger.
They kite it completely. The blade
Nice,
also
nice,
proper.
nice.
We see him just on the hunt looking for anything. A lot like what we saw on Runasapi. It is Crazy Raccoon off to a fantastic start.
Wholesale changes to the composition here for Falcons. Farah, Sojourn, mirroring the DPS. Still keeping this,
Yeah,
Malgar
both
in the
teams
mix, but at least now Falcons have
got
some
fair
more
now.
potential. They've
So
gotta get
Proper got
back
off the
into
Genji,
Malgar.
and
Stalker's gotta start
Stalker got off the
connecting these
Sojourn to
shots,
let
keep Junbin
Proper have the Sojourn.
just out of that full confidence he's been able to display over the last few moments. He'll drop a bubble and get back on the low ground now, and Crazy Raccoon aren't really incentivized to push too aggressively past this point. They want to contain Falcons and force errors from them again.
So, see now, how do you bounce
Raccoon
back
with the
here if
barrage
you're
and the
Falcons? It'll be a
Primal.
cage
Got
right
beat
here.
coming up
Trying to get
soonish.
anybody, and it's
Did
just,
he whip
I
the
mean, look,
cage?
they're so slippery. This Crazy Raccoon lineup, you not get connect with nobody. Proper
dropping
and
the
Stalker
rush.
take huge damage here from Heesang.
Kitsune Rush is going to allow Falcons to get under
They're moving the bot,
causeway
too.
here, and Heesang eventually is brought down by Hanbin.
Yeah.
Lip has been out of the fight for some time. He was forced to fold away from Stalker, pressuring that right side of the map. So it's 4 players here for Crazy Raccoon and a sound barrier that was supposed to keep them in the fight, but they've got no interest in taking this engagement, Matt.
Yes, they have to back up as now finally Falcons, right? With some changes, right? You moved away from the Genji here. Stalker up on that high ground, now playing the Farah. So that potentially gives the option for Proper, right? You can play that Sojourn, but then also kind of flex over to some other things.
I feel like the comp switches definitely help Falcons.
Well,
for
we
the
got
time
Rush
being.
coming up soon.
It was Fielder's Kitsune Rush that got them within striking distance of Crazy Raccoon, and there's the Primal now being drawn out of Junbin. Stalker went pretty low, and Lip is able to find Fielder instead with the
With the
railgun.
Primal.
Safe landing here for
Get his
Junbin
ass.
right in
There we
front
go.
of Proper, and he'll make sure the job is done right.
Damn,
They've
Junbin's
lost the
down there.
Winston, but Crazy Raccoon still have that player advantage, and Harvard now is in a very compromising position. He'll eventually suffer for it.
Nice.
Crazy Raccoon, they get back up on the high ground.
Good fight
Junbin
win.
had to use that Primal. He gets hit with a big
Heesang still
railgun
has the
shot from
barrage,
Proper
but
really
Stalker's got
early, and that
barrage now
forces him,
too.
kind of
Chio's
opens in a
got
little bit
beat.
of a panic, maybe a
We got
reaction
Kitsune
to
Rush.
using that Primal, but knows you need to be able to fight that
Lip's coming
high
up on
ground, right?
Overclock
Falcons
too.
can start controlling the high ground, forcing Crazy Raccoon to be the aggressor, right? With this composition, that's where maybe the Manga can start to get rolling.
And we're back to
We
the
got the
status
forward
quo for
spawn
most
again.
of this map so far. We're 6 minutes in, and we've only seen so much of Esperanza. Falcons burst their way back in. There's going to be a barrage here for Stalker. Keep an eye out for it now as Heesang
There we
finds
go,
his
Heesang.
first. And this is not an answer for Team Falcons. They are silenced. An easy cleanup.
That's
Heesang
huge.
with 3 off the fight. And Crazy Raccoon will extend this lead.
Push the shit out of this
So
fucking
we will
robot.
see now as Crazy
Get all the
Raccoon
fucking meters you
making
can
a
get.
push here towards the Falcons spawn. Is man, this is just so similar to Runasapi.
They just gotta not
Sharon
fumble
will
it
end up
again,
having this
man.
beat, right? Potentially this beat could get
This
you
is
over
how
the
it
line,
was
but I
last
actually
push
like
map
this.
too.
They wrap
And then they
because this is a
fucking fumbled
horrible
it.
position for the Maga to fight from, right? This low ground to high ground, not where the Maga
Choron
wants to
coming
be.
up on B.
Abuse this
Falcons
topographical
has
advantage.
barrage and
Team Falcons have to
Overclock.
find a way to break
About to
this
have
deadlock, and
cage.
it might involve Stalker wrapping around, but that's risky. Puts him in a solo position where one correct railgun hit from Lip could end it for the Farah. So piecemeal. Falcons are trying to take this
It's definitely a
task.
better
Harvard
map
steps
for
forward,
Winston
trying to
than the
charge on.
last
You
one
can
because
see
you
Stalker's
got that bridge you can
at
jump
the
onto.
fringes of the lineup, and as Junbin down, he gets drawn into the muddy mess underneath the bridge. stage. Chio out of the fight here, but it's not enough for Crazy Raccoon to be going on. Such that the barrage is going to be invested now, but Lip is out of fight too. It's good. Likely not enough, but Falcons have been forced to invest just to get back into the map.
I thought Lip was gonna clutch up.
Still
And
about
he
60
got
meters,
two,
but you
but
got to get that checkpoint as well. Far behind in here is Falcons. Is a lot like how on Runasabi, where they were able to get a really nice play from Stalker, took out Heesang, who had a barrage, and that started to snowball things.
Falcons has
Feels
rush
like they
and
need a play
overclock.
to turn the tides. Maybe it is
So
going
Wrong's
to be
got beat
proper
though,
here
which
with
should
this
kind
overclock.
of negate it.
Slides away, Junbin immediately beeline for the back line. Proper wants to step forward now
Oh,
and sees a
nice
sound
beat.
barrier that could make it a little bit tougher, but he knows
Yeah,
he's going to do
Heesang's
damage.
down
That's
now.
his job.
Chio's
That
down.
is his prime directive. Chio is down. But Proper doesn't seem to mind. Sees Junbin looking like a decent morsel here, but opts to circumvent him instead. Into the back line, trying to punish the support. Shu dancing the bubble thrown down there by Junbin.
Nice, Chorong.
Perfect answer for Crazy Raccoon. And now Falcons, eyes roll skyward as they realize they've got a play from that oppressive low ground position
go.
again, potentially.
I imagine Crazy
Yeah,
Raccoon
it's
is gonna
definitely a
move
better
that
map
bot
for
to that
Winston because he can
position
jump up on
and
that
then
bridge
back
and
up
shit.
Yet again, as they've been able to fight. Having that Mulga challenge up there on the
Nice.
high ground. Sick shot there from Lip as, they take this high ground position, force that
Alright, Lip's
Mulga
about to
to
have
come through
overclock
that choke.
too.
Now, this is such a
Primal
tough
we got.
position,
We
right?
got the
There's
Sooner
no
Rush.
way
He
that
sings not
Falcons
far
can
from
access that
Barrage.
high ground.
And this time,
Falcons don't have
Falcons don't
anything.
have
They're
that
getting kind of close to beat.
wealth of
But
ultimates that they can use to bully their way into the map. KFaras trade each other out. It's a rare sight to see. Stalker and Heesang.
yeah, how'd that happen?
Pyrrhic eliminations on one another.
Both Ferris died to each other.
Keeps us a little bit in this deadlock scenario. Lip is looming large. With an overclock should it be needed. Harbin takes a lot more damage, I think, than he bargained for in that position. And has to get back to
There's
safety.
overclock.
Chio has a beat here. Can he use it to keep his team standing? He pops it straight away. Harbin belatedly does at
And
least
the
receive
rush.
the overshield. Chorong does not have that ultimate to work with, but a Kitsune Rush means that the healing throughput is going to be there for Shu. He's saying play safe. Low to the ground for now, and then opts to play on this high right ground. Junbin sees a backline
Nice.
opportunity, and Proper gets absolutely strung up.
And Chorong's got the beat here. You're going to continue to keep this rolling for Crazy
Oh,
Raccoon.
he
Stalker
died on
ends
his
up,
barrage.
taking himself out there on that Winston bubble. And he's
The
saying
boat, and that was a huge bubble.
as you come around the corner here. Under 30
Looking
seconds
good.
left. This map has been all Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, he fucking killed himself with the barrage because of the
Crazy
bubble.
Raccoon might be the first team in this series to win back-to-back maps. That
That's
surely
rough
puts them
for
in pole
Stalker.
position. Heesang folds away, sees the Malga come in his direction, but also aware
Falcons
that
are about to get a
Stalker's playing
couple
up above
ultimates.
that building. It's a barrage with
He's
no one
with the
really to take
barrage.
the damage. Harming
Can't
those
get nobody
Kenties
down.
head down. He has to stay inside for now, but Proper gets rid of the offending Farah. Lip carefully, studiously trying to find an opening here with these rails, but it's going to be Falcons breaking back into the game. And now they need
It's
to make a
overtime
repeat
though, so
performance of what we saw
they're
in
gonna have to win
Runasabi.
like 3-4 fights in a row to
Climb back into
even
the
get
game,
close.
but they're taking the first steps.
I mean, well, the hardest part about this is they
Oh,
don't
here's where
actually
they
have the
took each other out.
checkpoint at this moment, right? Is the
That's
Forest taking
crazy.
each other out with the Rex up in the sky is.
Yeah, I mean this is
Now
their
we
game to
will see
lose. If they
Falcons can
fumble
make
this,
run
that's
back.
gonna
I
be
think
crazy.
Proper is scared that they're gonna kind of like wrap around and take a really early fight.
Falcons have to win out the entire map from here. We've so rarely seen a comeback of this magnitude. The odds are surely stacked against them. But they've got a couple of ultimates to get them rolling. They've just accrued themselves that sound barrier. Proper goes deep, looking for the Farah pick up here. You've just got to take the options when they're served up. But Chorong is
Chorong
down.
down, he's sitting
Sound
there.
barrier, cage fight.
It's okay. They can afford to lose a fight or two.
Anything in reserve. Junbin only found Proper there, so Crazy Raccoon definitely on the losing end of that fight.
They're gonna come
To be
back with
expected at this
overclock.
point.
And
there's still a
Junbin's
lot
getting
of
close to
maps play,
primal,
including a
so
checkpoint, including a butt scratch.
they just need one fight win.
And Crazy Raccoon, they end up investing their Kitsune Rush there into that fight, but they're going to gain a little bit of time, right? The bot is going to stop. He's going to do the animation.
Overclock and
then
primal,
we'll
I think, will be
continue
enough.
to move on forward. So this is going to allow Crazy Raccoon, the bot's going to take a really long time to get a fight in that choke.
No more high ground really on this map though that Crazy Raccoon can abuse. Conversely, Team Falcons have to drop off this bridge eventually if they want to keep the bot moving, so they can't make use of that advantage spot at all. Stalker pops over the top,
There's
though,
overclock.
instantly garners the attention of Lip, who has an overclock active. Right
He's
now,
chunking Hanbin's ass with it. There we go.
Lip sees an opportunity to go for the kill, and he gets it. It's the
Nice
Malga out of the
try,
game,
come
and
back
Fielder
forward.
Full Stalker takes himself out of
Stalker
the
killed
action,
himself
and Crazy
again.
Raccoon deliver on their promise to come firing into this second half
There
of the
we go.
series with a win on Esperanza.
That's match point
They
now.
end up taking a hard-fought map there on Esperanza as they win 2 in a row here against Falcons. Yes, even playing that dive into that Mauga can be very difficult, but they did an excellent job.
So that was
taking fights where they had a
that was
huge
Falcon's
advantage,
pick,
right?
map pick.
Didn't want to
I'm
give up
surprised that they
high
would go
ground,
there.
Forcing that Mauga to play from
I
the
figured
low
they would go
ground,
to a
that
control map.
consistent poke was almost impossible to deal with.
And a map win here in map 5 means everything. It means that Crazy Raccoon will potentially have a chance to win the series on their map pick. Yes, Falcons will get to choose now. That'll bring us even in this series. But that advantage for Crazy Raccoon is a big deal, especially now with the map pool being reset as it was.
Yeah, and that was a Falcons map pick, but I also want to give you a little bit of context here at home about what happened here with that map pick after we look through some of the highlights. There's a little bit of spice coming with that one as we take a look, and this is the great spots that we see Crazy Raccoon fighting out of, right? Very difficult for that Mauga to go low to high. Not a lot of mobility, not really any mobility at all amongst the team, and then moving into that far up poke gets all those Mauga cooldowns down. Then that's where Junbin and Ko can go in. Nasty stuff.
What a ridiculous moment.
Yeah.
So worry the chance looking back.
But they, I mean,
obviously you're probably wondering,
they won the last push map, but it was pretty close, and they were losing like the entire time, and they came back and won it at the end. So I'm surprised they wouldn't just go to a control map where they
map was a Falcons map
more
pick, but
confident on.
they actually submitted the pick in late. So you have 60 seconds. Believe Crazy Raccoon, they're timing that thing really good. I believe it comes in a few seconds after. So Crazy Raccoon kind of calls out on it. That actually has the map being randomized for that. But the map pick that they would have had anyway was Esperanza, so they kind of got quite fortunate there.
Okay,
but
well, they
just
would
a
have
little
picked it
extra
anyway, I
drama
guess.
added to the series.
I didn't know that. If they don't pick a map in the 60 seconds, then they pick a random one.
And they come off decidedly second.
But I guess it ended up being the same map that they were going to pick anyway. But
Especially now that they're staring down the barrel. This is a verified.
I'm surprised they didn't go to a control map. But
I imagine they get their map pick in on time for this one. So
yeah, I mean,
they have to know that.
It was a situation which, like, Crazy Raccoon, they see it comes in, they call for a rules enforcement. They say, you know, we want this to be policed as per the letter of the rules, and you know, in a situation like this where timing is
I kind of like it from Crazy Raccoon, if I'm honest. Like, you were playing quite well, your head dived down, right? Let's get going. Let's get into the next one. Let's kind of cycle this one through, right? Let's keep things going in our direction. We see the map pick there. It ends up working out for Falcons at the end of getting the map that they originally would have selected, but they don't get a win on it.
Yeah, bizarre that they actually end up on the exact map they wanted, but a lot to talk about there.
yeah, it's going to be crazy if it goes to 3-3.
Playing the Mauga composition, they're
Comes down
opting not
to
to try
one
and
last game.
you know, match these Winstons whatsoever. You can have a look at the map.
Oh, they're going to Circle Royale.
Royal has been picked by Falcons now. Again,
So they're probably going to sub Max in, right?
We've discussed pretty extensively, actually,
Sub
sort of
Junbin out.
coming into this. So,
And do you think there's a sub here for Crazy Raccoon potentially, right? This is where we would potentially see Max play. You know, where we've seen him play, you know, play that Ramattra. Ooh, I was going to say play the Ramattra, but the Ramatra's gone.
so I just want to also, another clarification. Obviously, our map set graphic can sometimes indicate that, you know, with the reset, you can select the same map again. That obviously, for those that are keeping track at home, is not the case. Yeah. So we couldn't have gone back to Ruinous Harpy. We can't repeat maps that have already been played in a separate series, even though we have like a refreshed looking graphic.
Yeah, I wanted to go 3-3 because I want another game out of it.
But two of the key maps that we talked about, right, with Circuit and
And it just to come down to, you know,
available. So it will be a Juno band
one,
from
you know what I mean? I don't know.
Raccoon that comes on
Plus,
out.
it's just like
Max
makes it
also
exciting.
coming on in for CR. So what are you looking at here? I mean, you could play like, you can still play like Mauga, right? You can play probably Sigma here, right?
Nightmare, yes, you could. Nightmare tried to play Winston here. They actually had a ban against him the next time they tried to run it back. Now, I don't know if that's a particularly amazing option, but with Juno ban, it also makes
will
you
they
think
ban
a little bit
Ramattra
about
and
how you're
Juno?
crafting your backline, right? It does actually open
So
up.
they're both teams are going to
their
run
sort of
Lucio
the
probably then,
out-of-break
right?
Winston
I don't know
strategy,
that
but
speed.
Kiriko, Lucio, look, that you can definitely go in that direction. But it still begs the question of
Yeah,
whether
I think we'll see
Winston
May.
comp is good to come into. Against the poke comp, the Sigma, it's very, very hard to play.
Though I don't know, they might just go
on this
Pharah.
particular map. It's
They've been
really
playing
hard.
Pharah
We've
a
seen
lot.
teams
So.
go to May throughout this event on this map as well. We've seen
With the Sigma setup.
with the Sigma
They are
as
subbing
well.
Max in.
So the May potentially an option here for Circuit Royale, as this is an absolute must.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see Sigma
Falcons tournament lives
or
on the
Diva.
line.
Now, these guys are familiar with playing 6 maps in a final, right? They've been here before, but in an arena like this, the adrenaline, it tends to leave you pretty drained. We get into the business end of the series now, and here there is no more second chances for Falcons. They make one wrong step here, and they will cede that Champions Clash title over to Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, I wanted to go 3-3. I wanted one more game.
Just probably despise losing to each other. Look, you're calling somebody out on a light map selection. You despise playing that team.
Yeah, they're like they're the sticklers for the rules. Now you're getting me out here with a bit of venom, I think.
You're taking the rule book out.
But again,
So who attacks first and who defends
It's
first?
the answer to the Sigma comps for teams that want to be more proactive. That said, Crazy Raccoon did not go in the Ramatra direction when we last saw this map from them. They were content to play that Sigma setup. They were content to may wall up and just buy a lot of space, make use of their poke DPS composition. But both sides have good Sojourn and Pharah looks, right?
Yes.
We might see those DPS lines pitted against each other, if not May.
And I feel like for Crazy Raccoon that Lip has come alive the later portion of this series, right? We were talking back, you think to Suravasa, where Stalker was really
Yeah, they did. They played this map earlier against Nightmare, and they did play May, so Heesang was on May.
As you went into like Brute 66 and things like that, started to play really well on the Sojourn.
Absolutely something to keep in the back of your mind. We, oddly enough, saw like a Baptiste man on this map earlier on in the tournament. I think that was against Virtus Pro.
Yeah.
No team has really wanted to go in that direction. No team has really tried. Also, that we've seen Zen banned on this map as well, so haven't really seen that rolled out again in those slower, more poke-oriented compositions. It's maybe something you can go for. That was Lip, for those wondering, in his old Shanghai Dragons raiment. 3 maps, 1 here for Crazy Raccoon. Again,
it feels like the momentum's going their way.
You can feel the shift in that previous map. The fact that Falcons were playing so much of that game from the low ground, just sort of trapped there by Crazy Raccoon, who just said, we've got the better comp here. You guys want to play Malga? We're just gonna, you have no verticality with your tank.
Right.
You have to basically, in order to win the fight, you need to Kitsune rush forward, charge onto the bot, force us to fight you down there, and then push through. And that's a cadence you can only go for every, like 90 seconds max? Like, it's very, very hard to sort of be an active participant.
And even if you get close, if you're Falcons, you can just kite if you are a Crazy Raccoon, right? I mean, everybody has mobility. Even if you start to close that gap, they're just going to make that gap even further, right? You're going to be able to Sojourn slide away. The bar is up in the sky, right? You can get that Winston out of there pretty quick. So not a lot of opportunities for Falcons to get things going.
And you kind of surface the idea of taking Malga onto a map like this. You suffer the same problems a little bit on the attack side of Circuit Royal. On that second phase of the map, you've got to literally...
Yeah, you think they're going to go Malga again? I don't really think they will on this map.
A Malga comp can lose valuable minutes on that part of the
I think they'll, if anything, they'll go Diva. Because they had good success with Diva earlier, so...
Which will likely be a factor here with Juno being banned. We're heading into the map in
I think Max is going to go Sigma,
Crazy
probably.
Raccoon have an opportunity to close the series
I
out
don't know
here
if
and
Hanbin plays Sigma.
to the victors of
Yeah,
your
it looks like he's
Champions
gonna
Clash. It's a
Diva.
match point for them. And they're
Max
the
on
ones
the
that had to
Sigma,
desperately
Heesang on
find
the
their way
May.
through the lower brackets. We get a hover the Baptiste already. One of the first outings for that we would have seen at this tournament, if that remains to be the case, and Field is showing us one of his own specialties there. The Moira would be quite the look.
Hey, dude, the Shu Baptiste is no joke. I mean,
it's legendary.
If he comes out on this, that is a
He's
bit
probably
of a
just
curveball
trolling. He's
there.
probably going to switch as soon as
I think is a play that
it gets
no
close.
Overwatch fan of that era will ever forget. He's
I
dangerous.
mean, it probably wouldn't be a terrible idea to just throw a fucking damage orb out there just for
with that May as well, right? May Sigma already very difficult to kill. Now with
just
that
sling a
immortality
damage orb
field.
and then switch.
So it looks like potentially Falcons see if they decide to play a map of their own.
So Crazy Raccoon do subscribe to the poke
Stalker's going to the
doctrine here and
Genji,
Petal Max
Stalker's
out
over on the
Sigma.
Sojourn.
Baptiste
Yeah, it looks like they're going to see Baptiste on both
going that
sides.
direction. It's a little different the way it plays with the Diva. Hamden will have to return for a refuel in terms of health.
I personally think Raccoon's
Get
comp
that
is stronger.
guaranteed
I think the May and Sigma
It's
is
something that we've seen from Sigmas when they play against that Diva.
It's gonna be better
is being
than
able to cycle that
Genji
accretion,
Diva.
right? Being able to kind of like reduce that cooldown on the accretion with the perk, and then being able to just kind of constantly have those rocks. Because
sling
the
them
Diva can
fucking
do nothing
icicles in there.
against it.
Falcons want to take space. They've got to use this Diva well. Remember that accretion is so important in this
Oh,
matchup, and there
yeah,
it is.
Chio.
Heesang deals with Chio already. Falcons need the speed.
There we
They don't
go.
have the ability to actually put pressure on a Crazy Raccoon without those burst moments.
Yeah, and you're going to have to use that defense matrix, right, to get past some of this damage that comes on down to allow the Cropper to get in position on the Genji. I do wonder if Falcons like read this. I wonder if Falcons maybe thought there was going to be like a Pharah on the other side or something, and being able to get a little bit more use out of that D.Va.
Good pressure here from Proper. He dives in, but that durability's there for Crazy Raccoon, and Immortality Field now thrown down.
They are kind of giving up a lot of ground, though. Damn, Field already had window.
Maywall buys valuable seconds for Crazy Raccoon to get themselves set up around this, but they've still got to answer the threat of the damage.
Fuck, Max is
There's
low.
the kinetic
Oh,
blast,
shit.
but Proper's able to circumvent that for the most part now, and oh, buddy, it's not
He
a good
used
look
window,
for Shu.
too.
Pressure down,
Oh,
Air Matrix
man.
Pop, and nowhere to make good use of it.
Proper popping off on the Genji.
Filthy stuff. As it's an early Amp Matrix there from Fielder. Gets him around the corner. We've seen that in just kind of so many games.
But it's
here
all
on
good,
Circle
because if you
Royale,
can just
where
wipe
get
them
that
one
Amp
time,
Matrix
then
on
you can
that
just
corner.
reset up on that
Players,
choke down
there's
there.
nowhere for them to hide. Max
So-
already had used the kinetic grasp.
Cho'Rong
not enough
got
to
beat.
Be able to kind of keep him up through that. And Shu uses
Proper has
his Amp
Blade,
Matrix
though, and
towards the end,
Stalker's
so
about to
not
have
going to
fucking
that for this next
overclock.
game.
Very reactive use of that ability there. Proper just does such a great opportunity at identifying, a job rather, of identifying the window to go in, fully commit against this poke composition. Here's a Blade, speaking
There's
of
a
going in,
Blade,
Proper's
nice.
going for it.
Got the
Sound
beat.
barrier now mutually for both sides, so Proper needs to take
Grab
a
somebody with that
sidebar.
fucking thing.
And the Gravitic Flux being used mostly as
Oh,
a
fuck,
deterrent
he
here.
didn't get
Falcon's
anybody.
so mobile, no one's going to be caught in it. Max has to be satisfied with the space he's been able to buy with that ultimate, but a self-destruct comes in
Overclock
over
on
the
both
top of the
sides
steering
here.
prospect, but everybody on the defender side splits.
Nice, I'm mega
Fielder
killed.
brought down, Immortality Field not enough to keep him alive.
Okay, that's all they needed, because now they can just reset up on the choke down there.
Grinding to a halt.
It's a lot thrown in there from Crazy Raccoon.
That's
but
what's
it
fucking
also
crazy about
feels
this
like a
map, is
little
they can
bit of a
just...
must-win fight, right?
You can either just hold this high ground or go back down there and hold that damn...
Card is going to be basically at that second checkpoint. There's going to be a ton of time
that first
available
curve
for
moment.
Falcons. So you have to invest heavily there.
They're gonna hold the high ground, though.
Absolutely must win that fight. As also, Cho'Rong comes out now on the brink, so want to play a little bit slower.
Really defensive slant
Yeah,
here for
Cho'Rong
Crazy
did
Raccoon,
switch.
but again, against a D.Va, it's a pretty reasonable option. Especially with those perks.
I think the
making
break
his
is good, though.
Firefox off whip shot hits even better. Maywall thrown up, Air Matrix deployed by Shu. Fielder, with lacking a prior opportunity,
Oh,
goes
fuck.
for it now, and Cho'Rong falls to a disruptor shot of all things. Overclock now for
Soccer
Stalker,
with the
finally moves
overclock.
out into the open to guarantee good
I thought he had already used it.
And Max
I guess he
knows
didn't.
his time is short, even
Unless he
under
built
the
another one
Immortality
that quick,
Field,
but I don't think
he
so.
lacked the backup.
It is a very sturdy comp there for Crazy Raccoon, right? I mean, with the Immortality.
Yeah, dude, this map can be brutal because of that high ground choke right there.
That time you had a May
And yeah, same with Shambali.
Feels like you were just kind of
I honestly hate playing both of them.
right? Is now you get a Genji in the mix here for Crazy
Man, they're
Raccoon.
moving
Give a
kinda
little bit
quick.
More of a threat to Falcons.
Can he say hang there with what Proper's been able to provide so far? It's been a true showing already on this Genji. And there was another Blade ready to go. This time, no sound barrier to blunt it. He's looking for a way in. Already, Max taking a pretty decent amount of
There's a
poke down. It's
Blade.
time for it now. Burst of main tank is what Proper says. Get rid of the Sigma, and they get the job done. Max out of the game now, and Crazy Raccoon are in absolute tatters. Hanvin's having to give up his mech for this, surely. It's a very convincing attack side fight as this card still on the move.
And Proper puts a swing of the Dragon Blade into Max. It's actually a nice Immortality Field thrown in there from Shu.
Need to wipe him here with the
As that
rally.
Immortality Field comes down,
And maybe
Hanvin
the
there
flux
with
coming
Proper
up.
deals with it. And then Proper just continues to go to work with that blade as the cart continues to move here towards the end. Proper doing a nice job controlling this high ground.
Yeah, again, Proper just, again, timing the accretion. Maybe knows that Max doesn't have the
There's
chance
the
to hit
rally,
with that.
they forced it.
Immortality Field's already forced. This is a great result for Falcons, and they're going to continue to apply the pressure. Running
He's
forward
beat,
in
though.
numbers now at a sound barrier.
And they might get the full
know
cap here.
that the end
Sheesh.
of the map is so close. Get into spawn, trap Crazy Raccoon out of the game, and make sure they get a clean finish here. The Venture picked up by Lippin. In he comes. Max switches over towards the D.Va, and Cho'Rong is on the Ana. Weird looks here for Crazy
Cho'Rong on
Raccoon, but
Ana.
whatever it takes to keep them in the map, they will do.
Oh, fuck.
Max is demeched. Lecard snuck in. Just under 3 minutes to play.
Damn, that's rough, dude. I think we are going to go to a 3-3 series.
Fast there from Falcons. Max comes
That's
in,
gonna
they
be
play
tough to
Sigma
match. I mean,
composition
that's
a
crazy.
little bit slower in
I honestly thought
design.
yeah, I think we're going to see a 3-3.
care at
I
all.
thought
They run it right
the
past
Sigma May was going to
that
be way
Sigma
stronger,
playing a
but
D.Va look with Proper on the Genji.
yeah,
That's
proper
a
Genji
lot
is
of
just
time
crazy.
in the time bank here, man.
It's really not something you often think
And
about. when
Fielder
you're
getting
managing
that first
poke
window, that
compositions
window
playing
first,
in like a Sigma style mirror. But the Genji does
that
give you the
allowed him
option
to get a
because
lot of
sometimes
fucking
the poke comps,
momentum.
They get good damage, but there's enough
They
time
never really
for,
recovered
you know,
after
the
that,
receiving
honestly.
team
Well,
to throw
they got the
a
one
wall
fight
up, throw
win, but
Immortality Field down, get that player top back up, and we just move back into a deadlocked scenario. but Proper just has the presence of mind to know, hey, I can actually get in and get out here, commit for a kill and get back to safety. And player advantage in the poke mirror, Matt, is everything.
So the Falcons will ditch the Genji on D, so they will go to the Mei, as Mei has actually turned into a really popular pick from the top teams on this map, at least here at Champions
Yeah, if
Clash.
they push all the way, it's going to be in
Fielder
like
will
overtime or
play
something.
The Baptiste, they'll combo that with the Lucio.
That's going to be really
Hanbin
tough to
stays on the
fucking
D.Va.
match.
What does Crazy Raccoon do? 253 in the time bank there.
Especially
for
because this
Falcons,
map
so
can be
Crazy
so
Raccoon,
just
they gotta
punishing and
fly.
brutal. Like, you get wiped one time and they can just reset up on that high ground and choke or whatever down there. Zarya and Cassidy. This is crazy.
Max can provide with his left clicks, and the bubbles honestly get a ton of value when you have a Genji to charge forward with it.
With how aggressive that Chorong likes to play as well. You see it there on the Lucio. Just send him into the mix, and you want to create space.
It's fun to see something different.
Way that Hanbin is going to be able to stand there and go toe-to-toe with Max.
The jury is definitely out, though, about whether the Zarya is going to be the ticket to get them through the map. You can see Max is charged the heck up. Lip on the Cassidy as well. Such an interesting comp, but Baptiste is a great complement to this. Immortality Field plays really well with Zarya, buys her time to get those bubble cooldowns back up to keep her in the fight, keep her charged and ready to rumble.
They don't have much protection against the Sojourn rails, though. That's the thing.
Feel like they have tons of opportunities to gain edges. Maxo ignores the D.Va right now. See, Hanbin knows he's just going to get stripped down to his nuts and bolts every time he shows up.
He's fucking juiced up, though. He's full damn charged.
Just proper.
Nice,
no
dude.
way you're going to be able to live
Holy
there.
shit.
Using that Mei
It's
wall
working.
to try and keep Hanbin alive, separating him from the rest of the team. It's a filthy comp here from Crazy Raccoon off the rip.
It just would be something unbelievable. The Crazy Raccoon bring their pinch hitter in and win the Champions Clash on Zarya. I know I'm speaking a little bit too early, but Hanbin switching back.
Hanbin on
We have a
Zarya.
good old-fashioned gentleman's duel on the front line, folks. Team Falcons and Crazy Raccoon happy to get their hands
This is
dirty.
crazy.
I mean, at least in the games that we've gassed, this is the first time we've seen Zarya all weekend. So this is, and you can hear by the crowd's reaction, this is not a regular
Proper
occurrence
staying over on
here.
the Mei.
God, the mind games now. Trading bubbles in the front line, trying to deny charge from the enemy Zarya, trying to force the bubbles out.
Shoes down. He's sitting down.
If you're going to come with a king on the Zarya mirror, you best not miss. And Team Falcons look comfortable with this change of comp.
Well, so
This is pretty bad for them because even though they got the checkpoint, they're just going to set back up down here on this fucking curve. That's what I was talking about.
Just getting Mei there with proper. With
Actually, going to give the space
from
up and take
Hanbin.
high ground.
Good luck taking the Mei out as now Falcons stabilize on.
But still, I mean, that's just as bad.
4 minutes 13 to play with. A great early
I think
thrust
after
from Crazy
Proper
Raccoon, but
uses
obviously
Blizzard,
losing
he's
that
going to
previous
switch
fight.
over to
They've
Genji.
built up a Graviton surge. And Hanbin's got to be aware of this now. There's surely an ultimate that you're looking to track. Max has to back away now. Air Matrix will be thrown up in response for Crazy Raccoon.
He's
It's a little
saying
bit
that Felder,
awkward.
Lip got
Shoes the
Stalker.
only casualty though. So
Shoes
the
down,
attackers
though.
still have priority. Still some tempo to work with now. And Hanbin's having to look back behind him. Everybody surrounding the Zarya. Leaving Hanbin essentially for last. Crazy Raccoon back on the march again.
So they will continue to get the payload moving here. As
I think Proper's going to switch to Genji. Stalker's over on the Ashe.
Here. So
This game's pretty crazy. Yeah, Proper went to Genji. That's what I
still playing
expected.
that Zarya in the mix. So
Pretty exciting to see
obviously you're
something
going to
fucking
have that
different.
bubble for Proper potentially going in, finishing out some of that
Something
damage
completely
that
off the-
Stalker's going to be able to put down with dynamites.
Out of left field. Oh, he's slicing the hell out of that bubble. Oh, he still got him.
Fielder's Immortality Field buys a little bit of time and results in a trade ultimately. Now though he goes down.
Ooh, big ol' Lip.
Missing a Lip now with the 6-shooter. Dishing out the deeps. Hanbin here is just going to be forced back. There's really no reason that he'd be able to hang. Crazy Raccoon, man.
Damn, they're fucking doing it, bro.
Doing an insane job of pushing through this map. 4:25 to play.
She picked up 2 right there, too. Damn.
The Zarya perk of choice appeared to be jump ups for Max, so just increasing the self knockback of the secondary fire. It's
Showrong's about to have beat also. They got high noon, but he might as well not even have it fucking ult at all.
It gives Zarya the access to be able to get some high ground, right?
Hanbin with the grab though, and Fielder's got
With the
window.
right click is there's a dynamite from Stalker to the high ground. Is Falcons, I think they
Bro, it's
feel
gonna be
like they know
crazy if they
need
cap
to
this, I mean.
dislodge Crazy Raccoon from this position.
Awkward though. Hanbin has to just basically turn his eyes to the sky and hope that Proper can make good use of the barrier, but it expires.
I honestly can't believe they mirrored the
Hanbin, I think that is ridiculous.
can't believe they mirrored the Zarya. I thought they were gonna stay D.Va for sure.
Just use it again, he said.
Okay, Can they try Genji? So look, they're going to come back in. The ring engagement.
Oh, they used to beat.
And I see the Air Matrix and think better of it. They got Hanbin though.
They
so
do
it
have the
does
player
give them an
advantage.
opportunity.
Yeah, so they're going to be able to get the payload
Just
moving
waiting
here
that
after
window
this,
out.
right? They kind of wait for this Ant Matrix to wear down. But now, dude, Crazy Raccoon, you're going to be able to come in. You got this Deadeye Ant Matrix here in this open space towards the end of the map.
They're gonna have to try and get Stalker off that high ground.
Forward here, Falcons though they've had to give up a
The
bit of
Ash up
space.
there is gonna be tough to deal with.
Amplification Matrix at the ready here for Shu. Deadeye to clear some space as well. Stalker can't really peer into that sight line for the time being. Lip likely will only get a free reload, but it gives a little bit of extra card progress. Here comes
There's Bob.
Though Lip has to concede this space. Desperately, Shu's getting an immortality field down. It's cleared out, but
They
he
put
keeps
the
his
window down.
allies alive, crucially. And Max is ready to fight back in a moment's notice. Soundberry, though, popped by Falcons. They want to keep pushing up. But Proper
Oh, they got Proper.
he gets caught out. It ends
Oh,
up
he's saying down no Genji for either team.
the spotter perks picked up by Max are going to be a supportive look here on the Zarya, but he's close to a grappling.
They're getting aggressive, man. They're pushing in.
Crazy Raccoon have fallen behind Falcons time bank. Gio, though, might be down. Hanbin.
Oh, Hanbin getting melted. Oh.
There's a whole house card there to touch.
Holy shit, dude. This game's crazy.
17, I believe, on
This
the
is
clock
fun to
now
see.
For Falcons. You would did not have Zarya mirrors on your bingo card, maybe.
I'm so glad Crazy Raccoons beat Nightmare the second time. The grand finals would not have been nearly as good if it was Nightmare and Crazy Nightmare and Team Falcons.
Health regeneration and increases movement speed. So it's an amazing pair with a Genji. Lets them be even more lethal as they get into the backline, or even just allows you to.
Now are they gonna both go Zarya again? You think?
The threat of Crazy Raccoon playing the
No,
Zarya.
Hanbin's going over back to
I
Diva.
would have actually said completely takes the Diva off the table. This is ballsy. But they'll go with it. So this is pretty ballsy here for Falcons, because I would have assumed that knowing
I
that
can't.
the Crazy
Oh, Max is
Raccoon
going to Diva.
played the Zarya
Oh, no, he's
right
just
off the rip
fucking around.
would have taken the Diva off of the table on defense, because you would assume.
I'm honestly
that they did it
surprised
one time,
Hanbin
they're
went
gonna do it
Zarya.
again. This time though, they actually
I'm
combo
surprised he didn't
instead
just
of,
stay
with a
Diva the whole
soldier,
time.
They actually go Genji Mei. So maybe they just want to play this with the Diva even more aggressive.
At this point, the time bank difference is negligible. It just doesn't matter. It feels like we've reset the entire map. After having reset the
All right,
map
here we
board
go.
already. Crazy Raccoon, though, will have to attack first, being 17
Lips on the
seconds
Ash this
behind
time,
in
though.
But instantly, they show the Zarya. Instantly, Hanbin has to turn tail. He's got to respect the fact that Max can ignore Defense Matrix.
I don't believe with this change, though, in terms of the damage dealers, that this is going to bother Crazy Raccoon that much. I think they will continue
Stalker's
to
on
play
the Mei this time.
this Zarya willingly into the Diva. I mean, this time they actually use an Axe, so a little bit more long-range poke.
This game is going to be
Damn,
predicated
Stalker
on
with the right
Genji
click.
overextension.
Yeah.
It happened a lot in the previous round. And you see the Hanks that he's saying just gets a little bit too brazen. Sometimes getting a Zarya bubble can give you delusions of grandeur, make you think you can pull off more than you should, and it gets punished there.
Damn, Stalker's going crazy on the Mei.
Range. And yeah, also you have the Mei wall, right? Being able to kind of like, if the Genji goes in, right? Maybe dashes on in, gets a Zarya bubble. Now all of a sudden,
Lips going Widow.
there is a Mei wall behind.
He's walking out the spawn.
Why not? Let's go for it.
We are rolling back the years. And it's pure
Oh,
fan
shit,
service at this
dude.
point.
Come on, hit some nice
Widow,
snakes.
legendary. But does he have a good sideline? Sorga does copper hit in this really unfavored scenario for Mei, but you can
It's hard to play
walk
Widow
out
into
the Widow.
Diva, though.
Perfect response. Falcons
If that
have
happens.
Genji in there, but Proper is going to be traded out.
Proper's
Choose
on.
immortality field, buys enough time, but once more is Hanbin. Sees the Baptiste in a slightly overextended position and punishes. 32 seconds left.
I was going to say, I don't
Switching
think
to
the Widow's the
Cass.
answer, so they will go Cassidy here. So Cassidy's going to give them a little bit more brawl potential, especially if the Falcons wants to get aggressive with this Mei Genji.
They got to get something going here.
So many interactions.
He's saying almost has blade, though.
Blizzard is now virtually available for him.
Need a big Heesang blade.
To come online, well, Heesang's blade a
And
little
she's
bit
about to have window.
Can he make do with a Zarya bubble and a blade into the backline? He's got to get through the immortality field first.
Also, yeah, Matrix farming up here for Shu, right? You're going to have the
He's about to
Cassidy
chuck
with
the
that
Blizzard in overtime.
To work with, Matt. That's the win condition here for Crazy Raccoon to try and take this fight in a potential checkpoint. Here's the blade in the
There it
backline,
goes.
but the Blizzard will go into the backline of Crazy Raccoon. It's Heesang's blade. Oh, fielder!
Nice, Heesang gets fielder and Chio.
Can't make use of it, and Heesang finds the whole backline with the blade. That's the opening you're looking for. That's the ticket for Crazy Raccoon. They'll earn the checkpoint.
And there's the cap.
And they're still online.
Yeah, the support separate there for Falcons is Shio had the rally rolling, and Fielder kind of goes inside, maybe trying to get a line of sight on some of the other members.
That's pretty huge. If they get another fight win here, that's going to be crazy.
Both supports there, so Falcons now.
Chorong does have beat.
Have to battle back towards the card as we go into.
They're going to trade it for Blade.
Crazy Raccoon, they're end up with a sound barrier here, and they're also going to end up with this grab. So some big ultimates. Like, can you get a grab maybe onto proper? Yeah, can you catch him?
Defense matrix though means you've got to be careful about how you use that ultimate.
Stalker's trying to hit his ass with ice.
Max closer to that grab, but proper is. Oh, he's itching to
There's Blade, there's the beat. Lip didn't get it though. Oh, pop it down though.
It's Shu on the back. It was always meant to be. Eventually, though, Sheik will fall. Falcons need Harmon to stay in the fight. He gets a free remake here. Max has a bubble, throws it up. He's healthy, but not enough to stay in this. Now Harmon with a remake back on the card, forcing Hee-Sang away, and that'll be that.
Not bad though. They got that fucking cap.
Meters, and an extra checkpoint earned in extra time for Crazy Raccoon is all they'll get.
It's a pretty decent push though. All
Yeah,
things
that wasn't a bad
right?
push at all. He only got 2 minutes.
On the
So.
clock here for Falcons. I'm actually just more curious of what we see from
Let's see
Crazy
what,
Raccoon on defense, right?
yeah, let's see what
Do
defense
you come out
we're
with
seeing.
Zarya off the rip, right? Is there a comp that then you could see maybe take advantage of that Zarya that we could see Falcons go to on the offensive side? Or do we just end up in that bizarre Zarya head-to-head?
The issue for the defensive Zarya
This could be it, man. If their push is weak here, it's over.
If he doesn't have high charge, circumvented, I mean, that the zero charge particle beam is really just a tickle to a
Oh,
demon.
they're going.
No, it will be the Sigma look here, which makes sense.
They're going Sigma and then
Torps.
All right,
Torps
why
in.
not?
Oh boy, we are headed to the car wash, folks.
Look, this is a holding down.
I mean, this
choke,
double
though, is
turret's
gonna
gonna be fucking
very
annoying for them.
difficult, you know, for Team
But those
Falcons
turrets
to
are gonna
push on
charge. If
through.
Hanbin comes out on. Oh, that turret way up there. But that's just gonna charge Hanbin up if he comes out on Zarya.
Yes,
you come out with them. So
I forget that shit in overtime. You get both your
Very
perks.
into this. So I was talking about maybe we end up seeing some Maga here on circuit.
Nope, he's back to
We
Diva.
see Maga into Sigma to kind of get around that shield, right?
Diva instead.
Okay, so
Hee-Sang turret goes down early. Crazy Raccoon trade their poke potential in for amazing defensive capacity in their
down.
backline, and they surge ahead
Put it
instantly.
down.
Zork is the first pick.
They're getting aggressive with that turret. Oh shit!
Pick on Shio there, insult to injury, and that's the turret behind.
He threw the turret. He threw the turret up top of it.
it is so difficult to deal with, and that is a huge fight win that basically takes any advantage that Falcons had in terms of that time bank, that really early one. 17 seconds ahead, off the table. Okay, why not?
Hanbin on the Reinhardt.
The Reinhardt here for Hanbin. That's a reinforced get up on his feet. It's getting real here, folks. Falcons now move up. They've got the mobile shield. Max instantly respects it.
That turret's way fucking up top again.
Blocks entirely. Hanbin shrugs that off quite happily. Now Max has to worry about everybody surrounding him. As Shu going down. Proper was able to get in and get rid of the Baptiste. 1 minute 18 left, but the damage isn't there for the defenders. Now Lip's out of the game as well. And Team Falcons have come up with the answer for now.
Is it Hottie in the London Spitfire out there? Or is that Team Falcons?
I actually thought like,
We get
what can they even fucking do against that shit? But
Reinhardt here, using the sim to get past that Sigma shield, and then in combination with the Mei, being able to brawl out. He's saying going over to the far. There is no response really outside of Fielder.
oh yeah, that far is gonna be hard to deal with for him.
Not much you can really do about it. Yeah, the BAP can shoot it, but it's really not enough to work with. 45 seconds left here for Falcons, but they've got their support ultimates
there's the wall.
online. Here's the symbol now. Crazy Raccoon by a lot of space. Harmin's shield gets chewed through there by Lip, and it's easy for Crazy
Damn, I think this is gonna be GG, man.
Defensively on the map. Lippy wants to TP forward and stagger this out longer. Team Falcons have one more chance with 2 support ultimates to stay in the map, and they're switching.
Both teams have the support ultimates though.
And now it's a blizzard from Stalker, so that gets absolutely nothing here. As now
Yeah, you can just charge that fucking beam up on that thing.
towards that payload. Crazy Raccoon,
When that
they're
beam is
back up.
charged,
They
man,
want to
it
get
is
fight at this one,
crazy.
choke.
Max respects it. Gravitic Flux could be big. Normally it's easy to dodge, but Falcons have to play on the card. It
Here are
could
the
force
support
a
ultimates on
Charlie
both teams.
TP behind, respected, dealt with. Harvey wants to
Yeah,
step up
they're
here, but
holding
has to
them.
double back
Okay,
pretty
there's one
easily.
though.
Now the sim turrets are a problem. We're in overtime. Here's the sound barrier
There's
for
the
both
beats.
sides. The Falcons is earlier. How can they hang in here? Flux catches out the sim.
Got him with the
Fielder and
flux.
Hee-Sang traded out. Proper is brought back down to
I think that's it.
Gravity bites, folks. It hits hard. It's Crazy Raccoon now behind this defensive
That's it. GG's.
Emerging from the lower bracket,
Let's
Bloodshot
go.
Warriors, entrails of their foes still hanging. They will take what is theirs, stay ahead in this legendary head-to-head, and claim the title of Champions Clash victors.
They battle back all the way.
That's looking crazy.
through the losers
Dude, I thought
bracket, and
after that first
match
initial
here
push by Falcons where they capped that shit with all that time, I was like,
really
man,
had
there
it
is
all.
no
I mean, we
way.
started to see every
That was
different
fucking
kind of
crazy.
composition you can think of. And Crazy Raccoon just too strong in the end this time.
We may never see a series of Overwatch quite like this one. It is neck and neck.
Yeah, I would have too, man.
Full reset. We go to Esperanza.
That was crazy. That last game was insane,
Advantage
dude.
there. They got the Winston comp. And then we enter a bizarro world of Overwatch where, frankly, everything is made up and the points just don't matter. We start with poke compositions. There's a diva there for Hanbin. But now, Crazy Raccoon have done enough to be your champions in Hangzhou.
They did it, dude. That was awesome.
And this one has to sting for Falcons, but Crazy Raccoon, they reign supreme today.
I cannot believe we had a Zarya versus a Reinhardt.
Your champions, Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, they took that. They got beaten and came back to the lower bracket and fucking went crazy. So I think they had to play like way more games than Falcons did. Like twice as many games, I think. That was my team that I would have betted on to win the whole thing from the get-go. I wanted once again to win, but if I was a betting person, I would have bet on Raccoons. That was an awesome grand finals. This whole event was really cool. I definitely like lived up to the hype and expectations I had for it.
Coach Moon, fantastic job today. Last time you fought your way out of the lower bracket on the international stage to fight Falcons, you guys lost, but this time you guys won. What was different? 자, 저번에 국제 토너먼트라고 해야 될까요? 이제 팔콘과의 경기 스톡홀름에서 있었는데 그때는 패배를 했고 이번에는 우승을 하시게 되셨습니다. 어떤 다른 점이 있으셨나요?
그때는 메타 차이가 있었고 지금은 뱀픽이 있기 때문에
Man, that's gotta feel good to win.
I feel like last time that we played in Stockholm, that was the international stage. There was a meta difference, but this time around, there's Bampick, and I feel like that played a huge part for the Crazy Raccoons.
上一次的国际大赛在斯德哥尔摩，我知道那个时候我们的版本可能有些差异，而现在我们有了 Bampick 系统，这更加有利于我们，帮助我们获得了本场比赛的胜利。第二个问题想要问到的是 Leap 选手，你在 OWL 的时候，你曾经为了上海龙之队而战，而现在你在中国的观众面前再次成为了冠军，现在感觉如何呢？
Lip, you were a Shanghai Dragons during the Overwatch League. Now you are a champion in front of the Chinese crowd. How does it feel? 자, 립 선수는 오버워치 리그 때 상하이 드래곤즈랑 있으셨죠. 굉장한 성적을 많이 이루셨고.
My friend said it looks like a wrist guard or something, like a shin guard,
소감 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
a piece of armor. I think it's kind of cool. It's unique.
It definitely feels great. I feel like I am back at home and I'm happy that I won it all in China. Thank you guys so much.
当然感觉很好了，我感觉我回家了，非常的开心能够拿到本场比赛的胜利。
Yeah, the whole event was awesome. The grand finals was dope. Couldn't ask for a better event than this. There was a lot of hype games, a lot of like close games. I'm definitely not disappointed. So
reveal our tournament MVP for Champions Clash.
tournament MVP. Who's it gonna be?
整个赛程，我们的 Final MVP 给到的是 Shu。
Hey, your boy won. Shu, the tournament MVP.
树选手，恭喜你成为了2025年全球冠军赛的 FMVP。
Well deserved. I think he was a difference maker in a lot of the matches.
First of all, Shu, big congratulations on being the most valuable player in the 2025 Champions Clash.
Yeah, that was a great grand final. Seeing a bunch of like different weird comps and stuff was pretty sweet. Made it exciting and interesting.
조금 개인적으로 실수가 좀 많아가지고 좀 아쉬웠는데 그 나름 잘한 것 같아가지고
The fucking Torb sim, that was, I mean, I hate playing against it. I couldn't imagine playing against it, against players of this caliber. That shit probably fucking is AIDS to play against.
Mistakes today, but overall, I think I did a fantastic job, so I'm very happy about that. And last time when I got MVP last time, I wanted to say something, but I couldn't, so I want to say it right now. Thank you. I love you guys. Thank you, Chinese fans.
我觉得在整个赛程当中，我有很多的失误，非常的可惜，但是我还是做到了。
Yeah, Torb actually got to play on a couple different maps. A couple teams played him on Suravaso and stuff. I think he's strong. If you hit one of those left clicks, like a headshot, that shit does a lot of damage. Against like dive and stuff, if Monkey jumps in, you got the right click shotguns, and your overload gives you a bunch of armor. He already has a bunch of health and shit, so I think he's strong. And then the perks that throw that damn turret way up on the walls and ceilings and stuff.
As well as some entirely new ones. Reinhardt versus Zarya for all the marbles here. An incredible showing.
I'm trying to play Tracer into him. It's just horrible feeling.
And Shu
So
just keeps racking up these MVPs, man. It feels like every time we get on the international stage, he just displays another level of support play that's unmatched by
man, that's got to feel good.
And again, the spectacle here, of course, in Hangzhou is for all to see. Overwatch Esports are very much alive. And a great rivalry to grace the stage to close us out. It is, as it always has been, a real honor to bring you this incredible final. We'll be seeing you guys soon. We're going to head to the desk, but for now, it's Uber and Mr. X signing off.
I was hoping we'd get one more map, but that was a cool way for it to go out.
Fantastic match, fantastic cast. Overall, an incredible event. Just like filled with history that was made. I know we always say that, but this time for real though.
Which year
because there were
Torb
just so
Symmetra
many
me?
twists and
I'll play
turns.
Torb and Symmetra here and there.
On this final
I think
match
both of them are really
alone,
good.
the
So
map drama, like everything goes at the end. We're busting out Zaryas and Torbs and Sims. Like it was literally almost an FFA situation at the very end there. I couldn't be happier with this.
I mean, I think we're entering a new era.
yeah,
for
every now and then I
Overwatch
pull them
esports
both.
in
I
this
pull
world
them
of
out
fan
too.
pick. I think we can expect to see more incredibly closely matched tournaments. Teams able to bring huge different strategies to bear throughout this match. I mean, this was a masterclass by both teams, showing their full potential, everything that they prepared to bring to this tournament.
It's been an incredible tournament overall, just the back and forth, the different play styles.
Yeah, the whole
we've
tournament
seen,
was
and
dope.
This series just encapsulated what we've seen so far this tournament. There was Team Falcons who wanted to play more of this Mauga-centric style, and Crazy Raccoon, they were there every step of the way, preferring perhaps a bit more of a looser, a bit more of a dive-centric
I like
kind
playing
of style, and
Ramacha.
then on that
I just did my tank
Esperanza, it
placements
just
the other
kind of
day.
flipped in this series. It felt like
I don't really
Falcons,
play tank. I'm a
they had the
DPS player,
advantage
but
throughout up until Crazy Raccoon,
I was
they
playing
captured
Ramacha.
that single map, and then
He's kind of fun.
you all go over to Circuit Real. We see Zarya's brought into action. Hanbin mirrors the Zarya, and
What
it's
year is
just
this?
absolutely crazy from there. I mean, yeah. Look, I'm happy for Max as well, winning this map here for his team as well, closing out the series, because Max, spending a lot of time on the bench.
Yeah.
It's been tough for that guy, but comes in clutch here for Crazy Raccoons. Just a phenomenal series overall.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if Max ever has been in a final map series that they won. I think
plays
this is
with
the
no
first
crosshair?
time. Don't quote me on it.
I was using like a black crosshair for a while just because sometimes I feel like with the regular crosshair, I focus more on the crosshair than the target, if that makes any sense.
Individuals like Max, it obviously must mean a lot
Like
to
with a
them, but they had
crosshair, you can't really see as easy, and
both of
like
these
you
teams
focus on the target.
They really
better.
did. It felt like
I don't
a
know. I've been going
cinematic
back and
end
forth a
on
lot
that
with what
fourth
crosshair I
round
like.
of circuit. The fact that there
were so many hero swaps going in. You had like the double DPS turret comp coming in to deal with that proper Genji, and then we saw the Pharah coming out because the Rhine.
I think I can play pretty much anything if I needed
to
to.
just like chunk away at that shield.
The only thing I probably wouldn't feel comfortable at all on is Ball, Wrecking Ball, and
when the Rhine came out. Yeah, but like, you know, like it's a decent matchup into the Zarya. It just
I haven't
felt
played
like
too much
maybe
Juno or
Overwatch
Lifeweaver,
just a
but
little
I could
step
play
too
them,
far
I
above
guess.
what was
I don't think they're like that
I
complex.
actually think that's the correct strat.
I don't really hardly ever
Heesang
play
Rhine into
Junkrat.
the Sigma is a great punish, but then Heesang comes out
But
on
I mean,
the
I don't
Pharah,
think
and
he's
that's
a very hard character to
awkward
play
place
either. So.
Pharah, where you don't really have the support
Wrecking Ball is probably the
properly,
only
but
character I think
still
that's hard to
also
play that
another
I
great
couldn't
option in the
like
match.
just
But
get on and
both
play.
teams, I think in this band pick format, we're really getting to see the full potential of these players. They're not limited to like.
I'm not saying
one
I'm great on
defined
every
meta
hero or
comp
anything, but
that
I
they
think
seem
I
to
could
just really
play
master
play
by the
them all.
time the tournament comes around. They're forced to continue to grow, adapt, and push each other, showing that.
I'm
full
so hit
spectrum
or
of
miss
what
on
they're
Genji.
capable
I'm
of. I
not
think this is a
consistent with him at
beautiful
all.
thing for Overwatch fans everywhere.
Sometimes I can pop the fuck
There
off with
was
him, and
so
sometimes
much
I just like can't get
diversity
anything
in,
going.
in style expression from all of the teams we had in the tournament, so we absolutely love to see that. We also always love to take a look at the
I do think
brackets,
he's
so
hard
let's
to play
take a
though.
Final look at how this
He has a
one
high
shaped
skill
up
ceiling.
because Crazy Raccoon, they did the thing, the salty lower bracket run any team can dream of, except from no one actually wants to end up in the lower bracket and play with their back against the wall throughout the entirety of it. But it honestly, it made it so much sweeter, that victory.
Yeah, just the style they
Yeah, I
did
wanna-
with as
I wanna learn to
well.
play
I mean,
Wrecking
they were
Ball, though.
angry in that lower bracket, and some of the performances we saw, tournament MVP Shu just kicked it off with a bang on that Ana. Just the impact he had in that series against.
Oh yeah, I can't play
Trio,
Doomfist worth a shit either.
Take down Nightmare in a super
about
convincing
him.
trio as well, and it just set up this glorious grand final where Crazy Raccoon, they overcame the loser bracket disadvantage and beat out Falcons.
I gotta say, Lip in the grand finals, it's unbelievable that guy, how consistently strong he is, but then that he has a higher gear in the grand final. I mean, talk about a player you need on your team in a clutch scenario. I just don't think, we talk about the GOAT conversation. Somebody who can step it up and hit that perfect peak under the maximum possible pressure with everything against him. Some of the best opponents in the world.
Yeah, Lip
sitting
is so
across from him,
consistent too.
and
He
he's
never really
playing
like.
better than he's played all tournament
I can't
long.
think of
That's
any
the
time he
dream
misplays or
for a
like really
coach,
gets
for a teammate.
picked first or anything.
Yeah, I think they are all him, actually. I think every single player on that server had their time in the sun. Now, before we wrap and say goodbye, what are your final thoughts here? What are the big takeaways
I
for you,
thought
Ash?
Raccoons would get it from the beginning. I wanted once again to win,
we're
but
talking about
if I were to bet on any team, I would have put it on Crazy
on the
Raccoons.
international stage. But I also want to give that boon over to the fact that Nightmare, you got to keep in mind that this is a dark horse that we have to keep our eyes on for the remainder of the competitive season.
I love the shot to Nightmare. Really impressive. Been really fun watching them grow and develop as a team. I hope that we continue to see more of them and they continue to be a big
I
threat
wasn't
beyond
sure
these
though after they
international
lost to
stages.
Nightmare. I was
Also,
like,
I think
man, maybe
once
they're
again, it's been fantastic to see some of these top
they're not
Chinese
gonna fucking
Overwatch
win, but-
teams come to compete. I'm curious to see, will there be other
After that
strong
loss though, they
Chinese
fucking
teams
were
coming to
dominant
compete
like
at
every game
DWC
after
and
that,
Stockholm?
basically.
I just want to see more of this beautiful international competition. I'm just loving the format right now. I think it's a great time.
Yeah, I wanted to echo that sentiment with China. China is finally back here in the OWCS China circuit as well, and once again they put up a great performance. Of course, they made it pretty far considering the circumstances that surrounded them entering this tournament, right? And the fans, they showed up big time for this event. It was glorious. And just final thing as well, Crazy Raccoons against Team Falcons here. This rivalry continues, and enjoy this chapter of Overwatch Esports because they are truly pushing the boundaries of what we've ever seen in Overwatch Esports before.
Yeah, just big kudos to all the players who showed up at this event. It's been such a phenomenal time for all of us the last 3 days and nights in our case. It was fantastic to see Overwatch back in action in China. The fans were happy, we're happy.
Yeah,
It's
this
been
whole thing
just
was
a
just
good
fun to
time
watch. It was worth,
overall,
you know,
so we
messing my
wanna
sleep schedule
from
up
the
for
bottom of our heart,
and
thank
watching it
all
live.
of you for watching, tuning in, cheering your favorite
Shit was
teams
awesome.
on, and keeping us company throughout those long nights, which have been an absolute blast. Ash, thank you so much for joining us here as well. It's been so much fun to have you on the desk, gentlemen.
Totally
I love
worth
you guys.
messing
You're
the
my
sleep
brothers
schedule up.
From other mothers, so it's always great to be around you. A phenomenal job, of course, from the entire production team and all of our casters who brought you the action. But fear not, this one might be over, but there's so much more Overwatch Esports to come for this year, as this was just our first LAN. That's right, Champions Clash is done and dusted as the confetti falls.
I wonder when
in our
this
show.
when stage
But
2
we are
starts.
gearing
gearing
long
up
of a
for
break is
stage
between
2, and
now to-
we'll be back to kick that one off the regular season on Saturday, May 10th. So make sure
May
to
10th.
lock that into your calendars. And we hope to see you then again. So thank you so much for watching and have a wonderful
So
night.
damn, we gotta wait like 20 days before we get more games. All right, well, shit, that was awesome to watch. It was cool. I had people come watch it with me, so I appreciate you guys. Richard, Double Tap. We got one on YouTube and one on Twitch watching, so I appreciate you guys. I think that's gonna do it for me, though. I'm gonna try and go get some sleep, eat some food, take a shower, get some sleep. Yep. You too, Double Tap. Have a good rest of your day. Richard, have a good rest of your day, man. Appreciate you guys. Peace.